Chapter 1. Fisher. The entire sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, casting a pall over what should have been the bright noon hour. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick layers of clouds, rendering the air heavy with a sense of desolation. Below, the land lay uneven and seemingly devoid of life, a barren wilderness. Yet, whenever a gentle breeze swept through, the earth would tremble slightly, revealing glimmers of light that twinkled like stars. Gazing toward a distant expanse of vividly colored tents, these tents, extravagantly adorned, displayed a riot of colors with shimmering embellishments, emblazoned with the words, "Coexist Circus," in the Western continental script. This circus traveled from country to country, its performances not deviating from those traditionally known. Between the tents, various exotic animals were led about by the circus personnel, while numerous performers donned vibrant, heavy makeup and tousled wigs atop their heads. Captain Colin. "We're nearly ready. We can proceed to Bryan City now," announced a clownish employee to a portly middle-aged man who held a cup of coffee. The man's hair was wild and unkempt, his beard long overdue for grooming, and his corpulence rendered his suit unflattering, resembling a bloated barrel. Since we're ready, let us prepare. Let us wait a bit longer for the buyer, if they don't arrive soon." "We'll set off tonight," he replied. "All right, I'll go inform them." The clown darted back between the tents, while the man known as Colin rubbed his nose. The winds of the Bryan wilderness were sharp and biting, even unbearable for those accustomed to traversing between realms. The most prosperous St. Nailey, however, was the most suitable place for habitation. As he sipped his coffee, Colin mused about the superior education and healthcare systems there, where the brilliance of human civilization shone within every cobblestone of the towns. For wanderers like him, merely stepping into the city would envelop them in a soothing, idyllic atmosphere, almost compelling them to kneel and kiss the pristine ground. Rather than conducting business here, waiting for a buyer who had left him hanging, Colin cast a fleeting glance at the scattered, twinkling eyes beneath the earth, only to witness them retract into the ground in an instant. His pupils constricted slightly as he sensed something, turning his gaze toward the boundless wilderness. The sound of galloping hooves grew louder, shattering the tranquility of the fields like thunder amidst the untamed land. A small black dot approached the circus, accompanied by the rhythmic pounding of hoofs. "Are they here?" Colin's rotund figure shifted slightly as he drained the last sip of coffee, turned to hand the cup to a circus member, rubbed his hands together, adjusted his excessively plump appearance, and donned a polite smile while awaiting the arrival of guests. Two splendid black horses, drawing a carriage, sped toward the circus. As they drew nearer, Colin discerned a man at the reins. Clad in an elegant, tailored suit from St. Nailey, the man's white-gloved hands gently grasped the reins, while a gentleman's hat concealed a youthful, handsome visage, though his expression was devoid of warmth, creating an unapproachable distance. Hiss. As the distance closed, the man seemed to lightly tug on the reins, but the two black steeds halted abruptly, as if met with formidable resistance, snorting and raising their heads before coming to a panting stop near the circus. Colin quickly shook off his momentary distraction from the man's appearance, realizing the gravity of the situation, yet maintaining a benevolent smile as he approached the carriage. "Your esteemed presence graces us. Welcome to Coexist Circus. I am Captain Colin. It is a pleasure to meet you." The man descended from the carriage, retrieving a cane from his side. His polished shoes met the soil of the Bryan wilderness, inadvertently crushing the curious little earth spirits that peeked from below. The earth quivered slightly, sending ripples as the spirits scurried away. With a bland expression, the man removed his hat and addressed Colin. "Greetings, Captain Colin. I am Fisher, here to fulfill the previously arranged order." Colin sized up the man before him, his brows twitching slightly before he rubbed his hands together, hesitantly forcing a smile. I recall that the transaction was to be completed with Aorn from Phylone City, not with a gentleman as refined as yourself. Unless you are merely here to witness our performance, in which case I regret to inform you that you must wait until we reach Bryan City to— Before Colin could finish, Fisher lightly tapped his cane, a faint smile gracing his lips as he emphasized, "It is an order, not a performance, Mr. Colin." Well, you see, we have principles. According to our principles, since the order has been confirmed, we principals." Fisher, clad in black, tapped the side of the carriage with his cane, causing a small hidden door to swing open, revealing a bag reeking of blood that rolled out. It appeared to be the size of an adult man, though it was uncertain whether it could accommodate someone of Colin's girth. The bag landed at Colin's feet, its opening slightly ajar, exposing the terrified face of Aorn, the original buyer. Colin quickly shut his mouth, fearing the smell of blood would seep into his body and taint him. He nervously shifted his gaze, only to see the gentleman retrieving another bag from the same hidden door, this one jingling with the sound of coins, filled to the brim with St. Nayli gold coins. The quantity far exceeded what had been initially agreed upon. Ah yes, principles. Colin swallowed hard, clapping his hands in a sudden burst of enthusiasm. What we value most in our line of work is indeed principles. Since the agreement is with Mr. Fisher, we certainly wouldn't transfer the transaction to another. All right. Mr. Colin is quite the humorist, Fisher replied, still holding his cane, his eyes twinkling with amusement as he regarded the rotund man before him. In the midst of Fisher's calm gaze, Colin hesitated, grasping the bag filled with coins. Upon confirming its contents were indeed genuine, he neglected the grim sight of Aorn still trapped within the bag. As he had stated, he was indeed a man of principles, a principle measured in gold, directed by the desires of his heart. Fisher donned his hat once more, indifferent to Colin's actions, and simply stated, "Show me the goods." Of course, Mr. Fisher, right this way." Colin tucked the hefty bag of coins into his coat pocket, his corpulent figure contorting under the effort. Yet astonishingly, the entire bag was indeed concealed within the depths of his pocket, or more accurately, within the folds of his flesh. He seemed to swell slightly, even letting out a belch of satisfaction. "What sort of magic is this?" Fisher inquired with genuine curiosity. Noticing Fisher's gaze upon him, Colin chuckled awkwardly, explaining, "Just a little sleight of hand, nothing compared to true magic." Fisher nodded, no further inquiries made. Even true magic was likely a closely guarded secret among such individuals. There was no need to probe deeply, as it was not his aim.as long as he successfully acquired his objective. Colin was of no concern to him. "Guests have arrived, prepare to receive them," Colin suddenly bellowed, clapping his hands at his command. The tents behind him seemed to come alive, unfurling like gaping jaws to reveal an array of performers, steam machines, and wondrous beasts. Among them, a diminutive elephant danced in the hands of its handler, while spectral figures aboard a phantom steam train wailed and howled, their forms indistinct. One female performer inhaled deeply before exhaling a torrent of flames skyward, from which another figure emerged, landing gracefully upon the ground. They are all rehearsing. Especially the spirits. They have yet to don the revealing powder, which is why they appear unclear. That stuff is too costly to use unless it's a formal performance. Colin elaborated as he guided Fisher deeper into the circus, showcasing their signature acts, the spectral train, its engine crafted at great expense to mimic a genuine steam locomotive, the shrinking spell, a magical technique to reduce colossal creatures for performance, the fire spirit. The figure amidst the flames was an adult fire spirit, akin to the earth spirits lurking beneath the ground. Fisher's gaze lingered on the deep purple insignias glowing beneath the performer's garments before nonchalantly withdrawing his gaze. The slave markings, once inscribed, allowed the owner complete control over the life and death of the slave. Hence all circus staff were indeed slaves, the master being none other than the rotund Captain Colin beside him. All these individuals are slaves. Ah, ha, as you well know. Well, the cost issue, Colin said, somewhat awkwardly rubbing his hands together. Ever since that bunch of parliamentarians passed the Sheen Charter, the labor wages in the city have skyrocketed beyond comparison. Entering the city now incurs an epidemic prevention fee, blah blah blah. For an honest merchant like me, running a small business, this is no trifling sum. He seemed quite dissatisfied with the human rights Sheen Charter passed by the kingdom's parliament, his plump face twitching slightly as he pondered, what was that saying again? Those pompous parliamentarians, nothing but leeches, spouting something about God, ensuring everyone enjoys a unified minimum wage standard. We, the undersigned and our successors, do hereby promise to God, according to this charter, to allow adult workers to receive equal minimum wage treatment. Fisher recited the original text of the charter, prompting Colin to clap his hands in agreement. Yes, that's it. Damn those parliamentarians. The charter protects all free and equal citizens of the kingdom, regardless of gender or age, except for slaves and the filthy subhumans. We've arrived, Mr. Fisher. They had reached the end of the circus, standing before a black tent. Colin rubbed his hands again and pulled aside the curtain for Fisher. Inside, the dimly lit tent was illuminated by a single weak glow lamp hanging in the center. Surrounding it were layers of iron cages, within which trembling shadows wept amidst the filth of mixed excrement and food. Their bodies marked with deep purple slave emblems shimmering, revealing the differences between them and normal humans. Fisher covered his mouth and nose, and upon seeing this, Colin bowed slightly and smiled apologetically. Mr. Fisher, you may wait outside. I shall have someone bring out the goods. Just as we agreed before, 5 female draconians, correct? Chapter 2, Draconians. Fisher peered into the corner of the tent that Colin had opened, and in the shadows, pairs of eyes, drawn by the sounds of conversation. Lifted, bright ones, dim ones, all filled with hatred, all directed toward the entrance. Leaning on his cane, he tilted his hat slightly and stepped ahead of Colin. No need. Lead me to see them. Of course, right this way. Colin gestured with his hand. Following Fisher into the small tent. As soon as Fisher entered, a low growl erupted from the cage beside him, reminiscent of a cat's bristling. He turned to see a child of the catfolk huddled in the corner of the cage. Its pupils narrowed to slits, warily regarding Fisher, particularly the cane in his hand. Yet, as Fisher's calm gaze fell upon it, the child seemed startled, lowering its head and merely emitting a low hiss. You wretched creature. Seeing this, Colin strode forward and kicked the cage containing the catfolk with great force. The tremendous impact caused the child to slam against the cage's edge, the chain around its neck glinting as the slave emblem illuminated, resulting in a pitiful scream from the cat child. However, the scream lasted only a few seconds before it ceased, and upon a closer look, the child appeared to have lost consciousness. My apologies for startling you. Mr. Fisher. Colin returned, wiping the sweat from his forehead as if the act of kicking the cage had taken great effort. These creatures do not understand human language. Training them is quite troublesome. Please follow me. The Draconians are further in. Fisher stared at the silent cat child in the cage, and after a moment of silence, he shifted his gaze and followed Colin deeper into the tent. The arrangement of the cages within the tent was deliberate. The more precious species were placed further inside. The outer cages contained catfolk, dogfolk, and wolffolk, subhumans that were relatively abundant in the wilderness. Venturing further in, Fisher, through the fluorescence, discovered a male avian subhuman adorned with white feathers, though regrettably, it appeared to be on the brink of death. These beings, even lower than those capable of labor, lacked even basic rights. Scattered across the world as subhumans, ever since the chimneys and steam machines, radiating the brilliance of human civilization, were constructed, they have been driven by various interests to plunder all that the world has to offer to generate more value. Geographical distances have diminished, production capabilities have surged, and the human world thrives and flourishes. But who could foresee that the future would be laid to waste by these seemingly lowly beings? The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, and Colin halted before a particular cage, clapping his hands. The fluorescent light descended as if animated, illuminating the situation within the cage ahead. Fisher's gaze fell upon a medium-sized cage, where the first thing illuminated by the fluorescence was a deep crimson, blood-like mane. Following this, Fisher beheld an arm, resembling that of a human, yet covered in a thin layer of distinctly shaped scales, a slender tail gently wrapped around her curled legs. There sat a young girl, clad in a dirty linen tunic that had clearly seen better days. Her limbs ended not like a human's but bore sharp claws akin to those of a dragon. Her eyes glimmered unnaturally with a green luminescence, opening and closing, revealing irises reminiscent of emerald gemstones. This was a young draconian, with red hair, red scales, and a long tail, if he was not mistaken. She was the target Fisher sought. Fisher's scrutinizing gaze met her emerald-like eyes, and in the next moment, her golden pupils narrowed to slits, her expression devoid of emotion yet sending a chill down his spine, as if she might shred him to pieces at any moment. This is our precious acquisition, for which we exerted considerable effort, injuring many of our slaves in the process. Colin gritted his teeth slightly and kicked the cage containing the draconian before him. Though unlike the cat folk, the draconian girl remained silent, merely staring quietly at the outside world. However, they are indeed treasures. Their blood can be refined into dragon blood, a most valuable substance, particularly for a dashing gentleman like yourself, who needs this sort of thing. Ah, yes, and dragon scales as well. They can be quite useful. I've heard that nobles over in Schwally love to use their scales to make heated mats. Come winter, they are truly, as he spoke, he gazed at the girl's scales as one might admire a precious object. Even when removed, dragon scales continue to emit warmth, as they can absorb solar energy. Such heated mats are favored by nobles and merchants alike, especially during winter. Dragon blood is not the blood of true dragons. There are no true dragons in this world. The so-called dragon blood is merely a refined substance derived from the blood of these draconians, which, when consumed by humans, can enhance vitality, making it a prized medicinal material. Fisher then looked up at the surrounding cages, which also contained female draconians, 2 white, 1 blue, and 1 yellow. Very well, I will take them. 3 conditions. Fisher nodded, raising 3 fingers at Colin. First, the slave emblems. Second, have them bathe. Third, 5 brand new linen tunics. No problem, no problem. Colin waved his plump hand, and several cages containing draconians began to move gently. Upon closer inspection, One could see dozens of small, beetle-like creatures rolling beneath the heavy iron cages, forming a mobile track to transport the large cages away. The stench was overwhelming, and Fisher took one last glance at the scene inside before stepping outside. Waiting by his carriage at the entrance of the circus, this area was the wilderness near Bryan City, and to return to the port of Carl, which could reach St. Nailly, required a long journey of about a month. The southern continent lacks the sophisticated railway systems and infrastructure of the western continent. Here, there is only vast wilderness and monsters. Of course, for those reckless individuals from the western continent, this land is rife with unexploited gold. Mr. Fisher, all set. Colin jogged out from the circus, clutching a deep brown scroll, his ample flesh jiggling with every movement, sweat pouring down like raindrops. Behind him, several women clad in maid outfits led a few draconians by their chains. Following Colin out. At this moment, as they emerged from the dim tent, Fisher could finally see the draconians in their entirety. The female draconians were not tall, at least not compared to the 2-meter-tall males. Yet even so, they generally stood around 1.70 m. Particularly, the red draconian towered above the others. A long dragon tail trailed behind them, not touching the ground due to their height. The expressions of the other draconians were blank, while the leading red draconian maintained a calm demeanor, though the depths of her emerald-like gaze concealed unknown currents. I have instructed the maidservants to ensure that every speck of dirt between their scales is thoroughly washed away. Here is the contract emblem scroll. Please place your palm upon it. Following suit, Fisher placed his hand upon the brown scroll, and a cascade of purple light began to spread up his arm. An extraordinary sensation washing over him after a few seconds. Faint heartbeats echoed in his ears. Those sounds seemed almost tangible. As long as he willed it, he could make them slow down, speed up, or even stop. Now, he had complete control over these dragon humanoids. The maid behind him stepped forward and offered the chains that bound them. Fisher got into the carriage first, opened the door, and motioned for the dragon humanoids to enter. As they passed by him sideways, the dragon humanoid girls eyed him warily before one by one entering the carriage. Fisher didn't follow them in. He gently closed the door behind him. Just as he had arrived, he placed his walking stick aside and took hold of the horse's reins. Farewell, Mr. Colin. Take care on your journey. Colin's flabby body trembled as he bowed his head. By the time he managed to raise his head with difficulty again, the black carriage was speeding away like thunder towards the other end of the Bryan wilderness and soon disappeared from sight. Only after the carriage had gradually vanished from his view did he mutter to himself, "This is extraordinary. How could I have encountered such a person? No, I must set off quickly." He slowly walked back to the area shielded by the tent curtains. His obese figure gradually disappeared, and only the crisp sound of clapping could be heard. After those claps, the lights and music in the entire circus came alive as if awakened. The white curtain spun faster and faster, more and more urgently, until it wrapped the whole circus. Then it became smaller and smaller, but the music grew louder and louder. Kexioning, Kexioning, Kexioning. The chanting grew louder. The whole circus became like a basketball, and in the next second, the white basketball vanished instantly, along with the resounding music. All that was left was a sack filled with a corpse and the earth spirits on the ground that always peeked out with their eyes. Chapter 3. The Completion Manual of Subhuman Girls. When the carriage door was opened, the interior space was not as cramped as it seemed from the outside. What appeared before the dragon humanoid Raphael was a long staircase like that of a basement. Looking back, at the junction of the door and the staircase, there were layers of glowing magic runes, swirling as if they were alive. "My lord Raphael," the blue, scaled dragon humanoid behind her timidly addressed the red, scaled dragon humanoid at the front. An archaic and obscure language spilled from her lips. Humans weren't without their own languages. For example, the dragon humanoids used the Firmaback Dragon Court language, which could be traced back to the ancient divine court in dragon humanoid legends. However, there was no existing physical evidence to prove the existence of those ancient glorious civilizations. Most of the existing dragon humanoid settlements were small and primitive. Raphael, with her red scales, was the daughter of the chief of a dragon humanoid settlement in the South Continent. The other dragon humanoids beside her all came from the same tribe. Silence, Lar, that human is still outside. Lar was the smallest among the 5 dragon humanoids, and her face still carried an air of immaturity. Hearing the soft reminder from her companion behind, she immediately looked back in a startled manner. The sound of galloping horses came from outside the door, and the entire interior space swayed slightly as the carriage moved forward. Apart from being larger than a normal carriage, there was nothing different here. Fortunately, that human didn't appear. That tall human seemed even more terrifying than the fat human in the circus. Lar always feared that he would whip her with that black stick in his hand. It must be a dreadful torture instrument. Raphael, at the front, glanced at the space below, and then walked down with her claws. The space below was even more expansive. There were 4 rooms from left to right. But only the middle door was open. When she looked inside, it was completely empty. After some hesitation, they didn't touch anything or open any doors. After waiting for a while, they squatted down against the wall. Lar lowered her gaze slightly. Listening to the sound of the horse's hooves, she couldn't help but feel a bit dejected. She murmured to her companions, "This time, where will we be taken? Will we be taken to be eaten? Can we still go home?" The atmosphere among the dragon humanoids fell into a dead silence. No one gave an answer because even they themselves weren't sure about their fates. Not even the thunderous sound of the horse's hooves could dispel this heaviness. Since they were taken away from their hometown, they had been treated inhumanely. The long-standing hopelessness and pain had gradually dimmed the light in their hearts, making them numb. Only Raphael's lowered green eyes flickered for a moment. She still stared blankly at the ground, but she held Lar's tiny claw beside her. "I'll take you back to their dragon lair where they used to run freely, back to their relatives. And they would make these damned humans pay." But after all, this was just an empty promise. In a few seconds, it was like a bubble bursting, disappearing into the endless silence of the carriage. Outside the door, the man named Fisher, wearing a black hat, looked out at the boundless wilderness. He reached into his coat and took out a small manual. The cover of the manual was printed with bright colors. Just like the fairy tale books sold to children everywhere in St. Nari, the gilded cursive letters on the cover read, "The Completion Manual of Subhuman Girls." This was a small booklet that Fisher had accidentally obtained 5 years ago. At that time, Fisher, who had a hobby of researching subhumans, bought this booklet from a shady merchant. He originally thought it recorded the characteristics of subhumans and brought it home as a treasure. After all, there were very few books on subhuman research at that time. But when he opened it at home, except for the preface, it was all blanked. He thought he had just bought a pirated book and didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until he came into close contact with a subhuman for the first time a year ago that he realized the terrifying nature of this blank book. When he opened the cover, the preface on the first page was written in an epic language. "The Scarlet Dragon Queen shall first rise, burning all of humanity with her fury. The mysterious child of the sea shall stir up great waves, erasing the sins of humanity. The god of the sky shall leave the remnants with nowhere to hide and no place to return. The immortal which shall write their epitaphs with magic." Fisher lowered his eyes slightly. Even to this day, he still couldn't forget the images that flooded his mind when he first saw these words. It was nothing less than a vision of hell. After much research, he finally determined that it recorded 4 subhumans who were about to destroy human civilization. Why was Fisher so certain about these prophecies instead of thinking it was just a terrifying joke by some humorous gentleman? He turned the page again, skipping the already lit which section. Suddenly, the blank second page glowed with light. Lines of golden, shining words, as if driven by magic, slowly occupied the beginning of the second page, forming a new section. Dragon, humanoid. Then, that energy suddenly shone brightly, and a line of illusory text that only Fisher could see emerged. "Please select a research subject. Available subjects: 02, Raphael, Red Dragon, Humanoid, Lar, Blue Dragon, Humanoid, Fazil, White Dragon, Humanoid, Kezel. White Dragon, Humanoid. Mill, Yellow Dragon, Humanoid." He hoped that this time he wouldn't make the wrong choice like last time. He had searched for so long and must succeed. The Scarlet Dragon Queen. Fisher whipped the horse and quickened the pace. At the same time, he selected Raphael as the research subject, leaving the remaining available subject as a backup in case he made a wrong choice. The completion manual glowed with a golden light again. Below, Dragon, Humanoid, there appeared some strange characters that looked like knife cuts or claw marks. These characters created an illusory suction force, like a black hole. At the same time, Fisher's muscles hidden under his suit suddenly tightened, and his face turned pale. He tightly grasped the reins. After a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, as the strange characters were engraved. The excruciating pain finally disappeared, but his pale face remained. Every time he bound a new subhuman research target, it was like experiencing the most severe punishment in the world. The pain was still unbearable for Fisher, who had learned from past experiences. After quite some time, Fisher, with gritted teeth and his head down, took a deep breath, and his muscles that were as stiff as iron gradually relaxed. In the next second, the illusory text flashed again. Research subject binding successful. Physical constitution 7, reproductive ability 4, Firmaback Dragon Court language 3. Research human subjects to unlock more Fisher ignored some of the strange prompts with a frown. The next moment, he felt that his physical strength had increased significantly, and he could even punch a bull to death. Sure enough, the bonus in physical constitution was much greater than that from the witch. Fisher blinked and suddenly looked up. In the distance, the sky over the south continent was gradually turning crimson. On the other side where the crimson was faint, stars were twinkling like the shiny sand on a beach when the tide receded. Night was approaching, and the horse's breathing became more and more rapid. Nay, clip, clop. Fisher pulled the reins, slowly bringing the horse to a stop. Coincidentally, the carriage stopped beside a quiet river. However, there was still no sign of human habitation around. And it was eerily quiet. I can only rest here tonight. Fisher closed the small booklet and placed it in his inner pocket. Then he looked back at the closed carriage door. Inside the space, there were 5 dragon, race sub-humans waiting for him. Chapter 4. 3 Rules. Creak. As the door opened, the stairs leading to the underground space appeared. The space here was much larger than it seemed from the outside because Fisher had engraved an expansion spell at the door. This was a kind of magic that was costly in materials and time consuming. The cost of expanding the space equivalent to 4 rooms was probably much more expensive than buying a house on the central street of the Orthodox Saint-Nary. However, the advantage was obvious. Now Fisher could carry a small house with the carriage, so that he didn't have to travel across the south continent with 5 dragon, race sub-humans. Suffering the hardships of traveling. He walked into the space below with his walking stick, seeing the 5 dragon, race sub-humans squatting like chicks at the edge of the living room. He felt like laughing, but the smile faded when he saw Raphael's emerald, green pupils. If it were true, if the young girl in front of him was really the Crimson Dragon Queen who would destroy the human world in the future. How could he stop it? For example, killing her right now might work, but Fisher wasn't sure if this young female dragon, race sub-human named Raphael was the one in the prophecy. Should he exterminate all the Crimson Dragon race sub-humans? He suddenly thought of those interesting comedies in the Saint-Nary theater. For instance, the national teacher prophesied for the king that a blonde man would kill him and seize the throne in the future. So the king killed all the blonde men in the country, who would have known that because of this, the queen hid her blonde child to prevent the king from killing him. Even though the king wouldn't do so, it eventually led to the king being killed by his own son, fulfilling the prophecy. This was like the existence of fatalism. No matter how one chose, it seemed wrong. Fisher couldn't possibly kill all the Crimson sub-dragons, even though this kind of sub-dragon was very rare. What if the so-called Crimson Dragon Queen in the prophecy was just a blue dragon, race sub-human who liked to wear red clothes? Thinking about these random things, Fisher's expression remained unchanged. He tapped the wall of the small living room with his walking stick, and the wooden wall sprang open, revealing the bedding inside. Then, he spoke in the Dragon Court language. Take out the bedding and move it to the room by the door. You'll stay in that room during this period. As soon as he said this, all the dragon, race sub-humans looks at him changed, since being captured by humans and being transferred around the south continent. They hadn't met any human who could speak the Dragon Court language. Apart from the short time that humans had been exploring the south continent, it was also because of human arrogance. How could they, who regarded sub-humans as animals, learn their language? Fisher's gaze swept over, and several dragon, race girls shifted their gazes away fearfully. Only Raphael stared at him quietly. In fact, in her heart, she was no less shocked than the other dragon, race sub-humans, even more so. No matter how the previous slave traders whipped and tortured her, they couldn't make her yield or be afraid. Those people just relied on their slave emblems to tyrannize. But for the first time, she felt a bit of fear and apprehension towards this human who could speak the dragon language. Could she still lead them to escape if it was this kind of human? She involuntarily touched the faintly glowing slave emblem on her chest, and her heart felt as cold as if it had been poured with countless ice cubes. Wait a moment. You four go to tidy up. You, come with me. He pointed directly at Raphael, then picked up his walking stick and opened the first door on the left. Raphael glanced at Lar beside her, felt the worried looks of her companions, shook her head, and followed Fisher in front of her into the separate room. It turned out that the space inside was very spacious, equivalent to the size of the outside living room plus the room where they rested. There was not only a wardrobe but also a whole wall of books. However, they were all in human writing, and Raphael couldn't understand them at all. Besides, there was a clean and tidy bed, a clothes hanger, and a wide desk. It seemed to be the place where this human male lived. Bang! Fisher hooked his walking stick, and the door behind Raphael suddenly closed. Her body remained still, but only her tail twitched slightly, showing her vigilance. Your name, and the names of those others. The tall Fisher leaned his walking stick beside the desk and hung his hat and suit jacket on the hanger beside him. Under his jacket, he wore a luxurious yet understated dark, gray waistcoat. Raphael had seen a fat human wear this kind of clothes in the circus. However, the appearance of that person had reduced her overall impression of this kind of clothing. It was not until now that she understood what this kind of clothing should look like when worn as it was originally designed. Raphael, Lar, Fahir, Khizr, and Mill, Fisher poured a cup of cold coffee. Then with his hand, took out the several slave scrolls that Colin had given him before. There were magic seals engraved on them. He carefully examined the blood of the dragon, race subhumans on the contracts, and then took out the one with the brightest and hottest blood. As that scroll was moved, the slave emblem on Raphael's chest glowed with dots of light. Let me introduce myself. I'm Fisher Benavides, a scholar who studies subhuman races. You can call me Fisher, or teacher, or professor. As he spoke, he suddenly reached out and tore the scroll of hers in his hand into two pieces. Even Raphael didn't react immediately, but as the magic seal that her soul shattered, she quickly realized what had happened. In the next split second, the young girl's pupils suddenly shrank to a thin line. With a flick of her tail, a gust of explosive wind rushed towards the man in front of her. As long as she killed him, the slave seal would disappear. Raphael didn't understand the structure of the slave seal, but she recognized the way magic worked, so she knew how to break it. Her claws stretched out like 5 sharp knives, aiming at the man's heart. As long as the next second passed, she could disembowel this human and devour him with pleasure. All the past torments and pains, and the desire to take her companions home. But the next moment, the man just leaned to one side slightly. His right hand clamped down on Raphael's neck like a pair of iron pincers. He spun her whole body half a circle in the air, and then slammed her onto the ground. Bang! The wooden floor cracked slightly, and dots of magic fluorescence emerged from the wood chips. Raphael's body ached as if it were falling apart. She wanted to resist, and her claws wanted to cut the man's body, but the strength of his fingers gradually tightened, making it impossible for her to even breathe. Was this human a monster? Why was he so strong? Her emerald green eyes stared fixedly at the human who was pinching her neck. Under that expressionless human face, it seemed that there was a devil living inside. The lack of oxygen and pain made her ears start to ring, and even her tail couldn't stop trembling. The sound of moving the bedding outside suddenly stopped. But the door wasn't opened. Fisher didn't lock the door. I hate it when others interrupt me. I had to take such measures. I hope this will leave a deeper impression on you. Fisher still held her neck, but he loosened his grip a little to let a little oxygen in. I bought you for research. Fisher paused for a moment and then continued. There can't be any magic factors interfering with the research. So I removed your slave emblem. Of course, I don't mind playing some interesting games during the long journey. For example, the subject of the research tries to kill me to gain freedom, but the premise of playing the game is that you must obey my research content. If you escape or resist, I'll kill your companions. Cough, cough. Raphael's saliva flowed out uncontrollably, ran down her cheeks, and dripped onto the tip of Fisher's fingers. The ringing in her ears caused by the lack of oxygen was very loud, but she stared fixedly at the face of the human man in front of her. The removal of the slave emblem had released her pent of ferocity and hatred, and at this moment, she couldn't fully contain it. She wanted to kill this human in front of her, even if it meant being killed and eaten by him. And the rules of the game are very simple. First, you can't assassinate me inside the carriage. Outside, no matter what method you use, be it a sneak attack, poisoning, or a duel. As long as you kill me, you'll gain your freedom and can take your companions away. After all, the things here are very expensive. Fisher glanced at the cracked magic floor under her, and his eyelids twitched imperceptibly. Second, you have a total of 4 assassination opportunities, which correspond exactly to the number of your companions. So, plan your strategies carefully. Each failed assassination will result in punishment. My research content is generally normal, but since it's research, there will be some things that aren't very presentable. You who fail must cooperate with me to complete these studies. Third, the content of this game must be kept completely secret from your companions. Once it's leaked, the game will end immediately. The man's voice, combined with the ringing in her ears, was like the whisper of a devil, deeply imprinted in Raphael's mind. She gritted her teeth and stared at the man that if looks could kill, Fisher would have died countless times. If you agree, the game starts now. Her vermilion tail began to sway gently. After a moment of pondering, her hate-filled eyes flickered slightly as a sign of assent. She had to agree, for he still held the slave seals of her companions. It was her fault that they had been captured, and she must bring them back. Humph, A faint smile finally appeared on Fisher's steely face. He gently released Raphael's neck, then rose and returned to the desk, resuming his enjoyment of the iced coffee he had poured earlier. Our journey will take approximately 30 days. And during this time, the game will continue. Raphael stood up, her body trembling. Her emerald eyes blazed like a raging fire, yet she merely rubbed her reddened neck, and her expression gradually calmed. Outside, the foal neighed softly. The stars in the sky twinkled, and the wind of the southern continent picked up again, as if it were the clarion call for some game to commence. Chapter 5. Against humans. The door creaked open anew. Raphael rubbed her slightly reddened neck where the warmth of that human still lingered. Just as his words echoed in her ears, the white bedding had already been carried into the room by Lar and the others. At the door, Lar peeked out with her big, watery eyes, carefully sizing up Raphael as she emerged from Fisher's room. Lady Raphael, did he hit you? Inside the room, the bedding was spread out on the floor. Her portion was near the door. Lar sat on the bedding beside her, looking at Raphael's neck, which was red from being grasped, with a worried expression. Lar was the youngest among them. Just seeing such a sight made her eyes well up with tears. Raphael was momentarily stunned. Still lost in thought about the game conditions she had reached with Fisher, she couldn't answer at once. The slave emblem on her chest still existed, but it was now just a simple, empty shell, no longer exerting the previous sense of control. She opened her mouth, but finally revealed nothing. Instead, she gently embraced the petite Lar in front of her. No, don't worry, I'll take you all home. Lady Raphael. Behind her, Kisher and Fasher were twin sisters, rare white, scaled draconians in the tribe. They were originally assigned as Raphael's bodyguards and playmates. Who would have thought that due to Raphael's negligence? They were all captured by humans. Mill was the oldest among them, the only adult draconian. She had already had a wedding ceremony in the tribe and chosen a suitable mate. Now, she had been separated from her family for a long time. If it weren't for her own mistake, they would never have left their homeland. Knock, knock. Just as Raphael was holding Lar in her arms, there was a gentle knock on the doorframe. It was Fisher standing at the door. Except for Raphael and Lar in her arms, the others all instinctively shrank back. Come out for dinner. After uttering these simple words, he disappeared from the doorway. The draconians in the room exchanged glances. And only the soft growling of Lar's stomach answered. Lady Raphael, I'm so hungry. Lar's pitiful voice came from Raphael's arms. Raphael looked around and saw that her companions were also looking at her. Let's go. Stepping out of the room. Fisher was nowhere to be seen in the carriage. Looking up at the stairs, the door was ajar, revealing the approaching dusk sky outside. Raphael led the way out. The fresh night breeze blew over her scales. As soon as she stepped out of the carriage, she remembered the game rule she had made with that human. That is, she could assassinate him outside the carriage. If she killed him, she would win the game and gain freedom. Her emerald eyes lit up slightly as she instinctively searched for the man's figure. There he was, standing by the river, holding a strange long stick and looking out at the wilderness across the river. In the distant, darkening field, a few faintly glowing eyes were sizing them up. Fisher raised the long stick in his hand towards the distance. Raphael suddenly realized something. Her tail twitched slightly, and the next second, a deafening bang came from the stick in his hand. Bang. Roar. Fisher watched as a hapless wild wolf in the distance tumbled to the ground. The other wolves around it were so frightened that they scattered in all directions. So, that terrifying roar didn't come from them. He put away his musket and turned to look at the vermilion draconian whose pupils had shrunk to mere slits. Her scales were slightly raised, and a great deal of hot steam was seeping out. She crouched on the ground, warily eyeing the man with the gun, as if terrified that he would shoot at her. The other draconians had all hidden behind the carriage, only showing their fearful eyes. I see. Fisher glanced at Raphael and quietly put away his musket. Can you start a fire? Roar. Raphael's claws trembled slightly, and there was still a faint growl in her voice, like a frightened wild animal. If not, go and fetch that wolf. If you don't want to starve tonight, hurry up. He carried the gun and placed that terrifying weapon behind his back. He bypassed Raphael, who was still in a combat, ready position on the ground, and strode straight to the side of the carriage, pushing aside the draconians hiding there. Move aside. There was a portable fire pit in the hidden door here, which could start a fire with magic. He didn't know how many more times it could be used. The magic circle was already very faint the last time he used it. That's just how magic items are. It takes a long time to construct the magic circle. They're not very durable, and they're extremely expensive. No wonder those guys in St. Nari are always researching steam engines. What's that thing? The one that makes noise. While setting up the fire pit, Fisher suddenly heard a soft, delicate voice. He thought it was the chattering of the earth spirits in the ground. Looking back, he was surprised to find that it was the youngest blue draconian talking to him. Her name was Lar, right? He saw her pale face as she stared at the musket on his back, still in shock as she looked at the smoking muzzle. That it was as if the bullet that hit the wild wolf had hit her. She instinctively touched her scales to make sure there was no blood seeping out. This? Yes. It's a gun. Fisher replied while activating the almost vanished magic circle, not even bothering to turn around and look at her. Is it made by magic? No. It's man-made. Is it used against us? He wasn't sure if she meant subhumans or draconians, but obviously this assumption was inaccurate. Beneath the glory of human civilization, there were always countless sordid things. So he shook his head. No, it's used against humans. Lar opened her mouth. Her brain seemed like a cauldron, still simmering over the taste of the previous conversation. Lar. Mill had only taken her eyes off Lar for a second or two when she found that Lar was talking to that dangerous human. And then the human suddenly raised his gun and stood up. Frightened, she immediately rushed towards Lar, trying to protect her with her body. But then the human fired a shot across the river. Bang! The soil in the distance was blasted up by the shot. After that, there was a panicked shout. Damn it, Ronnie has been hit. Hurry up, that bastard's not to be messed with. Press on his chest, he's bleeding. In the darkness, there was a commotion over there. Faintly, there were arguments and 1 or 2 random gunshots. Like random fire to cover the retreat of their comrades, Lar and Mill, who had rushed over, stared blankly at the figures gradually disappearing into the darkness on the other side of the river. They couldn't help but open their mouths and look at the expressionless human male who had started to tinker with the fire pit on the ground again. The southern continent was full of gold, attracting many explorers from the western continent to come and exploit these precious treasures. Naturally, there were also many outlaws among them. Before Fisher came, he had heard that the council wanted to exile those extremely vicious criminals to an island near the southern continent, on the grounds that it could save a lot of money on building and maintaining prisons. Anyway, the southern continent was a mixed up place, and many people had stayed here forever and couldn't return to the western continent. Those bandits just now were probably attracted by the gunshots and the sound of horse hooves. Fisher, whose physical fitness had been enhanced, keenly heard their faint conversations. The previous research results on subhumans had brought him many benefits, such as his extremely strong physical fitness, sharp observation skills, and the ability to drive magic. Lar. Raphael also came back carrying the wild wolf on her shoulders. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Lar was safe and sound. Fisher glanced at her expressionlessly and pointed at the lit fire pit under his feet. I have some research to do tonight. Have dinner first. The others didn't understand what Fisher meant, but Raphael's lips tightened slightly as she stared fixedly at the figure of the man in front of her. Chapter 6. Then the black horse neighed softly by the river, then lowered its head to drink the water again. Beside the carriage, a hairless wild wolf was roasted to a crispy exterior and tender interior. It was a pity that Fisher hadn't brought any spices, so he found it rather tasteless and didn't eat much. However, these draconians, especially the little draconian named Lar, ate with grease running down their mouths. Most of the wolf went into her stomach. He leaned against the carriage, confirming that the fight with Raphael inside the carriage just now hadn't damaged the overall magic formation. If the spatial magic of the carriage compartment collapsed, he wasn't sure what would happen to the creatures inside. Perhaps they might be squashed by the items suddenly squeezed together. The yellow-scaled draconian named Mill ate as sparingly as Fisher. She sat beside the carriage early on, watching several young draconians enjoying their food. How old are you? Fisher noticed her yellow scales gradually changing from smooth close to her body to sharp, slightly protruding on the surface of her skin like a small suit of armor. Thus, he became interested and asked. Mill's pointed ears perked up slightly. She turned her head in surprise, just meeting Fisher's direct gaze. Immediately, she lowered her eyes a bit to avoid it. 22 years old. I see. How long does it take for draconians to mature? Mature? Mill opened her mouth, not knowing what she was thinking about. She lowered her head even more, and her voice became much softer. Probably draconians of my age are already capable of bearing children. Fisher's eyes turned dead fish-like, and he was suddenly speechless. Was this girl a fool? The language bonus from the manual of completing subhuman girls was directly poured into his mind. That it was a novel experience. In just an instant, a lot of strange grammar and language thinking appeared in Fisher's mind, but obviously, he couldn't use them well yet. Sometimes, he would blurt out some ambiguous sentences. I mean, at what age do they reach adulthood? He rubbed his temples, then adjusted his wording. It took him a long time to find the corresponding draconian words in his mind. Th. That. Mill's scales stood up slightly. She became even more embarrassed. Her tail kept swishing behind her. Her body language was very obvious, but the words that came out were still soft. 20. 20 years old. I see. Then, Raphael's age should be close to 20. What's your name? Mill glanced at Fisher beside her. After hesitating for a while, she still asked. For some reason, she always felt that this human beside her was different from other humans, and she couldn't explain why. If it were other humans, she would definitely be too scared to speak. After all, her mother had said that she was the most timid among all her yellow draconian sisters, and she hadn't been back home for a long time. She wondered if Bull had married another draconian. Thinking of this, Mill suddenly felt a bit sad. Fisher Benavides. Ah, Fisher. She was pulled out of her thoughts and then murmured Fisher's name a few times. She glanced at that tall human man again. Then quickly shifted her gaze and fell silent. Fisher didn't say anything either. He looked in the direction of the campfire, where Lar was still munching away. That one person could outcompete those two white draconian sisters. It showed how strong his fighting ability was. Raphael was holding a wolf leg in her hand. While eating, she was warily watching Fisher, who was talking to Mill, afraid that he would do something bad secretly again. Fisher smiled faintly. He took out a cigarette from his bosom, lit it, and walked a little farther away from the carriage. He was going to call the two horses back. It was almost night, and it was about time to set up defensive magic to prevent any uninvited guests at night. Whistle, nay, he let out a soft whistle, and the two foals immediately galloped back happily and stopped beside the carriage behind him. I command you, the doom of attackers, to shelter us. Then, Fisher knocked on the edge of the carriage. As he whispered the incantation, one of the complex magic patterns inside was awakened, glowing a deep purple light. Looking closely, the deep purple glow was full of circular magic words, symbolizing the profound magic power of the master who set up this magic. This magic wasn't set up by Fisher. He didn't have such a level yet. Looking at the purple light in front of him, Fisher suddenly thought of the figure of a certain witch and couldn't help smiling softly. He relaxed only after the purple glow completely enveloped the surrounding space. The Draconians were all shocked when they saw the purple light covering the nearby space like an aurora, although only Raphael could clearly see the terrifying level of the magic arrangement. The other Draconians just thought this purple light was ominous and scary in color. Are you full? Fisher crushed out the cigarette, but just as he asked, he saw the bones with no meat left scattered beside the campfire. Lar was lying on the ground picking his teeth with his hand on his stomach. Kashir and Fahir were in a similar situation. It seemed the answer was obvious. You can move around freely here. Raphael, come with me first. Raphael pursed her lips. She knew what he wanted from her. It was about the research. Although she didn't know what this research meant in this human's mouth, Raphael had already defaulted it as something bad. In her eyes, everything Fisher did was bad. She glanced at her companions and instructed, don't stay outside for too long, and don't go out of this purple light circle. You take care of Lar. After getting nods from her companions, she jumped onto the carriage and entered the space inside. Outside, Mill looked worriedly at Raphael's disappearing back, then turned to her companions and asked, why did Fisher only call Raphael in? Is it because he knows Raphael is the chief's daughter? Or is it for some other reason? Lar pointed at Mill in shock and said, Fisher, that's the human's name. Mill, you know his name. How do you know it? Fahir and Kashir also turned to look at her, making Mill instantly wave her hands in a fluster. He told me. I'm worried about Raphael. When she got nervous, her tail behind her kept wagging. Fahir pondered for a while and said, Mill, where do you think he's taking us? Maybe to sell us. To their hometown? I've heard other Draconians say that humans come from another far away place, Kashir added. But Lar shouted, no, there are humans here too, and goblins. Fahir glared at Lar. No, Lar, don't interrupt. I mean, those humans wearing nice clothes and holding guns. Lar said, yes, guns. Those humans who hold guns and can use magic come from another place. Maybe they come from the sea, or maybe they fly here. Who knows? I mean, you won't take us back in the same way. As soon as these words were said, all the Draconians were scared. After a long silence, Lar pitifully raised his hand. I can't swim. Even if we have to go by sea, Mill has to carry me. Shut up, Lar. The flames of the campfire were flickering. The Draconians were speculating about Fisher's itinerary, just like dealing with math problems in the final exam. They couldn't guess the answer. However, at least they had something to gain. That is, the roasted wolf meat in their stomachs and the knowledge that the human's name was Fisher. Chapter 7. Research. Just find a place to sit down. Today's research is just for some basic external data. Raphael followed Fisher into the previous room again. She saw him explaining while taking out a paper manuscript from the table with words she couldn't recognize. External data. Raphael hugged herself uneasily. the door behind her closed automatically, and suddenly, the whole room fell silent. This human always said some words that were hard to understand, such as research and data, which had no clear meaning in the draconian language. Most of the time, Fisher used similar words as substitutes, and when he couldn't find any, he just transliterated them in the Naili language. Don't just stand there. Sit on the chair behind. Raphael sat silently on the wooden chair behind. Then, the man in front of her touched the black strip-shaped object standing around. The transparent cover actually emitted light, which startled her. It wasn't magic. Was it some kind of bugs or stones that were glowing? Or was it the souls of subhumans he had collected that were shining? She had heard from her mother before that draconian souls were hot, so they would emit light and guide lost draconians in the wild back to their hometown every year, but she had never seen it. So she didn't know if it was true. She didn't know that the light converging on her body was just to allow Fisher to better observe the research object. He put on a monocle that emitted a little faint light. This was a special magic item that could see the flow of magic power in a creature's body. Some subhumans' physical characteristics would change with the flow of magic power in their bodies. He wondered if draconians were the same. It was very rare to directly study draconians in the Western continent, and he had traveled all over the Southern continent to find this red-scaled draconian. According to what other draconians said, draconians of this color were very rare. If this wasn't the so-called Scarlet Dragon Queen, he would just have to accept it. From now on, don't move. He drew the small mobile table, positioned beside the desk, closer to him, upon which lay an assortment of tools unfamiliar to Raphael. However, the glint of a metallic object under the light aroused her suspicion. It might be some peculiar instrument of torture. Is this what research entails? She clenched her teeth. Just as Fisher took out a measuring tape, he noticed her close her eyes, embodying a spirit of self-sacrifice. He was momentarily taken aback. Yet his expression remained impassive as he resumed his task. The first order of business was to measure her fundamental statistics, such as height, weight, tail length, and age. You were quite fearful of guns. As she felt a sudden chill envelop her legs, her eyelids fluttered slightly. Yet, the man's flat, almost conclusive statement compelled her to open her eyes. If that thing pierced your body, you would resemble a caterpillar. The tape measure unfurled slightly, reflecting Fisher's serious demeanor. A fitting description. Raphael bit down on her teeth, her claws tightening in her hand, yearning to rend this loathsome human apart. The scales of her draconic form did not cover her entire body. A significant portion, particularly from her knees to her lower abdomen, was devoid of scales. However, clad in coarse linen, Fisher could not ascertain the specifics. When would he attempt to assassinate me? Should he fail, it would only further his research. Fisher glanced down at the scales on her calves, where a small circular patch, slightly lighter in hue than the surrounding areas, caught his attention. He gently extended his hand, gripping her calf, feeling the warmth of the scales along with the contour of her leg muscles. The draconic scales were not abrasive. They felt remarkably pleasant to the touch, save for a few hardened, armor-like scales that served a protective function in adulthood. Raphael inhaled sharply, her right foot claws curling involuntarily. Such beautiful scales. You've been shot here, and these scales have newly grown. Had it not been for those detestable guns, those humans would not only have failed to capture me, but they would all be dead. She licked her lips, her emerald eyes brimming with ferocity, as if she were poised to devour him. To ensnare her, humans had deployed a dozen armed slave catchers, 3/4 of whom she had slain, thus earning special treatment upon her capture. She vividly recalled how those humans had beaten her mercilessly, yanked her scales off with pliers, and sliced her skin with knives. Raphael's pupils narrowed into slits. If she could eliminate the human before her, she could return and exact her vengeance, making them pay for their transgressions. Her murderous intent was palpable, causing Fisher's grip on the scales to stiffen. Whenever Raphael became agitated, the scales would instinctively rise to convey her feelings. He was unsure of the origins of the steam, but he would investigate later. He gently smoothed the upright scales with his hand, then turned to retrieve a silver knife from the table. Upon seeing him brandish the weapon, Raphael emitted a roar akin to a dragon's, making Fisher feel as though he were grasping a scalding kettle, forcing him to release his hold. Roar. Unfazed by her terrifying threat, Fisher remained composed, seated before her. The night will bring pain to the area struck, will it not? Raphael's pupils dilated slightly. After being shot, you were merely subjected to a simple extraction of the bullet. They lacked knowledge on how to treat subhumans' wounds. The individual tending to your injuries was likely not a qualified physician, leaving you with hidden injuries in your right leg and left hand. Rain, movement, the shifting of scales will all aggravate the damaged muscles beneath, causing you considerable pain. Correct. The reason you failed to ambush me previously was due to your lack of coordination. Your right leg could not keep pace with your left hand lagged behind your right. Your movements were too slow, allowing me to exploit your opening. You carry injuries, and without my treatment, success in your assassination is impossible. Seizing the moment while Raphael was momentarily distracted, he deftly pried open the lighter-hued scales, revealing the underlying skin, which appeared a dark purple, starkly contrasting with the surrounding fair skin. This is not your concern. I will kill you. I shall skin you alive and spill your blood upon this earth. And you shall die a most agonizing death. I will see it through. Raphael's scales rose once more, yet no steam emerged. Consequently, Fisher grasped her right leg again. With a mocking smile, he raised the silver knife. Can you truly accomplish that, little dragon? The silver blade sliced into the decayed muscle. Aside from the right leg he firmly held, she writhed in agony, as if transported back to the day the bullet had entered her body. Yet this anguish was far more profound, as though it penetrated to her very marrow. Who knew what those slavers had coated the bullets with to incapacitate these physically superior subhumans? The muscle was nearly rotting away to the bone. Bang! 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 The silver knife trembled slightly, while Raphael's tail thrashed furiously against the ground, but Fisher's left hand gripped her right leg with the strength of a vice, rendering it immovable. I will kill you. I will kill you. Kill you. Ugh. As the treatment progressed, the imminent threat of her wrath began to give way to a hint of tears. Drops of blood trickled from her body onto the floor, followed by bursts of scalding steam that made Fisher wince and avert his gaze. His floor. Thankfully, the treatment was finally complete. Fisher took up bandages and medicine, wrapping layer upon layer around her calf. In truth, the duration was not extensive. Outside, the sounds of her companion's return were yet to be heard. However, every additional second of pain felt like an eternity, especially without anesthesia. There will be opportunities, should you seize them. This was his response to her declarations of intent to kill him. Fisher observed Raphael, slumped in the chair, as he continued to measure the remaining data of her body, ignoring her current murderous glare. Subhumans recover swiftly. I expect you will be fully healed in no time. I look forward to your assassination. Tonight's research concludes here. You may return. He stood up, tossing the bloodied silver knife onto a nearby tray, washing his hands in clear water before extinguishing the light. Though the illumination vanished, Raphael still perceived the vivid afterimages, along with the silhouette of the man turning away, etched into her mind. I will kill you. Best of luck, Miss Dragon. Chapter 8. The Map That Night. The research concluded. And Raphael limped back to her room, seething with resentment. Both her right leg and left hand were bandaged. The wounds throbbed painfully, and each movement felt as if it were driving the pain deep into her bones. Unable to move, she lay quietly on her bed for a considerable time before her companions returned one by one. They had spent far too long in their cage, rarely having the chance to roam freely. So their faces bore a look of reluctance upon their return. However, they were soon captivated by the sight of Raphael's dire condition on the bed. Laurel cautiously knelt beside her, visibly concerned. Lady Raphael. Your wounds. They were all aware of the incident where Raphael had been shot and how those wounds tormented her each night. I am fine. Raphael opened her eyelids slightly, yet they remained closed enough to render her vision somewhat hazy. Laurel, however, persisted, lowering her head to sniff around the bandaged area, then wrinkling her nose in disgust, exclaiming, It smells bitter. That human must have poisoned Lady Raphael. I am certain. My mother once used such poison. I saw her pigs cry out in agony. Kashir delivered a sharp slap to her head. Stop talking nonsense. Your mother raises Lulu pigs. How could she use poison on them? Step aside. She bent down to sniff at Raphael's wound and then raised her head to Fasher and Mill, declaring, It's blue flower, a hemostatic and healing remedy. Lady Raphael, he treated your wounds. That fat man surely did not tend to you properly. Or else you would not be in such pain at night. I did not ask him to help me. Raphael, somewhat ungrateful, suddenly opened her eyes and interrupted Kashir, but upon seeing the worried expressions of her companions, she pursed her lips and closed her eyes again. How could she not realize that the human had indeed assisted her in treating her wounds? She simply refused to acknowledge it, perhaps wanting to view his assistance as a mockery, fueling her desire to assassinate him even more. Regardless, the most important thing now is for Raphael to rest well. Laurel, stop fussing. Come sleep over here. Your tail is always flailing about, and it might unintentionally touch Raphael's wounds. Mill smiled, deftly diverting the topic. She glanced at Laurel, making arrangements for their nighttime rest in place of Raphael. No. Why do you always say my tail is unruly? It is perfectly fine. How would you know if you were asleep? Fasher teased, playfully patting her tail and continuing to jest. Rafael likes to sleep with her tail in her arms, that I'm just imitating her, that I'll hold it tightly and won't move around. Lar quickly laid down beside Rafael and mimicked her by hugging her own blue tail. However, her tail wasn't as long as Rafael's, so it was quite a struggle for her to hold it. After just a short while, she found the sleeping position uncomfortable. She pouted as she looked at the motionless Rafael beside her. Rafael wouldn't be able to hold her tonight. But behind her, Milk kindly took her in her arms and pulled her under the covers. There that we all understand that it's just a bit unruly. At least your intention to hold it is good. You're just spoiling her, Sister Mill. Her mother will think you've spoiled her rotten. My mother would never think so. Kashir also lay on the bed and mumbled to herself. She was on the same side as Fahir and didn't have much patience for the naughty Lar. The room remained brightly lit. There was that glowing thing on the ceiling that Rafael had seen in Fisher's room. They didn't know how to turn it off and thought humans slept with the light on at night. Rafael felt rather tired, so she closed her eyes. With each breath, the pain from her wound gradually subsided, turning into a feeling close to coldness and heaviness. She was getting sleepy, just before falling asleep. She suddenly couldn't remember when it was the last time her companions had talked like this. When exactly had they been captured by humans? A few months? Half a year? Or even longer? She pondered hazily and suddenly felt an intense longing to go home. It seems the wound doesn't hurt anymore. Early the next morning, Fisher called Rafael into his room. When Rafael saw him, he was wearing a white shirt and standing behind his desk, sipping cold coffee. After Rafael approached, he clapped his hands to turn on the lamp beside him and, just like the night before, gently grasped her right leg. This time, her scales didn't stand up, nor did they emit that terrifying steam. That human seemed to be incredibly focused when conducting research. His eyes were completely fixed on her body, as if physically scanning every scale and every inch of her skin. This thought. She suddenly felt a bit self-conscious and shifted her gaze to other decorations in the room. It took her a long time to reply to Fisher's inquiry. Fisher didn't mind. After confirming that the wound had stopped bleeding, he slowly stood up and said, "The recovery speed of dragon people is beyond my imagination. I estimate that you'll be able to run at full speed in just a day or two. Dragon people are born warriors. The fire of battle burns in our blood from birth." This minor injury. Rafael retracted her right leg and stretched her claws on the ground. Her words were tinged with pride. Fisher didn't respond to her remarks. He returned to the desk, washed his hands with water, and said to her, "There's no breakfast today. We're changing our route temporarily. First, we'll go to the nearest city of Kekin for supplies. We'll stay there for a day and a night. This time off the carriage will be a good opportunity for you." Rafael had no recollection of the city he mentioned. In fact, she wasn't even clear about their current location. The land of the southern continent was extremely vast. For the dragon, people who had lived on the southern shore of the continent all year round. They didn't even realize that they had been taken by that circus across half of the continent and had arrived at the north. Closest to the western continent, Fisher tidied his clothes, put on his waistcoat, picked up his pocket watch, and once again transformed into a proper gentleman. He gently tapped his finger, and a map unfurled on the wall, revealing the patterns on it. In front of Rafael's eyes appeared a world map, made by the Royal Cartography Committee of Sanari. Even though she couldn't read a single word on it, the huge map gave her some simple ideas. This is the continent where your people have lived for generations. As for your hometown, it's probably in this area, at most not reaching the middle. Fisher stretched out his hand and marked a small area on the southern part of the southern continent. With just this simple gesture, he encapsulated the history of dozens of generations of the dragon people. Rafael had always wanted to leave the tribe and see the outside world. She had run away from home many times and embarked on solo journeys, thinking she had gone very far, all the way to the ends of the earth. In fact, she had only covered a small corner of this vast continent. She looked further up on the map, where there was another more detailed continent with various dividing lines and numerous markings. It faced the southern continent across the sea, was of similar size, and was filled with human words. You really came from the sea. They had come from the sea, bringing slaughter and fire to this continent and occupying this once peaceful land. Yes, to be precise, we came by steamship. If your assassination attempt hadn't failed, I would have shown you what it is. I don't want to see it. Well, go and wake them up. We have to set off. Fisher snapped his fingers, and the map that had given Rafael such a great shock rolled up again. He picked up his hat and cane, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and walked out of the carriage through the stairs. Outside the carriage, the early morning wilderness brought a gentle, moisture-laden breeze. Fisher lit his tobacco. Amid the curling smoke, he looked into the distance through the purple magic formation outside the carriage and faintly caught a glimpse of a long, Gray wisp of smoke on a distant mountaintop. There was a human settlement from the western continent. Without a doubt, it was the city of Kekin they were heading for. He whistled softly. And the purple magic slowly retracted onto the surface of the carriage. The horses were roused and went to the riverside to drink water, wagging their tails. Chapter 9. The tail clip, clop, clip, clop. With a gust of wind, Fisher's carriage rattled into view in front of the still, under, repair city of Kekin. The city wall here had just been completed. The uneven mud at the city gate was full of carriage tracks and horse hoof prints. The city guards with guns were patrolling at the entrance. Many farmers who had gone out to gather supplies were holding their agricultural products and queuing up to enter the city through the gate. There were countless posters pasted at the city gate, advertising the city and local shops. They featured oil-painted pictures of scantily clad blonde women along with the addresses of the shops. Above the city, a griffin flag fluttered in the wind. Catching Fisher's eye through the brim of his hat. Fortunately, it was a city of Sanari. If it were a city of Shwali or Kadu, as a citizen of Sanari, he would have to pay an entrance fee and probably some taxes as well. Fisher gently slapped the horse's rump and continued forward. Respected sir, please show your identification. At the gate, a bearded soldier with a musket on his back coughed and respectfully asked Fisher to show his papers. Several young soldiers behind him were looking eagerly at Fisher's carriage with its elaborate patterns, seemingly impatient. But after Fisher took out the Southern Continent travel permit and citizen certificate, specially issued by the Sanari government, the leading officer winked at the soldiers behind him, and they disappointedly pouted and went back to their duty post to chat. So you're a gentleman from Sanari. Have a pleasant stay in the city. Welcome to Kekin. Next. Fisher glanced at him calmly and reached out to retrieve his documents. The carriage passed through the city wall's gateway, and behind it came a dark, red carriage. It was obvious that its owner was from Shwali. They favored dark red in their decorations, and even their wedding ceremony clothes were a bulky dark red. The same procedure of document inspection took place, but this time the young soldiers had their hands full. He averted his gaze, pulled down the brim of his hat, and ignored what was going on behind him. The roads inside the city weren't well built yet. There was dirty mud everywhere and sewage discharged from the shops. For cities on the southern continent, the most important thing was to build the city wall and the shops. Other things could wait. The sanitation and living conditions in most cities were rather poor. But it was still bearable, and Fisher didn't plan to stay here for long. Sir, look over here. There's an inn for the night. They'll take care of your horses and carriage for free and provide warm water and towels in the morning. It only costs 50 euros per night, and there are discounts for long-term bookings. The most authentic food from Sanari. Native from the southern continent. Ladies from Sanari. Sisters from Shwali. Sir, are you alone tonight? The carriage was moving slowly. Along the way, there were constantly odd job boys running alongside, promoting their shops to Fisher. Of course, there were also promotions for restaurants and brothels, highlighting the unique features of their establishments. Fisher ignored them. He gently tapped the carriage door behind him with his cane. After waiting for a while, just as the door was about to be pushed open, Fisher suddenly pressed his hand on the door, preventing it from opening fully. This is a human city. Stay inside for now. It was you who knocked on the door to call me. Only after Fisher spoke in the dragon language did the force pushing the door gradually subside. Only a pair of green eyes peeked out from the crack of the door, staring at him. Afterwards, first procure some food, and once you have delivered it to them, proceed to the second room on the left to find an outfit to wear. Then accompany me to purchase supplies. A pair of eyes scrutinized him momentarily before retreating silently back into the carriage, presumably to notify her companions, with a carriage inscribed with spatial magic at his disposal. There was no need for him to seek refuge in a dilapidated inn. However, a place to halt the carriage was still necessary. Thus, he summoned a stable boy from an establishment that permitted only the parking of carriages and instructed him to guide him. Once the carriage was maneuvered into a corner of the rudimentary stable, he finally opened the carriage door. Many travelers' carriages were parked here, with some individuals residing in the vicinity, primarily the drivers of the carriages. Fisher deliberately chose the farthest corner to avoid attracting attention to the carriage's contents. He commanded the inn's chef to prepare a meal of roast chicken for 5 and a bread platter for 1. And the cost of this meal for the Dragon Maidens approached 100 euros, causing Fisher's brow to twitch upon settling the bill. The funds for their purchases had been scavenged from the hapless Orin, who had initially been merely inquiring about sightings of the Crimson Dragonfolk. Unexpectedly, the informant and merchant had turned his sights upon him, leaving Fisher with no choice but to accept his entire fortune with tears in his eyes. Realizing that his expenditures on the southern continent would be considerable, Fisher had brought nearly all his possessions, yet each time he handed over money, his expression grew increasingly rigid, as though his very lifeblood were being drained. In this era, there were numerous lucrative ventures, yet none seemed to align with his fate. It appeared that the Mother Goddess had no intention of granting him fortune this year, and his financial situation stood as the most dire phase of his life. As Fisher grasped the large platter of turkey, he returned to his carriage with 7 plates balanced steadily in his hands, much to the alarm of the inn staff. Upon merely opening the carriage door, a cacophony of chattering erupted from within, leading Fisher to momentarily believe he had stumbled into a cotton factory on the outskirts of St. Nailey. This is certainly not how one wears it. I believe it should be turned inside out. Ah, I see. This is human clothing. How could there be an opening for a tail? No wonder we couldn't distinguish the front from the back. Fisher was likely the second smartest among them. Aside from Raphael, despite her occasional childishness, she often identified blind spots that her companions overlooked, as was the case now. Listening to the conversation, Fisher could roughly surmise the calamity. Unfolding inside as he descended the stairs with the turkey, he was greeted by a remarkably chaotic dressing area. He found himself wanting to rub his temples but quickly realized he had no third hand to do so, excluding the chatter of the surrounding dragonfolk. His gaze was soon drawn to a lengthy red tail. Following the tail's connection to the spine, he noted the slightly glistening red scales, and on her back, large patches of creamy skin were marred with faint red scars. Even from the back, Fisher could catch a glimpse of the broad, soft contours at the front. Raphael turned around in a panic to look at Fisher, her tail lifted slightly, but seemingly recalling something. She hastily lowered it to cover her lower half. Human clothing does not suit me well. Fisher maintained a composed demeanor as he took in the sight of her ill-fitting white shirt and pants. Resembling tattered rags, he had prepared suitable garments for the dragonfolk before their arrival, stored in the dressing area with inscriptions in Draconic. Why had she not discovered them? You all, come and collect your lunch. 1 portion each, no more. Is it delicious? Laurel, it's all your fault. Mill, you must have spoiled her. Huh. Laurel was the most exuberant, having just been playing with the clothes on the floor, rushing over at the sight of food. Eager to partake first, her companions, unable to restrain her, also set down their clothing to join her for the meal. Once all the chicken was distributed, Fisher finally had the space to enter the dressing area and assist Raphael with her clothing. He observed her claws struggling to fit through the holes of the white shirt, causing it to bulge awkwardly, and she was merely draped in a long top that covered only the front, limiting the movement of her arms. Thus, the expanse of her red dragon scales became visible to Fisher. I should have inscribed the clothing you were to wear in Draconic. Why are you rummaging through everything? Raphael, unable to see Fisher, sensed his presence nearby, even feeling his breath against her scales. Strangely, although dragonfolk scales are usually warm, at that moment, his breath felt pleasantly warm rather than scorching, so she did not withdraw her head. The next moment, the room fell into a second of silence, with no movement or words exchanged. Fisher felt her long tail gently tugging at his body, allowing her red hair to cascade over his chest, obscuring her expression. For an unprecedented moment, he found himself momentarily dazed, then composed himself to gently remind her, your tail. Yet, that simple utterance seemed to release the steam valve of a factory. The familiar scorching steam erupted uncontrollably from Raphael's body, her tail, which had been loosely wrapped around his waist, suddenly pushed outward, causing Fisher to stagger backward. However, he still clutched the clothing entangled around her neck. Rip. Bang. Inevitably, as the clothing tore, Fisher fell backward while Raphael stumbled forward, resulting in 2 resounding crashes echoing through the dressing area. You. The red tail gently swayed in front of her, concealing her exposed form as Raphael adjusted her posture against the corner of the dressing area, her long tail instinctively shielding her. Fisher, meanwhile, stared blankly at the ceiling, not daring to glance in her direction. The next moment, the ever-enthusiastic Laurel, hearing the commotion, bounced over from the adjacent room and burst into view. Oh no, Lady Raphael has fallen, and so has Fisher. Mill, come quickly. It must be that Lady Raphael's tail is too large, and the clothes couldn't fit. I told you so, but you didn't believe me. It appeared that even without dedicated research time, one could glean information about dragonfolk. He propped himself up, wordlessly turning to toss the clothing he held to the still-seated Raphael. There are instructions inside. This time it should fit, so don't let Laurel and her companions devise a plan for you. Strangely, he found himself somewhat looking forward to Raphael attempting to retaliate against him, only to fail and face punishment. He cast a glance at Laurel, who, upon hearing this, looked at him incredulously, her expression tinged with grievance. And he reached out to ruffle her hair before picking up a piece of bread and heading back outside the carriage. Chapter 10. Keegan Fisher lit a cigarette at the entrance. his well-tailored black suit accentuating his youthful, handsome appearance, causing the surrounding drivers to steal glances. They couldn't help but wonder what sort of noble family could entice such a gentleman to willingly serve as a driver. For a moment, various speculations swirled in their minds, yet Fisher remained oblivious. Before he had even finished his cigarette, the carriage door slowly opened, revealing a modest skirt. Although the color was plain, the style was appropriate, qualifying it as ladylike attire. If one could overlook the dragon tail peeking from beneath the hem and her unabashed posture. It looks splendid. It seems my design skills are still intact, Fisher remarked, assessing Raphael, who was similarly inspecting her own form. However, it was evident that the dragonfolk's understanding of human fashion was lacking, as she found the outfit more convoluted than armor, the abundant fabric preventing her tail from extending comfortably. The tail still feels rather ill-fitting. Indeed, human taste is notoriously poor. Seeing her tail raised again, awkwardly lifting the back of her skirt, Fisher could only facepalm, pointing at her back. Do not move your tail. Let it hang down. This outfit is undoubtedly the most suitable for you, and it will not impede your combat capabilities. Once your injury has healed, you should be able to run at full speed, likely within a day or two. However, if you feel compelled to act today, I would not object. Have you changed into your undergarments? Fisher's gaze fell upon the tail that dangled between her skirt. For reasons unknown, Raphael could always detect a certain expectation in the tone of the other party, which led her to suspect that there might be some trap awaiting her. Underwear, what is that? Raphael shot a glance at Fisher, then spoke with a hint of confusion. Fisher remained silent, merely extending his index fingers to trace a triangle in the air before looking at her with utmost seriousness. Raphael opened her mouth, seemingly still processing the situation, when her tail suddenly shot up, and she exclaimed loudly, I have it on. I have it on. Isn't it mentioned in your instructions? Embarrassment and anger surged within her, causing steam to seep from her entire outfit, the piercing sound startling the coachman napping nearby in the stables. That is well. Then, follow me, Fisher said, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he donned his hat and strode outside with his cane in hand. This human, Raphael gritted her teeth, feeling an irritable frustration towards the teasing Fisher. It was only now that she recognized the demonic essence concealed beneath his stern facade, utterly detestable, before she could make a move. The man ahead snapped his fingers, and a purple light illuminated the carriage behind them, isolating the entire vehicle as if merely to compel her to hurry along, though it startled Raphael nonetheless. Once her injury had healed, she vowed to eliminate that infuriating human. With a silent determination to dispose of the bothersome figure in front of her, she flicked her tail and followed in his footsteps. As they exited the stables, Fisher's pace was swift, brushing past countless travelers along the way. There were newsboys, soldiers, and of course, the young attendants she had encountered earlier in the carriage. The surroundings were still under construction, the roads muddy, occasionally interrupted by the rattling of carriages and the chatter of passers-by. Despite it being midday, a few ladies in nightgowns languidly lounged on the second-floor balcony, their sheer white dresses barely concealing their bosoms, openly displaying their collarbones and delicate shoulders. One lady, holding a pipe, keenly spotted the hurried Fisher, her eyes lighting up like a hawk spotting its prey. After all, well-dressed gentlemen with handsome features were always their favorites. A night filled with romance and pleasure would surely yield handsome returns. Thus, she gently plucked a rose from a nearby balcony, tossing it down as Fisher passed by. Sensing something, Fisher reached out to catch the falling rose. Slightly lifting the brim of his hat to catch sight of the blonde lady winking at him from the balcony, he bestowed a gentle kiss upon the rose and performed a courteous bow, causing the lady's cheeks to flush slightly, nearly dropping her pipe in surprise. What a gentle gentleman, how unfortunate, she mused, watching as Fisher, rose in hand, walked further away. Meanwhile, Raphael, who had reached the entrance of a shop, looked on in disbelief and inquired of Fisher, who was busily examining the goods. So, is this how you humans court one another? Fisher picked up a piece of fruit from the vendor, inhaling its fragrance before responding, Court? The disdainful expression on Raphael's face piqued his interest. He handed the fruit to the vendor, casually gesturing at a few others, and continued, This does not constitute courtship. It is merely her means of attracting customers. I am somewhat special to her due to my appearance and attire. She believes she can gain something in return through this method. Each day, she may do this with a dozen or so men. Occasionally a couple will be lured upstairs to spend the night, only to be thoroughly fleeced. Raphael's mouth fell open in shock, and she exclaimed incredulously, Wait, are you saying she would do such things? And with so many people? If what you refer to as such things does not imply something else, then my answer would indeed be as such. Fisher paid the vendor, placing the fruits and flowers in Raphael's hands, treating her as a mere storage rack. Though she remained absorbed in the recent topic and did not notice, Raphael shivered, feeling an uncomfortable sensation akin to human goosebumps. Even resisting the flower in her grasp, as if it had been tainted by some invisible force, ignoring her discomfort, Fisher continued forward with his cane, seeking a magical item capable of igniting fire. Much like the one in his carriage, however, it seemed that such items were scarce in the southern continent. The only magic shop in the city merely sold simple, disposable magical tools and raw materials. It appeared he would have to craft one himself. Creating a magical item was exceedingly difficult and time-consuming, and had it not been necessary, Fisher would have no inclination to undertake such a task. Yet, having already sent that individual away, he regretted not asking her to make a few more items, conveniently repaying his expenses on her. As Fisher and Raphael, laden with magical materials, exited the shop, he shifted the conversation to her companions. Not only was he genuinely interested in those dragon people, but it was also crucial to keep Raphael talking, ensuring she remained unaware of her burdensome task of carrying items. It was a splendid twofold approach. Although Raphael was initially reluctant to speak, harboring a strong wariness towards Fisher, once he began sharing insights about the human world, she felt compelled to reciprocate with trivial details about her tribe. Particularly concerning Laurel. That rascal Laurel is the youngest in her family and the most mischievous among her 11 siblings. 11. Yes, their family is the one with the fewest children in our tribe, without Laurel. Her mother would surely be heartbroken, the fewest. Even after years of studying demi-humans, Fisher couldn't help but blink in surprise at this peculiar revelation. Mr. Fisher, please wait. Just as Fisher and Raphael stepped onto the bustling street. Transitioning their conversation from the mischievous Laurel to matters of reproduction, a male voice speaking in Naley rang out behind them. Fisher turned to look, only to see a luxurious, understated carriage come to a halt beside them. The curtains of the carriage were drawn back, revealing a young man clad in a St. Naley suit, sporting a light beard and an expression of sheer excitement. You are. Indeed, it is you. I am Keegan, a graduate of the Royal Academy of St. Naley, 2 years your junior. Upon recognizing Fisher, the man in the suit became even more animated, hurriedly leaping down from the carriage, crossing in front of the driver. As a graduate of the Royal Academy of St. Naley, where Fisher had also completed his studies and earned his degree, it was not surprising that a junior from there would recognize him. Ah, I see it a pleasure. May I ask what brings you to me? Would it be too much of an honor to invite you to lunch? Fisher shook his hand, but the next moment, Keegan clutched Fisher's hand and refused to let go, shaking it as he earnestly implored. His overwhelming enthusiasm left Fisher somewhat at a loss, even struggling to maintain his composure. Just as he considered stepping back, Keegan's grip pulled him closer. Wait, Keegan, isn't this the name of the city? Is this fellow the lord of this place? Observing the flushed and exuberant Keegan, Fisher pondered something. Then, he gently lowered Keegan's grasp on his hand, casting a glance at the bewildered Raphael beside him before nodding in agreement. Then it is settled. I happen to have a few questions for you as well. Chapter 11. The Lord's Mansion. I sincerely apologize, if possible. I would prefer to host you at the elegant restaurant of St. Naley. This city has been constructed in such a short time, and there are still many imperfections. Fisher and Raphael followed Keegan into his carriage, which took them towards his Lord's Mansion, a structure more refined than the others, centrally located amidst the city's thoroughfares. Flanked by several banks and government offices of St. Nali. It was only a few streets away from where Fisher had been shopping, allowing for a brief conversation during the ride. No need for concern. This is already one of the finest cities in the southern continent. Having traversed many cities built by the people of the western continent while journeying south from Coral Harbor, Fisher regarded Keegan City as a standout among them. He recalled instances in some smaller towns where gun violence had erupted, with residents being killed and the perpetrators unapprehended the following day, leaving the police to abandon their search altogether. Fisher's praise left Keegan feeling somewhat embarrassed as he rubbed the back of his head. Truly, it is an overstatement. May I inquire where Mr. Fisher intends to head next? Are you continuing your exploration southward, or? My destination this trip is Carlport, from where I plan to return to the western continent. Upon hearing Fisher's words, a look of regret crossed Keegan's face. But he quickly recalled something and reminded Fisher, it is likely that no ships have returned to Naley from Carlport in recent months. If you wish to depart from Carlport, you must first land at Chwali and then make your way back to Naley from there. I have heard that the contract between the port and the Naley government has expired. and the Parliament is quite dissatisfied with the annual fee currently demanded by Karlport. Both parties are still in negotiations regarding a suitable fee for this year. Fisher paused for a moment, then let out a resigned sigh. He was no longer surprised by the antics of the Parliament. It reminded him of a saying circulating among students and professors at school: the Parliament. The entirety of the Parliament cannot muster a complete brain. Just as he was about to speak, Keegan had already uttered the saying, and he was momentarily taken aback. He then looked at Fisher and chuckled. Indeed. Such is the tradition of the Royal Academy, slandering the Parliament. Provided, of course, that the Parliament consistently provides ample grounds for criticism. Nearby, Raphael, who did not comprehend the conversation, leaned against the carriage window closer to Fisher. Gazing outside, suddenly, something caught her eye, and Fisher noticed her pupils narrowing into slits, her scales bristling. This unexpected reaction startled Keegan, who glanced at Fisher and asked, "Mr. Fisher, is this the slave you purchased here?" "Ah, a research subject." "You need not be concerned." Fisher offered little more explanation. Following Raphael's gaze outside, he saw several cages lined along the street, and outside one of the cages, a bandaged man was beckoning to potential customers. Within the cage, to no one's surprise, were several demi-humans, evidently captured by local hunters in the wild. At the very top of the cage, a green juvenile draconian huddled in the corner, covered in wounds. Upon seeing Raphael's claws tightly gripping the window frame, Fisher understood her thoughts. However, he simply tucked this matter away in his mind, turning back to Keegan to continue their previous topic. If Mr. Fisher still wishes to sail directly to Naley, I would recommend heading northwest towards Phelan City after leaving the city. The contract for Critport, located north of Phelan City, has not yet expired. Moreover, a hint of envy appeared on Keegan's face. Phelan City is indeed the most prosperous city on the entire southern continent. It rivals even St. Naley. St. Naley? Fisher felt a wave of confusion wash over him at this description. No matter how early it had been established, Phelan City could not have been built for more than 5 years. Yet its reputation was being likened to that of Naley's capital, St. Naley. Was the Parliament's governance truly so poor, or was Phelan City simply flourishing? I see now. Thank you for the reminder. Keegan nodded with a smile, indicating that no gratitude was necessary. The carriage had long since passed the street where demi-humans were being sold, prompting Raphael to retract her gaze, though her pupils remained constricted and her demeanor exuded a strong desire to attack, causing Keegan to shift uncomfortably towards the driver. If he were to learn that Fisher had nullified Raphael's slave document, he might very well leap from the carriage in fright. "We have arrived." "Mr. Fisher." The carriage slowed to a halt at the entrance of the Lord's residence, where the guards standing idly at the door straightened up slightly, leading Fisher and Raphael through the grand entrance. A woman with black hair and eyes, clad in a cream-colored gown, stood elegantly at the door. Upon seeing Fisher and his party enter, she gracefully bowed and said, "Welcome." Fisher returned the gesture with equal courtesy, and Keegan stepped beside the woman, raising his hand to introduce, "This is my wife, Dora, and this is Mr. Fisher, a gentleman of great renown in St. Naley. I wish to treat him to a lunch. Could you kindly inform the chefs to prepare a bit more? Ah, and also mention it to your sister." "Of course, I shall do so immediately." Dora smiled shyly, giving a slight bow before departing. Fisher cast a glance at the 2 rings adorning Keegan's hand and remarked with a smile, "Is she from Cardew?" Cardew, one of the 3 great nations alongside Naley and Schwali, is renowned for its almost ascetic religious atmosphere. The religions currently practiced in Schwali and Naley largely stem from Cardew, albeit with modifications that have led Cardew to reject their claims of orthodoxy. Nevertheless, Schwali and Naley remain indifferent, as not everyone can endure daily prayers and ritual baths. Even the union of couples must be reserved for specific days, with separation on other days to avoid the overlap of sun and moon. In short, it is an exceedingly conservative nation, yet paradoxically the birthplace of magic. After reforms decades ago, Cardew has changed significantly. Otherwise, Fisher would not have been able to study the complete compendium of magic authored by Cardew scholars at the university. Black hair and black eyes are characteristics of its inhabitants, and Dora exemplified this. Ah, indeed, both Dora and her sister are from their at time, the Theological Academy of Cardew engaged in exchanges with our school. Ha. He smiled gentlemanly, glancing at the rings on his hand. Though the southern continent has its myriad drawbacks, it does possess its advantages, such as the virtually non-existent marriage laws here. There is no legal committee scrutinizing whether one is committing bigamy, as long as one pays the Parliament. They are granted permission to delineate territory and construct cities, despite the fact that the Parliament has never claimed sovereignty over this continent, nor do they possess the audacity to do so. Nevertheless, Schwali and other smaller nations operate in this manner, and while the Parliament may not excel in many areas, they do follow suit in this. This has resulted in a confusing territorial landscape in the southern continent, where most people delineate boundaries by cities, and the wilderness beyond is presumed to be public domain, along with the demi-humans residing there, who are regarded as public resources. Fisher glanced at Raphael beside him. She stood behind him, warily surveying the opulent decor of the Lord's residence, seemingly attempting to discern any hidden traps designed to ensnare intruders. After a thorough search, she found nothing amiss, and soon began to feel drowsy. Stifling a yawn, "Lunch will be ready shortly, Mr. Fisher. Please follow me this way for a brief respite." Keegan respectfully approached to take Fisher's cane and hat, leading the way to hang them on his designated rack before guiding Fisher towards the dining room. Chapter 12. His past the lunch Keegan prepared for Fisher could only be described as lavish, although, by the standards of the southern continent, such luxury might fall short for a gentleman accustomed to the opulence of St. Nelly. It nonetheless showcased Keegan's enthusiasm. 2 bottles of authentic Nelly West Coast wine, still sealed, were brought to the table by the servants. Fisher and Keegan sat at opposite ends of a rectangular dining table, symbolizing their significance in this meal. At one end sat 2 elegantly dressed black-haired, black-eyed ladies who bore a striking resemblance, their serene smiles reminiscent of lilies blooming beside a church, but on the other side sat a restless Raphael. Glancing at the 2 smiling human women across from her, their graceful figures and modestly crossed legs exuded elegance, even to a draconian. Thus, she awkwardly let her tail droop, remarkably keeping her legs still for once, maintaining her seated posture. Yet this effort appeared more exhausting than engaging in combat. Before long, she found it increasingly hard to endure, her tail gently swaying behind her as proof. Had she known better, she would not have accompanied Fisher. However, she suddenly recalled the juvenile draconian imprisoned in a cage earlier, so small yet forced to endure such suffering due to humans. What she pondered remained unknown to others. Yet it was these thoughts that temporarily distracted her from the discomfort of her posture, preventing Fisher's dining table from becoming too rude. By conventional standards, Raphael, ostensibly a slave, should not have been seated at this table. However, Keegan placed great importance on Fisher, and regardless of Fisher's reluctance, Keegan insisted on giving him the place of honor, even arranging a seat for Raphael. "The adult slaves are not my slaves." Keegan spared no effort in maintaining appearances. "A toast to the legend of our Royal Academy. Mr. Fisher." Fisher instructed the servant not to pour wine for Raphael, uncertain of what might happen should she drink. As the other guests' glasses were filled with the golden nectar, Keegan lifted his glass first and addressed Fisher. "You truly overstate it." Fisher raised his glass in return, but dared not concur with the term legend, continuing, "If Principal Damien were to hear how you refer to me, his beard would surely twist into spirals." Kukin put down his wine glass and chuckled. "His esteemed beard has been twisted into spirals due to anger. Ever since, let me think, it must have been 2 years ago. You know, after the esteemed king authorized the establishment of St. Neri University, he no longer attends the annual alumni gatherings, as all the discussions revolve around that new institution, overshadowing the Royal Academy completely. Is that so?" Fisher was aware of St. Neri's new university, a comprehensive institution overseen by the king. It seemed he had realized that the curriculum of the Royal Academy had become too rigid and outdated, unsuitable for the current developmental trends, thus recruiting a plethora of fresh talents to inaugurate the new university. Many of the professors were once regarded as mediocre by the Royal Academy, such as those old relics studying steam engines, chemistry, and the principles of physics. Indeed, however, I haven't returned to St. Neri in quite some time, so I'm unaware of the current situation there. I never expected to encounter you here. I still vividly remember your speech at the graduation ceremony, where you audaciously berated the principal and the dean as the decayed corpses of a bygone era. Haha. You truly frightened all of us freshers in our year. Kukin's tolerance for alcohol was quite poor. After just one drink, his face flushed crimson, yet he continued to speak with fervor. Raphael, thinking he might erupt, noticed that his previously ladylike posture was faltering and watched him warily. Haha. Thankfully, they did award me my diploma. Fisher was suddenly reminded of events from 6 years prior. At the age of 22. Brimming with youthful exuberance, though he still held disdain for those antiquated relics, he would never resort to personal attacks as he once did. After all, many things, once spoken, would not yield any benefit and would instead create numerous obstacles for oneself. Yet, the thrill of youth made it quite pleasant to have such memories brought up by Kukin. You were the top of your class at the academy, a treasured pupil among many professors. If they dared deny you your diploma, I reckon their office would be inundated with complaint letters the very next day. The waiter poured another glass of wine for Kakin, who quickly downed it. His complexion reddening even further. Lost in thought, his gaze grew somewhat melancholic as he sighed and said, "At that time, all of us freshers idolized you. Yet, upon delving into our studies, I realized I could never become like you. Not only am I foolish, but I am also timid, incapable of excelling at anything." His tolerance for alcohol was indeed quite low. After just 2 glasses, his emotion spilled forth, and at that moment, tears nearly welled in his eyes. His wife, Dora, hurriedly offered him a handkerchief to wipe away the tears. "You possess extraordinary talent and renown, and what of me, aside from my family's $1 million inheritance, the wealth that secured this city for me? And these 2 beautiful and kind wives, what do I truly have to boast about?" The 2 lovely women nearby cast him comforting glances, with Dora, sitting closest, directly taking his hand, coaxing him into a gentle smile as he reciprocated her delicate grip. Fisher's fingers tightened around the wine glass, his lips pressed together, and the steak in his mouth lost its savor. He couldn't discern whether Kakin was indulging in a display of grandeur or genuinely revealing his emotions. But seeing the flicker of sincerity in his eyes led Fisher to believe it was the latter. Otherwise, he would truly feel compelled to strike this vexing younger counterpart with his cane. "Ah. I apologize for broaching such disheartening topics. My alcohol tolerance is rather poor." Kakin rubbed his brow, and then declined the waiter's offer to refill his glass. Once his gaze cleared a bit, he turned to Raphael, who was preoccupied with cutting her meat. "So, Mr. Fisher, are you currently conducting research on subhumans? Is it biological or sociological in nature?" "Both. I have a keen interest in the subhumans of the southern and western continents," Fisher briefly mentioned. But Kakin seemed to exhibit little interest in the topic. In the eyes of humanity, the status of subhumans was exceedingly low. To him, even among slaves, humans held a far nobler position. For at least humans could communicate, couldn't they? "I see." He tapped his ringed fingers on the table, his expression contemplative, as if pondering something. Fisher continued to slice his steak without looking at him, suddenly remarking, "Is there something on your mind? If you need assistance, feel free to ask. I will do my utmost to help you." "Ah. No, you misunderstand." The still musing Kakin was abruptly interrupted by Fisher's words. Upon hearing his inquiry, he quickly smiled and explained, "It's nothing of great importance. I merely thought you might find this matter intriguing. As I have never encountered it before, I summoned doctors and scholars from the western continent, and they too expressed never having seen anything like it." Fisher paused his cutting, intrigued as he turned to face Kakin across the table. He cleared his throat and, with a hint of mystery in his tone, said, "Mr. Fisher, have you heard of the blue madness disease?" Chapter 13. Blue Madness. Blue Madness. Fisher mulled over the term, pronounced in Neri with considerable difficulty. Feeling somewhat puzzled. Indeed. Kakin took a bite of steak, quickly swallowed it, and continued, "Have you ever witnessed someone go mad, becoming akin to a mere beast? Are you suggesting a condition resembling some form of mental illness?" Yet Kakin shook his head, as if a terrifying image had flashed before him, causing him to shudder. What if, in addition, the person's eyes, nostrils, and ears all ooze blue liquid? While they rampage, they bring their mouth, dripping with blue liquid, close to you, attempting to tear at your flesh. As if we are so appetizing, countless diseases documented in medical literature raced through Fisher's mind, yet none matched this description. Throughout his extensive academic journey, such a condition had never emerged on the western continent. It didn't sound purely like a mental illness. What could explain the blue liquid? Was it poisoning, or some other form of infection? His interest piqued. He wiped his mouth and addressed Kakin. "Fascinating. Please elaborate on the details. How many samples do you have, and what is their current situation?" Let me think. Had Kakin known he was to discuss serious matters, he would have refrained from consuming so much alcohol. The alcohol seemed to dull his thoughts, making it arduous to recollect details like unwinding a rusty spring. However, it was precisely the alcohol that had prompted him to recall this issue. Otherwise, he would have never thought to complicate this light-hearted conversation with such troubling matters. Fortunately, Fisher was patient, and as Kakin pondered, he took the opportunity to observe the distracted Raphael. It turned out that Kakin's 2 wives were watching her with keen interest, causing her to readjust her posture awkwardly. Unfortunately, her manner of eating was excessively ostentatious, and attempting to feign decorum at this point felt rather late. After several seconds, Kakin finally resumed the conversation. "About 1 or 2 months ago, we received our first patient of this sort. Reported by a local doctor, She suspected it to be a new infectious disease and came to seek my opinion. So, after the report, was there any transmission? Upon hearing Fisher's question, Kukin shook his head. No. Once I learned of the matter, I had the first patient temporarily isolated in a cell, along with the doctors and nurses who had come into contact with him. However, a month has passed, and they exhibited no signs of infection, so I had to release those doctors and nurses. Yet, outside the city, new cases continued to arrive. So far, I have confined over a dozen individuals in the city's cells. Fisher squeezed his fingers, his mind racing with thoughts of potential diseases that might produce such symptoms. But the number of diseases meeting both criteria was exceedingly scant, especially the aspect of blue liquid seeping from all orifices. Interesting. Take me to the cells. There may be new discoveries to be made. Are you truly interested? That's splendid. How about we set off right now? Dora, please arrange for a carriage. Let us go see this at once. Upon receiving Fisher's confirmation, Kukin was quite exhilarated as Dora departed to arrange the carriage. Fisher took a moment to discuss with Raphael their visit to the cells to observe this peculiar ailment, considering that this condition manifested solely on the southern continent. He wondered if it might be caused by some unique phenomenon from there, casually inquiring with Raphael. Upon learning they were leaving, she readily agreed, her discomfort in the presence of those two human women making her keen to depart. Otherwise, her rear would soon feel as stiff as iron. Hearing Fisher describe the illness, she merely scoffed. Dragonfolk rarely fall ill. How would I know about your human diseases? Fisher paid no heed to her somewhat irritable tone, as he had not expected to glean any reliable answers from Raphael in the first place. At the entrance, while waiting for Keegan to return from the washroom, Fisher took a moment to confirm the proximity of anyone to his carriage with his cane. Upon noticing that a purple stripe in the middle of the cane neither illuminated nor appeared damaged, he let out a sigh of relief. This indicated that no one had tampered with the protective sigil of the carriage from either inside or outside. If the carriage was his most treasured possession, then the cane was undoubtedly his second most important item. It was inscribed with numerous ready-made magical sigils, each with varying types and effects. Unlike the wizards of novels and legends who could instantaneously conjure magic with mere incantations, the magicians of this world understood that the essence of magic lay in manipulating the world's resonance through magical circuits, which became increasingly intricate for more powerful resonances. Such complex magical circuits could not be fashioned in an instant. Most contemporary magicians inscribed their spells for later use. In moments of danger or necessity, they would release these magical circuits much like utilizing a one-time use item. Magic is not a serendipitous miracle, but a meticulous construction, was the opening remark of Fisher's professor during his first lecture on fundamentals of magical theory at the Royal Academy of St. Nellie. Although the academy was rife with the decay he could hardly bear, he had to concede that it was home to many sagacious scholars from whom he had gleaned much wisdom. The cane he held contained all the magical circuits he possessed. Losing it would constitute a significant loss, perhaps akin to 90% of the anguish of misplacing the carriage, he mused. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let us depart, he announced. Not at all, Keegan replied, wiping his hands with a towel before donning his suit jacket. Together with Fisher, they made their way outside, while Raphael followed closely, her gaze warily fixated on the two ladies who smiled and waved at her. Such peculiar humans, she thought, flicking her tail in contemplation. Speaking of which, the western continent is rather tumultuous. I have heard that tensions between Schwali and Nellie have escalated recently. Even the southern continent can sense the scent of gunpowder. The Schwalians next door have been increasingly scarce in their interactions with us, and they have been transporting a plethora of weapons. Inside the carriage, Keegan rambled on about the affairs of the western continent. Fisher and Raphael gazed out the window, passing by a street vendor selling demi-human slaves, though this time the slave trader sat idly, taking a break rather than shouting his wares. They do this every year, Keegan remarked. Not quite. Mr. Fisher, this time it is serious. The new Queen of Schwali is a shrewd and capable woman. The development of the southern continent is an opportunity she has long awaited. She no longer wishes to play house with Nellie and Cardew on the western continent. But she must first contend with the nobles within her own realm before any of that is to be realized. Neither Nellie nor Cardew will allow her such ease. As they delved into the intriguing gossip of the political landscape, their journey drew closer to the prison that Keegan had mentioned. The prison was situated just a street away from the slave market, and as they dismounted the carriage, Raphael lingered in that direction for some time. Her expression shrouded in an indecipherable gloom. However, she remained silent, and Fisher did not broach the subject, gradually retracting his gaze from her and urging her to follow him into the prison. Mr. Fisher, this way. I have confined them to the highest level. isolated from the other inmates. The prison environment was dismal, lacking coal lamps or any form of illumination, save for a solitary oil lamp in the guards' quarters. The southern continent's humid climate had caused a thin layer of moisture to cling to the stone walls, and the hollow sound of dripping echoed from the dark recesses of the cells. Fisher, with cane in hand, ascended with Keegan, and the muffled ugh-ugh-ah-ah sounds from below grew increasingly distinct. These were human voices, sounding utterly bewildered, akin to unconscious beasts. Unlike the lower levels, this upper area was equipped with more guard stations, and torches lined the outer cells, allowing Fisher to glimpse the interior more clearly. "Mr. Fisher, look," Keegan urged. And following his cue, Fisher peered through the flickering torchlight. Inside the spacious cell, several figures sat or lay about like the living dead, murmuring in low tones. Many still wore their original clothing, though months of confinement had rendered them filthy and foul. Yet, they seemed oblivious to their plight. Both men and women among them bore gaunt faces, resembling desiccated husks. Do they eat? They do. They unconsciously consume raw meat and water, but exhibit no real desire, if not provided. They do not protest. A couple have perished from starvation previously. They only respond to, well, people. It sounded like a creature conjured from the mind of a science fiction writer from St. Nailey, yet here it was, manifest before their eyes. Standing at the cell's entrance, Fisher found the distance too great to discern clearly. However, he could distinctly see the striking blue liquid dripping from the faces of those inside, pooling on the cell floor. Raphael's pupils constricted, her draconian eyes allowing her to discern their forms even in the darkness. As she observed the wretched visage of humanity before her, an inappropriate sense of gratification welled within her, reminiscent of the torment her kin had suffered at their hands. Yet, this sentiment quickly dissipated, replaced by an awareness of her own folly. Clearly, she would harbor no sympathy for the humans within. Soon, her interest waned, and she occasionally cast glances at the focused Fisher, contemplating whether an attack on him would prove successful. Yet, even if she managed to eliminate him, would she not be apprehended by other humans? Unaware of Raphael's inner calculations, Fisher squinted into the cell for a moment before suddenly turning to Keegan. "Open the cell. I wish to take a closer look. It is too far to see clearly." "Are you certain? I previously mentioned that they exhibit a degree of aggression towards the living. That is of no concern. Even if they possess some aggressiveness, their physical condition precludes any vigorous movement." Fisher regarded the frail forms within the cell. It was a miracle that they were still alive, given their prolonged minimal sustenance. Observing Fisher's determination to enter, Keegan reluctantly instructed the soldiers to unlock the cell door, also requesting that they hand him a torch as he would accompany Fisher inside. "Actually, you could remain outside. I can manage alone." Keegan smiled. "Not at all. I can provide illumination with the torch and address any issues promptly." Fisher nodded, stepping into the dark, damp cell, sensing the presence of a living being. The inmates struggled to rise, but their feeble bodies were incapable of movement, leaving them to writhe in place, their bulging eyes fixated on Fisher. A few of the inmates, having entered the cell more recently and still relatively robust, crawled towards Fisher, reaching out desperately, yet even so, they could only manage a few paces before succumbing to exhaustion, left to impotently howl. "Have their identities been confirmed?" Fisher squatted beside an immobile inmate as the torch drew nearer. He noticed the dried blue liquid that clung to the man's face. Just as Keegan had described, this viscous blue substance oozed from his body. This is rather complicated. These individuals come from various backgrounds: rural farmers, hunters, Schwalian merchants, and even traveling maidservants. There seems to be no commonality among them, and according to their friends and family, they have not shared any locations. Many have even contracted this affliction without ever leaving their homes. With each detail Keegan provided, Fisher's furrowed brow deepened, increasingly intrigued by the peculiarities of the case. If there were no apparent commonalities, then what could be the cause of this affliction? There should not have been any corresponding ailments on the Western continent prior to this. "Correct, Mr. Fisher?" Keegan, crouching on the ground with the torch, addressed Fisher. "If you're interested, you might consider including them in your new paper. I merely coined the term frenzy blue syndrome as a placeholder. How about naming it after you?" "Fisher's frenzy blue syndrome?" Fisher found the notion amusing yet absurd. "It is not as though I am the one afflicted. Why attach my name to it?" Keegan chuckled, inadvertently causing the flame to flicker, illuminating the darkened veins of the patient. Something felt amiss. Fisher seemed to discover a clue, borrowing a knife from a nearby soldier and making a small incision in the patient's emaciated skin. As the blue viscous liquid trickled from the wound, pooling on the floor, he exclaimed, "Wait, is that blue liquid their blood?" Keegan too recognized the implication. Fisher had previously noted the odd coloration of these individuals, initially attributing it to malnutrition. To his astonishment, he realized that their blood had entirely transformed into a blue hue. The veins and bodily functions appeared unaffected, save for the curious change in blood color. But what of the magical circuits? Fisher suddenly pondered this question. As long as one is human, there must inherently exist a complete magical circuit within the body. However, unlike the subhuman species such as witches, the magical circuits in humans occupy only a minuscule portion of their physique. The reasons behind the formation of these magical circuits remain a fervent subject of debate among contemporary scholars. There are two prevailing viewpoints. One posits that the magical circuit is a more intricate biological structure, imperceptible due to the limitations of current technology, thus rendering it invisible to the naked eye, leaving only the sensation of its existence. The other viewpoint suggests that the magical circuit exists independently of human biological structure, and its perceivable nature stems from a deeper essence, such as the soul. A thought flickered in Fisher's mind as he suddenly grasped his staff. The intricate ring at its end illuminated, gently prodding the surface of the patient's body. Yet, at that moment, the radiant magical glow vanished without a trace upon contact, causing a subtle change in Fisher's expression. "Mr. Fisher, what are you doing?" Upon hearing Kirkin's inquiry, Fisher remained silent, gently prodding the luminous staff against Kirkin's trousers. This time, the glow of the staff meandered up Kirkin's body as if tracing a winding but complete path. Shortly thereafter, the light circled within his body before returning to Fisher's staff. Kirkin exhaled comfortably, and when he opened his eyes again, the haze from the alcohol had completely dissipated. Is this healing magic? Fisher nodded, his demeanor growing exceedingly grave. The magical circuits in these patients have vanished. Vanished? Kirkin nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Humanity had yet to comprehend the mechanisms behind the formation of magical circuits, nor could they observe their existence through means other than magic. Yet now, before them lay a disease capable of completely stripping away a human's magical circuit. The reason Fisher had never encountered such an ailment was that they had never witnessed the disappearance of magical circuits, and consequently were oblivious to the implications of a human devoid of them. If the scholars of Schwally were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly shatter their worldview, Kirkin murmured after a moment of silence. The scholars of Schwally represent a faction in academia that argues magic burdens the body and is thus a drain on life, leading to numerous perspectives on the futility of magical circuits. Fisher rose, addressing Kirkin. "The conditions here are far too rudimentary. I shall take some samples back to St. Nailey for a more thorough examination. If any conclusions arise, I will contact you at the earliest opportunity." Kirkin glanced at the modest surroundings, aware that even Fisher could not arrive at immediate conclusions here. Fisher collected some of their blue blood and, after confirming the status of their magical circuits with his staff, prepared to take his leave. "Will you only be here for a day?" Upon reaching the base of the prison, Kirkin expressed a hint of regret. "You might as well stay a bit longer. I've heard that the Kashian circus is currently touring the southern continent, and I was planning to catch a glimpse of it." Fisher chuckled at Kirkin's invitation. After all, he had just rescued Raphael and the others from Kashian. Wondering whether the ringmaster named Colin would be frightened enough to flee upon seeing him again. Perhaps not. "I have other pressing matters to attend to." He glanced at Raphael, who was peering in a certain direction. "If the opportunity arises, I shall invite you to the Opera House upon my return to St. Nailey. Black Mamba Palace would be more suitable," he added with a gentlemanly smile. Black Mamba Palace is a renowned restaurant in St. Nailey, famous for its exquisite Black Mamba wine, which was once exclusively served to the royal family but has been made available to the public following parliamentary reforms, albeit at a steep price. Fisher nodded, bidding farewell to Kirkin as he boarded the carriage, and deliberately proceeded along the street known for the sale of subhuman slaves. Raphael followed him in silence, the bustling atmosphere of the street contrasting sharply with the peculiar silence that enveloped them. Akin to a heavy pool of water, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold my wares. Here we have werewolves for guarding your homes, and precious draconians. Their blood and scales are treasures." Fisher cast a glance at the trembling young draconian in its cage, momentarily pausing as if awaiting something. However, after a second or two, the atmosphere remained one of silence. He adjusted his hat and, gripping his staff, continued toward the stable. Behind him, Raphael glared at the draconian slave within the cage, her teeth gritting as she clenched her claws tightly, the tip of her tail forming a small swirling knot, a posture familiar to those acquainted with draconians, signifying an impending eruption of fury. "Get away, you filthy draconian slave. Move aside and don't block the way." Perhaps having lingered too long before the cage, the bandaged hunter clicked his tongue, waving his hand at Raphael as if swatting a fly. She merely lowered her head, steam beginning to emanate from her clothing, startling the hunter into instinctive retreat. "You wretched creature. Where is your master? Why is such a beast allowed to roam freely in the streets? Raphael. Her body stiffened slightly as she turned her head rigidly. Before her stood Fisher, who had turned to look at her, softly uttering words. She understood the implication of his address. The game belonged to the two of them. Should she dare to act against other humans, the game would cease, resulting in dire consequences for Rao and the others. Raphael, as if trying to crush her own teeth, bowed her head in silence. The ominous steam gradually subsiding. Ha! Your damned master has finally grasped the perils of unleashing a mad dog like you. Get away from me, or I shall summon the soldiers to apprehend that wretched scoundrel. Witnessing this scene, the terrified slave trader beside them seemed to perceive Raphael as shackled by the slave mark, his expression shifting to one of anger as he pointed an accusing finger at her. Though Raphael could not comprehend human language, she could clearly read the disgusting expression on the hunter's face. Damned, 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 damned. Those cursed humans. Cursed. Roar. The steam emanating from her exploded violently, sending the nearby slave trader flying backward. Unable to contain herself any longer, her claws unfurled like 5 blades, her pupils constricting as she charged at the tall figure of Fisher, who stood with his back to her. The fury within her burned as if it would consume her entirely. While the hissing steam sent passers-by recoiling in fear of the rampaging draconian, yet the gentleman at the center of her vision remained utterly unmoved. Fisher merely turned slightly to glance at her. His left hand resting upon his hat, his icy gaze concealed beneath the pure black brim. Chapter 15, the so-called transaction. Raphael surged toward Fisher, enveloped in searing steam, her crimson tail slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, fully unleashing the ferocity of her draconian nature. Just as she had previously stated, draconians are born warriors, a fact that is undeniably true, yet the gentleman she aimed to strike remained completely unfazed. Instead, he surveyed the surrounding crowd, ensuring they had distanced themselves before suddenly lowering his body. Raising his staff, he aligned it precisely with her blade-like claws. Rip! Flames erupted from the staff as her claws approached. Poised to slice through in a swift motion, Fisher delivered a powerful punch to Raphael's abdomen, abruptly halting her menacing attack and sending her body hurtling backward due to the force. However, in that fleeting moment before she could tumble away, Fisher gently grasped her arm, pulling her back and tossing her onto the ground. Cough, cough. Raphael bowed her head, covering her mouth as she coughed several times. Fisher had struck without mercy, leaving her stomach in disarray. The pain felt like tearing at her still-healing wounds, igniting feelings of resentment and fury that made her scales bristle. Fisher glanced at her condition before waving his hand to shoo away the curious onlookers. For it was evident that this little dragon's temper had yet to fully subside. Once the crowd had retreated a safe distance, Fisher lowered his gaze to meet Raphael's furious emerald eyes. Devoid of any discernible emotion from him, or perhaps, in her current state, she simply could not perceive it. In the next moment, her tail lifted slightly, and her mouth opened just enough for her to take a deep breath. With each inhalation, her crimson scales began to shimmer with a faint light, prompting Fisher to glance sideways. Boom! As the glow intensified, she leapt into the air, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Fisher's face. But predictably, it was met by the obstruction of his staff. Unlike before, this time Raphael's attack was terrifyingly powerful, causing even the staff itself to emanate a circle of magical runes, an enchantment cast by Fisher to reinforce the staff. Originally inscribed to prevent even more horrific assaults, it was unexpected that Raphael could unleash such force with a single punch. Fisher felt the overwhelming strength coursing through the staff. He staggered back a step before deftly angling the staff to dissipate the immense force like a seasoned warrior. The dragonkin seemed to possess a means of temporarily enhancing their physical prowess, much like Raphael did now. Her scales shimmered visibly, though perhaps due to her still being a minor, the radiance was faint, more akin to the sun's reflection upon her form. Had Fisher not felt the sheer power himself, he might not have discerned the disparity. While battling Raphael, Fisher simultaneously deepened his research on the dragonkin. After this assassination attempt concluded, he would likely unlock further details about the dragonkin and the demi-human compendium. His mind raced with thoughts, yet his actions remained unwavering. After evading to the side, he lifted the staff and struck toward Raphael's body. The sheer force of her punch had caused her to lurch forward after being neutralized. As she turned her gaze back, she caught sight of Fisher's movement, but just as she intended to retaliate, a sharp pain radiated through her arm, the very spot Fisher had previously bandaged. Had the wound reopened? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Fisher's staff crashed against her back with a resounding thud. Bang, bang, bang. Ugh. Fisher did not exert excessive force. It was akin to a schoolteacher wielding a ruler against a misbehaving student's palm. The 3 strikes landed on her back, rear, and tail, leaving her in agony upon the muddy ground. Cough, cough, cough. The blow to her abdomen reignited a dull ache, intensifying the pain in her calves and left arm, rendering her entire body sore and difficult to control. Nonetheless, she struggled to rise, until Fisher's calm voice broke through her thoughts. Have you considered whether this assassination was a success or a failure? Haha. Well struck. This foolish dragonkin slave deserves. Nearby, a slaver observing Raphael's plight hastily regained composure and laughed heartily at the sight of her suffering, as if he himself were the one to have struck her. However, his mirth abruptly ceased when he met Fisher's icy gaze. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Raphael gritted her teeth, attempting to rise, but witnessed Fisher's staff suddenly glowing with a deep white radiance, layers of aura swirling around it. Before all the magical runes could illuminate fully, Fisher casually flicked the staff, transforming the edge's brilliance into a light blade that zipped past the slaver's cheek faster than sound. The blade emitted a buzzing sound akin to a swarm of bees, slicing through his visage with the ease of chopping vegetables, leaving his rifle and belongings severed in an instant. By the time the slaver comprehended what had transpired, he felt his right cheek numb as if struck by 1,000 needles. Trembling, he reached up to touch his insensate skin, only to find it slick with deep crimson blood. The light blade had carved a gash in his face, leading him to mistakenly believe he was already slain by that man. Please. The slaver's legs buckled, sending him crashing against his broken rifle, but before he could register the pain, he frantically pleaded for his life. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. Fisher, with an impassive expression, lowered the staff, ignoring the slaver entirely. His voice was as cold as iron. Have you considered whether this assassination was a success or a failure? He addressed Raphael, reiterating his earlier question. Raphael stared vacantly at the wall, now split in 2 by magic, alongside the shattered rifle and possessions, with even the cobblestones of the nearby buildings cleaved. Yet not a trace of the magic's destructive capability remained. She opened her mouth but soon bowed her head, clenching her teeth in silence. Her body ached intensely, but the emotional toll weighed heavier upon her. I lost. Her voice quivered with a hint of tears, faint like a whisper in the wilderness, yet Fisher heard her. Uncertain of the human's expression, Raphael felt a wave of sorrow and anguish, an overwhelming sense of helplessness over her captured kin, and a burning rage that could find no outlet, as if it were consuming her very heart and soul. The might of this human man made her doubt that she could save not only her captured dragon and brethren, but even herself and her comrades. Can you still escape? Raphael remained silent. Her head hung low. Her tail, now mired in the muck, lay still as if crushed by despair. Truly, following this simple utterance, a pair of strong hands suddenly encircled Raphael's waist, lifting her entire draconic form. The mud and water clinging to her garments cascaded down the immaculate black suit of the human man, leaving conspicuous trails. Raphael's face, gritting her teeth in distress, came into Fisher's view, her emerald eyes glistening with steaming tears, flowing like a mountain spring. So, dragonkin can weep, Fisher mused. Just as Raphael felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, Fisher placed his hat atop her head, shielding her tear-streaked visage from view. Darkness enveloped her sight. Yet Fisher's voice remained clear. Foolish, to attack me in your injured state out of anger, not only wasting the bandaging I provided, but also squandering your chance to assassinate me. If the so-called warriors of the dragonkin are merely little dragons swayed by their emotions, it seems your capture is hardly unjust. Detestable human. Detestable human. Raphael's fingers lightly grasped Fisher's suit. She yearned to rend his chest with her claws, but found even the slightest movement a luxury. Beneath the fabric, warm blood seeped through the bandages, the wound fully reopened, and perhaps worsened by their recent skirmish. Thus, she could not kill this human while in his embrace. You wish to save that dragonkin, yet you are utterly powerless. The only way to rescue him lies with me, yet you refuse to speak. On what grounds would you assist me in saving him? Raphael finally countered, her tone tinged with tears. Fair point. For I am no philanthropist. However, you seem to overlook that you possess a bargaining chip, such as your opportunity to assassinate me. Should you expend one assassination attempt in exchange, I might just acquiesce. In his embrace, Raphael sensed Fisher moving toward the carriage. She pressed her lips together, as if speaking to this human and engaging in dialogue was an insurmountable challenge. Each step felt like a death knell against her heart. But in the next moment, her claws grasped Fisher's garment, bringing him to a halt. Even with her face concealed beneath Fisher's hat, she felt a profound sense of humiliation, instinctively turning her face toward his chest. Unable to confront him directly, I will exchange, for the child's salvation, one assassination attempt. Yes, if you willingly accept punishment, you shall receive 2, and you still have 2 attempts to assassinate me remaining. Have you considered this? The man spoke, almost devilishly, compelling Raphael to lean further into his embrace, unable to meet his gaze directly. Yes, she murmured. Deal. In the next moment, the hat was lifted, light flooding back into her view, revealing that they stood before the cage containing the imprisoned demi-humans. So he hadn't returned, Raphael thought suddenly. Fisher, regarding the slaver seated on the ground, stunned, inquired, I wish to purchase that dragonkin. How much? Ah, that one. Free. Please, take him. The slaver, upon seeing the grim figure approach, nearly lost his wits. Hastily abandoning any pretense of negotiation, desperate to atone, Fisher nodded slightly. The sound of a carriage approached from behind, and soldiers from the city, responding to the report, rushed in, weapons drawn, surrounding the area. Sir, please remain still. This is the Kikhin City security team. You are suspected of disturbing the peace, in accordance with the laws of Nali and Kikhin City. The cacophony of human voices and commotion erupted behind them, and it was only then that Raphael's body and thoughts seemed to return. Her gaze vacant as she looked at the young dragonkin locked away in the cage. Even she did not anticipate that this would ultimately save the child. The pain coursing through her body dulled her senses, rendering her oblivious to the fact that her impulsive tail had stealthily entwined itself around Fisher's waist. The tail swayed contentedly for a brief moment before falling still. Chapter 16. Growth. It is truly a misunderstanding. Mr. Fisher, since this concerns you and the slave, there is no issue. You may leave now. The seemingly benevolent soldier smiled at Fisher, clearing the path to the prison's exit. Fisher's black suit was caked in mud. He adjusted his attire and glanced back at Raphael and the slave trader. They had been apprehended by soldiers of Kikhin City due to the earlier altercation with Raphael in the street. Thankfully, upon understanding the circumstances, the soldiers had acted with integrity and released them. Well, it was actually Kikhin who had arrived upon hearing of the incident. The city belonged to him, and releasing a couple of individuals was hardly a challenge. This made Fisher, who disliked being beholden to others, feel somewhat uneasy, especially after having troubled them for an entire day and causing them to make an unnecessary trip in the afternoon over such a trivial matter. Such behavior was unbecoming of a gentleman. Thank you, Kikhin. Not at all. I have nothing here to offer you. It is fortunate that I could be of some assistance. By the way, you wish to purchase that dragonkin slave, correct? Although the other party has generously agreed to give you the slave for free, it still feels rather improper. I have already paid for you. You may simply take the slave with you. Fisher opened his mouth, offering a smile as he temporarily set aside the thought of repaying this favor. Given the sincerity of the other party, he resolved to extend his full support should he require assistance in the future. With this in mind, Fisher declined further objections and bid farewell to Kikhin. As he waved to himself from the carriage, he suddenly pulled back the curtain, his expression turning serious. By the way, my mind slipped. I forgot to inform you about something. Be cautious when passing through Kikhin City. Although the environment there is pleasant, it is best not to linger for too long. Oh, just as Fisher donned his hat, he became intrigued by the matter concerning Kikhin City. There's something noteworthy? Kikhin smiled, hesitating slightly. It might just be my imagination. I simply find the city lord to be a rather peculiar individual. He has a particular fondness for talents like yourself and may end up consuming a significant amount of your time. Is that so? I understand. Fisher once more bid farewell to Kikhin, waiting for Kikhin's carriage to disappear at the end of the street before turning back to the slave trader, who was leading the dragonkin child with a beaming smile. Sir, here is your slave along with the insignia. Please verify. Fisher did not take the slave insignia but instead cast a glance at Raphael. How you choose to handle the exchange is entirely up to you. But do not take too long. Raphael paused momentarily, hurriedly approaching to seize the slave insignia's parchment and tearing it in two. The slave trader's brows twitched upon witnessing the insignia's destruction, yet he said nothing. Promptly discarding the iron chain that tethered the young dragonkin slave and hurriedly took his leave, Raphael lowered her gaze to the young dragonkin, whose body was marred with scars. She had intended to crouch down to his level, but found her left foot throbbing painfully, forcing her to bend slightly and speak in dragon language. What is your name? And which tribe do you belong to? Chiyu. I am from the North Branch tribe. I ran away from the forest after arguing with my mother. It appeared there were slight dialect differences among the dragonkin tribes, and Fisher discerned a subtle grammatical variation in his speech. I see. Raphael glanced at the taciturn Fisher, who was now covered in dirt and mud due to the earlier incident when he had held her. Thus, she felt even more hesitant to speak. But after a moment's contemplation, she mustered the courage to request, "Could you take this child outside the city when we leave?" Fisher shot her a glance before smiling. "In light of your willingness to endure 2 punishments, I will take him with us when we depart tomorrow, but his meals tonight are your responsibility. As for now, return with me to wash yourself and your clothes." The human man's tone remained as harsh as ever, yet this time Raphael did not feel anger. She clasped her injured arm and turned to the young dragon and child, saying, "Do not be afraid, you will be able to return home tomorrow." Despite having a carriage, there was no need to spend extra on a hotel room, yet the necessity of changing clothes and cleaning up had made it an unavoidable expense. It seemed that when traveling, expenditures had become an inevitability. So, why did we only book 1 room? Raphael, curled up in the bathtub, suddenly spoke in the steamy bathing chamber. From the adjacent room, Fisher's voice responded, "If it is merely for bathing, wouldn't a room with 2 washrooms be the most suitable?" It was not due to a ridiculous desire to save money, but rather to maximize the use of available resources. They had only just returned to the carriage to rest and settle their dinner while organizing the muddy supplies before Fisher booked a hotel room to cleanse themselves. He also entrusted the maids with washing their clothes, which resulted in an additional small tip, that "I'm done washing." After receiving his reply, Raphael softly spoke, though she felt somewhat awkward despite the wooden partition between them. Her red tail emerged from beneath the water's surface as she glanced down at the wound on her arm, still throbbing with pain. She suddenly found it difficult to comprehend why she had just attempted to assassinate Fisher. Yet he seemed entirely unfazed, as if nothing had occurred at all. Was it because she was so feeble that, in his eyes, her assassination attempt was merely a trivial game? How could he possibly experience emotional turmoil over a simple game? Raphael rose carefully. Using a cloth known as a towel to dry her scales, she wiped a certain spot. She involuntarily hissed softly. It was not a wound, and the scales there had not fallen off. Yet a tingling pain coursed through her. It felt as though something was growing. This signified the approaching maturity of the dragonkin. Once she reached adulthood, her bodily functions would fully awaken, and that part of her scales would harden into armor-like strength. So she had yet to come of age. If she were in her tribe, her mother would undoubtedly have arranged a grand coming-of-age ceremony for her. Although, had she not been captured by humans, she would have certainly resisted such a spectacle. Raphael's lips curved slightly at the thought. Knock, knock. The door was suddenly rapped upon, startling Raphael and drawing her from her reverie. "Are you ready?" Raphael hurriedly donned her previous coarse garments, responding as she dressed, "I'm done. What do you want? Have you forgotten? Tonight is punishment time." Raphael's movements faltered slightly as she finished putting on her clothes. Chapter 17. The punishment segment. The door trembled as it creaked open, revealing her clawed hand adorned with red scales. Raphael bit her lip and slowly stepped out from the steamy bedroom, her tail swaying behind her as she awkwardly maneuvered half her body through the doorway. The man, having changed into a fresh shirt, stood at the edge of the room, lighting a coal lamp. Although it's not as bright as the light in the carriage, it's barely functional. He held a small booklet with an illegible cover, and as he glanced at the section labeled Dragonkin, lines of text visible only to him began to materialize before his eyes. Body research progress. 10. Dragonkin Society research progress. 2. Next stage reward. Body research progress 20. Dragonkin Society research progress 20. Reward. Constitution 2. Reproductive ability 10. Firmabalon Dragon Court magical tome. Fisher closed the notebook just as he caught sight of Raphael, who was hesitantly peeking around the doorframe. For some reason, after having donned today's heavy garments, she suddenly felt particularly uncomfortable in her coarse attire, especially as the man before her prepared to administer punishment. "Don't dawdle. Come here and re-bandage your wounds." Raphael glanced at the area where the scales had shed, revealing deep crimson flesh beneath the washed surface. If pressed, it would undoubtedly ooze blood. Wordlessly, she stepped forward to stand before Fisher, lacking the spacious chair from the carriage. Fisher had no choice but to allow her to sit on the bed. This was her first experience with such a soft and plush mattress, and she curiously swept her tail across it before comfortably wrapping it around the pillow at the bed's end. Fisher once again picked up the bandages and herbs, applying them while suddenly inquiring, "I find myself quite curious about something. You previously mentioned that the reproductive capacity of your dragonkin families is remarkably robust, suggesting that such a number of offspring should be relatively abundant among subhuman species. Yet, why does the overall population of dragonkin not surpass that of other subhuman races?" Raphael was taken aback by his abrupt shift in topic. She had not intended to engage in this discussion. However, considering the current context of the game's punishment, She hesitated for a moment and replied, "Although we yearn for such matters." Raphael's scales slightly parted, releasing warm steam. Fisher noticed that this steam distinctly reflected her varying emotional states. For instance, when she felt shy, the warmth was gentle, while in anger, it was far more searing than that from a steam engine. It seemed she was indeed feeling shy at that moment. But such matters only pertain to a suitable mate. Suitable mate. Fisher's ministrations paused momentarily. Do you think it is as casual as courtship among humans? Raphael scoffed disdainfully, seemingly recalling his recent act of accepting a rose from a woman, which she found quite contemptible. A true suitable mate for Dragonkin is one that must be meticulously selected. Both body and spirit must harmonize perfectly for that particular response to manifest. Thus, it became clear that finding an appropriate partner for Dragonkin was exceedingly challenging. Should they fail to find a fitting mate, they would choose to live in solitude, thereby stifling any urge to reproduce. However, once they locate their suitable mate, the latent reproductive impulse within the Dragonkin would surge forth, ensuring the proliferation of their lineage. It was no wonder that couples within her tribe had numerous offspring, albeit most of them would remain single throughout their lives. Now I understand. After resolving her curiosity, Fisher gently placed her injured right leg upon the bed and stood up. The wound has been tended to. Let us continue with our research. This time, as it is a punishment, some discomfort is inevitable, so please endure as best as you can. The more he spoke, the more trepidation Raphael felt, fearing he might enact something dreadful, akin to a declaration before a sentence. Lie down. His voice resonated with a devilish undertone, prompting Raphael to bite her lip and comply, her long, untrimmed red hair cascading like a sea of roses upon the white sheets, accentuating the elongated, graceful form of the Dragonkin. By the way, in case you find it uncomfortable, here is an eye mask to cover your eyes. Do you need it? How could I be afraid? Just proceed. Very well. Wait. Sensing her garments being gently pushed upward, Raphael immediately panicked and interjected, halting his next action. Do you need an eye mask? Fisher inquired once more. No. Raphael trembled as she shut her eyes. Fisher's gaze appeared devoid of warmth. He nodded and let his finger trace upwards along her abdomen. Now commencing the confirmation of the magical circuits inherent to Dragonkin, the magical energy surged. The distinctly different magical circuits of the Dragonkin emerged, glowing with a crimson hue reminiscent of neural pathways. It seemed that the magical circuits between species were fundamentally dissimilar. While humans might exhibit slight variations in shape, the structural differences in the magical circuits of Dragonkin were considerably pronounced. Fisher had no inkling of her research. Yet she could perceive his fingers gliding smoothly over her skin, devoid of scales. As his fingers inched towards more perilous regions, she hastily exclaimed, "Perhaps you should hand me the eye mask after all." In the next moment, darkness enveloped her vision, and in that abyss of silence, the detachment of sight heightened her other senses. Fisher's fingers glided over her, causing involuntary shivers to course through her. Wait, perhaps I should not wear the eye mask. Fisher's expression revealed his exasperation as he removed the eye mask, ignoring her trembling gaze, his demeanor serious. During such moments of research, he became particularly focused. Do not move. Steam continued to emanate from Raphael's scales, akin to the warmth of a furnace or sauna in winter. Fisher observed that many aspects of Dragonkin physiology bore resemblance to humans. Through the magical aura of the ring, he could also discern the shapes of her internal organs. The metabolic organs hidden beneath the skin of Dragonkin differed significantly from those of humans, which might elucidate why she could expel steam-like substances. As was evident now, the entire room resembled a sauna, visibly steaming, prompting the maid cleaning at the door to cover her mouth and hastily retreat. The oppressive heat within the chamber was palpable, even for someone as focused as Fisher, who sensed something amiss. He lowered his gaze and found Raphael with her eyes closed, breathing heavily, as if enduring some distressing ordeal. What is the matter? Raphael, confused, opened her eyes, surveying the misty surroundings and her own weakened body. A tingling sensation akin to electric shock surged through the scales of her limbs, particularly exacerbated by a throbbing headache. Fisher glanced at her pale complexion, silently covering her alabaster form with bedding, and rose to his feet. Your condition appears somewhat concerning. I shall fetch Mill. Just as he was about to rise, he felt something tugging at him. Looking down, he discovered a red tail had somehow wrapped around his thigh. Upon raising his gaze, Fisher was struck by the sight of Raphael's flushed face, reminiscent of someone with a fever, stirring something within him. As he had noted, Dragonkin were indeed quite beautiful. He gently grasped her restless tail, loosening the not overly tight embrace. This cannot be considered a punishment, can it? Chapter 18. Adult discussions. When Fisher returned to the carriage to summon Mill, Laurel was energetically chattering away with the newly arrived little dragon. Cha. Can the children of the North Branch tribe eat honey at night? You know, more than a finger's worth of honey. My mother never lets me eat honey at night. She says it will ruin my teeth. But how could a dragon's teeth decay? The little dragon appeared somewhat intimidated, feeling out of place in the presence of the lively Laurel, shrinking into a corner of the room, seemingly unwilling to engage with this bothersome dragonkin peer. Lord Fisher, is there something you require? Mill, kneeling on the ground to lay out bedding for the new little dragon, turned to see Fisher entering and stood up to inquire. Aside from Laurel, she was probably the dragonkin most attuned to Fisher. Fahale and Cashel, like Raphael, held a degree of wariness toward him, remaining silent whenever he appeared, as if they were two extremes compared to Laurel. Raphael's condition has manifested some aspects I do not fully understand. You and I should go take a look. I want to go too. Raphael will surely want to see me because I can help her feel better. Laurel raised her azure claw, bubbling with excitement to accompany Fisher. However, halfway through, she was seized by Cashel. Do not cause trouble. Laurel, why not continue to inquire about honey here? But he isn't saying anything. It's so boring. Observing the commotion in the carriage behind her, Mill could only smile helplessly as she followed Fisher out. Once outside, she hesitated before speaking. I apologize, Lord Fisher. Laurel has merely been cooped up in her cage for too long. If you find her bothersome, I will make her quiet, being the eldest among the dragonkin. Mill was more mature and considerate compared to the others, who were still naive. No matter, she hasn't caused any harm. Fisher continued on without pausing, genuinely indifferent to Laurel's boisterous antics. He had encountered children far more mischievous than her during his university tutoring days, which had honed his patience. It was a commendable trait. Mill trailed behind, observing Fisher's silhouette, and as she had suspected, this human was indeed extraordinary. She silently smiled as she followed him into the hotel room upstairs. Upon entering, she was momentarily blinded by the thick steam filling the room. After adjusting, she finally recognized Raphael, weakly reclined on the bed. Lady Raphael. Mill hurried over, extending her hand to touch her skin, but upon encountering the scorching scales on her arm, she instinctively withdrew her hand. Mill. Raphael's voice was faint, prompting Fisher to question whether she might be unwell. He recalled her earlier statement. Dragonkin do not fall ill like humans, only to witness the irony unfold before him. Is she ill? Her condition has been quite off from the start. Mill sighed, addressing Fisher. No, Lady Raphael is reaching maturity. This is a sign of her impending completion. I experienced this as well. It is not a grave issue, and it should resolve itself within a fortnight. Once Lord Raphael reaches adulthood, his power will grow even more formidable. It's a pity that we can't hold the tail adaptation ceremony within the tribe. The tail adaptation ceremony? Since the probability of finding a partner is highest right after coming of age, the tribe holds a social banquet for the newly adult members to facilitate their tail adaptation. As she spoke, Mill reached up and tucked back the yellow bangs on her forehead. There, Fisher caught sight of a small, upturned horn. This is the symbol of a dragon, person's adulthood, and the source of our power. The more powerful one's chi, the stronger the horn. Unfortunately, I'm quite timid, so my horn is small. Fisher looked at the tiny dragon, horn on her forehead. He had never seen such a feature before, which piqued his interest. With an unusually earnest expression, he suddenly asked Mill, "May I touch your horn?" But, For some reason, Mill's face flushed slightly. Among dragon people, usually only close friends and partners are allowed to touch a dragon person's horn with their own. However, it seemed that Lord Fisher was completely unaware of this custom. Moreover, he surely didn't have such intentions. Mill's yellow dragon tail wagged. Looking at Fisher's serious face, she hesitated for a moment before nodding faintly. It's okay. But you can't touch it without a horn. Fisher stretched out his finger and tried to touch the faintly glowing horn. When his finger made contact, it passed through as if touching thin air. This miraculous sight immediately piqued his curiosity. Wait, suddenly he had an idea. He picked up the walking stick beside him. After the stick glowed faintly, he reached it out. This time, the glowing walking stick actually touched the seemingly illusory little horn. Mill's face instantly turned scarlet, and she took a step back awkwardly, sitting down on the ground. Why can it touch? Could it be? Could that walking stick be made from a dragon person's horn? Just as I thought. A dragon person's horn is the physical manifestation of a magic circuit. After a dragon person reaches adulthood, the magic circuit grows again, since there's no more space inside the body. It forms a physical manifestation outside the body, which is the dragon, horn. It seemed that Fisher had discovered something extraordinary. He put the walking stick away, and the completion manual on his chest warmed slightly. He could feel it reminding him of the progress of his research on dragon people. Seeing Fisher's serious expression, the blush on Mill's face gradually faded. As expected, Lord Fisher wasn't that kind of person. Besides, as a human, how could he be interested in dragon people in that way? Although Lord Fisher did seem quite admirable, Mill already had a partner for tale adaptation, but even by dragon people standards. Lord Fisher was an outstanding man, and surely Lord Fisher wouldn't be interested in dragon people. Just when Mill let out a sigh of relief and didn't interrupt Fisher's train of thought. She intended to turn back and check on Raphael's physical condition. So she gently pulled back a corner of the quilt, only to see Raphael's naked body inside. Oh, her mind went blank for a moment. And then her face flushed scarlet. She quickly put the quilt back down. What on earth? What had Lord Fisher and Lord Raphael been doing in the room? Wait, could it be that Lord Fisher was interested in dragon people? Mill turned to look at Fisher beside her, and a suspicion arose in her heart. No wonder he bought them. It was the first time she'd heard of a human with such a peculiar preference. Clar and Fahir were still so young, and she herself was already. She bit her lips, and like Raphael, steam began to rise from her body, although the amount and temperature were far less than Raphael's. What should I do? Should I tell Lord Fisher that dragon people can't do that before reaching adulthood? But in that case, I'm the only one who's an adult. Wouldn't that mean Lord Fisher would target me? But I already have a partner for tale adaptation. But if it's for Clar and the others? Fisher nodded. Now that he was sure Raphael wasn't sick, he was relieved. Given Raphael's physical condition, he couldn't conduct further research on him. So he decided to study Mill's horn instead, as she was the only adult among them. He instinctively addressed Mill. Mill, could you, The yellow-scaled dragon person who turned to look at him was also steaming like Raphael. Her face was an abnormal shade of red, and her eyes were quivering as if filled with tears. No, we can't do that, Lord Fisher. I'm all ready. Seeing Fisher's outstretched hand, Mill sat down and backed away in a daze. While saying words of refusal, she seemed completely powerless to resist. As she had said, she was the most timid of all her sisters. But even so, she couldn't help but say to Fisher, I'm sorry. They haven't reached adulthood yet, so they can't do that. But I already have a partner for tale adaptation. So I'm sorry, Lord Fisher. Fisher's expressionless face stiffened for a moment. The room was once again filled with silence and the fragrant steam of the dragon. People. Two maids passed by the door, covering their mouths and whispering to each other. Have you heard? That gentleman took two ladies into the room and hasn't come out yet. There's even smoke coming from the room. Oh my, young gentlemen are always like this. Ha ha ha. Chapter 19, Continuation of the Journey. Sorry. The afternoon's research was forced to be interrupted. Mill's wild imagination often made Fisher wonder if she was a complete fool. Even after he explained things to her, her face remained red, and she didn't even dare to meet his eyes. As if his gaze would burn her night, Fisher brought dinner to the dragon people in the carriage. Only then did Mill, whose face had been red for a long time, finally muster the courage to offer this simple apology. Before that, her mind had been in a state of chaos, even more muddled than Raphael, who was undergoing the coming-of-age ceremony. It's okay. Ignoring her shyness, Fisher placed a roasted chicken in her hand. Previously, she had said that the little dragon's food would be shared with Raphael, but since she was in a bad state, he decided otherwise. Fisher ordered an extra portion of dinner. It was an additional expense. But fortunately, there was still plenty of money in his wallet, so his savings wouldn't be depleted. Night, Raphael stayed in a hotel room upstairs, while Fisher stayed in the carriage with the little dragons. He recorded today's research results on dragon people in the completion manual. As the golden words were engraved one by one, the progress of his biological and social research on dragon people reached about 20%. He estimated that in a few more days, it would reach 25%, the point at which he could claim the reward. As the night grew deeper, Fisher sat in the study room, picked up a knife and various magic materials, and prepared to engrave the fire, making magic item he had planned to make before. This magic wasn't difficult, about a 1-ring magic level. The level of magic is measured by the number of rings. The so-called rings refer to how many rings of magic emblems a magic needs to be engraved with. The higher the number of rings, the more exaggerated the echo that the magic emblem can trigger. Magic emblems, regardless of their size, can be effective. In theory, even a 1-millimeter emblem can display the full power of the magic. But it really tests the skill of the magician who carves the magic emblem. Fisher was a magician who liked delicate carving because that which liked to do so. When learning magic from her, he inevitably picked up some of her little habits. Another reason was that Fisher didn't have many items to engrave magic on, so he often engraved many magic emblems on one item. But making a fire didn't require such meticulousness. He fetched the iron fire pit whose magic emblem had faded. While recalling the magic emblem of the fire without roots, he used the knife to sketch out a rough shape of the magic emblem. As he applied the magic material to the knife and began to carve, a faint white glow gradually appeared on his hand. That was his magic circuit. The glow of the magic emblem would be the same color as the magician's magic circuit. Fisher's magic circuit was faint white, the same as most humans. Some rare humans and sub-races had more special magic circuits. For example, Raphael's was red. The ancient and illusory characters were carved one by one on the surface of the bottom of the iron fire pit. Soon, Fisher exhaled and blew away the carving residue, revealing a particularly bright circle of magic emblems. The ancient characters glowed with a strange fluorescent light, seemingly having an indescribable connection with the world. Thus, it was a great success. A1. Ring magic was engraved, which took Fisher about 10 minutes in total. The time required for low-tier magical carving is quite brief, and it consumes only a minimal amount of magical energy. However, if one were to attempt carving high-tier magic, it would necessitate a considerably longer duration, and the immense demand for magical power could leave one utterly drained. Typically, such endeavors must be executed in segments to avert potential dangers. The St. Nailey police frequently encounter instances where amateur sorcerers, in their eagerness to carve magic, have inadvertently turned themselves into desiccated husks. Engaging in magical carving carries inherent risks, particularly with higher-tier spells, where a moment's carelessness could lead to further calamities. After neatly storing the completed magical artifacts and tallying the supplies acquired, all tasks for the evening were satisfactorily concluded. Under the moonlit night, even the notoriously mischievous child, Ral, had succumbed to slumber, let alone the other dragon folk. Fisher, after perusing some literature once more, also retired for the night. The following morning marked Fisher's planned departure from Keegan City. Raphael appeared to be in a considerably better state than the previous day, although she still felt quite lethargic, her tail unable to stir, and her body afflicted with a profound numbness. Mill assured her that this was a normal occurrence, as the scales on her limbs and body were undergoing growth, and advised her to rest comfortably on the bed. Fisher helped her onto the carriage and, after bidding farewell to Keegan at the Lord's Manor, set forth towards the outskirts of the city. According to the intelligence provided by Keegan, Carlport was currently inaccessible. He had no desire to meander through Schwally for half a month, only to be scrutinized by various departments before returning to Nailey. His purse did not accommodate such a decision. Thus, he was compelled to alter his course, heading northwest towards the city of Philoen. "In which direction is your home located?" he inquired. "Over there." Having previously promised Raphael to escort the little dragon away, Fisher called him forth as they exited the city. After a moment of hesitation, the dragon finally pointed in a direction. "Return cautiously, and do not allow yourself to be captured again." After walking for a while in that direction, they finally glimpsed a dense forest. The little dragon nodded to Fisher, leapt from the carriage, and swiftly darted into the thicket, glancing back at the departing carriage for a long moment before racing deeper into the woods. "Thank you." A door behind Fisher creaked open slightly, revealing a pair of emerald green eyes observing him from beyond the threshold. Raphael, still uneasy, approached to witness the little dragon's release by Fisher, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. No need for thanks, it was a fair exchange, each obtaining what they needed. Fisher did not turn back, his gaze fixed upon the vast wilderness. The weather that day was overcast, with ominous clouds looming heavily above, and a gray mist began to envelop the distance, obscuring the landscape. The only sound accompanying him was the rhythmic pounding of hooves, and after a prolonged wait, Fisher glanced back, only to find the door still ajar, with Raphael leaning against the edge of the steps. Eyes closed in repose, her tail coiling around her. "If you feel unwell, you should return and rest. It feels stifling inside, and Ral is quite noisy. I prefer to stay out here for a while." Fisher chose not to respond further, focusing instead on the road ahead, unaware that as soon as he turned away, Raphael silently directed her gaze upon him. The sound of hooves continued to echo, and after observing for an extended period, she eventually closed her eyes, fatigue overcoming her, her tail flicking restlessly, lost in contemplation. Yet amid the wilderness, partially shrouded by the dark clouds, two shadowy figures fixated their gaze upon the swiftly advancing carriage. "Did you see clearly?" Pharmacy, a cold, female voice pierced through the mist, gradually revealing the silhouette of an alluring woman. Beside her stood another figure, petite in stature, cupping her hands like binoculars as she peered toward the distant carriage. Ah, I see it. 2 black horses, gilded carriage frame, and only one driver, a human male. It appears to be a private carriage, not a merchant or transport caravan. What do you know? It's precisely such a scenario that offers profit, with lower risks and the potential to encounter a big catch. What is the driver wearing? It's black. What do you call that attire? I can't recall. Is it dirty? Not dirty. Then that's good. Hurry and summon Kareli over here. And be swift about it. Inform her that there's work to be done tonight. If the driver is dressed so well, those in the carriage are likely among the wealthiest of humans. This could yield great profits. They are currently headed northwest. I shall follow them for now. Remember to signal once you've summoned her. Hey, Sia, wait up. After uttering this, the woman abruptly rose, her graceful form elevating to reveal the monstrous, spider-like lower half beneath. With legs like blades, she sped across the wilderness, her 8 crimson eyes glinting ominously. Before her companion could finish speaking, the spider-like figure dashed away into the distance. Fantasy reached out in an attempt to stop her, but the thick mist quickly swallowed her colossal silhouette, leaving her to mutter in frustration. Damn it, why is it always me who has to run errands? Sia is insufferable, she grumbled, donning a cracked pair of goggles atop her head, and began to dig into the earth, her movements seemingly slow, yet the surrounding soil steadily accumulated, swiftly forming a hidden tunnel before her. She dove into it, her form vanishing without a trace, leaving only the swirling mist above the desolate expanse. Chapter 20. The Mind Demon and the Spider Folk. Fisher, has Chiyu been sent away? The carriage, which had been traversing the road by dusk, finally came to a stop. They had breakfast in Keekan City that morning, and after a hasty lunch with provisions purchased in the city, by afternoon, Rao was nearly famished, bouncing around the carriage, persistently urging Mill and Kashir to procure food from Fisher, aware of her hunger. Fisher sought a small hillock by the riverbank to halt, allowing the dragon folk to disembark and stretch their legs for a while. Expecting Rao to inquire about dinner plans, he was surprised when her first words were, After receiving Fisher's affirmative response, Rao bit her lip and stole a glance at him, but ultimately said nothing, instead scampering off to play in the water with Kashir, though her demeanor was no longer as carefree as before. Fisher cast a glance at her, grasping his staff and firearm as he dismounted. The weather in the wilderness was particularly grim today. As dusk approached, the mist thickened ominously, just as he prepared to venture out for hunting. Fisher turned back after only a few steps, only to find the forms of the dragon girls playing in the water gradually fading from view. At this moment, Raphael, still unwell, remained in the carriage. And with the sun nearing its descent, no one was available to attend to them, but a sense of foreboding gripped Fisher's heart, prompting him to call for them to return to the carriage. Mill, bring them back inside and don't let them come out. Okay, got it. Mill, standing at the front of the carriage, flicked her tail and hurriedly ushered Rao and the others back aboard. Raphael, having rested through the afternoon, now opened her eyes, though her limbs remained weak. She took a feeble sip of the river water they had brought back, but could not spot Fisher anywhere. Lady Raphael, please continue to rest. Lord Fisher has gone to find dinner. Yes, I even fetched a lot of water. Look, I even saw a fish in the river, but unfortunately, I couldn't catch any. Rao, stop talking. Rao, displeased, stuck her tongue out at Kashir, then sulked behind Mill in annoyance. The dense fog outside continued to spread, and Fisher, wary of straying too far, returned to the riverbank to catch fish for dinner. As he meandered along the water's edge, a haunting female voice emerged from the surrounding fog. Is anyone there? Please, is anyone there? Can you help me? The voice seemed to speak in the language of Nayli, tinged with a note of panic and frailty, evoking the image of a noble lady lost outside the city. Bang! Fisher, expressionless, cast a glance in that direction before raising his firearm to shoot. The bullet's flash vanished into the mist, and no sound of a fallen body followed, only the abrupt silence of the female voice. Someone was watching them. Fisher remained acutely alert, yet failed to notice that the eyes of the 2 fine horses before the carriage had gradually turned an unnatural white. As the white overtook their pupils, they suddenly neighed, propelling the carriage forward at a breakneck pace, causing the dragonfolk within to sway perilously against the walls. Why did the carriage move? Wait, Fisher hasn't boarded yet. Quick, stop the horses. Ralph's voice rang out, just as Fisher's shout came from behind. Don't come out of the carriage. Ralph froze in her tracks, while Mill grasped her from behind. Bang bang. Outside, Amidst the enveloping darkness, flashes of gunfire erupted from the mist. Bullets whizzing towards Fisher, that a faint scent of gunpowder hung in the air, and Fisher's body crumpled to the ground, while the carriage sped further away, until it was completely engulfed by the obscuring mist. Rendering it invisible, inside the carriage, Mill was startled by the gunfire, her legs turning to jelly as she clung to Raoul at the edge of the steps. Fisher, where is he? Raphael spoke weakly, glancing at the galloping carriage. Finding no trace of the man. He is still outside. He just said not to let us out of the carriage. The expressions of Keir and Fahir turned grave as they turned to Mill. You take Lord Raoul and Lord Raphael back to the room first. We must have been ambushed. We need to stop the carriage. Before Mill could nod, a sudden sound of something falling from the top of the speeding carriage echoed through the air. The abrupt noise made Raphael and the others turn their gazes towards the carriage door, where a series of legs, sharp as steel blades, landed firmly in the spot where Fisher had previously Saturday. Soon after, as the massive spider body fully descended onto the carriage, they could see the elegant upper body of a woman atop it. She was a strikingly voluptuous figure, her short silver hair swaying in the wind, clad only in a simple breastcloth that covered her bosom. Her features were sharp and striking, but what set her apart were the 6 crimson compound eyes above her normal ones. Do not move. Ladies, as long as you remain still, nothing will happen. After casting a glance at Raphael and the others sitting on the stairs, she spoke. The shape of her mouth formed words in an obscure language. Yet upon reaching Raphael's ears, it transformed into the language of Fima Baharong, allowing them to comprehend her. The spider woman raised her pale blue-skinned hands, each holding a human flintlock pistol. I will ask, and you will answer. Who else is in the carriage? It's just us. Lying will yield no reward. Or do you wish to protect your human master? Raoul could not contain herself as she leaned out from Mill's embrace and shouted, It's just us. There is no one else. Fisher is still behind and has tea boarded. The spider woman furrowed her brow and spoke to the air. Kolili, what has become of that human? In the void, a delicate female voice replied, He was shot. He should be dead. Mill and Raoul's faces changed slightly, disbelief evident in their expressions. TSK, it seems I was mistaken. This doesn't appear to be a wealthy human's carriage, but a mosquito leg is better than nothing. Let us drive the carriage back. Hurry back, Kolili. The spider woman lowered her firearm and squeezed her massive body into the small passage of the carriage, only to be startled by the expanded space within. I can't believe someone has set up magic inside a carriage. Perhaps my suspicions were not unfounded, the spider woman muttered to herself, looking down at the several dragon women inside the carriage. 1, 2, 5 dragon slaves, and a red one. This color is quite rare. It should fetch a good price. Just as she spoke, a semi-transparent humanoid specter suddenly appeared behind the galloping steed. That a second or two later, the specter fully transformed into the figure of a girl. Turning her head, she resembled a human girl, with one eye tightly closed and the other open, revealing a swirling vortex of glimmering lights. However, she was certainly not human, for atop her head floated a mass of transparent hair, through which one could see her brain, resembling a starry sky. Remarkably, her head was transparent except for her face. Raphael finally understood why she could comprehend the spider woman's language. There was indeed a presence of a mind demon. This subrace could transcend the limitations of language and communication, and even control ordinary animals. Before humans ventured into the southern continent, mind demons were born diplomats, serving as bridges for communication between various tribes. One was a spider person, a rare subrace inhabiting forests, and the other was the even rarer mind demon. Sia. What about the human inside? Has he been killed? No. Aside from the one who exited earlier, there is no one else. The mind demon named Kolili nodded, her expression neutral as she regarded the dragon women within the carriage. Her tone cold. That fellow has already perished. Chapter 21. The criminal gang. The carriage swayed as it had when Fisher was still present, yet this time there was no towering figure of the human man, only Sia, the spider person, wielding 2 firearms. I can't believe someone expanded a carriage to this extent. Hey, little dragon, what was that human doing? Sia pressed her flintlock against Raoul's head, causing her delicate face to turn pale. Seeing this, Mill disregarded her own safety and embraced the small Raoul, shielding her from the firearm's muzzle. Don't move her. TCH. You think I would harm you? Besides, it's fortunate to encounter a maturing dragon person. She glanced at Raphael, who sat weakly on the edge of the steps, a smile creeping onto her face. Although not of your tribe's coming of age, the quality will be somewhat lacking, but humans wouldn't know the difference. Let us see what treasures lie within. She opened the first door on the left, revealing Fisher's room. After surveying the books within, she opened the drawer of his desk, finding a men's leather wallet on the top. Sia unfastened the wallet, counting the coins inside, discovering it contained only a few thousand euros. Having robbed many, she was well acquainted with human currency. For instance, the paper notes of Nali were called Nali euros. The red notes of Schwali called Wali gold, and Cardews were referred to as saintly coins. To subraces, these were merely numbers. Remembering their approximate values sufficed. She scoffed. So, he is a miser. Well, I wonder what price these books will fetch. Meanwhile, Raphael seized the opportunity while the intruders were rummaging through the carriage to quietly call over Fahir. Pulling aside her clothing, upon seeing the glowing slave mark on her chest, she realized that Fisher had not died. For some reason, Raphael felt a wave of relief wash over her, but then immediately felt a sense of guilt. Retracting her previous expression, the immense Spider-Woman made the interior of the carriage feel extremely cramped, especially as she searched through the changing area. Her massive form remained outside, causing Raoul to be quite frightened. Burying her face in Mill's bosom. Clothes, clothes, just clothes. Haha. There are clearly women-esque garments here, but they're not meant for dragon people. Kolili, come look. Kolili floated over, gazing at the deep purple dress hanging on the rack in Sia's hand. It was a complete outfit, resembling human-style garments, made from pale silk that appeared quite expensive, accompanied by a floral embroidered hat and a beautiful purple skirt. Kolili's face flushed, captivated by the exquisite gown. Its design was to her liking, prompting her to say to Sia, "This one is mine." Huh, I found it first, didn't I? All of Sia's eyes turned towards her, only to be met with Kolili's piercing glare. Can you wear it? With a glance at her own massive spider form, Sia opened her mouth, resignedly tossing the dress to Kolili before diving back into the changing room. Hoping to uncover any hidden treasures belonging to humans, Kolili accepted the dress, only to feel it suddenly heat up. The temperature akin to magma scorching her ethereal hand, leaving wounds. Circles of purple light appeared on the clothing, revealing a line of text that they could not comprehend. Had any subrace understood the language of Nali, they would have seen it read, except for Fisher, no other beings are allowed to approach this garment, or they will incur my curse. This is the only warning, and please inform Fisher that I am aware of this matter. The purple text gradually dissipated, and for some reason, Kolili felt the temperature in the room drop by a degree. Looking at the wounds on her ethereal hand, Kolili sensibly refrained from taking the dress off the floor. Realizing that it was laced with magic, any further attempts to grasp it could result in more severe harm. This gown is enchanted. Do not touch it. Kolili spoke coolly, prompting Sia to glance at her with a smirk, as if to say it was a form of retribution for her spider form's inability to wear it. The third room belonged to the dragon women, thus containing nothing of value. As Sia attempted to open the fourth room, she discovered it was locked. Drawing her firearm to aim at the lock, Kolili stopped her. Don't be foolish. The carriage has spatial magic set up. If you disrupt the magic array, we will all be crushed in here. Sia rolled her eyes. Fine. Fine. You know everything. I'll heed your advice. By the way, that human is rather poor. Isn't there is nothing of value here. Unbeknownst to them, this was indeed all of Fisher's possessions. This carriage, along with those dragon women, constitutes quite a profitable venture. Selling these to humans will yield significant earnings. Kolili floated before the carriage, seemingly having arrived at her destination. She gently tugged at the reins, bringing the galloping steed to a halt. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, with nothing noteworthy aside from the vast wilderness. However, as soon as Kolili uttered a few words into the void, the ground before her suddenly sank, transforming into a sloped pathway that revealed a brightly lit cavern within. Ah, finally home, she exclaimed. Shia, uneased by her confinement in the small carriage, disembarked first, leading the horse. Raphael leaned against the side of the door, gazing at the cave they were about to enter. The tunnel descending from the slope opened into an unexpectedly vast space, the first sight being a stone hall cluttered with various items. There were firearms, medicines, coins, and gold, while a makeshift prison cell occupied one side of the hall. Raphael spotted several humans peering out, and upon seeing the enormous spider matron bringing something inside, they dejectedly retreated back into their cell. Were these ruffians robbing humans in the vicinity? So what valuable treasures await us? A petite girl emerged from another tunnel, her body caked in dirt, with a long, stiff tail swaying behind her, reminiscent of a pangolin's. Her hands were disproportionately large compared to the rest of her figure, perfectly suited for carving through rock and earth. Pangolin race, a burrowing subhuman species dwelling in the mountains, Raphael had never encountered such beings in her region. Having only read about them in tribal texts, to meet a true pangolin this way was utterly unexpected. Nothing of value, just a few dragonfolk and a card inscribed with some magical runes. I suppose it's not a total loss. Remember to contact that human tomorrow and see if he wants them. Why must I go again? I still have holes to dig. Digging holes day in and day out. Can you take a day off? If I don't dig holes, where will you live? Shia, I've told you. I'm not going tomorrow. You expect me to venture into a human city looking like this? The interior of the carriage obscured the outside scene, leaving only the sound of the two subhumans in a heated argument. Lal glanced outside and then peered out from Mill's embrace at Raphael. Lady Raphael, I'm a bit frightened. It's all right. Fisher is still alive. Had Raphael's body not been so frail, she surely would have vowed to take them out herself. Yet, in that moment, she couldn't fathom why she said that, asserting that the human was alive. As if she were leaning on him. No, it wasn't dependency. Merely a matter of her current weakened state, and the fact that the human was so formidable, these ruffians couldn't possibly be his match. If she were to reach adulthood, she was confident she could best that man, so it wasn't reliance on him. It was simply a temporary measure to put her faith in him. For that human would not allow her to leave so easily. That was her thought, and as she looked up, she noticed a spectral figure beside her, expressionless, gazing at them. Even if that human is alive, he cannot save you. Better abandon all hope. Now, disembark. Humans would never dispatch troops from the walls to assist him. They were all too aware of the nearby human settlements' attitudes, knowing they would not venture into the wilderness lightly. Not while they had yet to establish a foothold on the southern continent. If they did emerge, they would surely sell that information to the goblins in the north, who loathed the humans hiding behind their walls. And if it was just that one human, if he dared to come, let him return the life he barely salvaged. In the night's mist, Fisher, gripping his staff, slowly strolled to the riverbank, placing the hat that had fallen during his evasive maneuver against gunfire back atop his head. He lifted his staff, gazing into the darkness ahead, and then proceeded in that direction, gradually vanishing into the night's fog. Chapter 22. Renee, damn it. How did they capture more people, especially subhumans? Have they even written to the Lord of the city? I am friends with Lord Keegan. He will surely come to rescue me. Raphael and the other dragon maidens had been captured by a brain demon named Kulili and thrown into a makeshift prison within the hall, where 3 humans, 2 men and a woman, were also confined. Thanks to the presence of the brain demon, Raphael could comprehend their words, prompting her to glance over. Be quiet, there are still 10 days left. If no ransom is offered, you will be torn to shreds. The enormous spider, Shia, menaced them from outside, frightening the humans within. Wait, don't kill us. Ignoring the pleas of the humans in the cell, Shia climbed up the adjacent rock wall and lay down in a small cave above. While the brain demon sat in another nearby cave, where his Fama she, still digging. Seemed she went to bathe. Kulili closed a jewelry box in her hands and turned to Shia, whose face was smeared with some white substance, but lacking in experience, rendering her visage ghostly pale, complementing her ethereal form, akin to a specter. Shia, having just settled down, was amused by this peculiar appearance, pointing and laughing. What on earth is that? You look hideous. Ha. Kulili opened her mouth, glancing at her reflection in the mirror, her expression flat. It has something I bought in a human city. The women there enjoy applying this. I saw it and thought it looked lovely. But perhaps I applied too much. Shia lay back, her massive spider legs pulling a thread from her body. Spider silk was precious to them. They had to utilize the silk they had accumulated when building their nests. And the more they consumed, the more abundant and white the silk would be. The silk in Shia's hands resembled white jade, and she examined it with great fondness, rolling it between her fingers like glutinous rice. Removing impurities from the silk produced within her today. How much silk have you stored? Kulili inquired, casting a glance at Shia's enormous spider form beneath her. Shia didn't even look at her. What do you know? I've been saving the silk for years, using everything I eat to gather it. When it comes time to build a nest, it will be the most beautiful and comfortable. Building a nest. Is it? Kulili set down her makeup box, her spectral expression gradually fading in the mirror, continuing like this one do. Humans will not remain behind their walls forever. Many goblin tribes to the north have already been slaughtered by humans. Once those larger tribes are eradicated, the entire wilderness will belong to humans, and then we can just hide in the mountains. I suppose I could let you stay in my nest. Shia appeared somewhat dim-witted. oblivious to the underlying worry in Lily's words, instead wearing an optimistic demeanor as she stored her precious silk back into her gigantic spider body. Lily opened her mouth, then murmured, "Let us hope so. I'll handle the matter of contacting the humans. I'll set off shortly to see how they utilize this." She placed her makeup box beside the cave, glancing at Xia. "You all rest early. I'll keep you updated." All right. Hurry along. I'll check on what Famashi is up to. She hasn't gone back to digging halfway through her bath, has she?" As Lily's silhouette gradually vanished from sight, Xia leapt down from the cave and headed in another direction. The flickering firelight swayed, and her colossal spider figure elongated until it completely disappeared from view. We're doomed. We're going to be killed." Several humans whispered despairingly, but at that moment, Raphael could no longer comprehend their language, for the brain demon had departed. Raphael still tried to muster the strength to approach the prison door, hoping to force it open with her body. But merely walking there left her feeling weak, her scales aching severely. Mill noticed and hurried over to support her back down, softly speaking, "It's all right. Lord Fisher will surely come." Raphael glanced at her. And Mill, lost in thought, flushed slightly, hastily waving her hands. Lord Fisher's card is still here. He should come to retrieve the card and, by extension, rescue us. Sister Mill, how can you trust that human? Exactly. Fahir and Kashir pointed at Mill, causing her face to redden further. No, it's just that Fisher is different from other humans. I am going to tell Brother Bull. Hey, don't say such nonsense, Kashir. Bull was Mill's mate and also the brother of Kashir and Fahir. The room erupted into chatter once more, yet it remained within hushed tones, for they dared not speak too loudly, fearing to attract the earlier spider, lest she fire a gun and create a gaping hole in their chests. However, in the next moment, Lal beside Mill let out a loud shout. "Fisher! Shoo, Lal, keep your voice down." "Ah, Lord Fisher." Raphael seemed to have heard a name, and abruptly lifted her head, only to see a man in a black suit standing at the doorway of the cell, gazing at them. Upon hearing Lal's exclamation, Fisher raised a finger towards Lal, signaling her to be silent. "Fisher, how did you get in here?" Sir, we are from Nayli. Please save us. Tell Lord Keegan outside our location, and we will reward you handsomely once we are free." Fisher disregarded the few humans whose eyes sparkled with hope in Lal's incessant chatter. Instead, he pointed at the number of dragonkin, confirming that none were missing. Yet, he did not open the cell door. Rather, he sought the whereabouts of his carriage. Upon spotting the carriage parked beside the cave, he lifted his staff and departed from the cell door. Hey, sir, don't go. I beg you." Watching Fisher walk away without looking back, the faces of the human prisoners turned sorrowful. Raphael leaned against the cell door and gently closed her eyes. For some reason, she felt a tinge of displeasure at his refusal to open the door first. However, it was reasonable. Perhaps to him, the weight of her and her companions was less than a fraction of that of his carriage. She suppressed her discontent and sadness, remaining silent. Fisher opened the carriage door and entered the disheveled interior. Opening a drawer, he discovered that his genuine leather wallet was missing, and a dark line crossed his otherwise calm face. Gripping the staff with increased intensity, exiting his room, he suddenly noticed a deep purple dress that had fallen to the ground. Slightly taken aback, he reached down to pick it up, and the rings of purple light began to revolve once more, only to vanish entirely the moment he touched it. It seemed the magic had already been triggered. Fisher sighed, and the image of the sorceress suddenly flashed in his mind. He hung the dress back in the innermost part of the changing room. As the dress turned, he noticed a small line of text written in Nayli's cursive at the collar. Renee. Chapter 23. Threads. The edge of this vast underground cavern was smooth, occasionally revealing a few marks made by some sharp object. Even from the outside wilderness, the concealment appeared seamless. If it were not for the magical connection between Fisher's staff and carriage, he might not have discovered the hidden passage leading underground. However, the level of vigilance still needed improvement. The fact that no one had noticed the presence of intruders within the cave was troubling. Fisher advanced deeper into the cavern, where the surrounding walls were lined with glass bottles containing thunderbugs, a variant of fireflies native to the southern continent, thus providing ample light within the cave. Following the direction of the light, he realized that beyond the hall ahead, there were several interconnected caverns. Although he had suspected that the beastmen had attacked them, he was unaware that a species of spider folk resided within. In a small cave ahead, he beheld an abundance of hanging white webs, arranged with a delicate order akin to a lady's lace bed. Yet, There were no creatures present within that cavern. Bang! At that moment, a flash of light and gunfire erupted behind Fisher. Anticipating the sound, he had already dodged aside, his ears catching the sound of the trigger being pulled, reacting in advance. Before studying the dragonkin, he would never have been able to respond like this. It could be said that the physical enhancements of the dragonkin were indeed extraordinary. But now was not the time for reflections on physical enhancements. Fisher pressed himself against the interior of the web chamber, catching a glimpse of the enormous spider-woman standing in the center of the cavern passage. I never expected that a mere human would dare to come here alone. Seeking death, Fisher leaned against the wall, lifting his staff, his ears twitching but yielding no response. He did not understand the language of this spider folk, as the language systems of the beastmen were complex and varied. With many races having their own linguistic structures and some being regional dialects, most of which Fisher had never encountered. However, he had no intention of engaging in conversation. He brandished his staff, suddenly lunging forward, his left hand gripping his hat to prevent it from falling, his form shifting continuously to avoid being struck by bullets. Sia fired a shot, discarding her weapon to avoid reloading and grasping a new one. But after several attempts, she failed to land a single shot, while the distance to the gentleman closed in. Just as it seemed he would be upon her, a smile appeared on Sia's face. Whoosh! Suddenly, the ground behind Fisher cracked open, and two massive claws emerged as a girl wearing goggles sprang from the earth, heading straight for Fisher's back. The consequences of those claws, capable of drilling through rock, penetrating a human body, were indisputable. Fisher cast a brief glance at her, his staff illuminating with a surge of power. 3 rings of deep white light ignited. He had previously demonstrated this 3-ring magic to Raphael, but had not fully unleashed its potential at that time. The 3-ring magic, Dance of the Bees. The instant the 3 rings brightened, a dense buzzing akin to that of bees filled the cavern, revealing the rapid rotation of the light rings. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 2 light rings surged towards the neck of the rushing Famicide. Instinctively, she tried to evade, yet the ring effortlessly pierced her shoulder without any resistance or pause, seamlessly penetrating through her armored scales and into the wall behind her. Famicide. A cloud of blood erupted from Famicide's back, her face turning pale as she collapsed to the ground. Sia's expression changed dramatically, realizing that drawing her weapon at this distance would be foolish. She shifted her spider legs to slash at Fisher's wrist, attempting to prevent him from casting any further magic. Yet Fisher had no intention of casting more magic. With a swift flick of his fingers, he propelled his staff upward, the immense force driving it into the overhead rock wall, simultaneously evading her attempt to sever his wrist. In the next moment, his gaze darkened, reflecting the descent of his body. Sia's spider legs rose, exposing her vulnerabilities completely. He assumed a combat stance, delivering a powerful punch to her abdomen. Bang! A rush of wind accompanied the strike, causing Sia to vomit. The enormous spider body was sent flying backward. Employing the same technique he had used against Raphael, Fisher showed no mercy this time. His gaze remained as tranquil as water, his hands gripping Sia's arms tightly as she soared backward, followed by 2 or 3 more punches to her injured abdomen. The pale skin of her belly displayed dark purple bruises, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. After delivering 2 or 3 punches, as she collapsed, she seemed on the verge of vomiting. Instead, she coughed up a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Famicide, run. Sia appeared to urge her fallen companion to flee quickly. Realizing that the human before her was akin to a monster, devoid of any chance of victory, her face drained of color, despair evident as she called out to Famicide, but Famicide lay motionless, blood pooling beneath her, uncertain if she had succumbed. The human, silent, retrieved his staff, gazing at the 2 of them as though they were corpses. He flipped the fallen beastman over, though blood poured from her mouth. She was at least still breathing. It seemed she would not die. Emotionless, Fisher dragged the tail of the incapacitated spider folk, gripping her neck with one hand and lifting her as he walked step by step back toward the previous hall. Sir, save me. Help, help, help me. The gentleman within the cell saw Fisher returning and grew excited, waving his hands frantically. Yet upon witnessing the miserable state of the 2 half-alive beastmen, his pleas for help dwindled until they faded away. Why did it feel as if this human was a more ferocious brute? Rather than being killed by him, it would be better to remain trapped here. Raphael regarded the battered spider folk with a complex expression. Pursing her lips, she and Kexel Fashel exchanged glances filled with concern over each other's plight. If she had not admitted to the failed assassination back then, Would she have also been subjected to such treatment by that individual? Is my wallet here? Fisher did not inquire of the two beast men, as their words were incomprehensible to him, so he turned to Raphael to ask. Yes, she even said, Fisher, you are a miser. Lal pouted, her small finger pointing at the pale-faced spider folk. Sia dotted dark line crossed Fisher's face as he looked down at Sia, who lay abandoned on the ground. Even knowing she could not understand, he extended a hand towards her, demanding the return of his wallet. However, she not only ignored him but attempted to spit blood-soaked saliva at Fisher, only to find herself too injured to do so, allowing blood and saliva to trickle from the corners of her mouth. Fisher's gaze grew increasingly cold, and for some reason, Raphael trembled slightly. This expression. This human must surely be angry. The arachnid race has a penchant for storing the silk used for nest building. For arachnids, silk is their most precious possession, as Fisher spoke words that Sia couldn't understand. He boarded the carriage and fetched a tiny glass jar. He quietly approached the arachnid from behind, patted the massive spider's body, and then placed the glass jar beneath it. Wait, hold on, what are you doing? Human? Ugh, Sia's compound eyes suddenly glowed. Just as she was about to shout out in anger, her entire body went limp as if electrocuted. Her four spider legs drooped feebly, and even her face turned bright red. From the arachnid's tail behind, the human's large hand continued to knead it. Her involuntary tail began to slowly shoot out silk, all of which landed in the jar on the ground, although the amount of silk was substantial. Once it fell into the tiny jar, it seemed as minuscule as dust. This jar had been enchanted with spatial magic, just like the one on the carriage. No, stop, my silk. Don't. Sia's body trembled. Being robbed of silk was supposed to be a painful experience. But being forced to expel it, apart from the pain, she actually felt a strange kind of pleasure. Ugh, no. Later, her upper body slumped powerlessly to the ground. Only her compound eyes, full of blush and moisture, looked back at the human behind her, seemingly resisting yet also yielding. Raphael opened his mouth. Behind him, Mill, with a blushing face, firmly covered Ralph's eyes. Fahir and Kihir covered their faces and remained silent. I want to see. That hateful arachnid actually pointed a gun at Ralph. You're still young, Ralph. This kind of thing. After several dozen minutes, Fisher finally picked up the small jar filled to the brim with silk. Looking at Sia, who seemed utterly despondent, he actually felt a faint sense of gratification. Let you experience the feeling of having everything taken away. Kill me. Sia's eyes were blank, but the blush on her face never faded. This sense of contradiction made it impossible for her to face herself. Oh, where's my wallet? Fisher silently avenged the thousands of euros in his wallet, but in just a second, he realized something was amiss. Why could he suddenly understand her words? Why did this arachnid speech turn into Nali language? Fisher didn't make any move. Instead, the light on his walking stick glowed again, aiming at the arachnid on the ground. Suddenly, the surrounding environment fell silent. Then, out of nowhere, a sigh was heard. Please stop, spare them. A illusory figure appeared in the cave, quietly looking at Fisher, who was holding the walking stick. Who else could it be but the brain demon Kelly? On what grounds? Fisher's words were as cold as iron. His gaze also turned to the illusory figure. If he wanted to, he could pierce through the heads of these two subhumans in an instant. Chapter 24. The Witch's Magic. Although those two are indeed quite stupid. It's not easy to make a living in this era. If you let them go, not only will all the wealth here be yours, but also the treasures hidden in several other places. Just spare their lives. Kelly looked at Famisi, who was lying on the ground, bleeding continuously. She resisted the urge to reach out. Her expression could still be considered calm. Without hesitation, Fisher's light on his hand grew brighter. Well, not bad, but killing you and taking all the visible treasures here can also satisfy me. A crack appeared in Kelly's calm expression, watching the light get closer and closer to Sia's body. She seemed to be temporarily at a loss for other ways to stop Fisher. She hesitated for a moment and suddenly shouted, "That red dragon person hasn't reached adulthood in her tribe. She will definitely not be able to reach full maturity. That I'll provide the method to help her reach full maturity, and all those treasures will also be yours. Let them go." But after saying this, even Kelly herself felt a bit regretful. Those dragon people were just slaves of this human. For humans, human slaves were just objects, perhaps even less attractive than those treasures. Raphael also closed his eyes because the answer was self-evident. Interesting. Unexpectedly, the light on Fisher's walking stick gradually dimmed, and he put his hand down. One of your companions needs to stop the bleeding. Come here quickly to deal with it. After a moment's hesitation, Kelly quickly floated behind Fisher, looking at Fantasy, whose eyes were closed on the ground. A lot of the blood on her body had already dried up, but the 2 wounds still shocked Kelly. She frantically covered the wounds with her illusory hands that a ring on her hand began to emit a faint light. There seemed to be a simple healing spell inscribed on it, but Fisher didn't care anymore. He just sat on the carriage and quietly waited for her response. Raphael, who was beside him, opened his eyes in surprise after hearing Fisher's answer. He turned to look at his companions, and they were also looking at him. "What are you looking at me for?" "Now." It was Raphael, who was a bit nervous and shy. With a calm face, his tail swayed back and forth, attracting the attention of the human prisoners beside him. "Kelly, how is Fantasy?" Sia finally recovered from her previous stupor. Kelly didn't look at her. After confirming that Fantasy's wounds had stopped bleeding, she finally let out a sigh of relief. "It's okay. She still has a breath." She glanced at Sia's disheveled appearance beside her and knew that they were definitely no match for this human. They had robbed many nearby humans, but this was the first time they had encountered such a human. He was simply a monster. "Now, can you tell me the method for the dragon person to reach adulthood?" Fisher tapped his walking stick on the ground, making a crisp sound, which attracted Kelly's attention while she was still treating the wound. Kelly removed her hands from Fantasy's body and then looked at Raphael and said, "The adulthood of the dragon race requires a ceremony to guide them to grow dragon horns. Without the specific guiding incantation of the dragon race, their horns will grow randomly and may sprout from various places, and I just happened to make an exchange with a certain dragon tribe and obtained this part of the content. This dragon person should reach adulthood in a few days. It's just the right time to prepare now." Kelly then continued, "The whole ceremony requires many items for arrangement. Some things need to be purchased from other tribes. Some tribes only accept gold, not human currency." Fisher glanced at the treasures they had placed in the hall and said indifferently, "Don't worry about the money." A black line appeared on Kelly's face. Sia beside her covered her stomach and wanted to speak. "Hey, at least leave us some." Fisher looked at her expressionlessly. She immediately went limp. She didn't know what strange system mechanism she had triggered. But her face blushed again. Her spider body behind her trembled from time to time, but she couldn't squeeze out any more silk. "I don't want your money. Release the people here and help me set up the ceremony. Then we'll be even." He glanced at the 2 humans who were beaten to a pulp and then continued, "And my wallet." Kelly looked at Sia. Sia then took out the genuine leather wallet from her chest underwear. She threw the wallet, which carried a fragrance and body heat, far away to Fisher. Fisher first opened the wallet and counted the number of Naily euros inside. The money was okay, but mainly there were also bank vouchers and the photo that Renee had entrusted him to keep. After confirming that nothing had changed, he finally let out a sigh of relief. "We'll stay here tonight. Start preparing tomorrow. You take good care of your companions first." He walked to the front of the cell and released all the people. Ralph then rushed out excitedly and hugged Fisher. The little one hung on Fisher entirely, which startled the companions behind him. "Ralph? Fisher, I thought I'd never see you again. That arachnid said you were beaten to death. It scared me so much. I was thinking if there would be several holes in your head or somewhere else. Impossible." Fisher looked down at Ralph, who had become lively again. Her tail beneath her swayed back and forth. But her body was very light and could be easily picked up. Did she actually trust him, a human, so much? "Okay, Ralph, get down quickly." It was still Mill who was the most considerate. He quickly ran over and picked Ralph up from Fisher's arms. "Sorry, Lord Fisher." Fisher stroked Ralph's head to show that it was okay. Only then did he remember to ask Mill, "Is there really an adulthood ceremony for the dragon race? Why didn't you tell me before?" "Oh, well, because I was in so much pain when I reached adulthood and mostly slept. I don't know what my family did to me that I only knew that I had grown horns when I woke up." "Sorry." Mill felt a bit reproachful and lowered his head. Fisher nodded. Just as he was about to ask how those humans were captured, suddenly, the sound of chirping birds came from the hall behind him. Chirp, chirp. Fisher looked back and saw a long-tailed lark, emitting a deep purple light, flying in from somewhere. It was spinning in the hall and lingering in mid-air, refusing to land, only making clear chirping sounds. A dark line appeared on Fisher's face. He looked at the few humans and asked, "Which one of you touched the clothes in my car?" Kelly slightly paused for a moment before raising her hand and saying, "It was me." "Then it's okay." These 3 humans were all females. It was such a stupid question he had asked. The figure of Fisher emerged in the eyes of the lark. Immediately, it cheerfully landed on Fisher's shoulder as he walked out of the cell. However, what greeted him was not a welcome but the gentle tick-tock pecking. "Fisher, Bad guy. Fisher, bad guy. The child-like voice came out of the lark's mouth. It shouted each time it pecked, making everyone in the cave look in his direction. The bird was speaking the Naili language, but due to the brain demon seeds, everyone could understand it. Raphael noticed keenly and stared at his profile intently. All right, Heart, what does you want to tell me? Fisher reached out and pinched the bird's head to stop it from pecking him. Then he stroked its soft feathers and asked, Three things. First thing, stay away from those women. She touched Renee's clothes. Renee is very angry and told me to peck your head. And then, how is she now? Second thing, Kata didn't find her home, so she's going to continue looking south. Fisher pondered for a while before responding to the little bird on his shoulder. I see. Third thing. The magical lark, Heart, chirped again. Renee said she misses you very much. The scene fell silent. Only the cute little bird, Heart, tilted its head and looked at him, seemingly waiting for his reply. I got it. Fisher was silent even longer this time. It took a long time before he managed to blurt out a normal response. As if coughing. He squeezed his walking stick and walked some distance towards the carriage. Is there any message for Heart to take back? Is there? All that Raphael in the cell could see was the back of that human man. However, their conversation was clearly audible, and she heard it all. Her tail didn't move at all. She seemed to close her eyes indifferently. Tell her to take good care of herself. Okay. Fisher told Renee to take good care of herself. After hearing this, the little bird chirped and flapped its wings, taking off from Fisher's shoulder. It spun faster and faster in mid-air, and magic emblems appeared one after another along its flight path. However, it was moving so fast that it was hard to make out what kind of magic it was. As the bird reached its maximum speed, it suddenly turned into a shooting star and shot out of the cave. Soaring straight into the fog-covered sky of the southern continent. It disappeared into the horizon after aiming at a certain direction when it reached a place with a bright moon and sparse stars. Far away, in the territory of Kadu in the western continent, the ascetic-style buildings were filled with a pale atmosphere. The weather was fine at this time, and the sun shone on the second floor of a hotel that looked like a cluster of spires. At this moment, the window of the south-facing room was open, and a little incense was wafting out. A beautiful woman with long black hair was leaning against the window, seemingly taking a rest with her eyes closed, waiting for a purple shooting star in the horizon to land beside her again. The purple little bird hopped on the windowsill several times before stopping, but when it spoke again, it was no longer the chirping it had when it was beside Fisher. A lazy female voice that seemed full of the intoxication of black mamba red wine came from the little bird's mouth. It said to the sleeping black-haired woman, All right, give my body back to me. Heart. The woman opened her eyes. Her empty eyes gradually took on a purple deeper than the starry sky. It was not until the purple filled her entire pupils that she stretched and put the more vividly chirping little bird into her palm. Unfortunately, that stupid Fisher couldn't tell the difference. Chapter 25. Arrogance. We were on the carriage, on our way to the northern city of Pholoan. Suddenly, a huge spider emerged on the road and killed my horse. In the cave, Fisher lit a bonfire and held a quill pen, constantly writing something. He also chatted with the few humans he had rescued. It turned out that they were a couple and the man's sister. They came to the southern continent for a tour. They originally planned to go to Kexianing to watch the circus, but then decided to go to Pholoan City for a vacation. As a result, they were kidnapped by several humans when passing by Kekin City. I think we shouldn't have sent Annie back to the city. She was sick. If we had taken her to Pholoan City, we wouldn't have met these guys. The man's sister squinted her eyes, looking mean. She carefully glanced at Kelly and the others who were recuperating nearby. As a human, she looked down on humans. And she even looked down on the few dragon race people beside Fisher, thinking them filthy. But after all, these dragon race people were the slaves of this young and handsome gentleman. So it was okay. She just ignored them. Oh, such a young gentleman. I really should ask where his family lives in Naili. He must be working as a lawyer or a surgeon. It's just right that my daughter. Stop talking, sister. Annie has served our family for a long time. If it weren't for her getting such a terrible disease, I wouldn't have left her here. Blue blood oozing from her mouth and eyes. I bet she must have been cursed by a demon. Thinking of this, the man shivered. The keywords in their conversation caught Fisher's attention. He paused his writing slightly and looked at the man. Is it a disease where one's sanity degenerates and blue blood oozes from all orifices? Yes. She was just like a crazy beast. It was probably a few weeks ago at night. She suddenly came and bit me on the carriage. She almost bit off my ear. Before that, did you come into contact with anything or encounter anything special? Well, several people looked at each other. After thinking for a long time, they shook their heads. How could there be anything special? We came here for a tour that we didn't dare to stay in the wilderness for long. We mostly stayed in the city. Why don't other people in the city get this disease? And she was always with us. If there had been something special, we should have gotten sick together too. Fisher thought for a while and then started writing with the quill pen again. It was the lady who, for some reason, looked sad. Come to think of it, Annie just received the news that her daughter died in the textile factory before she got sick. Her husband died early. It's really, Fisher's eyes flickered. He memorized the details they described in his mind and then nodded and stood up. I see. You can leave here tomorrow morning. Try to stay in crowded places. The southern continent is not safe. Don't get caught by humans or humans next time. Ah, thank you. Please. The man wanted to express his gratitude, but Fisher had already walked far in the direction of the group of dragon race people, making him withdraw his hand dejectedly. Fisher walked towards Raphael, who was resting with the scroll he had just written. Although she was weak, her mind was still clear. She was leaning against the carriage, watching Lar and Fahir playing. From time to time, she also stared at the humans like Shia and Kelly, for fear that they would escape or launch a sneak attack. Her vigilance in this regard was always astonishing. Seeing Fisher walking over expressionlessly, she pursed her lips, and her tail behind her wagged. After all, he had saved them, but she couldn't be as carefree as Lar and say thank you. Her tail wagged for a long time. But she didn't say anything and finally gave up. Here, take this. What is this? Raphael subconsciously took the scroll handed over by the other party and saw that it simply had a catalog guide written in the dragon language. Basic vocabulary. Pages 1 to 117-inch basic grammar. Pages 118 to 201. Fisher then handed over a basic Naili language learning book and said, It just occurred to me that it's a hassle that you don't know the human language. After taking you back to the Western continent, I can't always act as your personal translator, so take this time to learn Naili well. Raphael glanced at the scroll in her hand and then threw them beside her. There was a bit of anger on her face as she said to Fisher, Are you so sure that I can't kill you? I will definitely kill you and leave, and even if I can't kill you, I won't learn the human language. She glanced at the scroll beside her. She had neither interest in nor respect for the human language. The identity of human invaders had given everything about them a repulsive color. Fisher looked at her expressionlessly. His cold eyes made Raphael suspect that he was going to hit her again or threaten her with her companions. Raphael, in your eyes, what kind of existence are humans? To Raphael's surprise, Fisher only asked such a simple question, and Raphael's answer to this question was also very simple. Shameless invaders, scoundrels, robbers, arrogant pests. Those humans, despicably tainting all that this land encompasses with flames, regard the subhumans as inferior beasts, capable of seizing everything from them without so much as a reason. Such is the innate nature of humanity, greed and arrogance. Fisher's expression remained unchanged as he continued to gaze at her and said, I am such a human. Yet I comprehend the firm of Babylon tongue and am willing to invest further time in deepening my understanding of it, which is why I can converse with you face to face, while you scorn the language of humanity with disdain. Arrogance is humanity's original sin. It appears that even the draconic race is not exempt from it. Is it? Raphael turned her head away, unable to refute Fisher's words. That he picked up the learning materials beside her and placed them back in her hands. This time, she did not refuse nor turn to look at Fisher. The conflicting turmoil within Raphael was a reflection of her inner self. Fisher ceased to speak, silently turning away and walking in another direction. Raphael's dragon claws tightened around the book in her hands. It was only when Fisher was out of sight that she dared to fix her gaze upon him. Thus, eternally, she would only ever see the silhouette of Fisher's retreating form. Ignoring the sulking Raphael behind him, he prepared to call out to Laurel to quiet down, as it was time for sleep. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of the half-ethereal Kareli leaning against the stone wall. Her gaze complex as she looked at him. At her feet, a pale-faced Shama, having received simple bandaging, lay asleep, now unharmed. The spider folk, Shia, had yet to rest. Despite her enormous size, she dared not look at Fisher. Fearing that she might trigger some peculiar switch, even her precious silk was left unasked for. Is there something you wish to discuss? Your name is Fisher, correct? I am Mind Demon Kareli. And what of it? Kareli smiled faintly and continued, It is nothing. It was merely your words to that draconic girl that piqued my interest. Regarding her coming-of-age ceremony, I shall likely gather the materials by tomorrow, so you need not worry. That is reassuring. There is one more matter. Should you continue northwest, you may encounter some rather unfriendly goblins ahead. If possible, it would be prudent to avoid them. Goblins. Yes, Kareli nodded, adding, they are creatures that have dwelled in caves for generations, though unlike the Shama, they are not adept at burrowing. So the caves they inhabit are often adjacent to what you humans refer to as minerals. Since the advent of humanity, many goblin tribes have lost their original homes, leading them to adopt an aggressive demeanor towards humans. While you are indeed powerful, continuously dealing with the relentless influx of goblins must be quite troublesome. So it would be best to take a detour. Fisher regarded the expressionless Kareli, weighing her advice before nodding. Thank you for the warning. I shall heed it. What is it that you desire in exchange? He had presumed that Kareli offered this information with the expectation of receiving something in return. Perhaps the spider silk from Shia, though it is not for the sake of exchange that I informed you of this. If you could return Shia's silk to her, she would surely be delighted. Her gaze fell somewhat despondently, the luminescence of her transparent brain dimming alongside her spirits. We mind demons facilitate communication between species, yet many of my kin serve as translators for humans out of necessity. The subhumans regard us as lapdogs, while humans see us as slaves, which is why I fled from my homeland. Perhaps you are right. We should not be so arrogant. Her gaze was hollow, and the meaning behind her words of we remained unclear, yet the sorrow and emptiness were evident at a glance. Fisher, however, displayed no change in expression, as if it bore no relevance to him. As he turned away, he tossed the jar of spider silk to the still-dazed Kareli. She caught the shimmering jar, looking up in astonishment at the departing human, who offered no reply, his slender silhouette receding into the distance. Laurel, cease your noise and return to sleep. But Laurel has been confined for so long without much movement. Very well, but Fasher and the others must also rest. All of you ought to take a break. Chapter 26, Draconic Magic, Draconic Biological Research Progress. 21. Draconic Societal Research Progress. 20. Unlocked Rewards. Constitution 2. Reproductive Ability 10. Firmabahalon Draconic Grimoire. That night, lying in bed, Fisher retrieved his notes on the subhuman maiden. As the ethereal text before him gradually faded, a peculiar power surged into his body, enhancing not only his physical strength but also igniting a strange warmth in his lower abdomen. As if the vigor of his waist in certain areas had been significantly augmented, especially now, those areas felt particularly firm and imbued with a desire for conquest. He suddenly found the subhumans quite beautiful, particularly the draconic race with their lithe, athletic forms and their fair, supple. He paused for a second or two, then covered his face in exasperation. The draconic race could restrain their desires through their mating partners, but humans were perpetually in a state of arousal. This enhancement of reproductive ability left Fisher feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He took several deep breaths before mustering the energy to look at the thin, ancient book that had appeared in his hands. The cover bore inscriptions resembling scales or blades, reading Firmabahalon Royal Grimoire. Intrigued, Fisher turned on the lamp by his bedside and opened the book. His thirst for research and knowledge temporarily overshadowed his overwhelming reproductive urges, and he began to meticulously study the ancient magic passed down among the draconic race. However, he soon found himself disappointed, realizing that his proficiency in the Firmabahalon language, acquired through the completion manual, was insufficient to fully comprehend the grimoire in his hands. Many of its obscure and archaic descriptions transcended the realm of everyday language, forcing Fisher to rely on keywords to infer the operational principles of certain spells. Magic, being an exceedingly rigorous discipline, held the potential for catastrophic consequences from even the slightest misunderstanding, though it might also yield entirely new spells. Yet such risks were far too high for one who was not a theoretical master of magic to attempt. After considerable searching, Fisher managed to find a couple of spells that he could read at his current level, such as Firmabahalon Dragon Breath, which summoned vast flames, and Firmabahalon Dragon Fire, which produced instantaneous explosions. The draconic folk inscribed magic onto their weapons and armor, unleashing spells in close combat, often engulfing both foes and allies alike in the wake of their magical might, leaving Fisher bewildered by their logic in employing magic. Moreover, such destructive spells were considered merely low-tier within the ancient draconic magic. The draconic magic circuits were far more robust than those of humans, and their methods of manipulating world echo were correspondingly crude, rendering many spells perilous in the eyes of humanity. Due to the lack of finesse, the spells recorded by the draconic race were few. Fisher believed he would soon master them, but first, he needed to delve deeper into the intricacies of the draconic tongue. Rising from his bed, Fisher took a carving tool and etched a few draconic magical sigils onto the table. Unlike human magic, which formed loops. Draconic magic operated in a cycle that resembled teeth. The Firmabahalon dragon breath was complete. He was eager to test it, so he donned his shoes, lifted the small table by the bedside, and stepped outside the cave into the wilderness. The thick fog still lingered. Fisher set the table down, aimed it forward, then retreated several steps. Satisfied that all was well, he pointed his finger, and the magical sigils on the table instantly flared with blinding white light. Roar. It was not the roar of a dragon, but rather the resounding explosion of flames erupting forth in an instant. Mere seconds later, the area inscribed with magical sigils on the table seemed to cave in, from which a torrent of flames surged, shooting forth fire pillars of several dozen meters, before Fisher could marvel at the potency of the magic. The very table that bore the sigils ignited completely, and more terrifyingly, it began to spin. Drawn into the void of space, Fisher's expression changed as he watched the table, carrying the towering fire pillars. Whirl like a top that he hurriedly fled backward, grateful that his physical constitution had been enhanced once more. Otherwise, those scorching flames would have singed his nightclothes. Boom. As the magic, akin to a fiery tempest, continued to operate until the entire table was consumed, leaving behind a cloud of steam and charred remnants, it gradually came to a halt. Was this truly the magic of the draconic race? Although the destructive power is immense, it is undeniably unstable, even capable of incinerating the magical sigils themselves. Such a situation is a first for Fisher. Perhaps it would be prudent to delve deeper into this perilous magic only after mastering more of the draconic tongue. As Fisher returned to his carriage, weariness etched across his face, he pushed open the door, only to find two dragon girls with white scales seated upon his bed. They were Faller and Collar. The two twins bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, distinguishable only by the color of their eyes. Faller's pupils were a deep black, while her sister's shone a lustrous silver. They sat side by side, gazing intently at Fisher as he entered, their tails tracing circles behind them, their expressions serious, prompting Fisher to raise an eyebrow. "What are you two doing in my room?" They exchanged a glance, then maintained their solemn demeanor while clasping each other's hands. Turning to Fisher with a sideways glance, "Lord Fisher, you bought Raphael for that purpose, did you not?" "That purpose?" Fisher replied flatly, suddenly recalling Mill's reaction in their hotel room. Surely that fool had not shared such a foolish conjecture with Faller and Collar, who were even less astute. But please, Lord Fisher, spare Lord Raphael. Lord Raphael is a wonderful person. As dragonfolk guards, if possible, please consider us as substitutes for Lord Raphael. We shall give our utmost effort." They spoke in unison, their expressions unwavering, their gaze fixed on Fisher at the doorway, seemingly conveying their determination. As guards of Raphael, lacking the requisite strength, they had always relied on him for protection. If that were the case, just this once, allow us to take the lead. Fisher approached with an impassive expression, his hands gliding over the faces of the two dragon girls, gently brushing aside their cascading locks until his fingers reached the soft lobes of their elongated ears. Ugh. Their faces began to flush, tinged with a rosy hue. Fisher leaned down slightly and blew softly into one of their ears, causing them to recoil as if struck by lightning, their feigned composure shattering into a flurry of confusion and shyness, their silvery tails flicking nervously as steam emanated from their bodies. "You two little children," Fisher remarked, his expression unchanged as he patted their cheeks, prompting them to close their eyes in a flustered panic. They clearly understood nothing. It had the audacity to utter such words without being prepared. It was at that moment that Fisher, suppressing the urge to savor their fair skin, sighed and gently patted their heads. "Go back to sleep." Faller and Collar couldn't help but glance up at him, then sluggishly descended from his bed. Just outside the neighboring room, a long red tail flicked momentarily before retreating back inside upon hearing their footsteps. Chapter 27. Signs of Maturity. Raphael, come take a look at this section. Early the next day, after Fisher had seen off the human who had spent the night, he returned with the Firmabaha Draconic Grimoire to find Raphael. Yesterday, he had mentioned temporarily setting aside this area of research. Yet as soon as he closed his eyes to sleep, he pondered whether he could integrate the human's ring magic with dragonfolk magic. This might significantly enhance the potential of dragon magic, or perhaps even result in an entirely new spell. However, such experimentation needed to wait until he thoroughly understood the contents of the grimoire. Fortunately, a dragonfolk was readily available, making the linguistic barriers easily surmountable. For breakfast, they had some roasted gopher, a delicacy prepared by a pangolin subhuman named Famaxi, which Laurel particularly enjoyed. As Raphael approached adulthood, her body grew weaker, yet her spirit remained exuberant, her very breaths heated. Raphael wiped her mouth and glanced at the ancient tome Fisher had offered. noting that he had made annotations with a feather quill in the draconic script. Alongside neatly written lines in Nayli script, which Raphael could not decipher, Fisher had a habit of annotating his books. When he reviewed them a second time, it reminded him of his previous thoughts, potentially broadening his perspective. Please help me explain the phrases in the underlined sections. Raphael opened her mouth, then flipped the page to glance at the cover. Wait, this is our draconic grimoire. Where did you find it? I bought it, Fisher replied unflinchingly, knowing only he could see the completion manual, and he would not mention its existence to anyone. How many treasures have you humans unearthed? Our tribe possesses none of such things. Perhaps only the oldest clans might have 1 or 2 copies. Raphael perused the contents briefly, then remarked, we rarely employ magic. Though it wields great power, its users are also susceptible to its harm. It has likely been ages since a dragonfolk magician has emerged. It seemed the dragonfolk were not devoid of intelligence. Recognizing the inherent flaws in their magic, Fisher contemplated the spells from the previous night and suddenly perceived that dragonfolk magicians were, to some extent, akin to self-destructive soldiers, charging into the fray and simply shouting, "Release magic," leading to their own demise. This is purely for academic research and might assist in improving some of your magic. The terminology is quite archaic, rendering it difficult to read. I need your help to translate a portion. Raphael regarded Fisher with skepticism, although she found it hard to believe he would perform such a kindness. As he had said the night prior, he indeed could set aside prejudices to wholeheartedly study and understand something, even if it belonged to the subhumans, deemed lowly in human eyes. After a moment of silence, Raphael pointed to the first marked location with her dragon claw and began translating the text for Fisher. Dragon's claw, flame of boiling fire, just as Raphael was explaining the exceedingly obscure and archaic magical text. Laurel blinked, turning her attention to the 2 white dragonfolk with dark circles under their eyes. You too. You definitely sneaked off somewhere to have fun without telling Laurel. What was it that was so enjoyable you wouldn't invite Laurel? Collar and Faller seemed lost in thought, startled by Laurel's sudden inquiry, and promptly poked her cheek in exasperation. You little brat. Keep your distance from us. Yesterday, they exchanged a furtive glance, then simultaneously admitted, we didn't sleep well. Laurel mulled over the unfamiliar term, little brat, that the sisters had suddenly employed. Curious about its origin, just as she opened her mouth to ask, the 2 sisters stood and walked away in the opposite direction, seemingly disinclined to engage with her, who knew what they had contemplated the night before. The human's touch had ignited a fire within them, even causing the 2 who normally shared a bed to maintain some distance, fearing a repeat of their prior encounter. Yet that sense of shame lingered, robbing them of a restful night. Since Faller and Collar were unwilling to play with her, Laurel could only wander nearby, catching sight of the spider folk, Shia, and the mind magic user, Kalalai, emerging from the cave, their expressions returning to normal. Upon spotting the enormous spider folk, Laurel was initially startled but quickly put her hands on her hips and made a face at Syed as Shia frowned and prepared to move. Laurel dashed over to Fisher's side. That dragonfolk child. Shia gritted her teeth, about to advance, but was halted by Kalalai's silent gaze. Don't stir up trouble, Shia. We owe our lives to that unique human. That is only because we still hold some value. Shia scoffed quietly. Perhaps. Kalalai drifted toward Fisher, waiting until both he and Raphael were distracted before she slightly lowered her head and said, Lord Fisher, the materials have been fully prepared this morning. We can hold the coming-of-age ceremony for this dragonfolk young lady tonight. Fisher nodded, replying coolly, after the ceremony, we shall depart. The ceremony must take place near a water source, and there happens to be a lake close to the forest. If you don't mind, we can set out this afternoon, if all goes well. She will transform into a true dragonfolk warrior by nightfall. Fisher glanced at the now weakened Raphael, noting the crimson scales on her hands beginning to shed, revealing tougher scales beneath. With closer observation, he realized her breathing was rapid, each exhale releasing a wave of scorching air, as if a relentless steam engine resided within her. Everything indicated that this unique red dragonfolk was on the verge of adulthood. Fisher lowered his gaze to meet her emerald eyes, but after a mere second, Raphael averted her gaze, looking elsewhere. She was not adept at maintaining eye contact with the human before her, especially after spending so much time together. After waiting for her to avert her gaze for a moment, just as she was finally about to raise her head and meet his eyes again, he had already turned around and walked towards the carriage. Meanwhile, his fading words reached her ears. Then, let's prepare to set off. Lord Raphael, you're about to come of age. The next moment, Lar beside her pounced over, interrupting her thoughts. That tiny body almost knocked Raphael down. Fortunately, Mill behind her steadied her. My mother once said that when Raphael comes of age, she'll surely be the most beautiful and powerful draconian. When I grow up, I want to be like Lord Raphael. It's a pity that my scales aren't red, that I've heard that humans can dye things. Can I dye myself red too? Lord Raphael, you're finally coming of age. If it were in the tribe, the clan chief and the others would surely be overjoyed to see you grow up. Mill also wore a smile, which involuntarily made Raphael think of her parents, that somewhat elderly couple. At this moment, they would surely still look at her sternly. Among their children, only she had red scales, which always made her feel like an outcast among her siblings. So she always felt that their looks at her were different from those at the other children, and she always wanted to avoid their gazes and their various admonitions. But now that she had left the tribe, she missed them terribly and especially longed to see them. If it were them, they would surely show proud expressions upon seeing her as an adult. She gently took Mill's hand. The scales on her hands and legs were so fragile that they fell off with such a simple movement. Yet her breath grew hotter and hotter, as if it could scorch the air. She was about to come of age. Chapter 28. The Coming of Age Ceremony. Ice blocks, kettle of red leaves. Cracked stones. The lake they were searching for was quite vast, surrounded by the lush forest beside it. It resembled a huge pupil, reflecting a fish scale, like luster in the sunlight. The materials Kelly bought were relatively raw. Presumably, the coming of age ceremony of the draconian tribe didn't require items that needed elaborate processing. Ice blocks were precious to the relatively primitive subhumans. Kettle of red leaves grew in underground rivers, and cracked stones were found deep within the earth's veins. Although they were different substances, they shared the same function: heat absorption. Before the medical revolution, humans often used kettle of red leaves to treat severe fevers. Although they had good clinical effects, they often caused frostbite to human organs and led to more serious complications. Now, no doctors use such items anymore. Fisher watched as Kelly fed Raphael the small black, red leaves. He lowered his head and touched her forehead. The effect was obvious. Soon, her body temperature dropped, but she still felt as hot as a huge furnace. Have you thought it through? After I come of age, I'll surely try to assassinate you again. Don't regret it when you help me complete the coming of age ceremony. You humans must rarely see a fully grown draconian warrior. Indeed, most of the captured draconians were in their juvenile state. It was very difficult to capture an adult draconian, and even if one was captured, it would probably be in a dead or seriously injured state, which was meaningless. Draconians were all natural warriors, and their combat prowess would fully blossom after they came of age. Fisher nodded indifferently and simply said, "You still have 2 assassination opportunities and owe me 1 punishment." Raphael was stunned for a second and then burst into laughter. Suddenly, she spoke to Fisher in a halting Naili language. "You will see." The word "see" was probably supposed to be something else, but she couldn't remember what it was, so she had to use a vague and inappropriate word instead. She learned the Naili language very quickly. She could remember many new words in just one night. It seemed that the human perception that the intelligence of subhumans was equivalent to that of domestic pigs was completely wrong. I'm looking forward to it. At this time, Kelly floated over from the lake and said to Fisher, "My Lord Fisher, the ceremony is ready." The sun was gradually setting, and on the other side of the sky, the full moon rose, causing the temperature on the ground to drop. In the middle of the lake, Kelly asked Chia to move a large pile of cracked stones to form a platform. As soon as the stones were placed on the lake, the water beneath them turned into a thin layer of ice, which just prevented the stones from sinking. On top of the stones, ice blocks were laid out to form a bed, and several kettle of red leaves were placed beside it. Ask your companions to help. You can't wear any clothes during the ceremony. Just as Kelly was about to help Raphael take off her clothes, she felt a burning sensation as soon as she touched her linen clothes. She had no choice but to ask the draconians to help her. Mill and Fazil came over to help her remove her clothes. Raphael awkwardly wanted to see if Fisher was looking, but she only saw his back as he was lighting a cigarette in the distance. Raphael pursed her lips and was carried by several draconians onto the ceremonial site in the lake. As soon as her bare body touched the ice bed, a large amount of steam instantly rose up, making the place seem like a fairyland. Raphael, I must remind you that the difficulty of the draconian coming of age ceremony varies from one draconian to another. You might just sleep through it, or you might experience excruciating pain. Your reaction is more intense than that of any other draconian I've seen coming of age. So, if you feel very uncomfortable later, take the ice leaves beside you, as many as you can. They can temporarily relieve your pain. Kelly's ethereal body was shaken by the increasing temperature of Raphael, wiping away the non-existent sweat. She looked down at the scales that Raphael had shed. Even the scales of a draconian were ignited by that heat, and fell through the ice bed onto the stones below. Once you're ready, I'll start chanting the incantation to guide your growth. Raphael took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and said, "Yes, start." Kelly nodded, then floated from the warming lake to the shore. She took out an ancient scroll from her bosom and seriously looked towards the center of the lake under the night sky. The several draconians beside her all clenched their hands, looking worriedly towards that direction and silently praying for Raphael's coming. Age ceremony. The moonlight was gradually rising. The ice, like moon, seemed to cover half of the sky, making the entire lake turn silver, white as if it had been frozen through. Fisher expressionlessly lit another cigarette, propping his hand on the side. His gaze also fell on the lake surrounded by steam. Kelly took a deep breath and chanted a string of draconian words that even Fisher couldn't understand. The voice was not loud, but after it reached Raphael's ears, it seemed to stir up some invisible and violent energy. The next second, all the magic circuits on her body glowed. Those dense, magma-like magic circuits had grown much larger than the ones Fisher had seen before. They seemed to be about to burst the original magic circuits and wriggled constantly. Ugh! The illusory magic circuits moved, as if they had set ablaze every single blood vessel and drop of blood in Raphael's body. She soon tasted that kind of pain. Burning sensations like suns erupted within her, incinerating her senses and nerves. The kettle of red leaves she had taken before took effect. With each breath she took, the undigested leaves continuously sent cold air into her body. That medicinal herb, which was extremely cold to humans, seemed as helpless as a fighter at this moment. But in the midst of the pain, Fisher clearly saw that the wriggling magic circuits slid in an orderly manner following Kelly's incantation. And a hard protrusion slowly grew in front of her brain, where all the magic circuits were connected. That was Raphael's horn. Kelly chanted the incantation faster and faster. Mill and the others beside her all held their breaths, afraid that their breathing would affect the situation in the distance. Lord Raphael's horn has grown. Lar was sharp-eyed and saw the long and beautiful red horn. This moment, the horn was emitting a dazzling light, like the sun. What a powerful force, Lord Raphael! Boom! The intense heat burned through the ice bed beneath her, and even the cracked stones below began to crack, and the scalded stones exploded into fragments. The horn had fully grown. Kelly's guiding incantation was coming to an end. Wiping the sweat off her brow, she looked at the draconian maiden surrounded by steam. That red long horn was so beautiful, even more powerful than any draconian in history. It's done. Lar was lost in thought, thinking that Lord Raphael's soul must be the hottest and strongest among all draconians. But Fisher's gaze seemed to penetrate the thick steam and see Raphael's current state. A beautiful dragon horn had grown, but the magma, like magic circuits on Raphael's body, had not subsided. Instead, they still moved around like a living thing, frantically searching for an outlet. Something was wrong. The coming of age ceremony was not over yet. Kelly, her coming of age ceremony isn't over yet. Fisher picked up his walking stick and stood up, hurriedly warning Kelly, who had just let out a sigh of relief. The magic circuits activated by the incantation have become fully excited, frantically searching for a vulnerable exit within Raphael's body. That a dragon horn has already grown, and a continuous stream of energy is spilling out from it. However, that is not the exit, causing the power to disperse aimlessly, bursting into flames. All the prepared materials have been completely exhausted. Coriolis is also at a loss as to what is happening at the moment, staring blankly at the situation in the lake. There are still a large number of magic circuits moving chaotically within Raphael's body without being released, making her arch her body in agony. At this moment, her body temperature has risen to a terrifying level, as if her internal organs were about to be burned through. Lady Raphael, why isn't it over yet? She can no longer endure it. Subconsciously remembering Coriolis's reminder, she reaches out to find the Kotiro red leaf placed beside her. But the leaf, which emits a piercing coldness, bursts into flames the moment it touches the dragon claws on Raphael's body. Its once proud heat, absorbing ability seems to be defeated by the terrifying temperature as if it were non-existent. Boom. Wait, her situation is too special. A normal draconian wouldn't. Before Coriolis could finish speaking, Fisher has stepped in front of her, throwing his outer garment on the ground and raising his walking stick at the same time. Continue chanting the incantation. Okay. The man's voice comes, making the panicked Coriolis quickly regain her focus. She returns to the beginning of the incantation and starts chanting it with a trembling voice. The magic circuits are guided again, but this time there is nothing to lower her temperature. The stone is completely burned through, and Raphael's body falls into the lake. But the temperature is so high that the lake water evaporates the moment it touches her, causing her to keep sinking. All eyes can only see the figure like a sun bubbling beneath the lake water. Fisher, however, remains extremely calm. He holds his magic wand horizontally in front of him. As he closes his eyes, purple magic lights on the walking stick light up one by one, illuminating a strange and more profound power than the starry sky. This is not a magic he engraved, but it has to be used now. As eight continuously rotating deep, purple rings spin around Fisher, the surrounding world seems to stand still. The rings of light seem to have stirred something invisible. The next second, the huge lake starts flowing backwards towards the sky under the gaze of the moon. Drip. Drop. The 8. Ring magic. Gravity sky rings. Raphael, who is sunk to the bottom and is still burning, is suspended along with it. Fisher lets out a sigh, grabs his walking stick, and rushes towards Raphael in mid-air. Lord Fisher, the moonlight is subtle. Above the emptied lake, countless suspended and motionless water droplets are scattered by Fisher's advancing body and then are imprisoned in mid-air by an invisible force, reflecting the figure like a sun in front of him. Chapter 29. Double Horns. Raphael. It seems that Raphael's soul has been burned to ashes by the terrifying temperature. Her consciousness is still in a pitch black void, but she seems to see a tiny speck of light. She hurriedly reaches for it, making the light emit a soft glow. The next second, she opens her eyes in a daze, and suddenly a white-haired female draconian wearing complex ornaments appears in front of her. Sitting by the bed and smiling at her, that is her mother. Mom. It seems that she has returned to her room in the tribe, a small room filled with things she brought back from outside the tribe, but where she has never been willing to stay for long. She is the youngest and the most special child of her parents. In the entire tribe, she is the only draconian with red scales, making her always feel different from other children. Ah, Raphael, you seem to have grown up. The kind-hearted draconian touches her temples. There, the glowing red dragon horn emits Raphael's energy, but on the other side of her cheek, it seems that there are cracks burned by magma. The violent magic circuits are still wriggling, making her face look a bit hideous. However, Raphael now seems to have temporarily bid farewell to the pain under her mother's gentle gaze. But I seem to have failed. Mom, it hurts so much. Other draconians, like Mill, didn't feel this painful when they came of age. Why? Why am I different from other draconians? Ah, you. Her mother smiles and lowers her head, leaning her golden dragon horn against Raphael's newly grown crimson dragon horn. They both close their eyes, yet they can still feel each other's emotions and the warmth at the moment. This is the meaning of draconians touching each other's horns. Draconian souls are all scorching. Very, very hot, just like the sun. They always guide the draconians who can't find their way home. One can also follow them back to their tribe and become a new member of that tribe. Am I like this too? Yes, so is Mom. Each of our souls has gone through a long journey, and Raphael's soul must be the most dazzling one among them. Your soul is so excellent. And you are our child. So, don't be afraid, Raphael. You will surely become the most outstanding draconian. In that gentle voice like a lullaby, Raphael seems to melt into her warm embrace all of a sudden. Everything around is still burning, but she can no longer feel the searing heat. Only warmth remains. At this moment, another crimson dragon horn slowly grows out in her mother's trust and warm embrace. As scorching and as beautiful as the already grown one, the pain gradually fades away, and Raphael's consciousness gradually returns to her body. She slowly opens her eyes, and there is a round and bright moon in front of her. She stares blankly at such a beautiful scene. The crimson double horns on her forehead are long and graceful. Her hair, red as fire, spreads out in mid-air, as beautiful as a large field of rose flowers. Why is there wind? Why is her hair fluttering? She is stunned for a second and quickly realizes that she is descending. Even more astonishing is that the embrace is not an illusion. She stiffly turns her head and sees the expressionless Fisher is holding her naked body in his arms. Fisher. Fisher doesn't reply because at this moment he is also extremely disheveled. The upper part of his suit has been completely burned through, and only a few rags are hanging on his body, which is burned red. He rushed to her side with magic to lower the terrifying temperature around her, but before he could maintain it for long, her horns grew completely, and then she started to fall. He could only hold her all the way down. Because of this, Raphael can catch a glimpse of some details of his strong body under the tattered clothes. So, are humans also so strong? So, the embrace just now belonged to Fisher? Just as this thought pops up, her newly grown hard scales, like armor, seem to have received the correct password and gradually turn back into a smooth state one layer after another. Her long red tail also becomes completely stiff and motionless, and then trembles a few times as if electrocuted. You. What? This is a sign of the tail, adaptation. In front of a tail, adaptation partner. The hard scales of an adult draconian will soften and turn into a smooth state. Only in front of the draconian's most cherished partner will the scales, which are born for battle, loosen. But before the tail, adaptation signal completely spreads through her body. Raphael blushes slightly and presses a dragon claw on Fisher's face. Then she starts to struggle frantically in Fisher's arms. During this process, although she has grown such scales, Fisher doesn't feel any discomfort or pain at all. Why is this? Just as Fisher thinks of this question, they have landed on the ground. The lake water suspended in the sky because of gravity sky rings starts to fall like raindrops. It will probably take a long time for the rain to refill the lake. Raphael quickly jumps off Fisher, covers her body, and steps back many steps without even looking at him. As she gets farther away from Fisher, the scales that haven't fully softened stand up again. However, Fisher has no idea what these physical reactions of hers after coming of age mean. He just thinks that she is still in pain. Lady Raphael. Raphael turns her head so that Fisher can't see her expression. She just takes the clothes handed by Mill, who comes over and puts them on. Lady Raphael, you've grown 2 horns. Lar also jumps on her. Raphael hugs her in her arms. She wants to rub against her body as before, but then frowns and says, the scales are pricking Lar. You idiot. Raphael pats her on the back and puts Lar down. Faisal and the others also come to congratulate Raphael on coming of age. Lady Raphael, you have 2 horns. No other draconian has ever grown 2 horns. Maybe there were some in the ancient dragon court, but it's just a legend. Lady Raphael is definitely the only one. But indeed, ever since those 2 horns had grown out, Raphael flexed her palm. All the previous exhaustion and weakness had completely vanished, replaced by what seemed like an inexhaustible well of strength. She had fully become a warrior of the dragon, human race. For some reason, she still recalled the embrace she'd felt when she was on the verge of succumbing to the pain, and then thought of Fisher, whose upper body had been so badly burned by her that little of his shirt remained. Raphael hesitated for a moment. She stepped around the body of a dragon, human companion beside her, and began to search for Fisher's figure. This time, she still wanted to say thank you to him. The rain curtain over the lake grew heavier and soon fell like a torrential downpour. Raphael's emerald eyes could only see through the curtain of rain. She caught sight of the human man, half naked, carrying his walking stick as he walked further and further away. She opened her mouth but still didn't utter a word, uncertain whether he could hear her from such a distance. Wow. Lady Raphael, look, the lake is up in the sky. Fisher's magic is so amazing, and Fisher's skin is so red. His clothes are... Lar, watch your mouth. What nonsense are you spouting? Sister Mill, Fisher is being mean to me again. The thank you that should have been said was drowned out in the rain curtain and the commotion of her companions. Perhaps it was because the volume she'd intended to use had only ever existed in her heart. Chapter 30. That night, sometimes it's truly astonishing. What on earth is Lord Fisher's reason for doing this? Taking such a risk for a half-human. Kelly watched the large mass of the lake slowly descending under the moonlight. Such a spectacular sight was probably a rare occurrence in one's lifetime. Meanwhile, Fisher, who had returned, picked up the coat on the ground and covered his upper body. However, due to the burns, the pain when the clothes touched his skin made him suck in a breath. Going to such lengths for that dragon, human. What do you hope to gain from her? The dragon, human tribe, slaves, or just the girl's body? Kelly said the latter part expressionlessly, which startled the large spider Sia beside her. Sia hugged herself and took 2 steps back. Fisher lit a cigarette. After a long while, he gave an ambiguous answer. It's to save the world. After saying this answer, even he found it a bit funny, so the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The 2 half-humans across from him looked utterly bewildered, thinking he was just joking. So far, Fisher had basically confirmed that the red-scaled dragon, human girl in his group, was the Scarlet Dragon Queen in the prophecy. She was more special than any ordinary dragon, human at least. Fisher didn't think any adult dragon, human, would have such an exaggerated transformation or those twin horns. He remembered searching for the immortal witch in the Western continent. Instead, he'd found Renee. She was no different from other witches, just learning magic at a faster pace. It had taken Fisher a long time to admit that he'd targeted the wrong person, but the current problem was Since the subject of the prophecy was Raphael, how could he prevent the prophecy from coming true? For instance, simply killing her. Even though Raphael was now fully grown, with the over 100 types of magic inscribed in Fisher's walking stick. Killing her was still within his means. Fisher's grip on the walking stick tightened. Even his usually calm eyes were tinged with a layer of frost. Fisher. He turned to look at the beautiful dragon, human being escorted by her companions towards the lake. In front of her, the little Lar ran over quickly, trying to hug him, but he stopped her with one finger on her forehead. I'm burned, don't touch me for now. Ugh, then Lar will blow on it. It'll stop hurting if I blow on it. Huff huff. Lar was a bit aggrieved at first, then her eyes suddenly lit up. She put her hands in front of her mouth and kept blowing cold air at Fisher's body. However, the effect was minimal, and it even made Fisher feel a bit itchy. Fisher looked at Lar in front of him, and then glanced at the other dragon, humans behind her, including Raphael, who was avoiding his gaze. Maybe killing her wouldn't solve the problem. Fisher suddenly thought so. The problems between humans and humans were deeply ingrained and would surely erupt into the most intense conflict one day. What he was doing was essentially snuffing out the hope of the humans' resistance, allowing humans to completely defeat the humans, turning their lands into property, using their lives as stepping stones. And their descendants would be slaves and livestock of humans forever, until another powerful human emerged to lead them to victory. But what exactly did he want to see? Did he want to see the humans he represented, like the Scarlet Dragon Queen in the prophecy, drive the humans to extinction? In that case, if any human obtained the human completion manual, the demon corresponding to the earlier prophecy would surely be Fisher himself. Fisher looked down at his walking stick. There was no sudden burst of light to kill Raphael. He just remained silent for a long time, then stood up and patted Lar's head. All right, it's good that Raphael has come of age. Now go back and rest. We'll continue our journey tomorrow. He then looked at Kelly and the others. Thank you for your assistance. We'll take our leave tomorrow. Where? This is our way of making amends. Kelly also bowed slightly to Fisher, a smile on her lips. At night, in the carriage compartments of Fisher and the dormitory of the dragon, humans, having lived with Fisher for a long time, they'd learned how to turn the lights on and off in the room. They would only turn off the lights before going to sleep. Now they also closed the door. Anyway, Fisher also closed his door when he slept and wouldn't care about their room situation. Lady Raphael, let me see your scales, please. Didn't you just see them? Raphael was sitting on the bed. Annoyed by Lar's pleading, she finally stretched out her hand, allowing Lar to rub against her beautiful scales with shining eyes. Wow, Lar wants to grow scales like Lady Raphael's in the future. Oh, Lar suddenly noticed something and then fixed her gaze on Raphael's chest. Lady Raphael's have grown. Lar, what are you staring at? Ouch, it hurts, Sister Mill. Lady Raphael hit me. Raphael blushed and punched Lar on the head. Lar covered her head and cried out aggrievedly, then ran into Mill's arms. Mill rubbed her head and laughed. Who told you to be so annoying and grope around here? It's normal after coming of age. It's a symbol of maturity. If we were in the tribe, Raphael could participate in the tail-matching banquet. All the boys of similar age would show up. With Raphael's looks, many boys would choose her. At the mention of the tail-matching, Raphael shivered. The faint redness on her face from Lar's touch not only didn't fade but deepened. She suddenly thought of her reaction just now. She'd actually felt something for that human. Humph, by Raphael's standards, no one in the tribe is worthy of her. Exactly. Right, Lady Raphael, hey? Fashir and Kashir were sitting beside Raphael. They just wanted to touch Raphael's body, but unexpectedly. As soon as they touched her, she jumped back like she'd been electrocuted. She stared at Fashir, who looked utterly confused, with a flushed face. Just then, she'd thought it was the human, Fisher, who'd walked in, and then used his hands to touch her scales just like before. Wait, why was she thinking like this? Raphael's tail wagged excitedly, and the pink on her face deepened. What's wrong, Lady Raphael? Why is your face so red? Mill reached out worriedly, but Raphael dodged. She quickly reached out to turn off the light in the bedroom, plunging the whole room into darkness. I'm a bit tired today. Let's rest quickly. After turning off the light, she immediately pulled the quilt over herself and curled up motionless on the bed, leaving her companions beside her completely puzzled. Indeed, Lady Raphael just came of age today and must be very tired. Raphael buried her face in the quilt and remained still. She only found that human, Fisher, annoying. He always did strange things. But after all, he'd helped her a lot and was kind to her companions. When the time came, She'd just defeat him, but not kill him. She'd just make him return the slave emblems of her companions. Chapter 31. The Soldiers of Philoen City. So, we're setting off. After breakfast the next morning, Fisher pulled the carriage out of the cave again. Kelly and the others behind him also came out to see them off. Is your next stop Philoen City? Yes. Just passing through. Ah, I've heard from many humans that the city Lord Philoen, there is a very kind human. A kind person? Fisher has aroused some interest. The majority of humans who arrive on the southern continent seem to be driven by the pursuit of wealth. The virtues espoused in traditional theories appear to be remarkably distant from their reality. Even Fisher himself would not dare to proclaim himself a paragon of virtue. Unexpectedly, he overheard a positive remark about a human from one of the subhumans. It could merely be gossip. He has adopted numerous subhuman children who have lost their families. Perhaps he is conducting experiments. Or he harbors some particularly grotesque obsession with children. Or maybe he is a collector. Fisher jestingly ascribed the worst assumptions to that city lord. However, if it were mere gossip, it should have originated from the subhumans. Kelly Lee remained non-committal, bidding Fisher farewell once more. After Fisher donned his hat and urged the horses forward with his whip, he also took his leave of the three subhumans. Farewell, you would be wise to seek an alternative path. And do not place too much trust in humans. Xia and the injured Fama Shi, still bandaged, exchanged glances, gazing after the increasingly distant carriage, yet remained perplexed by the implications of his words. It was Kelly Lee who first tapped the two of them. Drifting back into the cave. What are you lingering for? We should return. However, he is correct. Let us tidy up our belongings and hide away, retreat to the mountains. After all, it won't be long before chaos erupts here. Fisher had not traveled for half a day when the dragon folk became somewhat familiar with him. They no longer spent all their time hiding in the carriage, but instead, Rar enjoyed squeezing into the narrow driver's seat beside Fisher. While pointing at the wilderness outside, she regaled Fisher with tales of the southern continent. Although their home lay far to the south, she mentioned that merchants from the north often journey southward. Comprising both humans and subhumans, from whom much information about the north could be gleaned, the southern continent does have indigenous humans. Some areas are quite primitive, while others are less so. But the highest level of civilization is merely at the village scale. After the humans from the western continent arrived on this land, most were scattered and fled. Humans are cruel to subhumans, and their treatment of their own kind is hardly better. The local mines and urban labor are rife with those locals treated as beasts. While the females populate the breeding houses, previously, in Kicking City, he had heard such propaganda, claiming that merchants from the western continent had transported a batch of indigenous people back to the west, allowing the nobility there to experience exotic customs. Bang, bang. Gunshots echoed from afar, prompting Fisher to gently pat Rar's back, who was nearly asleep in his arms. Return to the carriage, and let the others do the same. There is trouble ahead. Rar rubbed her eyes and called her companions, who were enjoying the breeze, back into the carriage. Raphael was the last to enter, yet a narrow crack remained in the door behind Fisher, through which a pair of emerald eyes gazed outside. The carriage advanced, soon revealing a line of soldiers in uniform, standing in formation with their guns aimed at a nearby forest. Sir, please stop. What is happening ahead? A distinctly different officer halted Fisher's carriage. Upon seeing Fisher's attire, he removed his hat and explained, we are soldiers from the eastern city of Haymate. This road frequently experiences goblin attacks on travelers. We have been dispatched by the city lord to exterminate them. But it seems some remnants have fled here. You may either take a detour or wait for us to deal with the goblins. It shouldn't take long. Fisher heeded Kelly Lee's suggestion and took a detour to avoid unnecessary trouble. For this was the only route leading to Philoen City. I shall wait here for a moment. Very well, we will finish shortly. The officer smiled at Fisher, donned his hat, and shouted to the soldiers ahead, hurry and flush them out. Strive to return before nightfall. Yes, sir. Follow my command. Set fire. Behind the line of soldiers aiming at the woods, several soldiers hurled fire bottles into the thicket, a pungent odor wafting on the breeze, and soon the forest, which had existed for who knows how long, erupted into flames. Kawadala, Ula, the smoke thickened, and several 2-meter-tall, tusked, green-skinned humanoid creatures burst forth from the inferno. Goblins. A dozen male goblins, their garments charred black, roared as they charged toward the humans. Open fire. But the outcome was predictable, with a volley of gunfire. The seemingly towering goblins fell one by one, the leader, who had been the most vociferous, quickly becoming a mass of wounds. Before a complete volley could be fired, the last of the remnants was essentially extinguished. Sir, there are more goblins behind. Oh, the flames behind grew more intense, and from the woods emerged an even greater number of goblins than before, yet their stature was markedly different from that of the robust males. The last to emerge was a group of female goblins, each about 1 meter and 50 centimeters tall, looking utterly disheveled, their clothing reduced to mere rags. They slowly advanced with outstretched arms, and behind them, one could faintly see a cluster of children hiding behind their mothers. This was the last remnant of a tribe. Fisher frowned, his gaze deepening, and the temperature behind him began to rise. However, the commanding officer burst into laughter, then gestured for his subordinates to open fire. Yet, they did not even require a command. The soldiers were already accustomed to the routine. Before the officer's hand could fall, a torrent of bullets flew toward the defenseless female goblins. Ku-tu-tu. CT. As the goblin women fell, they screeched incomprehensible words, desperately shielding their children behind them. But just like their husbands and sons, their corporeal forms soon ceased to breathe, collapsing on the ground. Reload. As the soldiers reloaded, the children, innocent and unaware of the events unfolding, stood up from beside their fallen mothers, bewilderedly surveying their surroundings and gazing at the remaining children. Fire. Roar. Suddenly, a fiery meteor erupted from behind Fisher, instantaneously bursting forth from his carriage and sending his hat soaring into the air. Yet, faster than the gust of wind, a crimson figure whirled through the air, charging past the line of soldiers like a spinning top. Wherever it went, soldiers were sent flying, fragments of firearms and severed fingers littering the blood-soaked ground. Ah, what is that thing? So fast. Wait, fall back. The soldiers in formation erupted into chaos, but quickly, under the officer's command, more soldiers were formed, pointing their weapons toward the smoky thicket where the red meteor had traversed. The flames behind snapped the towering trees. And at that moment, beside the bewildered goblin children, a tall, crimson-scaled dragonfolk exhaled slowly, her gaze seemingly igniting in fury as it locked onto the distant soldiers. The hat fell back into Fisher's hands. He brushed off the dust, silently observing Raphael in the distance, yet uttered not a word, his staff having found its way to rest at his feet. That is a dragonfolk. The officer recognized the crimson horns adorning the female's head, as well as the armored-like scales that covered her body. You would kill even children, damned humans. Raphael roared, a torrent of steam erupting from her body, igniting like a meteor as she charged toward the humans pointing guns at her. Open fire. Bullets struck her enveloping steam, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds. Sparks flew in all directions. Raphael let out a deep hum, yet pressed onward into the throngs of soldiers that in that instant. The sounds of bones cracking and blood flowing filled the air, as numerous soldiers were flung aside, crashing to the ground. Sir, I request to use that. Very well. The officer silently nodded, then removed a ring from his hand, whispering, fall. He then hurled the ring into the air, which illuminated with 4 rings of green light. Immediately, Raphael, illuminated by the eerie glow, came to a sudden halt. Roar! Gritting her teeth, she slammed her steam-covered form into the ground, creating fissures that spread like a tortoise shell upon impact. It was a gravity spell. Raphael struggled to take a step, yet in the next moment, a torrent of bullets rained down upon her steam barrier. This was a battalion of several hundred men, even though Raphael had toppled a significant portion of them. The remaining soldiers, each armed with a bullet, had enough firepower to fell her. Ah! She bellowed, a few bullets piercing her steam shell and grazing her form, hot blood oozing from the wounds, inciting her fury. The scales on her body glowed fiercely, akin to the sun. Enough. Yet in the next moment, a man's voice resonated, causing the soldiers to momentarily pause. Commander. Near their officer, Fisher had the officer in a reverse headlock. Although he seemed non-threatening, the officer looked as if he were on the verge of suffocating, his face turning a livid purple. Cease firing at her, or he will die immediately. Save me. The remaining soldiers hesitated for a moment and then slowly lowered their guns. Behind them, the glowing scales of Raphael dimmed gradually. She was gasping for breath, but still glaring at the surrounding soldiers with hatred in her eyes. Fine. Let her come over, I'll release your officer. A path was cleared in front of Raphael. She slowly walked back to Fisher, and he released the officer in his arms, allowing him to return. How dare you collude with the subhumans? Do you think you can leave unscathed, sir? The officer rubbed his neck and waved in Fisher's direction. The soldiers behind him simultaneously raised their guns at Fisher. It doesn't matter. The main thing is to get her back, so as to avoid accidental injury later. A faint light glowed on Fisher's walking stick. But it was suddenly interrupted by gunshots from the dense forest. Bang, bang. There are his accomplices behind. Enemy attack. Amid the dense gunfire, behind the goblin children, many soldiers on horses, wearing blue uniforms, emerged from the forest where the fire had burned out. These soldiers were neatly dressed, with cold looks in their eyes. After firing a few shots, the man in the lead shouted, "We are the soldiers of Philin City. We are here by the order of the city lord to take over the goblin women and children. Those who know better had better get out of our way. It's the people from Philin City. Damn it, we can't win against them. Sir, shall we retreat?" The officer gritted his teeth, looking at the increasing number of cavalry soldiers emerging from the forest. And even catching sight of the cannon carriages and the figures of mages, he cast a stiff glance at Fisher and Raphael, who were expressionless behind him. Gritting his teeth, he still shouted to the remaining soldiers, "Take the injured soldiers and retreat." Raphael alone had injured at least dozens of them, both lightly and seriously. Although Raphael was rather special, the combat ability of adult draconians was thus evident. Raphael gasped for several times. Turning her head, she saw Fisher looking at her with a cold face. "Stupid." This was Fisher's comment. Raphael gritted her teeth. They are so young. Humans, that's not a reason for you to rush in blindly and fight against hundreds without thinking. Without me, you would have died under the random gunfire even if you killed many. Has adulthood only made your body grow, but not your mind? Facing Fisher's cold words, Raphael clenched her claws. Raphael gritted her teeth and refused to look at Fisher. She wasn't seriously injured, but there was a wound on her face that kept bleeding. And the blood dripped down her cheek drop by drop. Raphael, look at me." Reluctantly, Raphael turned her head, but still didn't meet his gaze. In doing anything, even when full of passion, one must remain calm and make a well-thought-out move. "Do you understand?" Raphael didn't respond, looking unconvinced, but Fisher didn't press the matter further and just walked past her with his walking stick in hand. In the distance, several soldiers carefully picked up the crying goblin children on the ground. The children still looked at their deceased mothers on the ground with reluctance. That, Quechua Bada." The soldiers spoke the goblin language they had just learned before coming here clumsily, wiping the tears from the corners of the crying goblin children's eyes and holding them in their arms so that they wouldn't see the tragic sight of their dead parents. "Sir, thank you for stalling for some time. I'm Sergeant Major Harry of the 1st Team in Philin City. Glad to meet you." After confirming that there were no more undiscovered children, the young man on the horse in the lead rode towards Fisher and the others. "Fisher. Oh. Mr. Fisher, hello. What are you doing here?" "We're on our way to Philin City. We just happened to come across this on our journey." Fisher sized up the troops they had sent out in the forest. These soldiers were well equipped, quite different from the previous ones, and there were even many more of them. Would Philin City send out so many soldiers just for a group of women and children? "Philin City. If you're going to Philin City, why not travel with us? This can save you some trouble, Mr. Fisher. Although the inspection at the gate is fair, it may take you a lot of time." "Thank you for the trouble." "It's no trouble. People as kind as you are most welcome by our city lord of Philin." Harry smiled, gently pulled the reins, and turned back to order the soldiers to get ready to set off. Chapter 32. The Theory of Weakness. Fisher's carriage followed the well-equipped soldiers in front. Several personal guards beside their captain were holding the shivering goblin children, protected by the soldiers in the front and back. He carefully examined the soldiers' clothing and weapons. Not only were the soldiers' guns the latest rifles from the Naratuki Armed Company, but there were also military mortars. Fisher also caught a glimpse of the magic, glowing belt worn by Sergeant Major Harry from the corner of his eye. With this kind of equipment, Fisher would even believe that they were the royal guards of King Sanari. If Philin City could equip its troops like this, there were two possibilities. Either the city lord, Philin, had connections with the royal family, which meant there was a powerful figure behind him, or he was very wealthy. Fisher inclined towards the latter, because the South Continent Protection Treaty reached by Naratu, Shwali, and Kadu a few years ago clearly stipulated that the official was not allowed to lead expeditions into the South Continent. On the surface, the three countries all grandly claimed to protect the South Continent, and the people entering the South Continent now were just friendly merchants coming to support the locals. If Philin had a connection with the Naratu official, Shwali and Kata couldn't have been unaware of such an obvious sign. Fisher withdrew his gaze from sizing up the soldiers in front and turned to look at Raphael, who was sitting silently beside him. Looking at the fields beside them, she had remained silent since getting on the carriage. According to Fisher's guess, she wasn't sulking at him, but rather at those humans. Since the incident in Keegan City last time, she had restrained herself a lot and no longer thought so straightforwardly. But there were still traces of childishness, like this time. The Crimson Dragon Queen. That was a very distant future. We made an agreement before. Until the game of killing me ends, you are forbidden to attack other humans. This is the last time I'll tolerate such behavior. Next time, don't blame me for being tough on you. Do you really want me to kill you? Will you count this as an assassination attempt and punish me? Raphael turned to look at Fisher, her green pupils narrowing into slits. You didn't receive a punishment because I admire your courage to protect the children of other races. But I'm also angry because you still can't keep a cool head and only act impulsively, causing trouble for both you and me. It's my fault that I shouldn't have done this. She turned away again, this time speaking in a much softer voice. Raphael wasn't a fool. She knew her actions were impulsive, but the anger in her heart was like the steam in a steam engine, pushing her to make an irrational and impulsive move. Let's talk about the goblin race. In the Western continent, goblins are the synonyms of demons and are not portrayed well in various stories. But this is the first time I've seen living goblins here. Goblin was their own race name rather than being given by humans. When the first exploration ship from the Western continent came here decades ago, they saw these creatures. The accompanying novelist wrote them into his story, describing them as demons who sucked the blood of maidens and looted humans. In the Western continent, Fisher had seen many goblin specimens hunted by humans. Not being very angry with Raphael this time, Fisher took the initiative to break the ice. Raphael didn't turn back. Only after a long time did she calmly say, "Goblins," meaning earth spirits in their language, just prefer to live in natural caves. They are very friendly creatures. You may not believe it, but they are best at weaving. They know how to preserve the leather of wild animals and make many handicrafts. I see. The terrifying creatures in those human storybooks were completely different from what Raphael described. For my 18th birthday, the goblin elder of the Sate tribe next to me gave me a necklace made of shells. He said it was dug out of a rock, the remains of an ancient creature. That's a fossil. Fisher added a term in the narrative language. But they really are a very kind and peace-loving race. They have never started any disputes in the long history of this continent. Even the humans living here like to trade with them. I just don't understand. What crime did they commit that even the young children couldn't be spared? Are humans really blood-thirsty beasts? Even if they can't understand the goblins' language, can't those pleas for mercy and cries make them stop? Raphael didn't cry this time. So far, her words had been calm, only filled with questions, as if she hoped Fisher could bring her an answer. Fisher lit a cigarette in fact, there were numerous responses in his mind. He could say a lot of good things for humans. Like, there are many good and kind people among us. Not all are like this. Or he could skip this topic and let this sorrow be buried in her heart, and no matter what. It was better than telling her the real thoughts of humans, right? Because humans simply don't care, whether it's goblins or others. Due to their weakness and primitiveness, they are rightfully plundered and invaded, having everything taken away. Oh, isn't this just cultivating that dragon queen who will exterminate humans? Fisher sneered mockingly. The next moment, he held up a finger at Raphael. Raphael, the sin of humans lies only in their weakness. Raphael suddenly turned to look at him. Her green pupils shrank into a thin line, as terrifying as the legendary dragon that massacres cities, but Fisher remained unfazed. So weak that humans simply don't care about your lives. Even if you let out a full-throated roar, it won't reach their ears. Mercy and compassion are choices of the strong. Since it's a choice, pinning all your hopes on the subjective choices of humans is such a foolish act. The sound of horses' hooves echoed around. On the carriage surrounded by the human army, Fisher calmly uttered this outrageous statement to Raphael. Her breathing was slow, and she just stared fixedly at Fisher in front of her. So, you must be strong enough. Strong enough not to make any mistakes, not to be impulsive, not to be weak, not to hesitate, and not to be arrogant, instead of acting like a child on a whim, without considering the consequences at all. Only in this way. After you become strong, will you have the leeway to break free from the choices of humans and the chance to resist them. So, work hard, Raphael. You, a human, actually teaching me these things, Raphael said, then turned to look at the fields. Not letting Fisher see her current expression. These are all simple and obvious truths. Even if I don't say it, after seeing more humans die, you will understand one day. I'm just telling you earlier to prevent you from losing your life due to impulsiveness next time. Moreover, with your current level, The possibility of defeating me is still extremely slim. This time, Raphael didn't argue stubbornly. She just emphasized, "Oh, I'm already preparing tactics to defeat you. When you lose then, you'll remember what you said today. I'll be looking forward to it." Raphael's tail wagged. It was a long time after the topic ended that she moved a bit closer to Fisher. Chapter 33. Philo City. It takes about a dozen days' journey from Keegan City to Philo City. After setting off with the soldiers from Philo City in the wilderness, in the face of the luxurious equipment of this large group of people, there were finally no more troubles. The journey was peaceful. Occasionally, when they stopped to rest, they would talk at first. Fisher thought they had some special purpose for taking these children. But during the process, they actually coaxed the children, just as if the children were human children. If it was for a special purpose, wouldn't it be enough to just ensure that all of them were alive when they were transported to Philo City? There was no need for such an extra effort. After a 10-day journey, Captain Harry met up with other returning squads in the wilderness outside Philo City. Different from their situation where there were only a few children left. There were still living adult sub-humans in the other teams. There were all kinds of sub-humans, wolf-like sub-humans, goblins, and even insect-like sub-humans that hardly looked human. Judging from their clothes and numbers, they should be the last remaining population of each tribe. There had often been cases where entire tribes were killed by humans in the past. He thought all the remaining sub-humans had been captured as slaves. But unexpectedly, Philo City still had so many. So, what was Philo's purpose? "Mr. Fisher, look, we're here." Fisher looked through the brim of his hat at the huge wall in the distant wilderness. That giant wall, which was several times larger than other cities in the South Continent, looked especially spectacular in the wilderness. Huge airships floated among the clouds in the sky. Even from afar, one could hear the lively shouts in the city and the whistles in the sky. There were no chimneys in the city, and the outer wall was as white and new as ever. There were guards patrolling the wall with guns in their hands. Fisher opened his mouth. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that there could be such a large-scale city in the South Continent. Several armies in blue uniforms met at the city gate and then entered the city one by one. The huge city gate was pulled up by a steam winch, and the sound of the steel gears rubbing against each other was clearly audible. The gate usually didn't open, it only rose when a large number of people entered or left. There was an archway beside it for people to pass through, similar to those in other cities. "Sir Harry, who is this gentleman?" "Oh, this is a partner we met during the mission. You reported first. We're going to send the sub-humans to the Lord's mansion. We'll tell the Lord about this later. Remember to come and clear the record later." "Definitely." The examiner at the city gate, who was counting the people entering the city, glanced at Fisher's carriage among the soldiers, ticked a few things on the list in his hand, then put down the document and looked at the sub-humans entering the city with the soldiers that he couldn't help but say, "The Lord has saved so many sub-humans again. Really, how much money this must cost. Anyway, those sub-humans live in the Lord's mansion. It doesn't concern ordinary people. The Lord is kind-hearted. Don't worry about him." "True. You can go in." After Harry finished communicating with the examiner, he got back on his horse and beckoned to the soldiers behind him, indicating for them to enter the city. But after entering the city, only a few officers and the soldiers with the sub-humans walked towards the city center. The other soldiers went to the military camp beside the wall to rest. "Mr. Fisher, the Lord's mansion is ahead. If Philo City is your final destination, we can part ways here. But if you're going to leave the city and head north, you'd better come with me to meet the Lord." "Oh, what?" "It seems that a huge gold mine has been discovered in the north. The Schwally Lord Alliance sent troops there to blast the mountains and mine. And they've gone to war with the goblin and other sub-human tribes that have lived there for generations. The Lord has signed a non-aggression treaty with those lords of Schwally. Now, the whole city has temporarily banned people from leaving. If you meet the Lord, maybe he'll let you leave the city." "I see. Then please take us to meet the Lord. It's still a distance from here to the northern Cretan harbor. So, the mid-way resupply in Philo City is very important. Fisher can't bypass here and directly set off for Cretan harbor. Moreover, Fisher is also quite curious about the Lord here, a man named Philo. It's no trouble. I'll report your help to the sub-humans to the Lord truthfully. He appreciates kind-hearted people and will definitely not make things difficult for you." The sergeant in front led Fisher's carriage through the city. This was the first time Fisher had a look at the city environment. Different from other South Continent cities that only had a few shops and key facilities, this city not only had special floor tiles laid, but also had parks and greenery. Fisher even saw a musical instrument store here, In the coffee shop on the street corner, maids in black and white clothes were serving customers. The houses in the residential area were neatly arranged. Fisher saw children in uniform carrying school bags walking on the street. He didn't know where they went to school. Beside them, an adult with a smile and a loaf of bread was listening to the child complaining about what had happened at school. Most of the residents spoke the Nali language, but there was also a Kadu church. The living environment here exceeded Fisher's imagination. It was truly an outlier among South Continent cities. It would not lose out even when compared with some cities in the West Continent. No wonder in Keegan City, Keegan compared this place with St. Nali. Although there was still a significant gap, St. Nali was after all the Pearl of Nali, with a long history and national dignity. When this city was compared with it, St. Nali had already lost. Fisher withdrew his gaze and looked ahead at the end of the road in front. In the center of the city, there was another wall, separating the inside from the outside. Mr. Fisher, the Lord's mansion is ahead. The mansion of Lord Philo is really imposing. Rather than a mansion, Fisher thought it was more like an inner city because it really covered a large area. About 1/6 of the whole city, and it also had 4 separate gates for entry and exit. It's not that the Lord is greedy for comfort. It's mainly because he has taken in many subhumans in distress. You know what humans think of subhumans. So, the Lord specially set aside a place for the subhumans who have lost their homes to live. I see. Yes, I heard that the facilities inside are basically the same as those outside. You'll know when you go in. Fisher nodded and entered the Lord's mansion of Philo City with the soldiers. In the instant of entering, there was actually no particular sensation. It was no different from the vibrant city outside, except that the main inhabitants here had changed from humans to subhumans. Along the street, several subhumans of different races, dressed in school uniforms, ran past it on the road. There were humans in work uniforms teaching the newly arrived subhumans how to fetch water. There were also many humans inside, but the majority were subhumans. Some seemed to be working, and some were selling goods. The door behind opened, revealing Raphael's emerald green eyes. She, too, looked at the scene of harmonious coexistence between humans and subhumans in the city in great surprise, as if she could hardly believe it. Even though Fisher refused to believe it and frantically searched for flaws in the surrounding environment, attempting to find evidence that they were coerced or imprisoned. When he saw their expressions, he gave up this thought that if such an expression could be faked, it must be some kind of super, large-scale magic that could manipulate minds collectively. Unfortunately, such magic did not exist. This also indicated that these subhumans were living here willingly, without coercion or unhappiness. Miss Nana, all the subhumans ordered by the city lord have been brought here. I'll let them wait here for a while. Mr. Philin will arrive soon. The footsteps of the soldiers in front had stopped. A somewhat high-pitched female voice caught Fisher's attention. At the end of the road, in front of a tall building, a young girl in a standard Nali dress was replying to several soldiers with a smile. The girl had a gentle face if one ignored the small horns on her head. She was almost identical to a human in appearance. However, only half of the horn on the right side of her head remained, as if it had been cut off by someone, and the remaining half was replaced by a golden human-crafted fake horn. She was a young bovine race subhuman girl. Who is that gentleman over there? The bovine race girl also noticed Fisher sitting in the carriage and addressed Captain Harry. Oh, that's Mr. Fisher and his draconian companion. That we met them when we rescued the goblins. Draconians? Meeting the girl's gaze, Fisher got off the carriage, picked up his cane and hat, and walked forward. Hello, I'm Fisher Benavides. Before he could finish, a deep and magnetic male voice came from the direction of the building ahead. Nana, have the subhumans been delivered? Fisher looked forward and saw a group of people coming out of the tall building. The man in the suit walking in the front was the one speaking. The man was tall, but his entire face was covered by a device similar to a gas mask. Only one eyelidless eye was visible through the mirror on the mask. The inside of the mask seemed to be filled with some kind of liquid, so upon closer inspection, the mask was completely sealed. Not only his face, but his right hand was also completely replaced by a steam-powered mechanical device. As the arm was exposed, some steam occasionally emerged from under the mask. Beside him were several young subhuman children of various races, many of whom were curiously looking at the soldiers in the distance with their fingers in their mouths. Oh, who is this gentleman from Nali? The tall man saw Fisher with his single-lens glasses and then spoke in his magnetic voice. Chapter 34, Settle Accounts After Autumn. I'm Fisher Benavides. A scholar, I'm on my way to the Cretan port in the north that I heard that the city lord is restricting exits. So, Mr. Fisher, I've long admired your name. I read your research at the Naley Academic Salon before. Your contributions to STEAM ethics have benefited me greatly. A little steam came out from under Phelan's mask. Even though he could only see his eye, Fisher could still detect some delight from his voice. Oh, you know me. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to study in the highest academic hall. But I still yearn for the academic atmosphere there, so I pay special attention to the academic news there. For example, the Rebel of the Royal Academy, Mr. Fisher. This was the kind of evaluation Fisher Benavides should have received in St. Naley. The respectful attitude like Cookins actually surprised Fisher. After all, judging from his resume and research direction, they deviated from the current research direction, and the answers he came up with were often astonishing, making people think he was blasphemous. I haven't heard such a pure St. Naley-style evaluation in the South Continent for a long time. Like the city of Phelan, it makes me feel as if I've returned to St. Naley, except that I can't smell the filthy coal gas here. Haha. Fisher made a joke about Phelan, and the other man laughed. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he said, I've forgotten that there are still things to deal with. Mr. Fisher, why don't you wait in my mansion for a while, after I settle these subhumans? We can talk at the dinner table. No problem. Fisher turned around and called Raphael and the others off the carriage. The moment the crimson, scaled draconian got out of the carriage, the bovine, race girl behind changed her expression slightly, as if she wanted to remind him. She looked at Phelan beside her, but he raised his hand, which made Nana hold back her words. These new humans should be assigned to the newly built area. Assign a companion official to every 3 households to ensure they can adapt to living here. City Lord. There aren't enough companion officials who can speak the wolf race language. Weren't there some wolves who learned Naley? Hire them to help. Pay them the same as the companion officials. Yes. Nana directed the soldiers to lead the humans in another direction. Only Harry and his group didn't move, looking at the children in his arms, City Lord. The parents of these children have, Phelan's single lens mask looked at the children and slowly walked towards them. The non-human appearance was seen by the goblin child, who immediately struggled fearfully, and the child's characteristic crying filled the space in front of the city lord's mansion. Wah! Hey, stop crying. This is the city lord. Phelan raised his hand to interrupt Harry's words, and then gently picked up the crying goblin child in his arms. Wah! 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 Feeling the violent struggle of the child in his arms, he calmly picked the child up and let him look into his eyes. The goblin child's gaze immediately penetrated the gas mask and saw the gentle, eyelidless eyes inside. Can't even speak yet, so young, wah. The crying gradually subsided. Phelan smiled softly and stroked the goblin child's forehead. From now on, you're called Lane. I'm your father. Bah hara. Phelan picked up the child who had stopped crying again and then said to the other soldiers, send these parentless children to my mansion. Chi-Chi, you have younger brothers and sisters. Several human children behind her pouted and came to hug Phelan's legs. No way, Daddy is mine. He's so ugly. All these human children spoke Naley. And it was very idiomatic. It was obvious that they had received Naley language education since childhood. Maybe they had never even heard their own language before being brought to Phelan's side. Don't say that. Pochi, they'll be as cute as you when they grow up. Wah. Fisher stood with his arms crossed, looking at Phelan. Even Raphael was a bit surprised. She surveyed the environment of the inner city and saw humans living and working in peace everywhere. She could see them speaking broken Naley to the companion officials in charge of arranging their lives. Was this heaven? After witnessing so many tragedies, the current scene still made Raphael feel as if she were in a dream. Go back first. You've worked hard, Mr. Fisher. Please come this way. I'll ask the maid to prepare dinner. Thank you. Fisher glanced at Mill and the others who were slowly getting off the carriage behind Raphael. They were also curiously looking around the environment. Perhaps because it was so peaceful here, even Lar, who was usually lively, didn't say a word for a moment. She was just imprinting the scene here in her mind. But after entering Phelan's city lord's mansion, she was soon attracted by the various interesting steam-powered machines inside. Fisher, look, what's that? It's a mechanical toy. Fisher saw the various toys on the shelf and explained it to Lar. Mr. Fisher, can you speak Draconian? Phelan looked over, his single eye full of surprise. I know some words for daily communication. Haha, that's also an extraordinary achievement. After all, the Draconians one can see now are either children who can't speak clearly or half-dead warriors. It's extremely difficult to learn their language. Philin looked at the toys on the shelf and then smiled. There are many children at home, so I can't help but make some little things to distract their lively enthusiasm. Stop making trouble and go play with Sister Philin. I have something to talk to Mr. Fisher about. Daddy, remember to come and see my paintings tonight. I've drawn a lot. Go away, Chi-Chi, or I'll drink up your milk. Philoen also handed the child in his arms to the maids, asking them to take care of the child. Watching the children running farther and farther away, Philoen then led Fisher and the others to the nearby dining room. In the well-decorated dining room, several maids were already tidying up the tables. Mill and the others couldn't understand a single word of the language spoken by Fisher and Philoen. So, apart from Lar, who was looking around curiously, all of them were very well behaved. Before long, the bovine girl Nana also finished her work and walked into the dining room from outside. My Lord Philoen, everything has been arranged. That's good. Come and have dinner. Nana nodded and sat down beside Philoen. Philoen held the knife and fork in his hands, cutting the steak into bite-sized pieces one by one, and then slowly pushed the plate in front of Nana beside him. Sorry, Mr. Fisher, that I can't eat in front of you. You just eat your own. Don't mind me. He pointed to his face covered by the gas mask and explained, my body was burned a long time ago. I've been trying to get treatment for so many years, but now the situation has deteriorated to the point where I have to be wrapped in the healing liquid all the time. It's a pity that I haven't breathed fresh air for a long time. As he was speaking, wisps of steam fell down along his mask, making Nana beside him look at him sadly. Let's not talk about this. Mr. Fisher, you want to continue heading north, right? Yes. It may be quite difficult. There are about a dozen city, Lord Alliances in Schwali, and they are a force not to be underestimated across the entire southern continent. Many subhuman tribes have been destroyed by them. The most I can do is to take in the remaining women, children, and the elderly. He said regretfully, with his magnetic voice enunciating clearly, this time is the same. They discovered a gold mine with a large deposit and didn't hesitate to start a war with the largest goblin tribe living there. Both sides suffered heavy losses, but I'm afraid the goblin tribe will completely disappear from the northern map before long. This process won't take long. According to the intelligence, it won't exceed 15 days. He sighed with regret and then continued, it's a pity that the trend of human plunder is inevitable. Protecting those subhuman tribes means becoming an enemy of all humans in the southern continent. However, after 15 days, you can leave the city with the troops I send to take in the remaining women and children. They will also ensure to send you to the port of Crete in the north. Fisher tapped his fingers on the table. Staying here for 15 days would double his original itinerary. But he had no better way to get out. When the Schwali city, Lord Alliance mobilizes together, it must be equivalent to a war. It would be suicidal to take Raphael and the others across rashly. It would be troublesome no matter which side of the people they met. Okay, I'll wait here. I'll trouble you during this period. Philoen nodded. Before he could say anything, Nana, who had finished the food on the table beside him, suddenly spoke to Fisher. Please wait a moment. Before that, I have a question I'd like to ask you, Mr. Fisher. Go ahead. Nana looked up, staring at Fisher seriously. Do you know Aeon? Aeon from Philoen City. Fisher's fingers stiffened for a moment, and the atmosphere also quieted down slightly in this second. Chapter 35. The broken horn of the bovine. The Aeon, in Nana's mouth, was the original buyer of these dragon maidens mentioned in the Kexianing circus before. They had thought he was just a wealthy local person in Philoen City, but unexpectedly, he was sent by the city, Lord's mansion. After a moment of silence, Fisher looked at Nana and said, he set his eyes on me in Bryan City. So, I left him in a field not far from Bryan City. You should still be able to dig out his bones if you go there now. Nana frowned, just as she was about to speak. Philoen raised his hand to stop her. It wasn't that Fisher was being so blunt in front of them on purpose. That it was just the truth. If Aeon hadn't tried to attack him in the city and rob his carriage, he would never have killed the man. Since he was not in the wrong, there was no need for him to feel guilty, even in the other's city. Due to the long distance, Nana had no choice but to entrust the task to the mercenaries outside Philoen City. It's common that their quality can't be guaranteed. Philoen's tone was much gentler than that of the bovine girl Nana. Moreover, since Mr. Fisher has helped us achieve our goal and rescued those dragon-raised children, there's nothing to haggle over. Goal. That meant Philoen's purpose of buying these dragon-race people was to rescue them. But the problem was that Fisher was deliberately looking for the red dragon-race people because of the prophecy of the end of the world. And that's how he found Raphael and the others. Would Philoen go halfway across the continent specifically to find a group of captured dragon-race people? How did he know this information? There was a child beside me before. Named Erd, he should have been captured together with the children beside you. It was him who told me that his companions were still in the hands of the slave traders, so I specifically asked someone to bring them back. Unfortunately, the mercenaries I sent disappeared without a trace. I had to send Nar back to his tribe first. Lord Philoan is really generous, spending thousands of Neri gold coins to bring back several dragon race people he had never met before across half of the continent just to fulfill the wish of a sub-human child. If the Neri government had his courage and kindness, it wouldn't be criticized every day, provided that the Neri government had a healthy financial situation like Philoan's. Then, where did this southern continent city lord get so much money? Let's skip the previous matters for now. I'll ask Nana to arrange rooms for you tonight. By the way, Mr. Fisher, would you like to visit my laboratory after dinner? Oh. Fisher became interested and asked, what's Mr. Philoan's current research direction? There are mainly 3 directions: steam, engine dynamics, moral ethics, and pathology. But currently, I'm mainly researching the 3rd one. Do you know there's a unique disease in the southern continent? At this moment, hearing Philoan's mysterious words, Fisher suddenly thought of the blue madness disease mentioned by Keegan before. Do you mean the blue madness disease? Philoan was stunned for a second and then smiled. The blue madness syndrome. Good name. Although the names are different, we should be researching the same disease. Let Nana arrange rooms for you first. I'll go and tidy up my laboratory. I'm not used to tidying up the laboratory, and I'm afraid it's in a mess. He turned to look at Nana beside him, and she immediately got up to bid farewell to Fisher and the others. She should be going to confirm the available rooms. Philoan also excused himself and went outside. For the time being, only Fisher's group and several maids were left in the dining room. When Fisher told the dragon girl beside him about the things and itinerary he had discussed with Philoan, Laura was still looking enviously at the cool-looking mechanical toys outside. One could tell at a glance what she was thinking. Everyone, this way, please. Before long, Nana appeared at the door of the dining room. When she spoke again this time, it was actually in the Firmabaha Dragon Court language. You can speak the Dragon Court language. Raphael looked at the bovine girl in surprise. The girl smiled and explained, I know not only the Dragon Court language, but also the Neri language, the bovine language, the werewolf language, and the southern tribal common language. There are only 2 empty rooms left here. How would you like to arrange them, Mr. Fisher? If necessary, this girl may have to share a room with you. Nana looked at Raphael. Under her gentle smile, Raphael panicked. I don't want to share a room with him. Lar wants to share a room with Fisher. Mill, sister, let's go together. Let Lady Raphael sleep with Fazil and the others. Hey. Mill's face also turned red. She glared at Lar, who had run to Fisher's side, as if blaming her for talking nonsense. Nana explained apologetically, sorry, there are many sub-human children in the mansion. To take care of them. Mr. Philoan has hired many maids, so there's a shortage of rooms. It doesn't matter, I'll just stay in the carriage with them. The carriage, although it seemed a bit strange to stay in the carriage, since there weren't enough rooms. If it weren't necessary, Fisher really didn't want to explain the situation of his carriage to outsiders, such as the space magic and so on, before he could open his mouth. Raphael beside him stepped forward and said, wait, I'll share a room with Fisher. Fisher glanced at Raphael's profile beside him. Since she didn't mind, it would be meaningless for him to be fussy, so he also nodded. So the rooms were arranged like this. Fisher and Raphael would share one room, and Mill and the others would stay in the other room. Nana walked gracefully towards the 2nd floor with Raphael. Following behind, Raphael would look at her light steps from time to time, and then at the broken horn on her head replaced by a golden horn ornament. What's wrong? Fisher asked. Raphael glanced at Nana in front and whispered, I've heard that the horns of the Minotaurs are of great significance. Once a horn is broken, there will be severe consequences. Breaking one horn will basically render them immobile and extremely depressed. Breaking 2 horns, I'm afraid. Fisher also cast his gaze on the broken horn on the other's head. Previously, he had seen captured minotaurs in the slave market. Some minotaurs with beautiful horns on their heads were often sawed off by humans to be made into handicrafts, and those slaves were just as Raphael described, looking no different from the dead, with no will to live at all. Fisher guessed that there was a certain connection between the minotaur's horns and their brains. Once the horns were broken and damaged, they would experience feelings of depression and despair. Of course, it was also possible that this was the result of a profound historical and cultural influence, which had instilled in the Minotaurs' minds the concept that their horns were very important. Once they lost their horns, it was no different from death. However, Nana in front did not show the corresponding symptoms and seemed no different from a normal Minotaur. This made Fisher doubt the correctness of the first conclusion. Here are your rooms. My room is next to Mr. Flowen's inside. If you have anything, you can knock on the door and call me at any time. There were not many rooms on the second floor. The largest master bedroom at the innermost was Flowen's. In front of his room was Nana's bedroom. Then, further along the corridor was Fisher's room, and even farther away were Lar and the others. This place was probably not originally designed as guest rooms, but as a storage room for the owner. However, since the rooms were in such short supply, they had to be cleaned up and used as guest rooms. All the original guest rooms downstairs had been allocated to the maids. Thank you. Nana glanced at Fisher, then silently went downstairs to say goodbye. Under her skirt, a drooping golden-furred cow's tail swayed slightly, sticking to her fair and delicate calf. The color of the cow's tail was the same as her hair color. After Fisher arranged how Lar and the others would sleep, he returned to his own room. Inside, the Crimson Dragon girl was sitting on the only bed in the bedroom, with the tail behind her skirt coiling around the pillow at the back. Go and get the bedding. You'll sleep on the floor. Rafael opened her mouth, glanced at Fisher, then ran to the cabinet Nana had mentioned and fetched the bedding to spread on the floor. She wiped her face, then sat on the sheet on the floor and said to Fisher, I'm going to have a duel with you tonight. I've already figured out how to beat you. Fisher propped himself on his cane and looked at her. Did you think of it during dinner just now? Yes, and before we entered the city. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door interrupted their conversation. Then, the maid's voice came. Mr. Fisher, His Excellency the Lord Mayor sent me here to take you to his laboratory. Fisher glanced at Rafael, took off his suit jacket and hung it on the hanger beside, and said, Then you'd better think it over carefully. Remember what I said before. Have the duel with me tomorrow night. You still owe me a punishment. I'm going out. You take care of Lar and the others. I know. Rafael pouted and said so. Chapter 36. The Soul Loss Disease. Welcome, Mr. Fisher. It turned out that Flowen's laboratory was not in his mansion, but in the courtyard outside. There was a specially built room. Not very spacious, with a sign reading Philone Laboratory at the door. When Fisher was led there by the maid, Philone had already taken off his suit jacket, revealing the leather straps covering his body, which were used to secure his prosthetic hand and gas mask. If it weren't for the somewhat terrifying gas mask on his face, he would have been an elegant Nari gentleman. Even after some tidying up, the room still looked a bit messy. There were many large steam machines placed on the experimental bench at the back, which resembled a workshop. In front of the workshop were two huge bookshelves filled with books. Fisher scanned the books on them and keenly spotted a book he had published before, titled Good and Evil, an initial exploration of ethics. I spent a long time studying this book of yours, Mr. Fisher, especially your views and interpretations of classical utilitarianism. Philone noticed Fisher's gaze, then took down the plain, dark red-covered book and said with some emotion, Who would have thought that the author of this wise work was still a student at the Royal Academy at that time? It quotes a lot of my teacher's thoughts. I just strung them together. Fisher glanced at the book covered with many notes and knew that Philone had read his work many times. Mainly, at that time, although many scholars had explored ethics, represented by many professors at the Royal Academy, there was no book that could synthesize their views and discussions. S.O. Fisher spent a semester auditing all the courses of the social science professors, summarized the notes, and wrote this introductory guide to ethics. Although those professors were glad that their representative views had been compiled into a book, they still couldn't help getting angry every time they saw Fisher's, author's comments, criticizing their views at the end of the volume. They were a group of lovely old men. Haha, you're being modest, Mr. Fisher. Later, I still want to have a talk with you about more issues regarding ethics. But now, let's talk about the disease we mentioned before. Compared to the blue madness, I prefer to call this disease the soul loss disease. The soul loss disease. Fisher pulled out a chair and sat down beside his desk. Looking at Philone, he saw the latter pull out a small stack of manuscripts from under the lamp. Fisher saw the human body structure diagram he had drawn with a pencil on it. How much do you know about the patient's conditions, Mr. Fisher? After the onset, their blood turns blue, they're basically unconscious, and they have an aggressive tendency towards living things. No, it should be towards living humans. Also, the magic circuits on their bodies completely disappear. Philone nodded and handed the manuscript to Fisher. It was densely filled with the conditions of many experimental cases. The conclusion reached was probably similar to Fisher's, but Philone had also investigated a lot about the patients' itineraries before they got sick. You call these patients suffering from the soul loss disease. You believe in the theory that magic comes from the soul. It's not a matter of belief. Mr. Fisher, this is the truth. There has always been the theory of the soul in the southern continent. First, I thought the souls they believed in were just like the illusory spirits created by magic in the circus. But a previous exploration made me see the fact that the soul exists. Philone raised a finger and then said, "When I first set foot on the southern continent, I was just an externally hired scholar accompanying the group. I accidentally got separated from the team and got lost in the wilderness. The wilderness at night was very cold. Just when I was about to freeze to death, suddenly, several shining shadowy figures of subhumans appeared in the sky. They seemed to be talking, but I couldn't hear clearly. I thought it was a dying hallucination, so I followed the direction they pointed and really found the separated team by the river." Fisher's fingers tapped on the table as he pondered Philone's words. "The most crucial thing is that later, I witnessed those souls engraving magic with my own eyes." Engraving magic? Yes, they engraved warming magic on the subhumans foraging in the wild so that they wouldn't freeze to death. They had magic circuits capable of releasing engraved magic, while the magic circuits of those patients completely disappeared because the loss of their souls took their magic circuits away. Fisher's complexion changed. All current magic theories indicated that the ability of living beings to engrave magic came from their own magic circuits, and many scholars also believed that magic circuits existed in the body. But they couldn't be observed for the time being. But if what Philone said was true, and the soul could use magic, it meant that the magic circuits did not exist in the body but in the soul. Then this could also explain why the magic circuits on those patients completely disappeared. The real cause of the disease did not lie in the magic circuits but in the soul. The disappearance of the magic circuits was just a manifestation of the disappearance of the soul. As the conversation with Philone gradually deepened, Fisher gradually understood the theory of the soul he had developed. In the face of his many years of experimental data and evidence, Fisher could hardly find a point to refute him. If the cause of this disease is the disappearance of the soul, then what on earth causes their souls to disappear? Philone raised a finger and explained, "It's despair. You see, before each patient developed the disease, they had all experienced a great life tribulation. La Basher, his property was stolen by bandits, and his daughter was raped and killed. Jack, his wife had an affair and colluded with her mistress to take all his property." Philone read out the experiences of each case and then said, "It seems that they have no intersection. According to traditional pathology, it's impossible for them to have come into contact with any suspicious items." Fisher suddenly thought of the group of humans he had met in Kelly's cave. The maid and their family had also fallen ill. And according to what the other party said, before she got sick, her only daughter had died in a textile factory in Narides. "Oh, that's how it is." Fisher's eyes flickered briefly before he picked up where Philon had left off. The reason the souls disappear is that the sense of despair generated by the brain creates unstable conditions. Then, some external force seizes the opportunity and takes away their souls. Indeed, that's exactly my conjecture. Well, now there are 3 questions. How were the souls taken away? What entity took them? And what was the purpose of taking the souls? Fisher scrutinized the medical record above. Although he had a conjecture, he increasingly found it preposterous. Based on the current inference, this didn't seem like a disease. It seemed more like a deliberate act by someone if it was an intelligent entity. There were probably only 2 possibilities, humans and subhumans. However, the human academic community hadn't even affirmed the existence of souls. Where would they get the means to take away souls? Considering the primitive state of subhumans at present, it was even more unlikely to be them. Moreover, according to the cases of Philon and Keegan, many cases occurred simultaneously and were thousands of kilometers apart. Who could have the power to commit crimes across such a long distance? Probably even the 3 countries in the western continent would be destroyed by him, since a large number of humans entered the southern continent. I haven't seen those subhuman souls that guide people in the wilderness for a long time. Philon's gas mask emitted some steam. He leaned back in his chair and sighed. Who could take away so many souls in multiple places simultaneously? Fisher was slightly taken aback after hearing Philon's words. Then he looked up at him, but he couldn't see his eyes clearly because of the reflection of the desk lamp on his glasses. Why did he only focus on who did it and not care about the other questions? Chapter 37. The Boudoir at Night. Let's call it a night tonight, Mr. Fisher. Philon rubbed his slightly sore shoulders and said to Fisher, they had discussed the characteristics of souls based on the previous data reports. But most of it was Fisher's speculation and couldn't be confirmed. Moreover, it was indeed late at night. Seeing that the time was getting late, Philon stopped tonight's research, just as he was about to stand up. He found that his steam-powered arm wouldn't move so he sighed, took a bottle of lubricating oil from the nearby shelf, leaned against the nearby table, and said to Fisher, Mr. Fisher, Could you help me drop some lubricating oil? My arm seems to be stuck. Fisher took the lubricating oil he offered and gently dropped it on the stuck gear of his arm. After dropping several drops and helping to push the gear with his finger, his whole arm started to emit steam again and became more flexible. Did you install a small steam device on your back? Fisher looked at the slightly bulging and glowing object under his shirt on his back and asked, You can't be deceived. I've installed a small and complex steam-powered ring. It consumes very little energy under normal circumstances, so there's no need to replenish the energy frequently. It can also be removed when not in use. He clenched his mechanical arm and then smiled. But no matter what, it can't compare to the original one. Well, it can move again. Thank you. Fisher smiled, put the nearby lubricating oil on the table, then stood up and stretched. By chance, he caught a glimpse of the small embroidery hanging on the wall of his laboratory. The embroidery technique was delicate, depicting a griffin vividly. Where is this art piece from? I rarely see such beautiful embroidery. Haha, this is a specialty of my hometown, Yulin. When I was a child, people nearby were all very good at embroidery. Fisher observed the beautiful embroidery up close. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he said, Yulin, I remember it's a coal-producing area in Nali, right? Philin also looked at the embroidery. It seemed as if he and Fisher had been looking at it for a long time before he broke the silence and calmly said, Yes. Fisher, look, they lent me their toys to play with. When they returned to the mansion with Philin, they bumped into Lar playing with steam toys on the first floor. Behind her were several children adopted by Philin. Except for a wolf, race girl named Chi-Chi whose name Fisher still remembered. He wasn't very familiar with the others. After all, there were more than a dozen children here. When they saw Philin come in, they all happily ran to his side and hugged his thighs. Chi-Chi pointed at Lar in the distance unhappily and shouted, Dad, that little dragon stole my toy. Fisher glanced at Lar holding the toy beside him, and then at Raffle who averted her gaze. For a moment, he was speechless. It seemed that Fisher's look made Raffle a little embarrassed. She stammered an explanation. Lar told them she would just borrow it to play, but they didn't understand. Philin laughed, hugged Chi-Chi, and said to Fisher, It doesn't matter. It's just a toy. Let her play with it. Did you listen to Sister Fia and drink your milk? Chi-Chi said in his arms, Yes. Then what should you do after drinking it? Go to sleep. Just as Chi-Chi finished speaking, another wolf race child beside her grabbed Philin's trouser leg and shouted, Dad, you promised to look at my painting tonight. Haha, okay. How about showing your new dragon, race friend, your painting? Philin stroked the child's head, making the tail of the wolf, race child named Pokey wag non. Stop, and his eyes light up. I'll go get it right away. At this time, Nana, the bovine race girl in a dress at the mansion door, also came back. She seemed to be engaged in a job assisting Mayor Philin. Her work was so busy that she didn't return home until now. Mr. Philin, those wolves have agreed, and they're very happy to get this job opportunity. That's good. Then there should be no problem with the lives of those subhumans. Dad, look, this is my painting. Pokey ran back from the room, holding a crayon-drawn picture of a green wilderness. In the wilderness, there were him, other children, and a tall man in a suit, except that no facial features were drawn. Who is this? Philin squatted down and pointed at the figure in the suit. It's Dad. Dad without a mask. Dad must have not worn a mask before, so I drew it like this. After that, you'll definitely get better and won't need a mask anymore. Philin smiled slightly, looked at Fisher, and then laughed. Ha ha, these children are really interesting. Fisher looked at Lar who was gnawing on the metal toy beside him with a straight face. He tapped her little head with his hand, making her stop her action aggrievedly. I want to be a painter in the future. Okay, Dad. Oh, that's an amazing profession. Pokey, you have to work hard. For example, go to bed now. Okay. Philin stroked the child's forehead and smilingly instructed the maid to take the children back. Many children were reluctant to go to bed and coquettishly asked Philin to coax them to sleep. Philin followed them into the room with a headache. Then we'll take our leave and go to rest. Miss Nana. In the living room, Fisher glanced at Nana, the bovine race girl beside him. She didn't have a good impression of Fisher, probably because of the previous incident with A.O.N.S.O. Her expression was only polite. Good night, Mr. Fisher, Miss Raffle. This time, she spoke in the dragon language. Fisher took Raffle and the others upstairs. Before leaving, he also told Lar to put the toy back. Otherwise, she would definitely sleep with that mechanical car. In fact, she didn't even know it was a car. She just saw that it had 4 wheels and could be pushed around. Where are Mill and the others? Oh, they came downstairs with us before. But since there was nothing interesting, they went back first. After sending Lar back to Mill and the others' room, when the door closed, only Fisher and Raffle were left in the corridor. Fisher turned to look at her, and she subconsciously averted her gaze. Let's go and sleep. Yes. Raffle originally wanted to change her clothes directly, but since Fisher was beside her, she first got into the futon on the ground and then fumbled to take off her clothes inside and put them outside. However, Fisher didn't even look in her direction. He just leaned on the bed and kept writing something with a quill pen under the illumination of the bedside lamp. Most of it was about today's research with Philin. And there were also some speculations about souls, such as their characteristics and observation methods. Fisher was assuming in his mind what method could be used to prove them. Raffle originally didn't want to look at Fisher either. But soon she found that Fisher was completely focused on his research and didn't pay any attention to her. So she turned her head and silently watched Fisher in his shirt on the bed with half of her head exposed outside the futon. After writing for a long time, Fisher rubbed his shoulders and put the pen and notebook on the bedside. Get ready to sleep. Well, are you studying how to defeat me? He noticed Raffle, who had been looking at him, and asked. Her crimson horns illuminated her visage, rendering her cheeks indistinguishable, possibly tinged with a delicate cherry hue. She grasped the blanket with both hands, pulling it over herself, leaving only her eyes exposed, accompanied by her soft murmur. That is well. Ponder a bit more, and the likelihood of success will increase. I shall extinguish the light now. Fisher turned off the light. Having previously heard the sounds of Philoen and Nana returning to their respective chambers, he too lay beneath the covers, positioning his cane beside the bed to prevent a nocturnal ambush from this dragoness. Raphael, however, was not contemplating an ambush. Instead, sharing a room with this human left her feeling inexplicably warm, making sleep elusive. In the hushed night, the moonlight spilled onto the curtains, leaving only the sound of their breathing in the room, alongside the faint murmurs of conversation emanating from Mill's quarters, likely regarding what Raoul planned to have for breakfast. Punctuated by Fasher and Kashir's laughter as Mill intervened to quell their antics. The poor sound insulation of the house was somewhat alleviated by the distance between Raoul's room and Fisher's, at least more so than the proximity to Philoen and Nana's quarters. Her ears twitched slightly, instinctively attuning to the sounds outside in an attempt to alleviate the heat within her. Soon enough, the sound of a door opening in the corridor reached her ears. It must be Nana's door. Soft footsteps followed, and it seemed she had opened Philoen's door next to hers. Mr. Philoen. Nana's voice was gentle and barely audible, becoming somewhat indistinct by the time it reached Raphael. Please allow me to attend to you tonight. Thank you for your trouble. The door to Philoen's room closed, and shortly thereafter, muted breaths and Nana's soft sighs floated across the air. Raphael's mind went blank for a moment, and then her face flushed crimson. Wait a moment, that cowgirl and the Lord are Fei Fisher. She sat up from the covers, steam rising from her, glancing frantically at Fisher, who lay with his eyes shut. Did you hear that? Fisher maintained his sleeping posture before opening one eye to glance at her. After a brief silence, he replied, Don't listen, go to sleep. Raphael bit her lip and reclined back onto the bed. Wait, humans and demi-humans too. This isn't. Despite the multitude of thoughts swirling in her mind, the only clear notion was the simple idea of the union between demi-humans and humans. It felt like a jarring shift in worldview, prompting her to spiral into wild thoughts. That implies someone like Fisher is human. Wait, why am I thinking of Fisher? But he is indeed human. And I am a dragoness. No. While he is strong and undeniably a commendable individual, it is impossible for me to choose him as a suitable partner, even less likely to engage in such activities. Yes, precisely. That is correct. She covered her ears with her pillow, trying to block out the seductive sounds, yet seemed oblivious to the fact that the scales on her body were slowly flattening into a more docile form as visions of a certain individual crossed her mind. She anxiously wrapped her arms around her slender tail, as if embracing. She shook her head, hurriedly attempting to hypnotize herself into not overthinking, urging herself to sleep. Don't think too much. Don't envision that scene. Don't think of Fisher. Humans and demi-humans, stop thinking. Beside her, Fisher silently opened both eyes, his expression resembling that of a dead fish, as the faint, steamy scent of Raphael enveloped the room once more. Without needing to guess, he understood that she was lost in her thoughts again. Wisely, he refrained from speaking or making any move, simply casting a glance toward Philoen's room, pondering what occupied his mind. Chapter 38. The Choir of Saints. The following morning, at the breakfast table in the Philoan household, Fisher elegantly speared a piece of fried egg, casting a sidelong glance at Raphael, who appeared to be in a daze. Who knows when this individual fell asleep last night? She might have stayed awake the entire night, for by the time Fisher rose, she was already staring blankly at the ceiling. Good morning, everyone. Is the breakfast to your satisfaction? Nana's gentle voice reached them, as she spoke in dragon tongue, addressing the dragon girls at the table, inadvertently startling Raphael beside her. Nana had donned a pale yellow dress, her skin fair with a hint of rosy glow, radiating a sheen that left Raphael scrutinizing her for a while before awkwardly diverting her gaze, which piqued Nana's curiosity regarding Raphael's odd behavior. Delicious. Ral loves this fried egg and milk. That's wonderful. The Lord is having breakfast in another room with the children and will join us shortly. Please wait a moment, Mr. Fisher. Fisher nodded, and Nana swayed her skirt as she departed the dining area. Once she left, Fisher wiped his mouth and turned to Raphael. Have you devised a strategy for our duel tonight? Strategy? Right, strategy. Raphael's face flushed, her tail subtly lifting a fraction as it took her several seconds to grasp what Fisher was inquiring about. Of course. I have. You will find out tonight. Fisher raised an eyebrow, just as Philoan entered, carrying a cane and dressed in lighter, more travel-appropriate attire of light brown. Good morning, Mr. Fisher. He nodded politely to the dragon folk, but refrained from speaking further due to the language barrier. Good morning. Do we have plans for today? Speaking of that, I was just preparing to invite Mr. Fisher to take a stroll around the city today. I had previously invited the choir of the St. Nelly to perform, and they have agreed to come, but only for one day. I have been contemplating which day to schedule their performance, and now that you are here, I shall arrange it for today. Oh, is it the choir from the St. Opera House? Fisher expressed surprise. For the St. Opera House was the premier opera venue in St. Nelly, often frequented by royalty and high-ranking officials. Among the three opera troupes, the choir was renowned for its youth and beauty. With tickets to performances at the St. Opera House being exceedingly scarce, let alone inviting the choir to the southern continent. Precisely. Philoan seemed to wish to blink, but the eyes behind his mask, devoid of eyelids, prevented him from doing so, leaving him to smile and move past it. I am quite curious how you managed that. It was not particularly difficult. The church behind the St. Opera House wishes to collaborate with Cardew to establish a church in the southern continent. However, as you know, the economic conditions of various cities, they only allowed the church to build within the city but did not provide funding. Thus, the church had to conduct fundraising in the western continent, with the prize for contributions being a special performance by the choir. Mr. Philoan's financial circumstances never ceased to astonish me. From the previous military arrangements, the state of city construction, to the fundraising details he had inadvertently revealed. Fisher was immensely curious about the source of Philoan's wealth. This is what a devotee of the mother goddess ought to do. It is not excessive to have the choir's melodious praises in return. So, would you care to join me in witnessing the performance? Fisher chuckled. Then I must thank you for granting me the opportunity to experience the charm of the choir. Rao and the others do not understand Nelly language, so it would be best for them to rest here. Haha, splendid. I shall arrange for the carriage. Philoan called over a maid. Take good care of these dragon girls. If you cannot comprehend their language, you may consult Nana. Yes. With Philoan stepping out to arrange the carriage, Fisher approached Raphael, gently taking her hand. What are you doing? She cast a glance at Fisher, her gaze somewhat evasive, her tail, perhaps emulating Nana, laying beside her leg, aligned with the hem of her dress. However, the scales concealed beneath her clothing began to soften. Fisher silently inscribed a sensing spell in the shape of a ring upon her hand, connecting it to his own cane. If anything arises, just break this spell. You can do so with your horn or by igniting your magical circuit, and I will return immediately. Understood? Fisher's eyes were fixed on her, but she hastily withdrew her hand, as if fearing to be burned by his touch, before responding. I understand. I will keep a close watch on Ral and the others. Don't forget about our duel tonight. I will give it my all. So you had better be cautious. Fisher nodded, then patted Ral as he made his way out, saying, I approach your battles with utmost sincerity, rest assured. Raphael bit her lips, her left hand brushing over the magical imprint left by Fisher. The pale ring of magic gradually dimming, yet still retaining warmth. The theater outside the Lord's residence did not appear overly extravagant, adorned with numerous promotional posters for traditional St. Nelly dramas. Many centered around love stories, alongside narratives like The Prince's Revenge. Fisher noted the ticket prices, which were, of course, significantly cheaper than those in St. Nailey. Every citizen could purchase tickets, and the latest comedy lineup displayed. Tickets for the Choir of Saints. €300 each. Please bring identification for purchase. Fisher cast a glance at the citizens queuing to enter and gestured to Philion. Is it truly possible that someone would share such an exclusive opportunity as the Saintess Choir's performance with others? Although the performance of the Saintess Choir was not explicitly prohibited from being shared publicly, it was the norm for most nobles or royals to savor such an experience privately, given the rarity of the occasion. To Fisher, the €300 ticket price seemed almost a gift to the populace. The performance is meant for an audience. Their presence will not obstruct our enjoyment. Since it does not detract from our experience, why not allow them the chance to partake as well? The mask on Philion's face concealed his expression, but his warm, resonant voice permeated through the rising steam. Indeed, is Miss Nana not attending? Her. Philion tapped his mask, appearing somewhat troubled. It seems Mr. Fisher is aware of my relationship with her. Fisher refrained from mentioning that their voices had been quite loud the previous night, as if one were present in the very midst of it, merely nodding in acknowledgement. When I encountered Nana, her horn had been severed, lying in the wilderness like a lifeless body. The horn of a dragonkin is of great significance to them. I trust Mr. Fisher understands this. Indeed. Yet, I beheld in her eyes a fervent desire to survive. It was she who revealed to me the vibrancy of life, which profoundly moved me in the days that followed. She aided me greatly. Though I am immensely grateful, she is perceived as an unworthy subhuman by most, and she is acutely aware of this. Hence she has not ventured out of my inner city residence for quite some time. By the way, I almost forgot to inquire, Mr. Fisher, what is the significance of your acquisition of these dragonkin? If I am not mistaken, the slave mark on that red dragonkin has indeed been removed. Before Philion, Fisher could no longer deceive him with the pretense of research. Raphael, lacking understanding of the slave mark, had believed Fisher's fabricated claim of purchasing her for study, while the true purpose remained known only to Fisher himself. Though she is quite unruly, it cannot be denied that, from a human aesthetic perspective, Raphael is indeed a beautiful girl. Fisher gazed out the window, spinning a tale, artfully wrapping his assassination agreement with Raphael in a more palatable narrative for Philion. From Philion's perspective, Fisher appeared as a gentleman of Nailey who had developed an affection for the wild dragonkin girl, yet found her tempestuous nature vexing, hoping to tame her through such means. I see. So tonight, she is to engage in her third duel with you. How intriguing. I possess a training ground for testing steam engines in the inner city. You may borrow it this evening, but I must caution you, Mr. Fisher, that dragonkin are born warriors. Do not let such matters cost you your life. Thank you for your concern. I shall exercise caution. Fisher chuckled, expressing his gratitude for Philion's reminder. Their conversation in the carriage came to an end as the citizens who had purchased tickets for the Saintess Choir's performance had mostly entered, with Philion and Fisher awaiting the arrival of the choir members, who had only just arrived in Philion City a few days prior and would continue their journey southward after the performance. Mr. Fisher, they are here. Philion pointed towards the distant street, where at the end of the road stood two knights clad in gleaming silver armor, brandishing long halberds at the forefront, followed by three opulently adorned carriages. Fisher cast a glance at the shimmering silver magical radiance emanating from the knights and the intricate white rings on their weapons. In St. Nailey, it was common knowledge that these knights were not to be trifled with. They were the church's temple knights. They are responsible for the safety of the Saintess Choir during their time on the southern continent. If not for their visit here, the church would not have dispatched two temple knights. Philion disembarked from the carriage with his cane, and Fisher followed suit. Indeed, the southern continent is not particularly safe. The church's concerns are well-founded. The carriages came to a halt before the theater, and after being scrutinized by the two knights, they stepped aside, revealing the young women disembarking from the carriages behind them. The leading woman could hardly be termed a girl, as she was slightly older, dressed in a pure black ceremonial robe of the church. After bowing to Fisher and Philion, she spoke with a neutral expression. Let us confirm once more, Mr. Philion. Do you wish to hold the performance here and share the choir's performance with these citizens? It appeared the Saintess Choir was not entirely pleased to perform before commoners. I am certain. Minister Kafu. With Philion's nod of affirmation, the minister no longer voiced her opinion, instead instructing the girls behind her to disembark promptly. The young women of the Saintess Choir, all under the age of 18, donned ivory-colored gowns, each adorned with a golden ceremonial crown, exuding an air of grace and sanctity. After they dismounted, They bowed to Fisher and Philion before lining up to follow the knights into the theater. However, when the last girl arrived, she slyly winked at Fisher, capturing his attention. Beneath the youthful golden crown, the raven-haired girl wore a charming smile, her gaze directed at Fisher in a manner reminiscent of a reminder. "Teacher, do you remember me?" "You." Fisher felt a sense of familiarity wash over him, particularly due to the unique form of address, recalling his days as a tutor in St. Nayli. "Milica," just as Fisher was about to speak. The black-robed minister Kafu interrupted the girl, halting her forthcoming words. The girl known as Milica stuck out her tongue at Fisher and quickly whispered, "Teacher Fisher, see you again in St. Nayli," in the next moment. Her expression transformed into one of piety, aligning with the other girls as they silently followed them into the theater. Chapter 39. The Tram Dilemma. "Mr. Fisher, do you know that saint is from the choir?" "She is merely a former student of mine." "I see. It seems the time is drawing near. Let us proceed inside." Observing Fisher's reluctance to elaborate further, Philion refrained from pressing the matter, gallantly leading the way with his cane. The other audience members were gathered on the ground floor. While only Philion, with his lordly privilege, could observe the performance from the higher second-floor private box, the citizens below buzzed with animated chatter, their chaotic demeanor starkly contrasting with the serene ambience favored by the royal elite. Prompting the black-robed minister Kafu to furrow her brow in discontent as she rubbed her temples, yet she still signaled the girls already on stage to prepare. "Ladies and gentlemen," Philion, noticing the commotion, rose and approached the railing of the second floor, addressing the raucous crowd below. As he spoke, the audience fell silent, turning their attention to him. "It is the Lord Mayor. Mr. Philion is up there." Philion waved his hand. Addressing the audience below, "I kindly ask for your silence during the performance. Thank you all." "All right, no problem." Thus, following his address, the previously noisy theater gradually quieted down, just as the audience was settling into silence. The door to their private box opened, and a soldier with an impassive expression entered. He did not speak. Philion raised his hand, seemingly signaling him to remain at ease momentarily, then turned to Fisher, saying, "I apologize, Mr. Fisher. He is here to report on matters within the city. No rush. Let us enjoy the performance first." Fisher cast a glance at the stoic soldier who bowed to him before stepping back out, quietly gripping his cane, where Raphael had not shattered the magic he had given her. In the distance, on stage, a dozen ethereal girls spread out, bathed in beams of light reminiscent of a heavenly descent, their slow movements creating a dance-like spectacle for the audience. All present held their breath, and as one of the girls began to sing, her enchanting voice resonated like the whispered musings of a divine being. They were singing the first chapter of the Church's creation scripture, detailing how the Mother Goddess created humanity. In the creation myth of the Nayli faith, the Mother Goddess dwelled in a paradise filled with the melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms, disinterested and transcendent. She encountered an injured rabbit in need of salvation. The rabbit beseeched the Mother Goddess to save its life, promising to present her with the first apple of spring in return. The moon and sun beside her cautioned against aiding the rabbit, warning that such an act would bring calamity to other beings. Yet, the benevolent Mother Goddess chose to save the rabbit, consuming the apple it offered. Upon doing so, she became pregnant, and after 7 days, she bore a male child, naming him Aya. Aya represented humanity, and as foretold by the sun and moon, his greed led to the first instance of death, introducing the concept of mortality to the world. To punish her child, the Mother Goddess cast Aya into the mortal realm, where in his prolonged descent, he transformed into both a man and a woman, and from their union, countless descendants emerged, eternally enduring the afflictions of death and disease. As the choir sang of the Mother Goddess, weeping as she cast Aya down from the heavens, the melody resonated with profound sorrow, evoking the most primitive empathy within humanity, causing the audience below to shed tears. Phaelon's gaze flickered, and his fingers trembled slightly. After a brief pause, he turned to Fisher, only to find him staring expressionlessly at the stage, seemingly unfazed. Phaelon scrutinized Fisher for a long moment before breaking into a smile and inquiring, "Mr. Fisher, do you believe that all of humanity has evolved from Aya?" "Not at all. The doctrines of the Church bear no distinction from the beliefs of the subhumans. They are merely different interpretations of the world." The ancient thinkers of the Church posited that humanity is a collective, with each individual merely a minute part of this vast organism. Suddenly, Phaelon placed one hand on the table that separated him from Fisher. An overly intimate gesture that caused Fisher to shift his gaze slightly towards him, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the door ajar, revealing the shadow of a soldier outside. Phelan's eye fixed intently on Fisher, and then he chuckled, asking, "There's a question that has troubled me for quite some time, and I have long wished to seek your counsel. Please, go ahead." Fisher's right hand tightened around his cane in silence, awaiting the inquiry, while the shadow outside shifted a few times before slowly disappearing from view. Imagine you are a railway operator, and one fateful day, an out-of-control train appears on your track, with 5 individuals positioned ahead on the line. If you take no action, those 5 will perish. However, you have the option to divert the train onto another track where only one individual stands. What would you choose? Fisher regarded Phelan before falling silent for a moment. Then leaning back against the cushion with a smile, replied, "I would do nothing." The outside melody reached a crescendo, bathing the viewing room in a heavenly glow, illuminating Phelan's astonished and bewildered expression. "Oh, I see." After a protracted silence, he roused himself from his reverie, gradually adjusting his posture to lean back against the cushion once more. "This is my first time listening to the choir of the Saints. Their voices are exquisite and always move me. Indeed, it is a splendid opera." Fisher set down his cane, his gaze drifting past the silent Phelan, and he noted that the door had somehow closed behind them. "Today's opera was truly marvelous. Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Phelan." The carriage sped along the road, gradually entering the inner city, where many subhumans and their children waved at the Lord's carriage, prompting Fisher to glance sideways. "If I were to view this alone, I fear it would lack much of its charm." Phelan checked the time, and the carriage came to a halt before the Lord's residence, where Nana appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. Upon disembarking, Nana regarded Fisher for a prolonged moment before averting her gaze and gently addressing Phelan. "Mr. Phelan, they have been waiting for you for quite a while." "Ah." Phelan turned to Fisher and said, "I apologize, Mr. Fisher, but I must attend to other guests for a moment. I have not forgotten our prior discussion. The training grounds lie just beyond here, near the city wall, but if you cannot find your way, allow FIA to guide you." "Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Phelan." After doffing his top hat, Fisher bid farewell to Phelan and Nana before entering the estate. Phelan glanced at Nana and led her in another direction. The two walked side by side for a considerable distance, and once they confirmed they were alone, Nana looked at Phelan with concern. "Mr. Phelan, has something gone awry? Why has he returned? You didn't meddle with those dragonfolk, did you?" "No, that's good. Let's wait a little longer." "But there are only a few days until—" Nana expressed her apprehension, grasping Phelan's hand, only to have him cover her delicate fingers with his other hand. "Yesterday, Fisher provided me with much insight. If realized, we could succeed without resorting to previous methods. Since you have attained what you sought, it would be prudent to resolve this matter swiftly. What is holding you back?" Steam emanated from beneath Phelan's mask, and in the silence that followed, he recalled the man's response in the theater. He shook his head. "No, I have not yet obtained what I desire. The matter of him and that red dragon can wait. We must first retrieve the others." "Very well. I shall take care of the delivery this time." "Thank you, Nana." Nana pursed her lips, then embraced Phelan, whispering softly in his arms, "Do not say that. I will assist you, no matter your decision. I shall always follow you." Phelan's steam-powered arm gently caressed Nana's long hair, enveloping her completely. "It won't be long. Soon I shall have my answers." Chapter 40. The duel at night. That night, at the dining table in Phelan's residence, only Fisher and Raphael were partaking of dinner, while Nana and Phelan seemed occupied with other matters and were absent from the room. "Has anything peculiar occurred today?" Fisher inquired of Raphael, who looked puzzled and shook her head. "Nothing unusual at all. It is just us in the house, along with the children and the maid." "That's good. Should anything arise, be sure to activate the magic I provided you." Raphael nodded while chewing her food. "Understood. What magic?" "I want some too," Laurel exclaimed, swinging her short legs, prompting Fisher to affectionately pat her head, saying, "You do not require it." Because they bore slave markings, they could sense each other's locations and states at all times, rendering additional magic unnecessary. Laurel narrowed her eyes and, feeling somewhat disappointed, said, "But I've never used magic. Mother said using magic would scorch my tail, just like roasting a lizard, and I would never see her again." Fisher, listening intently, suddenly recalled something and asked them, "Do you know a companion named Nal?" The intelligence he had regarding these dragonfolk stemmed from a dragon named Nal whom Faelun had mentioned earlier. It's Nal, Laurel's brother. Nal is Laurel's brother. He should have been close by when he was captured, but he was taken away by other humans, and we have no idea where he is now. Mill glanced at the excited Laurel, then turned to Fisher to explain. I see. I understand now. Fisher nodded, noticing that their meal was nearly finished, and addressed Raphael. Have you finished eating? If so, let us prepare to depart. Raphael wiped her lips and smiled, her eyes brimming with confidence. Humph, I am ready. Fisher acknowledged her confidence and picked up his cane and hat. Let us hope so. Follow me. Mill and the others shall remain here. I will sense anything that occurs. The night in Faelun City was imbued with a serene tranquility. Since the training grounds required traversing the subhuman living quarters, Fisher and his companions were able to witness the leisurely subhumans joyously seated at their doorways, curiously observing the passing humans and the red dragonfolk. The atmosphere here was remarkably comfortable. At least Raphael had not encountered such an environment in quite some time. Previously, in the tribe, one might have witnessed something similar, but to see so many different races coexisting in such harmony was surreal. Yet, despite this, she found herself captivated by this moment of tranquility, unable to extricate herself. Fisher, however, did not linger to admire the scenery. After casting a cursory glance, he quickened his pace, leaving Raphael behind, who could only gaze at his retreating figure. By the time she noticed, he had already walked quite far ahead, prompting her to pout and hasten to catch up. The training grounds, as described by Faelun, resembled a vast, open circular arena, situated against the inner city wall, with unmistakable charred and indelible marks on the ground, likely remnants of some steam-powered machinery. This is spacious enough, it will do. Fisher reached the edge of the arena, removing and neatly folding his coat before placing it on the ground. He wore a white shirt beneath a brownish-gray vest, his tall and imposing figure gripping the cane as he walked far away from Raphael before turning to face her. Thus far, he had left no traces of his methods before Raphael. She was aware of his physical prowess and the magic inscribed upon his cane. If she were to truly contemplate how to engage in combat, she would have to anticipate his responses based on her known information. Nevertheless, Fisher's assertion that he approached each battle with her wholeheartedly was no exaggeration. After all, the adult dragonfolk were of a different caliber than before, and witnessing her single-handedly infiltrate an army demonstrated her formidable strength. Consequently, Fisher had prepared a contingency plan. The modified dragonfolk magic, the traditional and unrefined magic of the dragonkin, is both brutal and immensely destructive. However, Fisher perceives its application to be rather limited. Over the past few days, he has been endeavoring to enhance their draconic magic through the theoretical frameworks of human magic, and he has begun to see preliminary results. Thus, he raised his staff towards the distant Raphael and declared, "Come forth." "Humph, take care." Raphael closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, and then slowly opened them, her emerald irises seemingly aglow under the moonlight. Steam began to emanate from her body, signaling her complete readiness for battle. Boom! In the next instant, with a tremendous crash, the ground beneath her feet fractured instantaneously, while she herself leaped into the air like a red meteor, spinning as she charged towards Fisher. Fisher had anticipated her assault. Given the current strength of his body, engaging in close combat as he did with her younger self would be as foolish as thrusting one's hand into a meat grinder. Therefore, the first step for Fisher was to create distance. He swiftly leaped backward, and in that instant, his staff illuminated with a radiant halo as the familiar spell, Dance of the Bees, was activated. The magical sigils on the staff dimmed slightly, and the buzzing blades of light materialized in midair, obstructing her movements. This tactic is no longer effective. Raphael unleashed a torrent of steam, spinning at a blinding speed like a top, effortlessly evading the light blades suspended in the air. However, Fisher's intent was not to determine the outcome of the battle with mere light blades. The delay in her offensive was sufficient. The white halo around his staff flared once more, and the four-ring spell, Gravity Magic, proved ideal against an opponent as fleet-footed as Raphael. The familiar sensation of increased weight enveloped her, causing her rapidly rotating form to crash forcefully into the ground. This spell, Raphael gritted her teeth, slowly exhaling a breath, and in the next moment, her scales radiated with a brilliance akin to the sun. Unlike the barely perceptible glow before her maturation, the luminosity of her scales now was blinding in the night, causing the air around her to shimmer with heat. For the first time, Fisher witnessed the Dragonkin's unique method of augmenting physical prowess manifested in such an exaggerated manner. The ground around Raphael shattered completely. A consequence of her straining against the effects of gravity magic. The cement and enhanced gravity warped under the intense heat radiating from her body, and she once more transformed into a meteor. Hurtling towards Fisher, her strategy was straightforward: to engage Fisher in close combat. The enhancements of Fisher's human physique paled in comparison to hers. The only aspect that posed a challenge for her were the innumerable spells he could wield. The casting of magic required time and distance, and should she close in, Fisher would have no opportunity to release his spells, ultimately leading to his defeat. Fisher's gaze flickered as he retreated frantically, simultaneously tearing off the sleeve of his garment. If one had keen eyesight, they would discern a transparent, dragon-tooth-shaped magical sigil inscribed on the inner side of that sleeve. After Fisher recalibrated the input and output of magical energy, the magic of the Dragonkin no longer bore the same conspicuousness as before. It now only erupted in brilliance upon activation, resembling human magic, the moment the sleeve was cast forth. The sigil ignited, and from the void linked to that magical sigil, a massive blue firewall erupted in a twisted manner. Roar. With a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar, the wall of flames ignited, separating Raphael from Fisher. Perhaps due to the modifications, this flame was far less dramatic than during the previous night's tests, yet the towering wall of fire was sufficient to impede Raphael's advance. Ah! She bellowed, her glowing dragon claws piercing through the immense firewall, clawing at the flames as if they were tangible, tearing through them with sheer force. Her crimson horns glimmered in the night sky, as though some invisible power enveloped her. Thus, it became evident that the external magical circuit granted the Dragonkin a semi-magical form, allowing her to engage with the very essence of the magic itself. In Fisher's eyes, he witnessed the sigils of magic being grasped by Raphael's hands. And as she moved, the power of the magic faltered, becoming precariously unstable. The combination of dispelling magic and extraordinary physical strength defined the adult Dragonkin. No, ordinary Dragonkin would never possess such ferocity. Only Raphael was so uniquely formidable. Fisher maintained his composure, yet his body retreated wildly. In his line of sight, the radiance of Raphael's scales began to diminish, gradually fading. As Raphael attempted to pursue once more, he ensnared her with some form of magic. Ensuring they maintained a distance throughout the encounter. As time passed, her fatigue began to permeate her consciousness. Gritting her teeth, she concentrated her strength into her legs and propelled herself forcefully against the ground, appearing before Fisher in an instant. You cannot escape. Her claws, shaped like blades, aimed directly at his fox-like black eyes. Wait. Why did he not seem the least bit flustered? Observing Fisher's calm demeanor, Raphael, now in close proximity, realized something was amiss. Yet, she was unwilling to relinquish this rare opportunity for a close strike and lunged at him. But in the next moment, countless glimmering threads ensnared her body like steel wires, binding her from feet to body to hands, all entangled by the filaments emerging from the void. This resulted in her final strike falling just shy of reaching Fisher, the four-ring spell, Threadweaver. Yet, even so, the attack, though still distant from Fisher, produced a gust of wind propelled by immense force, ruffling his hair and slightly disturbing his composed expression. Then, the entire training ground fell silent. Raphael was tightly bound in place, her scales dimming as exhaustion washed over her. Raphael had indeed lost. After a moment of astonishment at the strength of the Dragonkin, he clapped his hands and summarized, "An excellent battle. At least you have begun to recognize your strengths and weaknesses, leveraging your combat advantages. However, you made two errors. First, you ignited your scales too early, activating your full power before I had even revealed my trump cards, which shortened the overall duration of the battle and reduced your margin for error. Second, you failed to make a choice. You recognized that something was amiss with your final strike, yet you stubbornly pressed the attack, coveting this rare opportunity, which ultimately led you into the magical trap I had set." Raphael puffed out her cheeks, averting her gaze from Fisher's admonishing eyes as if his gaze could burn her. Yet, she felt no indignation, for every word Fisher spoke was true. Upon reflection, all her shortcomings were evident. But the threads binding her vanished, and a large hand rested atop her head. Aside from that, there were no significant flaws. You did very well. Ah, Fisher walked towards where he had placed his suit jacket, his voice calm as he added, "You owe me 2 opportunities for punishment. I shall utilize one of them tonight." Raphael paused, her mouth trembling as she rubbed her red-haired, "No, don't touch me." Such things, Her face flushed a deep shade of pink, and her armor quivered under his touch, her tail flicking excitedly, causing her heart to race. Was it the thrill of battle, or was it the touch of that person? She dared not contemplate. Moreover, regarding the matter of punishment, she inexplicably recalled the voices of Nana and that lord she had heard the previous night. What if Fisher's punishment was akin to that? Chapter 41. An uneasy night. Having just exited the training grounds, Fisher noticed numerous demi-humans peering curiously from the roadside. The sounds of his battle with Raphael had been too loud, inevitably drawing the surrounding populace to investigate. Upon seeing the well-dressed human gentleman, they seemed to shy away, except for a female insectoid who remained by the roadside, a small head peering through the window behind her. Observing Fisher and the others with her compound eyes, it turned out she resided there. Fisher smiled and addressed the woman. I apologize for the disturbance. We shall take our leave now. The insectoid woman waved her hand dismissively, speaking in halting Nilirian. No, it's fine. You speak Nilirian. It appeared that Philion's efforts to teach these demi-humans their language had yielded initial results, as many who had once been entirely ignorant of human speech could now converse. Yes. The Lord commanded that we be taught. Seems he is a good person. Yes, indeed, and he has adopted dozens of children, treating us very well. Fisher's gaze flickered momentarily, before he smiled and tipped his hat backward, bidding farewell to the insectoid woman before him. Just then, Raphael happened to catch up, curiously surveying the living conditions of these subhumans. The courtyard was filled with numerous devices she had never seen in her tribe, such as water taps and swings. By the way, how is your Nali language coming along? It's all right. Fisher turned his head in surprise, for Raphael's response was delivered in enigmatic in just over 10 days. She had managed to grasp a fair number of Nali phrases, albeit with a peculiar accent. She rarely approached him for help, and he had merely noted a few points in Draconic in the books. Upon noticing Fisher's gaze, Raphael instantly broke into a grin, nearly placing her hands on her hips and tilting her head back in triumph. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, she still received no compliment from him, although he had praised her before. His expression had been as sour as ever. True to form, he soon diverted his gaze, casually remarking, "Well done, keep it up." How insufferable humans are. While Raphael silently cursed him from behind, he suddenly halted, wordlessly grasping her hand and leading her into the shade of a nearby tree. Under the moonlight, Raphael and Fisher's eyes gradually aligned, both gazing towards a soldier clad in blue, who was directing others to load something onto a cart beside the distant houses. The items were cylindrical metal cans, relatively small and seemingly light, about several dozen centimeters in length, easily held by a single person. They carefully placed these objects onto the cart, after which two soldiers took their seats inside the carriage, while another moved to the front to drive. That Raphael's vision was far superior to Fisher's. She could clearly see the scene, yet she remained perplexed as to what the soldiers were doing. Turning to Fisher for answers, she found him unresponsive, merely observing the situation by the tree. After the cart departed towards the outer city, Fisher finally pulled Raphael from the shadows. What are they doing? I have no idea. Fisher continued to watch the cart as it receded into the distance, then resumed his path towards Phelan's residence. Let us return. Raphael opened her mouth to speak, then fell in step beside him, heading towards Phelan's abode. Fisher, I can't shake the feeling that something is off about this place. I don't quite like it here. Oh, tonight, Raphael was full of surprises. This was yet another instance of her unexpectedly candid remarks. I thought you would enjoy it. What is the reason? I don't know. I just don't like it. Raphael pondered for a long while, intending to articulate something that would impress Fisher, yet she struggled to formulate her thoughts into words. It just feels wrong somehow. Fisher cast a glance at her before responding. If you have a notion, observe and contemplate more. Strive to persist before being overwhelmed by reality. Upon returning to the residence, Fisher utilized one of the several bathrooms in Phelan's house, and he suggested that Raphael and the others take a moment to wash up as well. However, Laurel stubbornly clung to her toy, refusing to go, claiming she had promised the other children she would only borrow it for a while, and that bathing would mean no more playtime. That it was unclear how the language-barriered Laurel managed to negotiate this. But ultimately Raphael enacted her righteous judgment, and Laurel, with a sorrowful face, was swept into the bathroom by Meal's arms. After cleansing themselves, Phelan and Nana seemed to have completed their tasks and returned, with Nana feeding a small goblin child milk with a spoon. Is it over, Mr. Fisher? It seems you have triumphed again. Surviving the Dragonkin's assault indicates you are indeed a master of magic. Have you devised a plan to strengthen your bond with her? Fisher sat down, tapping his fingers on the table. I intend to go all in. Phelan, concealed behind his gas mask, exhibited a flicker of astonishment before breaking into a smile. Indeed. But I have heard that dragonkin only develop desires for their suitable partners, so do take care not to harm yourself. Speaking of which, I believe your previous suggestion holds merit. Which suggestion are you referring to? They had discussed many topics in his laboratory the previous night, but Fisher had merely posited some hypotheses in the spirit of academic discourse. You mentioned that since despair can create conditions that affect the soul's resonance, such feelings could also be induced through stimulating the human brain. Fisher fell silent for a moment, refraining from continuing the conversation that he simply shook his head, stating, however, pinpointing the brain regions that elicit similar responses is exceedingly difficult. It would be best to abandon that idea. Phelan nodded in agreement, then rose to his feet. Indeed. Let us conclude for today. I still need to tend to those little ones. Mr. Fisher, you should rest early as well. Good night. Good night. With Phelan and Nana leaving the parlor, Fisher remained alone at the table, lost in thought. His fingers continued to tap the surface, each note weaving together a tapestry of contemplation in his mind. The sounds of Laurel's ruckus in the bathroom echoed through the parlor. Yet amidst Fisher's gentle taps, the atmosphere felt eerily silent. Tap. Fisher's fingers suddenly halted, and the arcane pathways along his hand illuminated like branches. Ah! Laurel stopped snatching others' toys. Raphael stood with her hands on her hips. Addressing the little dragon Laurel, who sat pouting on the floor, clutching her ear with her claw. Laurel borrowed it to play. I told them so. Miss Nana informed me that you took their toy and ran outside, claiming it was alone. Laurel said she borrowed it before running. If you borrowed it, why did you run away? They didn't agree to Laurel's borrowing, so Laurel ran. Raphael stood speechless for a moment, then reached out to firmly twist Laurel's ear, prompting her to scurry behind Meal with a woeful face. Sister Meal, woe is me. Lady Raphael punished me. Laurel, honestly, stop misbehaving. Let us go to bed. Meal cradled Laurel in her arms, gently patting her head with a resigned smile, while Fasher and Kashir pulled faces at the sobbing Laurel, making her even less inclined to look up from Meal's embrace. That little rascal. Raphael suddenly recalled Fisher's words and hesitated before approaching Laurel, speaking earnestly. You mustn't run off. Always stay where Meal and the others can see you, understand? Whoa, I understand. All right, now go to sleep. Raphael instructed Meal and the others to head upstairs, following them herself, once they closed the door to their room. The corridor fell silent, and she felt her body tense slightly. Wait, did Fisher say he would punish her tonight? Raphael flicked her tail nervously, slowly approaching her own door, gripping the doorknob but never twisting it open. After an indeterminate amount of time, Fisher, who had been reading inside, witnessed the door opening to reveal the red-scaled dragonkin, her face tinged with a cherry hue, glancing sideways, her tail swaying gently as she stepped into the room. I'm ready. Not that she had much to say, simply conveying her readiness. Fisher nodded, silently closing the book he held. Well, tonight. Before he could finish, he felt the bed shift slightly beside him, as Raphael had already settled next to him. Tonight. What are we going to do? Her eyes nearly spun like spirals, her tail swaying behind her, the smile on her face appearing exceedingly rigid. The scales along her side were slightly parted, releasing wisps of steam. Yet the most endearing sight was that as Fisher's gaze fell upon her, the scales in that area gradually flattened, transitioning from armored to supple. I've been curious about this since earlier. Why do your scales exhibit such changes? Fisher questioned, extending his hand to gently touch the still transforming scales. To his surprise, the moment he made contact, it was as if she had been electrocuted. In an instant, all her remaining scales collapsed, causing her to recoil several centimeters in fright, her face flushing a deeper shade of pink. This is. Raphael initially intended to fabricate a casual excuse, such as a cold, just finishing a battle, or feeling unwell, but, wait, wasn't tonight the time for punishment? So perhaps sharing a little truth wouldn't be so bad. She opened her mouth, taking several deep breaths yet failing to articulate her thoughts. In her flustered state, she met Fisher's calm gaze, and then she noticed ripples spreading through his eyes, akin to a tranquil pond. At that moment, in his gaze, Raphael's cheeks reddened, her cerulean irises appearing almost watery, imbued with an enticing warmth and fragrance. Suddenly, he recalled the warnings of many people before. Dragon race individuals only develop desires towards their fated mates. So that's how it is. In a split second, like an electric shock to his thoughts, Fisher's gaze suddenly turned dim. He gently reached out and grasped the face of the young girl in front of him. Amidst her panicked and startled eyes, he abruptly pulled her closer. In the very next moment, their lips met. Raphael's body trembled violently at first, then softened like water. Her tail behind her thrashed wildly against the soft sheets of the bed. Scales and tails don't lie, nor does the heart that has been touched so madly. They repeatedly emphasized her affection for this human, just as Raphael had always been reluctant to admit. Even though he is human. The flame that seemed to have been suppressed for a long time was now blazing, igniting Raphael's actions like magma. All that occupied her mind was his scent, and she moved infinitely closer to him. Naturally, she also forgot that the soundproofing of this house was poor. Chapter 42. Morning affairs. The moonlight, like a natural quilt, was spread over Fisher's bedroom. He lay with his eyes wide open, staring directly at the moonlight outside. Beneath the huge full moon, numerous shadows hidden in the light were surging, painting the color of the night. Beside him, Raphael's long red, rose hair was casually splayed out. She gently wrapped one hand around his shoulder, and her beautiful face rested on Fisher's neck. Every breath she took was filled with his scent, lulling her into a comfortable slumber. She was in a deep sleep, but her feet, hands, and even her tail were all wrapped around Fisher. Especially her self-willed tail, which even now was sticking out from under the quilt and twitching from time to time, as if she was dreaming of something. Her originally rough and hard scales had become smooth in Fisher's embrace, seemingly transmitting a warm feeling like human skin. That softness was so alluring that it made Fisher feel a new wave of heat. The reproductive boost of the dragon race was incredibly exaggerated. The former Fisher would never have had such a strong desire. However, the benefits were also extremely obvious. He could even satisfy Raphael, a dragon race individual. In a sense, Fisher now far surpassed ordinary humans. Thinking of this, he covered his face with a look of embarrassment. Raphael also moved her body groggily because of his movement, then propped herself up and rubbed her eyes. Fisher turned to look at her, thinking she was awake, but found that her eyes were still completely closed. She just adjusted her position and then comfortably wrapped her arms around Fisher again and remained still. In the dead silence, Fisher's thoughts were spinning incredibly fast. He sorted out all the clues he had seen in the past few days in his mind. Firstly, Philin definitely had an abnormal motive for their group. His original target should have been Raphael and the other dragon race individuals, but he probably didn't expect Fisher to intervene halfway. So Fisher's appearance was unexpected to him. Then what was his purpose for wanting these dragon race individuals? Fisher suddenly reflected on a simple question. Why was Philin so wealthy? One possibility was that there was a continuous backer supporting him. Then the backer must have had a certain reason, either an economic or a political one. However, under the constraint of the South Continent Protection Act, a political motive seemed rather awkward. Moreover, if it was for political reasons, he should have expanded his territory and occupied as much land as possible. There was no need for him to take in the subhumans and sign a treaty with the Lord of Schwali. If it was for economic reasons, whether he had a backer or not didn't matter much. Because Philin must have had a highly profitable product line, and it was very likely to be related to the subhumans. Only in this way could it explain why he had imprisoned so many subhumans in the inner city and why he needed a certain number of them. And this product must not be simply the trading of subhuman species. Although simple human trafficking could make money, it couldn't cover the cost of Philin's large city. Otherwise, those slave traders would have been extremely wealthy long ago. That is to say, his product must be very unique, of great value, requiring only a small number of subhumans. It was a product that had to go through his in-depth processing and was little known. Fisher suddenly remembered the metal cylindrical cans that he and Raphael had seen being carried by several soldiers. Then, what on earth was that thing? Fisher couldn't come up with an answer for the time being. Based on what he had seen so far, he really couldn't think of any product that was of such high value and didn't require a large production cost. But one thing was obvious. Philin had ill intentions towards him and Raphael. When watching the Holy Virgin's choir, Fisher had already noticed that Philin was up to something. He had even prepared to turn hostile at that time. But after he answered Philin's question, Philin suddenly gave up. He saw something on Fisher that was of the same value as Raphael and the other dragon race individuals. He wouldn't easily attack Fisher and Raphael before obtaining it. During this period, Fisher had to replenish supplies in the city, so that he could turn against Philin at any time and then rush into the wilderness towards Creekport. Fisher let out a long sigh and then stroked the bright red long hair of the young girl beside him. The Crimson Dragon Queen. In fact, in his eyes, she still had many immature aspects. Due to her lack of understanding of humans, driven by hatred and anger, she often made impulsive decisions without realizing it, which made Fisher speechless. But the longer they got along, the more he understood that this still, naive young girl was definitely the Crimson Dragon Queen. In the prophecy, one day, with the passage of time, she would become powerful and intelligent, invincible in the South Continent. As a human, one should, by all means, strangle her in the soil before she grew up, preventing her from shining like the sun. Fisher stared at Raphael's sleeping face for a long time. But he didn't take any action. Just as the moonlight grew thicker, someone gently embraced the crimson-haired dragon girl, along with Fisher's somewhat indistinct murmur. "You're so selfish, Fisher." The morning sun shone on Raphael's face as she opened her eyes. She stared blankly at the ceiling of the room. It took her a few seconds to seem to realize what had happened last night. Flustered and shy, she turned to look at the empty side of the bed. Then, her shyness and panic disappeared without a trace, replaced by a profound emptiness and loss. Maybe that human just regarded last night's event as a punishment. He didn't understand at all the importance of a fated mate to a dragon race individual. Well, after all, humans are a species that are very casual about courtship, far inferior to the dragon race. But the bed still smelled of him. Raphael's tail slapped weakly on the bed. She lay on her side, looking at the place where Fisher had slept last night, lost in thought. After waiting for a long time, she got up from the bed. Just as she turned her head, she saw Fisher standing beside the bed. Wearing a new and tidy naily suit and holding a book in his hand, he was sitting with his legs crossed, expressionlessly looking at Raphael on the bed. Raphael's face instantly turned red. She pulled up the quilt to cover the parts of her body that Fisher had seen. "Fisher, you, why are you in the room? Where else should I be if I'm not in the room?" I thought. "No, why didn't you make any sound?" Didn't that mean he had seen all of her actions since she got up? Even so, this guy just kept silent and teased her like this. What a despicable human. "I was researching and improving your magic. I just got too absorbed." In fact, he was just watching Raphael, but Fisher just wouldn't admit it, which made Raphael, who was on the bed covering her body with the quilt, extremely angry. "Since you're awake, go and wash up quickly. Come downstairs for breakfast. This afternoon, we'll take Lar and the others to the city to buy some supplies." Seeing that she was awake, Fisher closed the book and stood up. Raphael pouted in agreement. As she watched the tall Fisher put the book back next to his luggage, she suddenly had an unrealistic guess. Did Fisher sit here specifically waiting for her to wake up? Or did he just happen to see her waking up when he got up? This human was, as always, unpredictable. Although she still wasn't very happy, it seemed that a strange sense of emptiness had been filled, and she no longer felt as sad as before. Chapter 43. Chi-Chi, good morning, Mr. Fisher. You got up later than usual today. When Fisher went downstairs, Philin was already sitting in the dining room reading a newspaper. Nana beside him was having breakfast. To Fisher's surprise, there was a little girl in the dining room this time. It was the wolf race girl Chi-Chi, whom Philin had adopted. Her brown short hair had two pointed ears sticking up. She was holding a cup a little larger than her palm and drinking milk. The biggest difference between the wolf race and the dog race lies in their ears and the amount of body hair. The ears of dog race individuals are bent, and they usually have much more hair on their bodies than wolf race individuals. Generally speaking, the combat ability of the wolf race is higher than that of the dog race, while the learning ability of the dog race is better than that of the wolf race. She discreetly stole a glance at Fisher as he descended, then shifted her gaze to Philin beside her, and finally took a sip of her milk. Philin lifted the newspaper in his hand and addressed Fisher, saying, "This is last week's newspaper from St. Nari. It states that the king intends to establish an environmental protection investigation committee to conduct a thorough inspection of those factories near St. Nari that emit black smoke, purifying the air so that during the windy season, the black smoke won't be blown into the Golden Palace. That's quite good. At least the city's residents won't have to worry about dying of lung disease someday. And the king can't stand the clear sky of the Golden Palace being obscured by coal gas." Fisher took his seat and thanked the maid who handed him the breakfast. Philin also put down the newspaper and sighed to Fisher. Indeed. According to the latest statistical survey from St. Nari University, 60% of St. Nari citizens' primary concern for their health is the air they breathe. It's a necessary move to sacrifice the interests of a small number of entrepreneurs for the well-being of the majority. Before Philin could finish his words, the werewolf girl beside him had somehow put down her milk cup. She tugged at Philin's sleeve, pouted, and said, "Dad, you haven't answered my question yet. Can I go outside the city to see her today?" Philin tapped on his gas mask and said to Fisher rather distressfully, "Sorry, Mr. Fisher, this child has made a pen pal with a kid from a school outside the city, and she insists on going out to meet her today." He then turned to Chi-Chi and said, "But Dad has things to do today. And Nana also needs to continue settling those subhumans who came here to live. I can't rest easy if I let a maid or a soldier take you out." Chi-Chi puffed out her cheeks and cutely folded her arms across her chest. Although she looked angry, the wetness in the corners of her eyes added a touch of cuteness. "Dad, you promised me." Seeing that Chi-Chi was about to shed tears, Philin helplessly picked her up in his arms. Then, as if suddenly having an idea, he turned to Fisher and said, "Mr. Fisher, do you have any plans for today? I'll take Raphael and the others to the city to buy some supplies." "Oh, that's wonderful." Philin stroked the girl in his arms and clapped his hands. "Could you take Chi-Chi with you and let her meet her pen pal outside the city? You know how humans outside the city view them, that I really can't feel at ease if I let just anyone take her." Chi-Chi, with tears in her eyes, sized up Fisher in Philin's arms. Her ears twitched, and her eyes were full of caution. Fisher glanced at her and then nodded in agreement. "I'll keep an eye on her. It'll also be good for her to accompany that noisy little dragon." "Lar. Woo, Dad, I don't want that little dragon to accompany me. She always steals my toys. I hate her the most." Philin laughed heartily and stroked her head. Then he said, "You can't talk about others like that. Sharing toys with others won't do any harm. Maybe if Chi-Chi is more generous, she'll gain a good friend." "So, it's settled then, Mr. Fisher. I'll leave Chi-Chi in your care for now." With that decision made, when Raphael and Lar came downstairs from their rooms, Philin temporarily left for the laboratory, saying that he needed to replace the nutrient solution in his mask. Only Nana remained to instruct Chi-Chi on what to pay attention to outside the city. "Fisher, Lar dreamt about Lord Raphael last night. She always feels like she can hear her voice." Lar ran over and threw herself into Fisher's arms. As soon as she said this, everyone's expressions changed slightly. Mill blushed a little, and Faisal and Keschel gave Fisher a look full of unclear meaning. Nana, holding the bewildered Chi-Chi, pretended not to hear. Only Raphael, grinding her teeth, reached out to punch the innocent, speaking Lar to teach her a lesson about the perils of loose talk. Fisher remained calm and simply said to Lar, "It was just an illusion. Maybe you miss Raphael too much." This statement earned him disdainful looks from the two dragon people, Faisal and Keschel. "Anyway, you all have to go out with me today to buy some supplies. And by the way, we'll also take Chi-Chi to meet her friend. Lar, you watch over Chi-Chi and stay with her." Lar still had the emblem on her body, which could ensure Chi-Chi's safety when they were together. Lar glanced at Chi-Chi, who was looking at her warily in Nana's arms, and smiled at Fisher. "Okay, she and Lar are good friends. She always lends Lar her toys. Lar likes her very much." Well, perhaps so. Fisher didn't dig deeper. He was also rather confused as to why Philin would entrust him with taking Chi-Chi out if the other party had ill intentions towards him. They shouldn't have placed a child beside him unless they were trying to scheme against him through this child. For example, abducting the child halfway and slandering him for murdering the subhuman child. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Fisher made some plans for the outing to avoid any mistakes. "Remember to listen to Mr. Fisher when you go out. This is Dad's badge if anything happens. Show it and tell them that Dad is the mayor. Philin, that he'll definitely investigate to the bottom. Do you understand, Chi-Chi?" Yes, Miss Nana." Nana handed Chi-Chi a dark blue badge, stroked her ears, and repeatedly instructed her. Chi-Chi lowered her head, clenched the badge in her hand, and then nodded. "It seems you're all ready. The soldiers at the gate will let you out. When you come back, let Chi-Chi show the badge." Not long after, Philin returned. He had changed his clothes and said to Fisher like this, "As the mayor, he had many other things to attend to, so he didn't go out with Fisher and the others. He left with Nana first. Fisher then took Chi-Chi and the others to his carriage, which had been parked in the courtyard outside the mansion, and the horses were taken care of by the servants. After making all the preparations and confirming that the lock on his carriage hadn't been tampered with, Fisher ordered the dragon people to get on the carriage. "Hello, my name is Lar. Although you never talk to me, I know your name is Chi-Chi, right? Thank you for lending me your toys. That I also have toys, but they're not mine. They were given to me by Fisher. Do you want to have a look?" Lar, who who was climbing into the carriage, chattered non-stop. While introducing the space magic in the carriage, she also picked up the hourglass that Fisher had given her in her previous room to make her be quiet and wanted to lend it to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi was wearing a little dark, green dress and holding a gift wrapped in colored paper. She sat silently behind Fisher, stealing glances at Lar from time to time, but not saying a word. Faisal and Keschel sat on the stairs and laughed at Lar. "You idiot. She can't understand your words. Stop talking. Our heads are about to explode from your noise." Lar is not an idiot. Even if she can't understand Lar's words, she should say something. Is she mute? But Lar has clearly heard her speak. Is she only mute in front of Lar? Ignoring the noisy Lar again, Fisher glanced at Chi-Chi behind him and asked, "Chi-Chi, where does your pen pal live? Let's go to see your pen pal first." She looked up at Fisher, her ears on her head swaying. Then she held up the gift in her hand. She lives at number 74, 2nd Street. Her name is Angela. She said I just need to call her name downstairs. And there's one more thing I'd like to ask you, Mr. Fisher. What is it? She glanced at Fisher, who was holding the reins in front, then took out a small sun hat from her bosom and put it on her head, covering her ears. She looked at the dragon ladies behind and said, "Could you let them stay in the carriage later and not let Angela see them?" It was only after she spoke that Fisher suddenly noticed that Chi-Chi spoke much more softly after going out. She seemed afraid to open her mouth because once she did, her werewolf fangs would be exposed. Her tail was also covered by her long dress, and the ribbon under the hat was tied in a tight knot so that it wouldn't fall off. I didn't tell Angela that I'm a subhuman. I heard from Nana and other soldier uncles that humans outside look down on subhumans, so... All right, but you'd better stay where I can see you. What did you arrange to do with her? We didn't arrange anything. I just want to meet her. But she said in her letter that there's a very nice coffee shop downstairs from her home, and she'll treat me to coffee when I go. I'll definitely stay within your sight, please. Fisher nodded. They had left the inner city built by fill-in for the subhumans and were driving towards the outside road. To ensure your safety, I have to stay by your side. Their safety is equally important to me, so they can't leave me either. So, we'll go into the coffee shop with you. However, we'll pretend not to know you until she leaves. Chi-Chi's eyes lit up, and she flashed a bright smile at Fisher. Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Chapter 44. Exposure. The street names in the city of Forlorn lack the historical and cultural charm found in St. Neri. Instead, they are simply and crudely named according to a numerical sequence from the outside in. The houses on the outer edges are more densely packed and less expensive, similar to other cities. There are numerous retail stores here, which happen to be the places where Fisher and his companions need to purchase supplies. Fisher's carriage came to a halt at the end of the 2nd Street. Fisher glanced at Chi-Chi beside him, who was clenching her fists and seemed a bit nervous. He placed his gentleman's hat on his head and said to her, "We're here. Go ahead. We'll be watching you at all times." "Oh, okay." Chi-Chi blushed as she supported herself on the edge of the carriage and stepped out. Hugging a gift box that was half her size, she began to search along the street for the address that Angela had included in the letter. In front of a residential building that sold fruits, she stood there hesitating for a long time before finally seeming to confirm that this was the place where her pen pal lived. "Hey, Angela." Due to her reluctance to show her fangs, she softly called out to the upper room. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no response. Chi-Chi paused for a second and then took a deep breath and shouted loudly upwards, "Angela, I'm here. Who is it?" The voice finally became louder, attracting the attention of the fruit vendors and passers-by around. Fortunately, she received a response from a child's voice upstairs. "Oh no, my teeth." Chi-Chi immediately blushed and covered her mouth. Fearing that others would notice her non-human features, that a head popped out from the window of the 2nd floor room. It was a girl with tawny long hair, about the same age as Chi-Chi. There were some freckles on her face, and she had a wide smile that revealed her mouth with 1 or 2 missing teeth. "Ah, are you Chi-Chi?" Angela sized up the blushing girl wearing a dress and a bonnet below. After a moment of thought, she finally exclaimed excitedly, "Wait, Chi-Chi, I'll come down right away." As she ran back into the room, Angela's shouts faintly came from above. "Mom, I told you my pen pal isn't a liar or a kidnapper. She's a girl about my age. I'm going out. I'll be back before dinner. It's just around here." Amid the commotion, there came a ding-dong sound from the residential building. A dozen seconds later, Angela rushed out of the downstairs door while putting on her shoes. "Chi-Chi, I finally get to see you." She bounced over and hugged the petite Chi-Chi. After rubbing against Chi-Chi's soft long hair, She happily looked at her. Hey, Angela, this is a gift for you. Chi-Chi blushed as she handed the wrapped gift box to Angela. The skirt behind her was lifted up a bit by her excited tail, but she quickly pressed it down with her hand to prevent it from moving around. Tail, stop moving around, or I'll be discovered. Ah. Thank you, Chi-Chi, but I didn't prepare a gift for you. Angela took the gift from Chi-Chi, scratched her head in distress, and then suddenly proposed with a smile. How about I treat you to coffee? Come with me. Angela grabbed Chi-Chi's hand and pulled her towards the other end of the street. Along the street near the outer wall, there was no coffee shop playing music with maids and incense like the ones inside. In fact, it was more like a simple open-air beverage stand. Occasionally, many passing workers would come here to buy some wine and sit around chatting and resting. There were no elegant waiters here. Only a bare-chested uncle with a pipe in his mouth walking around, serving drinks to the guests. Bert, I brought a friend. 2 cups of milk coffee, please. You should call me uncle. How rude. The uncle curled his lips as he looked at Angela running over. While asking his wife in the kitchen to make the coffee, he noticed Chi-Chi, who was dressed like a little princess. Angela, where did you meet this girl? If she's lost, it's best to tell your mom to call the police right away. No, she's my friend Chi-Chi and I'm treating her to coffee. Angela stuck out her tongue at Uncle Bert, looking mischievous. I see. Find a place to sit. The coffee will be here soon. Angela led Chi-Chi onto the tall bar stools. She first placed the gift on the table and then clasped her hands and looked at Chi-Chi. Angela, have you read the last letter I wrote to you? Yes, so you like the poems of Lady Laufont too? I've learned a lot of her poems at school, although they're hard to memorize. They're really well written. I saw her poetry collection in my dad's room before. Dad said her words are very gentle, and I think so too. Shall we try to write poems in her style? I brought a pencil. Angela took out a pencil from her bosom and proposed with a smile. Sure. Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled, and her legs dangled on the bar stool. Behind her, Fisher, neatly dressed, led several dragon people into the open-air beverage stand. The appearance of these dragon people immediately caught the attention of others that a few drunk men with hazy eyes wanted to say something contemptuously at first, but they fell silent when they saw the leading gentleman. What would you like to drink? Sir, Fisher thought that these dragon people had never tasted coffee, like drinks, and probably wouldn't like the bitter taste, so he only ordered a cup of coffee for himself and sweet fruit juices for them. The drinks here were cheap. 0.6 cups of drinks only cost a little over 20 euros. They found a place to sit, and Fisher's peripheral vision was entirely on Chi-Chi, who was chatting with her friend. The girl in the bonnet had a slightly flushed face and was excitedly discussing the poetry collections of St. Mary's classical poets with her friend. Although the words spoken by children were simple, they always revealed a different world. So many well-known poets tried to imitate children, but never quite grasped the essence. The boss quickly served their drinks. Lar first curiously examined the juice in the cup, carefully stuck out her tongue to taste it, and was soon captivated by the sweetness. She hugged the cup and drank greedily. Her cup was soon empty, but she still wanted more. So, mischievously, she set her sights on the drinks in the cups of Cashier and Fashier beside her and tried to secretly grab the cup. However, Fashier quickly noticed and hugged her cup protectively to prevent the annoying Lar from stealing her juice. Come on, Lar, have mine. Mill smiled and offered her cup to Lar. Lar glanced at the barely touched juice, swallowed hard, but still shook her head and pushed the cup back. You drink it, Mill. Lar has already had some. It's really delicious. She soon noticed the drink in front of Fisher, which was different from theirs. She examined the steaming brown drink for a long time and then said, Fisher, can Lar have a taste of your drink? Just a tiny bit. She held up her thumb and index finger to show a tiny gap to prove that she really only wanted a small sip. Go ahead. Lar happily picked up Fisher's cup, took a sip, and then wrinkled her face. So bitter, ugh, you fool. The coffee here wasn't very good, so Fisher didn't drink much. He took out the Fermat Baharonding magic book to study magic. The magic he had improved during the battle with Raphael could already be used, but it seemed he had overdone it. The originally powerful magic had become a bit of an embarrassment that it would break down as soon as Raphael pulled at it. It seemed that further improvement was needed. Fisher envisioned simulating the idea of a human closed-loop magic circle to make the magic's reverberating power last, which might enhance its power. Hey, Bert, a glass of wine. Right away. Just as Fisher was deep in thought, a bald man with a cigarette in his mouth walked into the beverage stand. The man's messy stubble seemed to have gone untrimmed for a long time. He was hunched over, leaning one hand on a nearby table and looking around. After surveying the inside of the shop for a while, he suddenly spotted Angela and Chi-Chi. His eyes lit up, and he walked towards Angela. "Hey, little Angela, is your mom at home?" Angela and Chi-Chi, who were still discussing poetry, turned their heads to look at him, but Angela's little face immediately puffed up, and she pointed at the man and shouted, "Brick, my mom has said she doesn't want to see you. You won't get any money from her. You impolite brat. I've told you many times to call me uncle. Come with me, and you'll see if your mom will give me the money." "Ah, let go of me. Brick, let go of me." The man suddenly grabbed Angela's wrist, making her struggle frantically. However, due to her young age, the man easily picked her up. Seeing her friend being grabbed, Chi-Chi also panicked and reached out her small hand to push the man forcefully. Let go of Angela. The physical strength bonus of werewolves is much higher than that of humans. This unexpected push actually managed to shove the man back a step. Barrick stared at the girl sitting on the high stool, gasping for breath, with a look of utter astonishment on his face. He caught sight of her exquisite dress and straw hat. Rubbing his lips with evident excitement, he said, "Well, when did you get to know such a wealthy young girl? Which street does she live on? Come here and let Uncle take a good look at you." He reached out his hand to grab her by the neck, but Chi-Chi quickly dodged. However, he still managed to seize the straw hat on her head. The ribbon under the hat was tied in a tight knot. When the hat was pulled off, it landed on the back of Chi-Chi's head. The next moment, a pair of pointed ears on her head were exposed. The gazes of Barrick, Angela, and the onlookers all converged on the pair of pointed ears on the young girl's head. Chi-Chi's face instantly turned as pale as a sheet, and she instinctively reached up to cover her ears. "Oh, no, don't look at my ears. Ha! Little Angela, look, it turns out this is a half-breed sub-human. Who taught you to wear human clothes? Was it the human master who beats you every night?" Before he could finish his words, an iron, like walking stick, had firmly grasped his neck from behind. Before he could even react, a sudden blow landed on his left knee, forcing him to kneel on the ground halfway. "Who? Ugh." The person behind him grabbed him by the neck and punched him right in the face. The punch was delivered without the slightest mercy. In an instant, his nose caved in, and a large amount of blood spurted out. Amidst the stars dancing before his eyes, he saw Fisher, who was dressed in a suit and had a poker-faced expression. Fisher grabbed his bald head and lifted the burly man up as easily as if he were picking up a chick, then pointed him at the two girls in front of him. "Tell me, how old are they?" Before he could answer, Fisher slammed his head against his own knee. The impact made his face swell up, and several of his teeth fell to the ground along with the blood. "How old?" I don't know." Fisher punched him again. This time, his eyes were so swollen that they resembled light bulbs that he couldn't even see the stars in his vision clearly. Not to mention the people in front of him. "How old are you?" 32. Fisher punched him once more. This time, the rest of his body went limp, helplessly dangled in Fisher's grasp. He looked at Angela beside him and asked, "Tell me, how old are you?" 7 years old. Angela was so frightened by the scene that her voice trembled when she spoke. Fisher looked down at the half-conscious Barrick and said, "Do you know how old they are now?" "Yes, I know." Fisher delivered another powerful punch to his face. After this punch, his head drooped weakly. Fisher no longer held him and casually tossed him onto the ground. That he glanced at the onlookers. Those humans who had previously stared at Chi-Chi with malicious looks quickly averted their gazes and silently lowered their heads to drink. However, Chi-Chi, whose face was as white as a ghost, began to tremble. In that brief moment, she had felt the gazes of the people around her, including the shocked look in Angela's eyes. The next second, unable to bear it any longer, she covered her ears with her hands and rushed outside. "Chi-Chi." Angela's voice from behind gradually faded away. Chi-Chi's figure quickly dashed out of the beverage shop and headed in the opposite direction of the street. Chapter 45. Dreams. He instructed Raphael to stay and watch over Lar and Angela. Then, he carried his walking stick alone and followed Chi-Chi out of the street. No matter how fast a child could run, it was impossible to outpace Fisher. Fisher watched as her figure darted into the side alley. When he reached there, it seemed as if she had vanished, but Fisher noticed the hem of her dark green dress peeking out from under the trash rack. There was also the faint sobbing sound that came with the gentle swaying of her dress. Fisher sighed and entered the alley with his walking stick. The petite swallow cries out to the dragon, conveying her soft yet passionate feelings through her voice. She says, "I am a swallow, the smallest one in the world, in love with the most gigantic creature in the world, the dragon. Even though there is an immeasurable gap in our heights, I always look at you eye to eye in spirit. and thus I can shout out my love for you." As Fisher walked, he softly recited the poem. This was a passage from the long poem, The Song of the Swallow in Love with the Dragon, written by Lady St. Nalaleafang at a poetry tea party a few years ago. It told the story of a petite swallow falling in love with a dragon. Although Fisher thought that Laofeng was just catering to the fantasies of poor girls suddenly hooking up with wealthy men, he had to admit that she had a high level of proficiency in writing. When he finished reciting the poem, Fisher had just reached the rack. Chi-Chi, who was sitting under the rack with her knees hugged, looked into his eyes. "Is this a poem by Lady Laofeng?" She blinked her eyes, and tears rolled down her cheeks. That it seemed that she hadn't read Laofeng's love anthology. Considering Philin, it was unlikely that he would have given her such a youthful, themed collection. Fisher squatted down and nodded. "You're very smart. How did you tell?" "When I hear Lady Laofeng's poems, so many images pop up in my mind. Oh, I remember the way she writes." Chi-Chi wiped the tears on her face with her small hand, and then said aggrievedly, "I wanted to share this with Angela, but I seem to have messed it up." That my ears were exposed. Angela must have been really scared. Since she was a child, only the fake big bad wolves in the stories have such ears and tails. She must think I'll eat her. Since childhood, the werewolf who grew up among humans, even though she had learned the human language and could wear human clothes, still felt strange when she noticed the many differences between herself, her father, and the humans in the stories. She hadn't left Philin's inner city for a long time because she couldn't forget the contemptuous looks she received from many people outside, even when she was by Philin's side. Even the petite swallow must honestly tell others about her identity. No matter how tiny she is, hiding and suppressing one's true self won't lead to a long, lasting relationship. It's better to face it bravely. True friends won't be scared away just because you have a pair of ears or a tail. Although this to some extent depends on what others think of you. You also have to have some trust in your friends that you have the confidence. Although he was an academic researcher, Fisher always felt like he was working as a kindergarten teacher after coming to the southern continent. And what's more, he got no pay for it. Really, is it really true? Chi-Chi wrung her small hands and slowly crawled out from under the rack. I want to see Angela if she hates me. Can I hide in Mr. Fisher's arms? If that's really the case, I'll lend you my arms for a while." Fisher gently held Chi-Chi's hand and led her out of the alley. From the moment they stepped out, he was constantly worried that Philin might have set up traps, either for him, Chi-Chi, or Raphael. However, after a long time, Fisher didn't notice anything amiss. It seemed that Philin really just wanted him to take Chi-Chi out to fulfill her wish of meeting her pen pal. Chi-Chi, Angela, who was standing beside the street, saw Chi-Chi being led by Fisher. She ran towards her at full speed and hugged her tightly. "Sorry, Chi-Chi, my uncle scared you." "Woo. Sorry, Angela. Actually, I'm a human that I didn't tell you before. But your ears are really cool." "Are they wolf ears? Can I touch them?" Ignoring the scene between the two kids, Fisher lit a cigarette and walked over to Raphael. In fact, children don't have inherent hatred or contempt for other races. Everything they think is taught, just like Lar, who has extraordinary trust in him, a human. However, Raphael beside him stared at the scene for a long time. For some unknown reason, she suddenly took Fisher's hand. Her claws were as soft as the delicate hands of a Naili lady, and her body felt warm. "Taking my hand means you'll get an extra chance of punishment." Raphael glared at the unromantic Fisher beside her, seemingly unable to understand why a human with normal body temperature could say such cold-hearted words. "You're really..." Raphael tried to pull her hand back, but he held it tightly. Then the struggling gradually weakened until it was as if nothing had happened. Anyway, the so-called punishments now weren't really punishments anymore. Whether it was one more, two more, or many more chances, it didn't matter. At least Raphael was quite happy. Thinking about these strange things, Raphael's tail wagged cheerfully, and she even developed a certain fondness for the night. Watching Chi-Chi say goodbye to Angela and then run back with a blushing face, Fisher crushed out his cigarette, and let go of Raphael's hand because they were about to go and buy some supplies needed for leaving the city. "Fisher." Lar finished her coffee. It was a bit bitter, but Kashir said my tongue changed color after drinking it. You want to take a look? "Okay, Lar, sit still. We're going to go shopping now." Fisher patted Lar on the head and sent her into the carriage. When Chi-Chi got on the carriage last, instead of sitting inside, she sat beside Fisher. When Fisher turned to look at her, she blushed, bowed to Fisher, and said, "Mr. Fisher, thank you for taking me out today. You've been so kind." Philin had taught her human etiquette, that one should say thank you or sorry when causing trouble to others. If it weren't for her different appearance, she would be no different from other human children. You're welcome. I promised your father to take good care of you. By the way, do you like reading articles very much? Dull words are like poison to children at this mischievous age, let alone getting anything out of them. Unexpectedly, this half-human child in front of him was an exception. Yes, I love reading poems and stories. In the future, I also want to write many interesting things like Ms. Laofeng and let many people read them. I told my father, and he asked me to practice well. Starting with writing letters. I'm trying to write letters to people outside and communicate with them. She pinched the corner of her skirt, looked at Fisher beside her, and whispered, Mr. Fisher must be a famous and erudite scholar like my father. Right? I can't be called an erudite scholar. I only know some superficial knowledge and principles. Anyway, most of the young scholars in St. Nayli regarded him as a heretic. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bought the latest Nayli academic journals every time to surround and attack the papers he published, and then written a whole lot of academic articles refuting his views to meet the paper publishing requirements of the college or research organizations. There was a well-known saying among young scholars: Fisher's articles support half of the young academic circle in St. Nayli, which probably referred to this situation. However, before coming to the South Continent, Fisher was really tired of refuting those sophistical young scholars, so he reported this matter to the dean of the Royal Academy. It was said that the dean rushed to the research institute like an exploding bomb to scold them and prohibited them from writing any more articles about Fisher. Only then did Fisher calm down. Then, Mr. Fisher, can I write to you after you return to St. Nayli? Fisher glanced at the young werewolf with pricked ears beside him, sighed, and then took out a pen from his bosom. Do you have something to write on? Oh, here is an envelope. I'll write down my address for you. When you send the letter, remember to write my full name, Fisher Benavides, on the cover, and also write where you're sending it from. Do you understand? I got it. Looking at the line of cursive Nayli words that Fisher was writing on the envelope, Chi-Chi finally happily withdrew her hand and ran into the carriage. After that, Fisher took them for a stroll around the city. After replenishing a lot of supplies, they headed towards the inner city of Philin. Chapter 46. Preparation. Beneath the ground of Philin City, in rooms filled with darkness, only a transparent jar filled with light, blue liquid, emitted a faint glow. Just enough to illuminate Philin, who was sitting silently in front of the jar, wearing a gas mask. Inside the jar, a human brain was connected by numerous wires that Philin's fingers kept pressing on the instrument beside it. And different degrees of electric shocks surged along the wires connected to the human brain as the light inside flickered. The recording instrument beside it ticked and spewed out curves. Fantastic, this is the spot. Philin's magnetic voice rang out. He lowered his head and recorded the area stimulated by the current. At this moment, he reached out and put on a metal-shaped glove on his left hand that he silently looked at the brain in the tank. Then suddenly reached out and pierced the glass tank, grabbing the fragile brain. The next second, astonishingly, the glove vibrated slightly and emitted the same current as that guided by the instrument just now. The brain trembled. Then, when Philin withdrew his hand, it seemed as if he was holding an illusory figure. Philin pulled it out from the tiny brain. The experiment was successful. Nana. Philin lowered his head and placed the illusory soul into a small metal jar. As the device closed, shrill screams faintly echoed in the air. Philin had cut the test subject until only the brain remained, yet the subject was still alive, helping Philin achieve the hypothesis that Fisher had mentioned before. By stimulating a certain part of the brain, the same effect could really be produced, making the soul easier to extract. From the shadows behind, numerous unconscious murmurs and roars faintly came. Then, a bovine, human girl in a dress appeared behind Philin. Is it successful? Lord Philin. Yes, we can start preparing. Philin put the brain that had started to ooze blue blood back into the tank, glanced at the nameplate under the tank. Harry, after a few seconds of silence. He averted his gaze, took off the metal glove on his left hand, and picked up the metal jar at his feet. But what about Fisher? You brought back all the sergeants who had contact with him. Do you want to hide his whereabouts from others? But you should have seen his fight in the arena. The magic he used should not be very powerful. We could send soldiers or use poison. However, Philin raised his hand, interrupting Nana's words. I saw more than 100 magic emblems on Fisher's walking stick. He didn't use much magic when dealing with that dragon, man. This shows that he's already consciously on guard against us. Other methods won't work on him. Philin's gaze was profound, as if he was deep in thought. Moreover, Fisher is a rare talent in the world that I won't kill such a smart brain until the last moment. Let's finish this matter first. After I'm fully prepared, I'll have a talk with him. Besides, he still hadn't gotten the answer he wanted. That day in the theater, Philin clearly saw the affirmation of the answer in Fisher's eyes. He knew the answer to this question, and Philin was extremely eager to find out. Yes, Lord Philin. Thank you. Nana. I'll need you to ensure everything goes smoothly then. Yes, Nana silently reached out and placed her hand on Philin's shoulder. Gently massaging the muscles on his shoulders. In front of the jar, the blue blood dripped continuously, gradually blending in with the dark, blue floor. Nana, I'm back. As soon as Chi-Chi got off Fisher's carriage, she saw the bovine, human girl standing at the door of the mansion with her hands placed on her lower abdomen. She ran over smiling and threw herself into her arms. Welcome back. Chi-Chi, how was your day? Nana smiled gently and stroked the long ears on her head, making Chi-Chi lean comfortably in her arms. It was great. I met Angela. She's a bit taller than me and invited me to have coffee. Although her uncle was really scary in the middle, luckily Mr. Fisher helped me. Oh, that's wonderful. Nana stood up smiling and looked at Fisher. Mr. Fisher, please come this way. We've prepared dinner. Thank you. Fisher nodded and entered the room with Lara and the others. The maids had already set the table in the dining room. Philin was also sitting in the dining room. This time, there were more than a dozen other children he had adopted filling the room. Mr. Fisher, thank you for your trouble today. You're welcome. I didn't do much. I just gave Chi-Chi a lift on the way. Haha. Chi-Chi, did you say thank you to Mr. Fisher? She definitely didn't. Chi-Chi, you didn't even call us when you went out today. We're not friends anymore. Exactly. With so many children, the whole room became extremely noisy, like countless amplified loudspeakers chattering non-stop. However, Philin seemed quite lenient. Instead of scolding them, he guided them and said, one should always behave properly at the dinner table. It's too much to make so much noise in front of Mr. Fisher. Pochi, stop fidgeting. The children pouted, made faces at each other, and then obediently picked up their tableware to have dinner. After a relatively quiet dinner, Philin didn't let the children go back. Instead, he let them play in the living room for a while to digest, so they hugged their toys and played around. Lara watched them longingly, looked at Fisher inquiringly, and after getting his nod, she ran over excitedly. Ah, that little dragon is coming again. Hide the toys quickly. Pochi, it's okay to let her play with them for a while. Chi-Chi, you traitor. The noise came from over there. Philin also sat beside Fisher and watched this peaceful scene. After a long time, he sighed and said, every time I see them, I feel like I'm seeing my childhood self and my brothers. They always liked to use apple tree branches as knight swords and made me, the youngest, be the knight's horse. Of course, it was by turns, so each of my brothers and I had once been a brave and selfless knight. Haha. His magnetic and calm voice told the past. Although the tone rose and fell, there was always an inappropriate emptiness in it. Really, I scarcely remember anything about my childhood. All I recall is attending a church school where we studied the Book of Creation. Oh. But you don't seem to hold the church in high regard. Then why did you go there? Because the nun who taught the Book of Creation was a young blonde girl with a voluptuous figure. She would teach us to write the Book of Creation hand in hand. Watching Fisher say such astonishing words expressionlessly, Philin was briefly stunned and then burst into laughter. It seems that Mr. Fisher was fated to be associated with Saint Nayli from a young age. Ha. Actually, it was because the church school had a free library, free bread and jam, and a dormitory with warm bedding. Dad, today I learned a new poem by Ms. Laofeng from Mr. Fisher. It's a love story between a swallow and a dragon. Chi-Chi happily ran into Philin's arms and told him what had happened that day. Philin stroked her ears and then said, oh, such a collection of poems is a bit too advanced for you. However, the skills of writing are universal. As your emotions become more profound, you will become more adept at using words. All right. Chi-Chi. It's getting late. Philin's hand caressing Chi-Chi became even gentler, making her squint contentedly. You should take your younger brothers and sisters back to sleep. You've had a tiring day and need a good rest. Yeah. Chi-Chi is the most obedient. Chi-Chi climbed out of Philin's arms. Behind her, Nana had already started telling the playing children to go back. Chi-Chi, go back to sleep quickly. In front of Nana, several children noticed Chi-Chi still there and called out to her. Ah. Coming. Chi-Chi stuck out her tongue at them, said good night to Philin, and then ran over. But halfway there, as if remembering something, she turned around, blushed slightly, and whispered to Fisher, good night, Mr. Fisher. Good night, Chi-Chi. After hearing Fisher's words, she, like the other children, chattered and walked in front of Nana, who led them back to rest. The door closed, blocking their figures, and only the fading voices of their conversation came from the outside corridor. Lal was sitting on the ground holding a toy. No one was playing with her, so she was unhappy. Then she went back to be with Mill and the others. In the room, only Fisher and Philin, who had stood up, remained. He was also going back to rest. As he picked up his suit jacket before leaving, he suddenly turned to Fisher and said, "Thank you for your trouble today, Mr. Fisher. By the way, do you like drinking? I'm ashamed to say that I'm good at pouring wine." Actually, Fisher could hold his liquor fairly well, but it was better not to drink here. It doesn't matter. It's okay to try occasionally. There will be a cocktail party here tomorrow afternoon in the outer courtyard. I've prepared a lot of fine wines for it. I heard that champagne is always served for guests at the academic conferences of the Royal College. With the fine wine, we can continue to discuss some other academic topics. Fisher sized up Philin for a long time and then agreed with a smile. "Then I'm grateful for your invitation. Good night, Mr. Philin." Chapter 47. Philin. Fisher stared at Philin's back as he left the room for a long time. Suddenly, he grabbed Raphael beside him. Raphael thought he was going to hold hands and subconsciously offered his hand, but was coldly rejected. Raphael turned around angrily, only to find Fisher looking at him seriously. "Listen, Raphael. We're leaving here tonight. You stay here and watch over Lal and the others. I'll go upstairs to pack our things and come back down." Raphael was briefly stunned. Although he didn't quite understand why Fisher was in such a hurry to leave, since he had spoken, there must be a reason, so he agreed. Fisher had already realized that there were many strange things in Philin's city. He had also made some speculations about Philin's actions and was very certain that the other party had set his eyes on the dragon, people around him. The reason he had stayed here before was that he needed supplies for the next part of the journey. Now that he had bought these supplies, he could leave at any time. It would be extremely foolish to put himself and the dragon, people in danger by staying any longer. So, without hesitation, Fisher decided to take Raphael and the others out of the city tonight. The best case scenario was that Philin wouldn't notice their departure until they forced their way through the city gate. By then, even if Philin wanted to chase them, it would be too late. When Fisher went to the outer city today, he memorized the routes in the city. After leaving here, he would head straight for the north gate. He must get out of the city, even if it meant causing some unnecessary damage. Fisher nodded, picked up his walking stick, and left the room. The entire Philin mansion was eerily quiet. The rooms were brightly lit, but there was not a single living soul in sight. Fisher didn't pause for a moment and headed straight for the second floor. The whole restaurant fell silent. Mill, Kersil, and Fazil had all learned from Fisher how serious the situation was, so they carefully stayed beside Raphael. They also took away the toy from the carelessly playing Lal to prevent her from running around. Lal, feeling wronged, was silenced by Raphael's stern look and curled up miserably in the restaurant seat, quietly staring at the moonlight outside the window. The moonlight outside was hazy. Clouds like scales covered the bright moonlight, casting an indistinct shadow on the ground. Lal stared blankly at the distant moon in the sky, imagining it turning into a huge pancake. Then she would dip it in the dragon, people's favorite flame juice, and take a big bite. That must be the most delicious food. Lal swallowed her saliva. When she looked at the moon again, she found that it seemed to be covered by some shadow. When Lal fixed her eyes on the window, she saw a tall, expressionless bull, man with horns. She was briefly stunned, and the next second, she panicked and shouted to Raphael beside her, "Sir Raphael, there's let go of Lal." The huge arm smashed the window glass, with the sound of the shattering glass. The arm tightly grabbed Lal's neck. How come she hadn't sensed the presence of a living person? Raphael's eyes narrowed into a thin line as she looked at the tall figure outside the window. It was an adult male bull man, with a strong build, about 1.9 meters tall. His upper body was bare, and his skin had a strange ashen tone. The horns on his head were completely gone, leaving only smooth saw marks. He stared expressionlessly at Lal in his grasp. "Let her go." Raphael's scales stood on end. The moment steam spurted from her body, all the surrounding windows shattered, and one after another expressionless male bull men climbed in from the outside. "Don't move, Raphael." The moment Raphael tried to move, a gentle voice came from behind her. Raphael turned around in disbelief and found that all her companions were being controlled by huge male bull men. "Sir Raphael, let me go." Outside the courtyard window, there were densely packed tall figures. They all had broken horns on their heads and stared expressionlessly in a line at the restaurant. Miss Nana, appearing beside the bull men, was Nana, a bull woman in a dress. After suppressing Raphael's resistance, she didn't answer Raphael's question because she needed to save time. Nana sat on the shoulder of a strong bull, man, and gently snapped her fingers. The bull, men holding Mill, and the others quickly ran towards the outside of the courtyard, seemingly not wanting to fight Raphael here. The densely packed bull, men also ran expressionlessly, blocking Raphael's view from behind, and headed in a certain direction outside the courtyard. Raphael had excellent night vision. In the darkness, before the bull, men who had captured her companions, a door leading underground opened at some point. It was unclear where it led. Were they trying to lure her there? Raphael stood still, glanced at the upstairs, then looked at the tunnel that was open to her in the distance. After hesitating for a second, she ran towards the tunnel. Fisher, who had finished packing his luggage upstairs, heard the sound of the shattering glass. He was briefly stunned and then sighed. The worst-case scenario had happened. The other party had still detected his intentions. It seemed that Philin had been watching him all the time. In this situation where both sides were extremely cautious, the slightest move would break the balance. This moment, Fisher simply relaxed, put away the packed luggage, picked up his walking stick, and walked downstairs from the second floor without pausing, passing by the now empty restaurant. Raphael must have chased after Mill and the others. Fisher felt the contract of the slave emblem and found that they were going underground. There should be a hidden building down there, but Fisher didn't chase after Raphael and the others. Instead, he could only silently wish that Raphael could handle the situation there. There is no other reason. When he slowly walked out of Philin's house with a cane in his hand and reached the outside of the courtyard, Philin, who had changed into a suit, was standing in the courtyard, quietly with his hands behind his back, looking towards the inner city and towards Philin City outside the inner city. Philin City at night was serene. From the elevated city lord's mansion, one could just catch a glimpse of the lives of the subhumans below. It was already late at night. They were resting or sleeping. Currently, there wasn't a loud enough sound coming from the city lord's mansion. "Good evening, Mr. Fisher." "Good evening." Fisher lit a cigarette and walked to Philin's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, looking at the peaceful and harmonious inner city. "Mr. Fisher, leaving so late really breaks my heart. Since that's the case, you already know what I've been up to." Fisher nodded. "You're trafficking in souls. You've made a huge profit by selling souls, and you've set your sights on the souls of those dragon race individuals that you've been conducting similar research for a long time, and you've captured all the souls of the subhumans in the wilderness." "Oh, what a brilliant mind. You really can't be deceived," Philin exclaimed to Fisher, looking as if it was exactly as he'd expected. "Mr. Fisher, do you know how much energy is contained in a human soul? How much magic can a human release in a lifetime? All the energy for releasing magic comes from the soul. After highly compressing their souls and releasing it by ignition, the energy produced is greater than that of tons of coal. At first, inspired by the soul loss syndrome, since profound despair can make their souls vibrate, then can the opposite, love, do the same? Experiments showed that it can. The stronger the love for a target, the greater the amplitude of the soul's vibration, and the easier it is to extract the soul. But Mr. Fisher, people are always on guard against each other, whether it's creating despair or creating love. Targeting an individual is easy to design, but in this way, it not only costs too much, but is also not suitable for mass production. Fisher's thoughts were quick that he quickly caught up with Philin's train of thought. It seemed that he'd thought of something. With an unchanged expression, he completed Philin's words. "So, you're looking for targets that can lower the standard for generating despair or love. Is there any group whose despair and love can be easily instilled?" In the end, you found the answer. "Exactly, Mr. Fisher, that it's children." Philin clapped his hands and looked at Fisher with great admiration, as if applauding for his wisdom. Only innocent children, only their pure selves can feel love and happiness at close range without any defense and express it. Fisher didn't say a word. Looking at the scene outside, he just took a deep puff of his cigarette. "So, you've turned those children into products to make money." "Make money." Philin's mask didn't move, but Fisher saw the eyeballs hidden under his gas mask suddenly turn to look at him, as if annoyed that Fisher would come up with such a reason. But after a second or two, his eyeballs turned back, and his tone also calmed down. "Do you know, Mr. Fisher, my hometown, Yulin, was originally a quiet and peaceful place. Until the geological survey team from St. Nailey discovered coal beneath the ground in my hometown. In order to gain profits, people from different places with the same goal entered my homeland, trying to take away the land where our village had lived for generations. During the resistance, They set fire to my village. All my family members and friends who had lived with me since childhood were burned alive in that fire. I hid under my brother's corpse and survived. When I stood up the next day, his body stuck to mine and couldn't be washed off. Philon's eyelidless eyes stared fixedly at Fisher, and one finger tapped on his gas mask. If there was a choice, I, my brothers, and every child in Yulin would be willing to sacrifice their lives in exchange for the coal they wanted to mine, so that so many people wouldn't have to die. Mr. Fisher, look at those humans living in the inner city. Why was their homeland destroyed? And why are they on the verge of being wiped out? It's because humans covet their resources and want to exterminate them. If it weren't for my intervention, they would all have been wiped out, dying silently in the quiet wilderness without any perception that I've provided them with a good living environment. But is all this without a cost? So much money needs to be paid. Can they be saved just with a passion? If you ask one of the humans in this city if they're willing to exchange a peaceful and comfortable life through these children, what answer do you think you'll get? The efficiency of energy production from the souls of the dragon race is 7 to 8 times that of humans to as long as one dragon race individual is sacrificed. The lives of 7 other children can be saved. Isn't it worth it? So, I'm very sorry, but I have to take the souls of those dragon race individuals. But Mr. Fisher, I can let you and that red-scaled dragon race individual go. You're one of the few scholars in Naylead. I don't want such a brilliant mind to stay on this continent in such a way. After the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Fisher reached out and crushed the cigarette in his hand. He seemed uninterested in Philon's long-winded speech. He just turned his head with a solemn look and asked Philon, I just want to ask you, where are those children now? Philon was slightly stunned, as if he already knew the answer. His magnetic voice carried a smile. It's still thanks to Mr. Fisher. His suit suddenly burst open, revealing a slightly bulging steam device on his back. There, the originally miniature steam ring had been replaced with a slightly larger backpack. On the surface of the backpack, more than a dozen metal cans were deeply inserted, as if they had penetrated into his body. Steam was constantly gushing out from the surface of the backpack. Along the backpack, wires connected his right prosthetic hand and a certain glove device on his left hand. The backpack vibrated slightly. As a ghostly wail rang out, pure blue energy flowed along the wires into his prosthetic hand. Instantly, a huge amount of steam rose from his entire body. Then, the backpack opened slightly, covering the energy, transmitting wires with metal armor. His eyelidless eyes looked at Fisher in front of him through the gas mask. He said word by word, "They're with me now." Chapter 48. The weight of life. Philon's figure seemed to suddenly grow taller. In the night, the deep blue radiance around him was almost tangible. Then, his right prosthetic hand stretched out and pointed at Fisher in front of him. In order to survive, give it your all. Mr. Fisher. Clang. A stunning radiance suddenly erupted from his right hand. Fisher's pupils constricted, and he pushed himself backward violently. But the radiance on his prosthetic hand had solidified into a beam and shot towards Fisher. An alarm bell rang loudly in Fisher's heart. While quickly grabbing his cane, purple halos leaped on the cane. In an instant, it was as if the space around Fisher had become illusory. Deviate. The 7-ring magic inscribed by Renee. Space refraction. Boom, boom, boom. As Fisher recited the incantation, the blue light was strangely twisted by the illusory space in front of Fisher. Like a refracted ray, it changed direction in front of him and rushed into the distance. The beam hit the inner city wall directly, cutting up along the rock wall without any hindrance. Explosions rang out, and the stones burned by the huge energy were sent flying into the sky. The light didn't stop but continued to rush into the outer sky. It was only after it had cut through the clouds under the moonlight that it slowly disappeared on the horizon. Fisher's expression immediately became serious. The power of the ignited soul exceeded his imagination. If this kind of lethal weapon had hit him just now, he would probably have been directly vaporized. Half of the distant city wall had turned into magma and dripped down. But Philon didn't even glance in that direction. His gas mask stared fixedly at Fisher. Seeing the cane light up, the steam around him suddenly gushed out and rushed towards Fisher. Bang! Philon wanted to stop Fisher from casting magic. With the support of the backpack on his back, his physical abilities were enhanced to a terrifying level by the steam mechanical device. His right hand suddenly punched Fisher. Fisher lowered his head to dodge and then punched Philon's gas mask in return. But Philon's face didn't even move. Only scorching steam spurted out from under his mask, driving his prosthetic hand to move at high speed. After just throwing a punch, it was quickly retracted and, with machine-like precision, hit Fisher on the shoulder. Fisher took several steps backward. His shoulder went numb instantly, as if he'd been hit by a bullet. but just as he'd struck Philin, his magic was already ready. The magic on the cane was unleashed without reservation, firing at Philin full force. The bead dance, the freezing spell, and the spinner, the magics he'd inscribed, pounded on Philin crazily. Philin, who was entangled by the spinner, hadn't even moved when he felt a layer of frost covering his body's surface. Then, the cutting blades that emitted a dense, buzzing sound headed towards his neck. Brilliant. Philin's entire being suddenly erupted with a deep azure radiance. Countless beams resembling the death rays that had just sliced through the city walls radiating outward around him. Fisher's magic was instantly severed by his light, and the ground of the courtyard was rent asunder. A colossal shockwave of air lifting the surrounding trees and soil into the air. Fisher's pupils constricted. Gripping his staff tightly, he was nevertheless swept into the air by the terrifying force. Tumbling several times before finally driving his staff into the ground to halt his descent, his suit was now stained with dirt and mud. He looked up at Philin, who was panting slightly. Suddenly, the backpack on his back burst open, ejecting a metallic canister that disintegrated mid-air, revealing its emptiness. "Mr. Fisher, you possess even more formidable magic. Allow me to witness it." The backpack snapped shut, his eyes igniting with a blue glow. And another ethereal wail echoed as his right hand glimmered with the radiance of death. Fisher's expression remained unchanged as a flickering, seven-ringed violet magic ignited upon his staff. This spell, a unique creation developed alongside Renee, represented the culmination of their high-level magical endeavors, for the sorceress's abundant power was not to be squandered. The seven-ring magic, Renee's comet. The tip of Fisher's staff imploded like a black hole. And in the next moment, that void transformed from utter darkness to a brilliant deep violet. As Philin's death ray was unleashed, Fisher raised his staff, directing the purple beam that erupted from the black hole to meet it. In an instant, where the blue and violet lights converged, an ominous explosion resonated through the courtyard, Philin's beam seeming to gain weight as it descended upon contact with the comet's radiance, once more engulfing the ground in a massive blast. Yet Philin did not falter. He continued to unleash death rays from his mechanical arm towards Fisher, his attacks possessing little cooldown, relentlessly bombarding Fisher, whose attempts to cast spells required precious time amidst the increasingly violent explosions ringing in his ears. As Fisher retreated under the onslaught, it was not his intention, but the sheer ferocity of Philin's firepower left him reeling, the shockwaves from their magical clash turning debris into projectiles as swift as bullets, riddling Fisher's suit with holes. Just as he stumbled back, Philin's gaze, concealed beneath his gas mask, subtly shifted, seemingly seizing an opportunity, and he fired a death ray directly at Fisher, with no means to evade. Fisher resorted to his previous tactic, summoning the spatial refraction spell. The death ray was refracted, striking a building in the under-residential area below, igniting it in a roaring inferno as large wooden fragments were sent soaring before crashing down under gravity's pull. The tumultuous noise of their battle had already drawn the attention of the inhabitants above. They fled their homes in panic, seeking to distance themselves from the epicenter of conflict. A multitude of beings poured into the streets. But within Fisher's line of sight, several slower-moving wolf women were in peril beneath the falling debris. Before he could move, a deep blue figure landed before them, shattering the wooden block with his mechanical hand. The fragments of the building vanished into thin air, and the frantic wolf women turned to see Philin standing silently behind them, lowering his smoking arm. "Lord Mayor, you all, head to the city wall. Do not approach this area to avoid harm." He helped the women to their feet, gesturing towards the edge of the wall. Once they nodded and departed, Philin advanced step by step toward Fisher. His backpack opened once more, spitting out an empty metal canister that clattered to the ground. Those beings survived because of the sacrifices of those children. Do not waste their sacrifices. "Mr. Fisher, let us continue." Fisher took a deep breath, watching the fleeing figures of the beings in the distance. Philin's brief intercession to rescue them had granted him a moment of respite, during which he concentrated. Violet rings of magic coalescing in his hands. Abandoning the bottom line of salvation holds no significance for them. Before Fisher could finish his thought, Philin spread his hands. "Mr. Fisher, let us postpone our conversation until the battle concludes. Should the opportunity still exist, you are secretly preparing magic, and so too am I seizing this chance to approach you." Upon hearing this, Fisher suddenly realized that the death ray in his right hand had not ignited. Instead, his left hand was raised high, adorned with a glove-like contraption, in the next moment. Philin swiftly grasped Fisher's shoulder. A tingling sensation surged from the glove, an odd feeling flooding his brain, though nothing had transpired. It felt as though his vision was receding, his body being stripped away. With his last glimmer of vision, he glimpsed his arm, where the magical circuitry was slowly fading, the depigmented skin resembling blood being drained. He was being stripped of his very soul. Gritting his teeth against the overwhelming agony, Fisher drew upon the resistance he'd gained from enduring the torturous experiences during the completion of the Beastwoman's manual. He thrust his staff towards Philin's abdomen, the violet light erupting violently, a tremendous force enveloping both Fisher and Philin. Boom! Smoke and flames erupted, and though Fisher's head throbbed painfully, he felt himself plummeting, landing heavily upon a solid surface. His body felt as if it were fracturing. Had it not been for his draconian endurance, he might have perished then and there. But what of Philin? He likely had not been vanquished. For in that fleeting moment of magical eruption, Fisher had caught sight of a deep blue glow enveloping Philin's form. Struggling against the intense vertigo, he shakily rose to his feet, his vision filled with stars. Looking down at his hands, he exhaled in relief upon seeing his skin return to its natural hue. The surroundings were dim, illuminated only by faint blue glimmers that revealed the vague contours of the space. Where was this place? Ugh. Surrounding him were murmurs of unconsciousness. Fisher vaguely sensed something tugging at his pant leg. Looking down, he discovered a child of the beast folk, blood seeping from its 7 orifices. Fixated on him, Fisher's pupils dilated, and as he turned to survey his surroundings, he realized he was in a vast underground plaza, the surface above being the town inhabited by the beast folk. The explosion had collapsed the ground above, causing Fisher to plummet into this place. All around him, numerous beast folk children crawled aimlessly, their skin pallid, blue blood oozing from their orifices, their bulging eyes fixated on Fisher as they crawled toward him, seemingly yearning for something. Here, there was nothing but a chair embedded in the center of the plaza, a beam of moonlight filtering through a large opening above. Philin's figure slowly emerged from the shadows, resting his hand upon the chair. Truly remarkable. I have never encountered anyone capable of casting magic while their soul is being extracted. Such a feat must require immense suffering and unwavering willpower. Indeed, Mr. Fisher, you are no ordinary individual. He ceased his assault, as if taking a brief intermission. The magic unleashed by Fisher had shattered his one-time use default shield. Yet the descent seemed to have inflicted some damage upon Philin's human form as well. Philin gazed at the children, mindlessly crawling toward Fisher and himself, then chuckled softly, his voice rich with resonance. Soulless vessels devoid of guidance will instinctively crave the soul, hence their approach towards you. Yet even if they sense the souls within us, they can only engage in simple biting and foraging behaviors. Their souls can never return. Philin bent down, cradling one of the bloodied children, just as he had done countless times before. The child instinctively attempted to bite him. But being in the midst of a teething phase, its bite posed no threat against Philin's metal mask. They are the sacrifices of the few for the benefit of the many, even though the beast folk above may never learn of their contributions. I shall always remember. Philin stroked the child's hair. Bochi wishes to become a painter when he grows up, loves steak the most, and detests peas. Rick aspires to be an official in my city, to assist me with a multitude of paperwork. Ugh. Teresa dreams of designing beautiful garments for the beast folk, ensuring that all races wear exquisite attire. As names were called one by one, the horrifying, unconscious murmurs and howls of the surrounding children rose and fell amidst the serene melody of Philoen. Tranquil as a lullaby. Even devoid of a soul, I would accompany them until they aged and could no longer move. Their sacrifices are worthy, much like the annual remembrance of the valiant heroes who sacrificed for the nation during the festival of Nali. Who, like them, devoted themselves for the greater good. There is no distinction. Just as Fisher was about to speak, he felt something gnawing at his pant leg. Looking down, he saw a girl with wolf ears, mindlessly biting at the flesh beneath his trousers. She wore the same deep green dress as on the day they last met. It was Chi-Chi. Fisher could not help but lower his head to remove her head, only to see her pallid, icy face continuously oozing blue blood, her eyes vacant and bulging, with a trail of blue liquid, whether tears or something else, trickling from the corners of her eyes, even as Fisher restrained her. She remained in a dazed biting position. Fisher's expression remained unchanged until he caught sight of a half-sealed envelope stained with blue blood peeking from her dress pocket. On that small envelope, in Fisher's signature cursive, was inscribed, Fisher Benavides. Mr. Fisher, may I write to you when you return to Naley? Fisher's countenance darkened as he silently cradled Chi-Chi in his arms. When she began to mindlessly gnaw at his shoulder and neck, he suddenly gripped her neck with both hands, snapping that fragile lifeline. Her soul had been taken. Only their hollow shells remained. Indeed, Philoen. Fisher rose once more, his cane in hand, gazing at Philoen, who had also set down the child, and stood up. His expression as cold as an ice cavern. You might as well die, you scoundrel. Chapter 49. The ever-burning soul. Raphael's figure trailed behind the Minotaurs down the pitch-black corridor, until after a considerable chase, she suddenly sensed the footsteps ahead had vanished, leaving only a faint echo of emptiness. As she burst into the corridor, the cavern ahead widened abruptly, revealing a vast space filled with numerous dazed Minotaurs. Both male and female, the sole distinguishing feature being their horns, which appeared to have been sawed off on either side of the cavern. Broader areas housed pools filled with a pungent liquid, and upon closer inspection, it became evident that the substance on the Minotaurs mirrored the odor of the liquid within the pools. What could this be? Raphael pondered, glancing around, when suddenly, Nana, perched atop a robust Minotaur's shoulder, appeared before her, while Ral and the others were captured and placed at the back of the cavern. Do you think it's possible, Miss Raphael? I never imagined the gem of the South Branch tribe would be captured by humans. And, like you, have fallen for that human, haven't you? Nana covered her mouth, pointing at Raphael with a smile. Isn't that wonderful? The warmth of a human's body, right? Even hybrids can bear offspring. Do you know what it feels like to have a child? You can truly sense their existence, right here. Her complexion flushed as she tenderly caressed her abdomen, where it seemed the treasures of the world were being nurtured, a life conceived after her union with Mr. Philoen, the embodiment of their love. Silence. Where are Ral and the others? Yet Raphael ignored her, furrowing her brow in vigilance as she surveyed her surroundings. TCH. How dull. Just like that human named Fisher. Raphael, stop struggling. Abandon your companions. And stay quiet for a while. Once Philoen and Fisher are done, I will send you away to the western continent. There is no longer any place for hybrids in the southern continent. Nana waved her hand, prompting the expressionless Minotaurs nearby to turn their gazes toward her, while the pools began to summon forth hybrids in a condition identical to the Minotaurs. These were remnants of Philoen's experiments, conveniently delivered to Nana. If you don't comply, I won't be as merciful as your parents. Don't cry when you get spanked. Raphael stared in shock at the lifeless hybrids surrounding her. Their bodies still breathed, yet they were devoid of any vibrancy. These are, her gaze swept over the Minotaurs, seemingly recalling something. All the Minotaurs bore golden hair, and upon encountering Nana earlier, she had suspected that such coloration could only be found in a single Minotaur tribe from the southern continent. Both Nana and these Minotaurs hailed from that tribe. In her astonishment, Raphael's eyes darted among the expressionless Minotaurs, and she caught sight of a dragonkin with a blue tail. It was Ralph's brother. Nal. Nal. Raphael exclaimed in alarm, rushing toward him and gripping his shoulder with her claws. His body bore no wounds, merely a gray pallor that lacked the fiery essence of a dragonkin. Unmoved by Raphael's shaking, he simply stared blankly at her. What happened to you? Speak. Stop calling, Raphael. He won't respond. Nana's typically gentle smile vanished, her face growing cold as she regarded Raphael, interrupting her actions. His soul has become a commodity. He is likely burning away in some human factory, just like those Minotaurs. Raphael's scales bristled, steam erupting from her, as she turned to face Nana in fury. They are your kin. Your kin. How could you do this? Why would you aid that human in harming your own people? Kinsfolk. Nana seemed to find the notion amusing. Leaping down from the shoulder of the nearby male Minotaur, her gentle face twisted into a terrifying grimace as she pointed to the severed horn adorned with golden ornaments on her right side. My dear Minotaur kin have long adhered to a hierarchy based on the size of their horns. Those with smaller horns are regarded as lesser beings within the tribe. Do you know what life I endured in the tribe? Do you know the pain of being captured and having my horn sawed off when I tried to escape? Do you think I learned so many languages of other hybrids for fun? My kin bullied me, and you dragonkin look down on Minotaurs. Do you think everyone is kind? Stop dreaming, Raphael. Her smile was terrifying as she kicked the nearby male Minotaur, causing his body to swell. Yet he remained expressionless, having lost his soul. You, Raphael, daughter of the Dragonkin South Branch tribe's chief, the princess adored by all, of course, felt sorrow and hatred when captured by humans. But after my tribe was breached by humans, I found myself living even better. Ha ha ha. I will kill all these damned minotaurs, saw off their proud horns, and make them taste the agony of a life worse than death. The larger and more beautiful the horn, the more I desire it, including your pair. My tribe was compromised by the intelligence I provided to humans. They seized our resources, and in return, these damned minotaurs belong to me. Nana's smile was deranged, but it abruptly halted, as if a switch had been flipped. In an instant, she regained her composure, addressing Raphael with indifference. I've changed my mind. I will saw off your damned horns from my collection. Kill her. The golden ornaments on her right horn emitted a faint glow, and at her command, the expressionless hybrids began to advance toward her with fervor. Raphael gritted her teeth, ready to attack, her claws extending like steel blades toward the minotaur beside her when suddenly, the minotaur's expression changed to one of despair and pain. Wait, don't kill me. I can't control my body. Help me, save me, please. Crash. Raphael's movement faltered, her attack momentarily stalling, but in the next moment, the nearby minotaurs launched themselves at her. From a distance, Nana watched with a smile, silently seated atop the minotaur, her arms crossed as she observed the unfolding spectacle. Indeed, those creatures had long since perished. Their continued movement was due to an ancient artifact known as the corpse manipulator, a treasure of Nana's tribe. After her tribe fell to human invasion, she murdered the chief and stole this secret. Originally intended to control the corpses in the wasteland, Nana discovered that these soulless shells could also be manipulated. And since their bodies still lived, they could perform more intricate actions, just like now. Navi Raphael. Nana was already contemplating how to saw off her beautiful horns, eager to let her experience the sensation of the saw blade scraping against them. Clearly, she was unaware that the horns of Dragonkin could not be touched by ordinary tools. However, the situation on Raphael's side is equally grim, as Nana observed. The moment any expression flickers across the faces of those subhumans, Raphael finds it impossible to hold back, delivering one punch after another. Her own expression gradually becomes blurred, with a trickle of her searing blood flowing down her forehead. For reasons unknown, Raphael's heart is increasingly consumed by anger and agitation. Yet this impotent frustration does nothing to resolve her predicament. Thus, she becomes ensnared in a cycle of inner turmoil, ignited by her rage. Raphael, calm down. Amidst the cacophony of blows around her, Raphael's eyes suddenly snap open. Whether it is merely an auditory hallucination, she seems to hear the familiar, expressionless voice of Fisher, whose flat tone is as irritating as it is familiar, repeating words she has heard countless times before. Anger and impulse will not aid you. Only a frigid calmness and analysis can extricate you from your current plight. Reflect carefully before taking action. The image of Fisher gradually emerges in Raphael's blood-streaked gaze. Yet where is Fisher in this place? Nevertheless, through the illusory figure of Fisher, Raphael finds her composure, amidst the ferocious assaults of the subhumans surrounding her. She suddenly catches sight of the glimmering ornament adorning Nana's forehead. Those beside her have perished. They are dead. Raphael, Fisher is right. Such anger will only lead to her own demise and that of her companions. Accomplishing nothing else, you must remain calm. Gritting her teeth, Raphael releases a sudden burst of steam, propelling the sorrowful subhuman before her away with a single punch, its claws now uncontrollably splayed. Miss, I am. Raphael, save me. As Raphael opens her eyes, the fury within her gradually subsides, yet her hands do not falter, slicing through the encroaching subhumans with precision. Sister Raphael, she strides toward Nar, whose face bears a striking resemblance to Ral's, yet remains so innocent. Tears streaming down. Yet Raphael does not pause. Taking a deep breath, she clenches her claws and swiftly crushes his head, snapping his neck. Nor, with each step she takes, the fire within her calms, not as if her anger has dissipated, but rather as it is tempered by ice-cold rationality, transforming the raging flames into a chilling state. In this state, her anger becomes even more fearsome. She moves forward with an unyielding demeanor, her posture growing increasingly erect as she advances through the cavern until she reaches Nana's position. Nana's expression shifts slightly as she gestures for the bulliest subhuman beside her to step forward. This seemingly massive creature dwarfs Raphael, but before it can act, Raphael swiftly sweeps her hand, cleaving the subhuman in two. You are truly a monster. A bead of cold sweat forms on Nana's brow as she gazes at the expressionless Raphael approaching her, exclaiming in awe. Where are Rahl and the others? Rest assured, I have yet to deal with them. They are still alive. But tell me, are you overly confident to dare approach me so closely? Raphael's expression shifts as she sees Nana's grotesque hand, clad in a glove, lunge toward her. However, Raphael reacts with lightning speed, her claws seizing Nana's right hand with ferocity. The chill emanating from Raphael intensifies as she exerts pressure, eliciting a sound akin to bones cracking from Nana's gloved hand. Nana's complexion pales, yet her eyes gleam with a frenzied mirth, as if she feels no pain at all. Ha! Die! Raphael's pupils constrict slightly, and in the next moment, a strange current surges from the hand she grips, racing up her arm and burrowing into her mind, causing her entire body to shudder. Raphael had not anticipated that Nana possessed a hidden weapon that activated merely on contact. She should have severed her entire arm earlier. But it is too late to reconsider now that the current infiltrates. Raphael's vision begins to dim, as if she is being gradually expelled from her own body. She attempts to relinquish her grip, but the point of contact between their hands feels as though it has formed an irresistible suction due to the electrical connection, making it impossible for her to withdraw. This is bad. Her soul is being. The twin horns atop Raphael's head dim, and a radiant, crimson soul gradually separates from her body. Ha! Fool! Your soul. Raphael endures the pain, yet in Nana's eyes, she witnesses both Raphael and her dazzling sun-like soul glaring at her in fury, an overwhelming pressure and heat instantly assaulting Nana's mind. This is the first time Nana has encountered such a terrifying soul, radiating a scorching heat akin to the sun, which courses through Nana's gloved hand. In an instant, Nana's palm evaporates without her feeling any pain. Moreover, the flames do not cease. The entire cavern ignites from the extreme heat, with the bodies behind burning and the pools of liquid igniting as well, rendering the once hungry souls paralyzed with fear, cowering on the ground. Such a soul stands regal like a queen, surveying everything within the cavern. Monster! The crimson, horned draconic soul moves alongside her body, indifferently staring at the trembling Nana. And in the next moment, as the crimson soul slowly returns, Raphael suddenly exhales a breath laced with steam. Raphael raises her palm, and just as Nana believes her life is about to be extinguished, she gently plucks the golden relic from her head, crushing it in her grip until it disintegrates into shimmering, strange dust. Revel in your humble fear for the remainder of your life, insect. Raphael speaks coldly. Strangely enough, after the golden horn is taken from her, Nana's expression shifts dramatically, her face filled with intense panic as her legs seem to lose all ability to support her, collapsing beneath her. My horn! Return my horn! My horn! Raphael discards the fragments of the relic onto the ground, and Nana immediately scrambles to gather the pieces, trembling violently, as if perpetually crushed by some unseen terror. Once a subhuman loses its horn, it is reduced to such a state. Raphael has witnessed this scene before. With pity, she gazes at Nana, who is on the ground, searching for the dust, then casts a glance back at her companions, who have already succumbed to unconsciousness amidst the flames. She must rescue them before everything burns away. Chapter 50. The end in the city teeming with smoke and flames. Fisher leans against a wall, gasping for breath, the glow of his staff dimming once more as another ring of magical sigils slowly vanishes from its surface. He is nearly out of magic. The magical sigils he prepared for this journey exceed 100, effectively inscribing the entirety of his staff, yet in the battle against Philoen, they are rapidly depleting. The fuel for his opponent consists of the souls of those children, and extracting a child's soul unleashes an immense surge of energy. Now, Philoen still has 5 canisters behind him, while Fisher's staff retains only a few rings to preserve its integrity with the reinforcement spell. Moreover, his body bears numerous wounds inflicted by Philoen's deadly light, with blood seeping from injuries on his abdomen and chest, the incessant pain dulled by the adrenaline of battle. Ha! Mr. Fisher, your will to fight is indeed tenacious, but if I am not mistaken, your magical reserves are nearly exhausted, are they not? From the smoke and dust of the battle, the towering figure emerges once more, applauding as the backpack behind him opens, ejecting another metallic canister, he still possesses for canisters. Yet Fisher cannot afford to let him use them all. Leaning against the edge of the crumbling building, Fisher's face betrays no hint of panic despite the dire circumstances, for reason dictates that he must remain calm to survive. Descending into chaos is utterly futile. I initially intended to use only a few canisters, but I did not anticipate Mr. Fisher's magical prowess to be so formidable, effortlessly mastering such dangerous high-tier spells. You truly do not disappoint. Gripping the staff beside him, Fisher addresses Philoen. Such a feat of technique could not be accomplished by you alone. Who stands behind you? Nayli, Shwali, or Cardu? The underground of Philoen City is replete with intricate structures. Even if Philoen has independently unraveled the mysteries of the soul, selling such energy to others would undoubtedly attract scrutiny unless another force obscures his tracks. Otherwise, Fisher would not have only recently learned of such things in the southern continent's Philoen City. Philoen gazed at Fisher, falling into a brief silence without responding to Fisher's inquiry. Instead, he focused on Fisher's wounded form. Fisher, I stand by my previous proposal that I can allow you and that red dragon man to leave unharmed, and I shall overlook your actions in this city. However, you must guarantee that you will not disclose anything from here. Fisher's eyes flickered momentarily as he steadied himself with his cane, blood staining his hand as he moved, the crimson liquid smeared onto his cane. No need for that. This is the end. A sigh escaped Philoen's lips, tinged with regret. Such a brilliant mind. What a shame. With these final words, a deep blue luminescence enveloped him once more. Fisher inhaled deeply, gripping his cane with renewed resolve, adopting a combat stance. Clang! A beam of lethal energy shot toward Fisher. And devoid of magic, he uncharacteristically charged at Philoen. His injured arm struggled to lift the cane, trailing it along the ground, leaving marks in its wake. Approaching for close combat, Philoen mused, yet his body, augmented by the steam pack behind him, was beyond anything Fisher could hope to match. The power of an entire soul ignited within him, bestowing him with strength akin to that of a superhero from a novel. Thus, he allowed the lethal beam in his right hand to gradually extinguish, transforming into a fist aimed directly at Fisher. Fisher raised his cane to block, but the immense force instantly activated an array of glowing sigils along its length. Fisher gritted his teeth, half kneeling as his cane sank into the ground. Philoen seemed to wish to extend one final opportunity. But Fisher's expression remained composed as he slightly tilted his cane, tracing an arc along the ground and leaving a mark. With his bloodied left hand, he struck Philoen's face. The punch connected, yet Philoen stood unmoving. Fisher nimbly maneuvered with his cane, evading attacks, but his right hand, seemingly devoid of strength, struggled to lift the cane, dragging it along the ground. Let that right hand be crushed, rendering him incapable of resistance. Philoen's gaze sharpened as he unleashed a radiant burst from his right hand, seizing the moment of Fisher's evasion to strike his body forcefully, compelling Fisher to raise his cane in defense. Indeed, Fisher found himself unable to do anything but brace himself as blue energy surged into Philoen's right hand, amplifying his strength exponentially. Crack! Fisher's right arm dislocated under the immense pressure, propelling him through the air. With a fierce grip, he clung to his cane, embedding it into the earth to halt his fall. The cane came to a standstill, and Fisher appeared to exhale a sigh of relief. I am sorry. Fisher. Philoen extended his right hand. The lethal energy ignited once more. He had already afforded Fisher ample chances. If he chose to obstruct him, then, no need for apologies. Philoen, that it is over. Fisher pressed his left hand against his dislocated right arm. Yet he did not move the cane. The reinforcing magic upon it had dissipated, and without its enchantment, the cane crumbled to ash, drifting into the air. His face paled, yet he maintained a calm stare at Philoen. Over? Philoen regarded the tranquil Fisher before suddenly realizing something, his expression shifting as he glanced downward. He beheld the marks Fisher had inscribed on the ground while evading, now seemingly ignited, bursting forth with crimson light. It was a colossal magical sigil, but unlike the circular structure typical of human designs, it resembled a grotesque tooth, causing Philoen to momentarily fail to recognize it as a magical glyph. This fellow had inscribed a spell upon the ground mid-battle. Human blood is a natural magical component. I have modified this spell, yet it should possess sufficient potency. Be gone. I have grown weary of your gas mask. Fisher coldly snapped his fingers, and the Dragonman's sigil beneath them collapsed, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed Philoen, who stood directly upon the sigil. Boom. The intense heat melted the connections of his prosthetic limb, and the backpack behind him detonated under the extreme temperature, releasing the ethereal blue forms trapped within 4 vials, scattering them into the unknown. Yue Tsog, one of the souls, lingered, drifting affectionately toward Fisher, its tiny mouth murmuring something inaudible to him, though he could see the wolf ears atop its head quivering. O child yearning for freedom, let the river formed by your dreams flow downstream. Witness the blossoms budding in spring, hear the cicadas chirping in summer, behold the golden wheat in autumn, and marvel at the glistening snowflakes. Just do not forget to bring back tidings, so that I may see the you who has witnessed such vistas. Sleep now, Chi-Chi. Fisher recited a poem by Lao Fong quietly. The nearby soul seemed to listen, stretching lazily, its ethereal arms wrapping around Fisher's neck. Resting its wolf-eared visage against him, it bestowed an ephemeral kiss, only to dissipate in the next moment before the still-burning flames. Boom! The flames of the Dragon Man's magic gradually subsided, revealing Phelan, whose feet had been entirely consumed by the inferno. Staring vacantly at the sky, his gas mask spared him from immediate incineration, yet the nutrient fluid within ruptured from the heat, exposing his scarred skin to the air. In an instant, his flesh began to redden and rot. Yet he did not cry out in pain. He merely gazed, dazed, at the heavens. A moment later, he chuckled softly. Have I truly failed? Setting aside our conflict, Mr. Fisher, I wish to ask you once more the question I posed earlier, as the railway track administrator. What would you do? Fisher, racked with pain, could no longer stand and leaned against the remnants of the rubble. Utilizing the flames nearby, he lit a cigarette, seeking to dull his agony. He exhaled and replied, I have said it before. I would do nothing. What if there were 50 people standing on the railway? The answer remains the same. What about 500, 5,000, or 500,000? The answer remains the same. Can you tell me the reason? Phelan's one eye shimmered with fervent curiosity, as if he were a mere step away from the answer he had sought for a lifetime. Even as death approached, his thirst for knowledge eclipsed his will to survive. Fisher cast a fleeting glance at him, then turned his gaze toward his estate in the distance, where plumes of smoke billowed forth. He sensed that Mill and the others were drawing closer to the ground, their vital signs stable. Had Raphael succeeded? From atop the hill, the Dragon Man, adorned with crimson horns, dragged her companions one by one from the cave. Despite the blood and grime that clung to her, her beauty remained undeniable upon emerging. Raphael frantically searched for Fisher, her heart once filled with disdain for him. Fisher's gaze stretched far, contemplating for quite some time. As if to respond to Phelan and to his own heart, he finally spoke. To kill one to save the many. I scorn such actions. Phelan regarded Fisher from afar, seemingly lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he appeared to reach an epiphany, erupting into laughter at the devastation above. Ha 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 ha. Fisher extinguished his cigarette and staggered to his feet. The tremors of Phelan's voice grew faint, yet he still managed to retrieve an ancient tome from his robe, presenting it to Fisher. Take this. How you choose to wield this knowledge is entirely up to you. But do not tear it. Otherwise, it will reappear in another's hands elsewhere. Fisher accepted the ancient book with surprise, its text abruptly shifting into the language of Nayli, inscribed with the words, Soul Completion Manual. Fisher's pupils contracted slightly as he turned, astonished, to Phelan on the ground, who now appeared hollow-eyed, gradually losing consciousness as his breath weakened. Fisher, depart quickly. This place is destined for destruction. Chapter 51. Eyes Fisher. At this moment, the ancient book Phelan had handed him began to emit warmth, akin to the Subhuman Daughter Completion Manual, resting in his own arms. This indicated that they were fundamentally the same type of object. Therefore, this soul completion manual should remain unseen by others. In the distance, Raphael rushed toward him, yet Fisher clutched the soul completion manual, and she appeared oblivious to its presence, fixated instead on the charred remnants of Phelan and the injured Fisher. Raphael approached with great concern, wishing to embrace and comfort Fisher, yet fearing to touch his wounds, leaving her uncertain of how to proceed before him, her tail anxiously swaying behind her. Fisher silently placed the soul completion manual into his bosom. Alongside the previous Subhuman Girl completion manual, the inner city had basically been destroyed by the battle between Fisher and Phelan, and chaos was gradually brewing outside. Presumably, the soldiers outside the city had heard the commotion in the inner city and were rushing this way. They had to leave this place quickly. Fisher tried to move, but intense pain shot through his entire body. He closed his eyes and let out a breath. Seeing this, Raphael beside him supported him. Thank you. Raphael's emerald, Green Eyes looked at him, but when he lowered his head and looked at her at the same time, she turned away. Her voice was also a bit indistinct. Thank you for what? You really are. Where are Lar and the others? They're up there. They're fine. Raphael didn't know if she was recalling what had happened in the cave with Nana before, including the many subhumans she had killed. Although those were just soulless shells, Raphael could still feel the passing of life. After seeing so many subhumans killed by humans, this time, it was a subhuman, one of her own kind, who had brutally killed those subhumans. Raphael's thoughts were rather gloomy because she had begun to notice the problems within the subhuman community. Although humans' encroachment on their homeland was the main culprit, did the subhumans have no problems at all? They huddled together independently, minding their own business, and were scattered until they were defeated by humans one by one. That's good. Fisher leaned on Raphael and looked up in the direction of the governor's mansion. Then he saw a disheveled blonde bovine-headed girl walking down listlessly. Who else could it be but Nana? The golden ornament on her head had disappeared, but some unknown will had supported her to escape from that cave. Fine. Philin, my lord. Her legs seemed so weak that she couldn't even walk down the ramp of the governor's mansion. After taking a few steps, she rolled down the ramp. Covered in wounds, she lay on the ground in a daze for a second or two, and then looked up and saw the lifeless Philin. No, don't. My lord Philin. Nana's gentle face was now completely hollow, as if all of her essence had been brutally stripped from her body. Her soft murmur gradually turned into disbelief. It wasn't until Philin's death had been completely engraved in her mind that she realized what had happened. My lord Philin. No. My lord Philin. Unable to even shed tears, she reached out to cover her face. Her fingers dug straight into her skin, and blood seeped out from her fingernails. Her eyes were wide, open in a daze, as if she wanted to cry, but all that flowed from the corners of her eyes was blood. Raphael looked at her with a bit of pity, but no sympathy arose in her heart. However, beside her, Fisher's face suddenly changed this moment. All the hairs on his body stood on end, as if some great horror was about to descend. He stared fixedly at Nana in the distance and saw that the blood she shed was slowly tinged with a blue color. Her soul was instantly stripped away, and there was also a small light spot in her abdomen. This was the onset of soul loss syndrome. Losing her horn and Philin was the greatest blow to Nana. The intense despair brought about a soul shock, and her soul was taken away. Fisher looked up and saw that in the night sky behind Nana, a huge and illusory thing had appeared out of nowhere. It was an eye, with a pupil like that of a human, a subhuman, and an animal. The pure, black pupil seemed to be filled with an entire galaxy, and it was as if thousands of souls were twinkling. What was most astonishing was that the upper and lower eyelids of that eye were not like those of a normal eye, but were more like the upper and lower lips of a mouth, which made the entire structure of that thing look like both an eye and a mouth. Nana's soul and the soul of her child were rapidly swallowed by that thing's eye, and they quickly disappeared into the galaxy within the eye as if passing through a door. A little bit of blue light from Philin's body behind also floated up along an invisible powerful force and merged into that eye-like thing. Fisher's body suddenly stiffened because after swallowing their souls, the huge eye didn't leave. Instead, it hovered in mid-air and stared at Fisher on the ground. The eye seemed to curve up playfully or joyfully. Although its eyes were curved due to a smile, its mouth-shaped structure drooped downwards, forming a sobbing expression. Its upper and lower lips opened and closed, and it slowly uttered sounds that were like whispers or like the tolling of a great bell. Fish. W-E-L. Done. 1. Det. He. The next second, the huge thing merged with the bright moonlight like a black hole and disappeared into the sky as darkness, leaving only Fisher, covered in cold sweat, standing there rigidly. Fisher. It's okay. Amidst Raphael's repeated calls, he finally came to his senses from the previous state. He turned to look at her. She was looking at him worriedly, as if she hadn't noticed at all that a huge thing had appeared in front of them just now. She couldn't see it. In the distance, Nana had also become like a living corpse, just like those subhumans whose souls had been taken away. She struggled to stand up, but then collapsed due to weak legs. Beside her was the underground square where Fisher and Philin had gone before. It was filled with flames because of their battle. She just stared blankly and fell into the burning underground building until her figure completely disappeared. Fisher took a deep breath and temporarily pushed what he had just seen and heard to the back of his mind. This wasn't the time to be in a daze. The soldiers outside were rushing towards them. They had to leave the city immediately, or else they would be in trouble. Raphael, Kalar, and the others were leaving this place right now. Chapter 52. Retaliation. 2 galloping horses neighed as they raced through the city at night. passing by numerous citizens who poked their heads out curiously or in surprise to look in the direction of the inner city. Fisher leaned against the carriage and calmly stared at the distant city gate. There, the iron gate had been lowered, blocking their way out of the city. Raphael was sitting beside Fisher. The other companions behind had regained consciousness, but they had been knocked out by those zombie bovines just now. Especially Lar, whose head was still dizzied. He shouted that he wanted to go back and fight, but he was subdued by Fahir before even getting out of the carriage. Raphael, come here and take this. Fisher covered his abdomen and took out the Fairma, Bahar magic book from his bosom. Now, all the magic on his walking stick had been used up, and he didn't have enough magic power in his body to engrave any more magic. He could only rely on Raphael's magic power circuit and engrave a magic with her to break through the city gate. Fisher, I don't know how to engrave magic. Raphael pursed her lips and looked under Fisher. She saw that the place where he was sitting was stained with the blood flowing from his wounds. His face was rather pale, but he still stared at Raphael seriously without saying a word. I'll teach you how to engrave. Just take a book from inside. Raphael nodded, went back into the carriage, and randomly grabbed a relatively thin book from Fisher's bookshelf. Fisher didn't have time to prepare additional magic materials, so he had to let Raphael use his own blood again. That he grabbed Raphael's trembling paw and pressed it on his wound, then held her paw and used her sharp claws as a carving knife and the book as the object. Raphael saw Fisher's exposed body due to the movement. Dozens of holes in his suit were all oozing blood. As if she could feel his pain, her claws also trembled slightly. Concentrate, Raphael. Fisher's voice was still calm, but it was much softer than before. Okay. She forced herself not to look at the wounds on his body and not to feel heart ache. She just lowered her head and looked at the book. The difficult part of engraving dragon person magic lies in the unstable collapse phenomenon that occurs during the engraving process, which requires a continuous infusion of magic power to stabilize the entire emblem. Just as he had taught Renee before, under Fisher's soft guidance, he guided Raphael's fingers to slowly engrave sharp lines on the book. Don't tense your body. Let the magic power flow naturally in your body. The magic power circuit of the dragon race was much more rugged than that of humans. This magic was engraved using Raphael's magic power. This time, the reaction of the emblem was more intense than the first time he had done it. The emblem was almost as bright as a light bulb, and it took shape quickly. However, the book started to heat up as if it couldn't bear the power of the emblem. Seeing that the book was about to catch fire, Fisher told Raphael to quickly throw it in the direction of the city gate. Raphael didn't hesitate and aimed at the gate and threw the book out. As the tome collapsed mid-air into a confined space, it elicited unseen ripples, reminiscent of the earlier tumult. The searing heat surged forth, engulfing the sealed door in an instant. By the time the flames subsided, the door had entirely vanished, leaving the surrounding archway charred and blackened. Wait, someone is exiting the city. It's a carriage. Captain, should we intercept them? Intercept? Are you blind to the explosion? Anyone eager for death may proceed. Something has occurred at the Lord's manor. Those with courage, accompany me to the Lord's office. Captain, do you mean? Silence. The clamor of the city resonated as Fisher gripped the reins tightly, navigating through the smoke into the desolate wilderness beyond. The night air was both frigid and serene. After the carriage had distanced itself significantly from the city of Florin, he glanced back at the inferno consuming it. Finally allowing himself to relax, so much had transpired that night. At least for now, safety was assured. Ugh. The moment this thought surfaced, Fisher was immediately besieged by excruciating pain and fatigue, causing his grip on the reins to slacken slightly. With his eyes closed, he nearly tumbled from the carriage, but Raphael promptly reached out to catch him. She hurriedly embraced Fisher, and upon contact, her scales softened, ensuring that he would not be hurt as he fell into her arms. Fisher. Raphael looked down, only to find him with his eyes shut, seemingly unconscious, resting quietly against her. His complexion, once fair, now bore the signs of stubble from their journey across the southern continent, and his pallor suggested a childlike vulnerability. Gazing at Fisher's serene visage, Raphael felt her cheeks flush inexplicably. She found him endearing in this state, a stark contrast to the scowl he wore during the day. His nose, ears, and mouth are quite charming. Raphael tightened her hold on Fisher, her tail swaying gently behind her. How she wished he were as amiable during the day as he was now in slumber. How is Lord Fisher? Meyer, still anxious, opened the carriage door to inquire, only to stumble upon Raphael, who was playing with Fisher's dark hair. Raphael's body stiffened in surprise, and a wave of shyness washed over her, instinctively. She considered pushing Fisher away, but quickly remembered they were in the carriage. Grateful she had not done so in Meyer's gaze, she hesitated for a moment before shyly cradling Fisher closer. He's injured. By the way, I recall there are bandages in his room. Meyer, could you fetch them for me? However, Meyer did not respond. Instead, she stared at Raphael in disbelief. Raphael? What? Raphael froze for a moment, looking down at her scales that lay flat against her body and the tail that swayed uncontrollably. Meyer, being a female with a suitable tail partner, understood Raphael's current state all too well. The previous night, the sounds that emanated from the room had been faint. Meyer had assumed Fisher was conducting an experiment or that it was merely the voices of Nana and Florin. Yet, even then, Meyer had suspected something was amiss between Raphael and Fisher. The children were oblivious, but Meyer, the only adult, could not hide the truth. Meyer, please go get the bandages for him. We can discuss this later. Oh, yes, all right. I'll go right away. Once Meyer hurried into the carriage and briefly explained the situation to the children, she swiftly emerged, holding the bandages. Raphael laid Fisher's body gently on the ground before reaching to remove his garments. Turning back, she noticed Meyer staring at Fisher's body, and for some reason, she felt a pang of displeasure. No, they were tending to his wounds. Such thoughts were unwarranted. Raphael wrapped the bandages around Fisher's body, ensuring there were no additional injuries before sighing in relief. She turned to find Meyer blushing as she continued to observe Fisher. Meyer, he's quite muscular. No, that's not what I meant. Meyer's eyes widened, her hands flailing as she averted her gaze from the now irate Raphael. The chill of the wilderness air prompted Raphael, concerned that Fisher might catch a chill, to awkwardly embrace him once more, allowing him to feel the warmth of a dragonkin. She clumsily leaned down to sniff Fisher's breath, confirming its steadiness before relaxing, her tail unwinding. Beside them, Meyer regarded the pair with a hint of worry, saying, Lady Raphael, he is human. Unlike dragonkin, they do not have suitable tail partners. Here in the southern continent, it is just us. But what will happen when we return? He will surely be surrounded by other human females, the ones in beautiful garments carrying small fans. Raphael glanced down at the only piece of clothing Fisher had gifted her, simple and dirted from the earlier battle. Her arms bore beautiful, smooth scales. But humans lacked such adornments. Humans look down upon us. Even if Fisher is unlike other humans, when he returns to his tribe, no, to his community, the other humans will scorn you, and eventually, he will look down upon you as well. Raphael merely held Fisher, remaining silent as she studied his face for a long while before finally stating, I will not allow him to look down upon me. I am Raphael. One day, I shall stand proudly before him and declare to all demi-humans and humans alike that he is my suitable tail partner. Her expression was tranquil, yet a surge of confidence radiated from within her, dispelling Meyer's previous concerns. Indeed, she was Lady Raphael. It was only right for Meyer to place her faith in her. I understand now that I shall return to check on Raoul and the others. Raoul complains her head is pounding and insists on bread from Fisher's room. Meyer pushed open the carriage door and stepped inside, leaving Raphael alone with Fisher at the threshold. She glanced down at Fisher, recalling the mischief he had caused her earlier, which prompted her to poke his face in retribution, causing his cheek to indent slightly. That a moment later, she found herself intrigued by the prominence of his Adam's apple, gently touching it, thankful she did not press too hard. Soon, she became enamored with the texture of his hair, running her fingers through it, reveling in the sensation that in short, she could not tire of her playful antics. Wait, what am I doing? This is no different from that childish Raoul. Raphael's cheeks flushed as she suddenly perceived her actions as immature. After all, she was already an adult, a mature dragonkin. Blushing, she contemplated for a considerable time before glancing at the closed carriage door, confirming no one was nearby. Only then did she tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, gently lean down, and kiss the corner of Fisher's mouth that a plume of steam wafted from the carriage, akin to Raphael's own shyness dissipating. After all, no one was watching now. A little touch and embrace wouldn't hurt. Consider it a whimsical act of revenge for his earlier teasing. Chapter 53, Interlude. When Fisher finally wrestled his eyes open, the first sight that greeted him was the familiar ceiling of his carriage room. Staring blankly at it for an extended period, he eventually turned to his side, only to find himself alone. Resting on the bed. As he sat up, A wave of pain coursed through him, compelling him to look down and discover his body was swathed in bandages. Evidently, the one who had wrapped them was somewhat inept, as he had been bundled like a mummy, the layers thin and loose. Nevertheless, they had staunched his bleeding sufficiently to prevent him from succumbing to his injuries. Moreover, his enhanced physique expedited his recovery. By morning, most of his wounds had scabbed over, reminiscent of the formidable healing abilities characteristic of Dragonkin. "Fisher, you're awake." Just as he examined his condition, the door to his room swung open, and Raphael stood at the threshold, joy illuminating her features. Just as he prepared to respond, a loud voice emerged from behind her. "What? Fisher is awake. Let me see." "Ral." The diminutive Ral darted out from behind Raphael, evading her exasperated gaze. She joyfully approached Fisher's bedside. "Fisher, you reawake. Yesterday, Lady Raphael mentioned your bed was too small and worried it might press against your wounds, but I think it's just fine. I can lie down if I tuck my tail in." Raphael's cheeks flushed. She had intended to rest beside Fisher that night, but upon discovering his bed was a single, she refrained, concerned for his injuries. Now, Ral had unwittingly divulged everything. "Ral, I told you to wash yourself in the river outside, yet you refuse, don't you?" "I won't. Lady Raphael, I don't want to wash now. Kashir and Fasher will definitely splash water on me. I promise." Watching Ral's raucous antics brought a smile to Fisher's lips, yet after a night filled with battle and having slept until noon, he suddenly felt an intense hunger. Recalling that he had left some bread purchased in the city of Philoen beside his nightstand, he reached out to grasp it, only to find nothing but emptiness. Where's my bread?" Before Fisher could voice his concern, Laurel, who was captured by Raphael, suddenly buried her face in Raphael's embrace, remaining motionless, with only muffled sounds emanating from her. I really want to take a bath. How about we go right now?" Without hesitation, Laurel covered her ears and dashed out of the room, vanishing into the carriage. Thus, only Raphael and Fisher remained in the room. Raphael glanced at the bare-chested Fisher and, as if recalling something, remarked, "Your clothes are already ruined. I took them off and placed them over there, but I doubt you'll be able to wear them again. Everything you need is right here." Beside the bed lay his wallet, a pack of Naley cigarettes, and a matchbox, yet his 2 manuals were nowhere to be found. Fisher nodded, rubbed his sore body, and said to Raphael, "You may leave for now. I will change and come out shortly." "All right." Once Raphael closed the door, Fisher, stretching his aching body, rose from the bed and looked at his suit jacket hanging on the rack, riddled with holes. As he reached into the pocket of his underwear, he discovered the 2 completion manuals. Curiously, although he had placed them together yesterday, they were now separated, one on the left and the other on the right. He hadn't moved them, and others couldn't possibly see them. Could it be that these 2 items had shifted of their own accord? Fisher took out the manuals and proceeded to the adjacent changing room to don a new suit, his last custom-made suit. He hadn't anticipated that during his time in the southern continent, money would be spent more rapidly than on clothing, whether through stains or battle-induced tears. Had he known it would be such a hassle, he would have refrained from wearing a suit altogether. After pondering for a while, Fisher hung up the suit jacket and prepared to wear a simple white shirt. His stomach grumbled with hunger, and as he exited the carriage, he noticed they were now beside a small stream at the edge of a forest. Zilpha and the others had almost finished bathing, towels from the changing room in hand as they dried their hair, while Mill was nearby, using leaves to start a fire and roast meat. "Lord Fisher, you're awake. Come and have some breakfast." "Thank you. Where are we now?" Lord Raphael has been heading north, so we shouldn't have strayed from our course." Mill handed Fisher a piece of meat of unknown origin, then continued, "No one is pursuing us from behind, but we heard cannon fire from afar last night, which is why Lord Raphael decided not to advance." "I see." Fisher gazed towards the distant forest. Recalling what Philoen had mentioned about the presence of the Lord of Schwali's alliance due to impending conflicts with the local tribes over the mines, he resolved to rest here for a day, allowing his injuries to heal before proceeding, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. "Fisher, come look. Laurel has learned to swim." Laurel's loud voice echoed over the shallow stream, while Mill's cheeks flushed as she stood up and scolded Laurel. "Laurel, you're not wearing any clothes. I told you not to swim over here, but I want Fisher to help me with my scales." "Help? With scales? Such a task is something only a mate could perform." Mill's face turned crimson as she fell silent, while Raphael by the stream urged Laurel to swim back to wash. Fisher did not glance in their direction, focusing solely on chewing the meat. "I apologize, Lord Fisher. Laurel is just too mischievous." "It's all right." Unexpectedly, after finishing breakfast, The previously lively Laurel appeared listless, wrapped in a towel, shivering, her eyes barely open. When they had halted yesterday, it had been near dawn, and they had hardly slept. Mill and Raphael were faring well, but the youngest, Laurel, could no longer endure. After Mill helped her dry her hair, Laurel prepared to take a nap with them, while Fisher stepped outside the carriage for some fresh air. The daytime forest was surprisingly tranquil, seemingly far removed from the battlefield between humans and goblins, allowing for a moment of peace. Taking advantage of this respite, details of the events that had transpired surged within Fisher's mind, such as the soul completion manual Philoen had given him and the terrifying creature that had collected their souls. When Philoen had handed him the soul completion manual, he had mentioned that it was for him to handle the technology. Did this technology refer to the extraction and utilization of souls? It seemed imperative to study this soul completion manual. As Fisher reached into his pocket to retrieve the soul completion manual, he found only the demi-human manual in the left compartment. He then extended his hand to the right and finally felt the edge of the soul manual wedged in the corner. Just as he pondered this, he heard footsteps beside him. Turning around, he found Raphael standing there, seemingly wishing to wash herself as well, her body wrapped only in a simple towel, her gaze evasive, cheeks flushed. Thankfully, her tail remained still. Otherwise, that simple towel would struggle to contain her exquisite form. I want to take a bath too. Fisher glanced at her inadvertently exposed fair skin, akin to a tempting apple with cream. His gaze darkening momentarily before he stood to leave, aware that his numerous wounds would worsen if he stayed. All right, I'll head back then. However, as he passed by her, she grasped his sleeve, and when he turned to look, he could only see her profile. Wait, help me with my scales. I can't reach my tail and back. Okay. The stream was shallow. Even when Raphael knelt in it, the water barely reached her chest. She had not fully untied the towel, exposing only her back and the scales of her tail. How should I do this? Her smooth, finely shaped scales lay neatly across her pale back, while her tail arched above the water, playfully swaying, causing Fisher to catch glimpses of the towel drifting beneath the surface. Use the water. Help me clean them. Fisher cupped his hands to gather water, gently wetting and cleaning her scales. The scales of a dragonkin were warm to the touch, akin to a small furnace, and wherever his large hand glided, the scales quivered slightly, yet remained upright. The cool spring water began to rise in steam, enveloping them both. In that fleeting moment, Raphael turned her flushed face towards him, catching sight of Fisher, who was intently focused on cleaning her scales. Fisher, what is it? He replied with a neutral expression as he tended to her usually restless tail, which was now obediently swaying gently without splashing water. Raphael said nothing, merely grasping his shirt collar to draw him closer before pressing her lips against his, causing Fisher's demeanor to soften. The kiss lingered for a brief moment before Raphael released him, turning away to clutch her towel tightly, obscuring her expression from him. As a token of gratitude for helping me with my scales, from now on, you can only help me with my scales. The last sentence was whispered softly, yet the stillness of the forest allowed Fisher to hear it distinctly. He wondered if Laurel's earlier comment about helping her with scales had prompted Raphael to voice this request. All right. Upon hearing Fisher's affirmative reply, her slightly damp tail slowly coiled around his pant leg, unwilling to let go for the moment. The mist hung thick in the air, and the stream gurgled softly. Chapter 54. Soul Completion Manual. After the steamy cleansing session, Fisher took the opportunity to return to his room to examine the peculiar soul completion manual. Closing the door, he first placed the demi-human manual on the table, flipping to the section on Dragonkin. The golden, magical script danced wildly across the page, recording much of Fisher's newfound understanding of Dragonkin throughout this period. He did not need to write. It seemed that merely having a concept in his mind was enough for the manual to automatically document it. Dragonkin Biological Research Progress 57. Dragonkin Social Research Progress 42. Unlocked Rewards. Constitution 4. Reproductive Ability 4. Your genetic material has become more active. Clue to Dragon Court Relics. The biological research progress had significantly increased after his physiological class with Raphael. In the midst of Fisher's exasperation, a parchment inscribed with Dragonkin characters materialized on his table, depicting what appeared to be a map, written in ancient Dragon Court language. The gate will only open when all seals are complete. Glancing casually at the map's location, Fisher noted its intricate details, yet being unfamiliar with the geography of the southern continent, he had no idea of the exact position. However, Since it was a relic of the Dragon Court, it should be located along the southern shore of the continent, while they were currently situated on the opposite northern shore. After much hesitation, Fisher placed the parchment back on the table, uncertain of what thoughts had crossed his mind. After receiving the reward, Fisher temporarily put away the completion manual of Subhuman Girls and opened the soul completion manual given to him by Philin. The surface of that manual was quite different from his own. Not only was its color dull and antique, but it also had no decorations at all. Only the name printed on the cover indicated that they were of the same kind of items. When opening the title page, there was no apocalyptic prophecy engraved on it like the completion manual of Subhuman Girls. The moment Fisher opened it, the illusory words instantly turned into the language of Nayli, which read, "A little gift left for this world by a traveler who can't leave this world." Then, below the words that were like an introduction, in the lower right corner of the title page, there was a line of particularly small words. That line of words was extremely special. It was the only hand-written text. Even though Fisher didn't recognize the strange characters, he could understand its meaning. Contributor, Caleb Woods. Fisher frowned, and the meaning of the words above kept flashing through his mind. First, the author of this manual claimed to be a traveler who couldn't leave this world. This indicated that the author of this manual was not from this world, but an outsider who was unable to leave due to some reason. By analogy, were all the completion manual's items left by people from outside this world. This seemed to explain why they were all so miraculous. With such questions in mind, Fisher continued to flip through the pages, different from his own blank completion manual of Subhuman Girls. This book was densely written by the author. Rather than a miraculous prop, this soul completion manual was more like an academic book that Fisher often read. The first chapter was titled, "What is the Essence of the Soul?" It seemed that the author was also encountering the concept of the soul for the first time, that he recorded his research on the souls in this world in a way that was half biography and half research record. However, some of the content piqued Fisher's interest. For example, the author was very unfamiliar with subhumans and magic. He was even scared when he first saw subhumans. Did this mean that in the author's original world, these things didn't exist, including souls? He said that he first witnessed the prosperity in another world. The huge dragon court in the south rose like the sun, shielding the safety of the entire continent with its gigantic wings. Many subhumans with strange appearances were full of wisdom and exchanged a lot of knowledge about souls with him. Finally, he reached a conclusion. The soul is a physical substance that interacts with and complements the body. It is the source of magic and the source of spirit, and is guided by a certain rule independent of the world. The souls of the dead will be reset and silently placed into a new life by some great force when a new life is born. Fusing with the new body, Caleb repeatedly emphasized that the soul and the body are always unified. Any view that separates them for research is foolish, including the question discussed by the scholars in the Dragon Court about whether the body or the soul came first. The eager to learn Fisher was soon immersed in Caleb's records and quickly discovered some problems. First, the time when Caleb was active in this world was very far from the present. Second, the ancient Dragon Court in the Legends of the Dragon, people really existed, and he had close range communication with the ancient dragon people in the Dragon Court. According to Caleb's description, the Dragon Court was a very friendly and open country. Countless subhumans lived in the country under its jurisdiction and believed in a dragon-shaped god named for Bahar. However, according to Caleb's analysis, this was just a belief that had existed since their ancient and backward times. On the premise of confirming the unity of the soul and the body, Caleb began to discuss the properties of the soul separately. But Fisher soon found that many of his discussions were based on the premise that the soul could be proven and touched, yet he didn't mention how this was achieved. The ancient subhumans had a way to touch the soul. So Caleb, who lived in that era, assumed that the readers knew this method, but for some reason, this method was lost. Fisher tapped his fingers on the table and then suddenly thought of something. Caleb lived in the Dragon Court, the country of the dragon race. The horns of the dragon race were the external manifestations of the magic circuits. In a sense, they were the protruding souls. He didn't need to extract the soul at all. He just needed to study the characteristics of the horns of the dragon race to infer the characteristics of the soul. So all the experiments could be carried out on the horns of adult dragon race members. Then, touching the soul was also very simple. The horns of the dragon race could touch each other, and other items covered with magic power could also touch them, just like when Fisher touched her dragon. Horn with his walking stick before. Didn't this mean that he accidentally poked Mill's soul with his walking stick last time? No wonder she had such a strong reaction. The content of the first chapter was quickly read through. It roughly introduced the author's background and his basic views on the soul, which was like an overview. When he wanted to turn to more pages, he found that the following words were all blurred. Only when he looked at them would the words gradually take on a readable form. But then he found that all the magic circuits in his body lit up. Reading those words was consuming a large amount of his magic power. In the first line of the second chapter, the author named Caleb wrote, "The first property of the soul is self, regeneration. After much thought, it would be a great pity if I could only provide a little information about my research from this completion manual. So I encrypted the text, and you need to use the power of your soul to unlock it. This process will bring pain, which is proof that your soul power is being consumed by this completion manual. This will place a huge burden on your soul. You may need a long time for your soul to repair itself, but when it repairs itself, your soul will become stronger. This is the principle by which magicians continuously engrave magic to increase their magic power. And it is also proof of the self-regeneration of the first property of the soul." After just reading 2 lines, Fisher felt as if he had just engraved a 6th ring magic spell in an instant. His eyes were a little unfocused, so he had to close his eyes to digest the information he had obtained from the first chapter. It seemed that he could only study this book slowly. Fisher looked down at the magic circuits on his body and saw that the lit branches were gradually lighting up again. This was much faster than the recovery speed after he engraved a magic spell for the first time, which exactly corresponded to Caleb's theory. However, the training intensity of Caleb's soul completion manual exceeded Fisher's imagination. It took a long time to engrave a 6th ring magic spell, but this manual could achieve the same training effect in an instant. Its miraculousness was obvious, and he didn't know how it was done. Fisher rubbed his temples. Although he was a little disappointed, he had to stop for the time being and continue reading after he recovered. Moreover, he was in the dangerous South Continent. It was very dangerous to deplete his magic circuits casually. He also needed to engrave other magic spells to deal with the danger. So he would probably wait until he was safe, such as after returning to Naley, to continue reading. But at this moment, Fisher suddenly thought of something. Since Caleb had left his own mark on the completion manual, what about his completion manual of subhuman girls? Did it also have a mark left by the author or its previous owner? He picked up the completion manual of subhuman girls beside him and opened the title page. However, there was no corresponding author record below the apocalyptic prophecy. Was there none? Or were all the completion manuals different? Fisher subconsciously stroked the same place with his hand, the moment he touched and rubbed it. It was as if he had triggered some mechanism. A little bit of active golden light burst out from that place. Then, a line of characters that Fisher didn't recognize also appeared in front of him. And it also seemed to be handwritten. "Congratulations, you found an Easter egg." The illusory words floated up at the end of the page. The golden words were in a shape similar to squares, which was completely different from Caleb's hand-written words. But the properties of all the completion manuals were the same, allowing Fisher to understand them. It read, "Contributor. First of all, I'm not a subhuman girl enthusiast." Chapter 55. The battlefield situation. Fisher looked down at the name engraved on the manual for a long time. Apart from knowing the code name of the author who left this completion manual of subhuman girls, he knew nothing else. The only thing he could be sure of now was that there was more than one completion manual, and the people who created them were definitely not from this world. Maybe he could get more information from Caleb's soul completion manual in the future, but this required Fisher to have strong soul energy. After all, other people couldn't see these manuals, and he couldn't ask Renee for help. The words that Philin left for Fisher before his death were also very interesting. He handed out the manual when he was dying that time. Fisher, who was not the owner of the soul completion manual, saw the manual itself. Moreover, he warned Fisher not to tear up these manuals, or they would be reborn in another place. These miraculous props were full of secrets, just like the legendary murals engraved on the stone wall. The Fermat Bahar Dragon Court. How long ago was that history? Hundreds of years. Thousands of years. Fisher closed both completion manuals. This time, he didn't put them together. Instead, he placed one on the left and the other on the right to avoid the previous repulsion situation. He temporarily put aside the problems that he hadn't thoroughly studied. He had gained a lot today and didn't plan to continue. He turned his head and stood up to examine the map. After departing from the city of Philon, he was now not far from his ultimate destination, the port of Crete, which could be reached in a matter of 2 to 3 days if the carriage journey went smoothly. Fisher stepped out of the carriage, having unknowingly sat within it for several hours, his battered body beginning to ache anew, prompting him to take a breath of fresh air. The few dragonfolk were still asleep, and the sun outside was gradually dipping toward the horizon, casting the clouds in hues reminiscent of ripe oranges. Noticing that they showed no signs of waking, Fisher resolved to retrieve the provisions he had secured in Phylone for dinner from the carriage. Those supplies were locked in the fourth compartment, which is why they had not been accessed that morning. Instead, they had hunted casually outside and cooked what they had caught. Besides supplies, the fourth compartment also housed various weapons, including firearms and meat cleavers. That he fetched the meat he had purchased, along with a fire pit and a pot, preparing to cook a dish that met the standards of St. Nayli, though not for the dragonfolk, but rather for himself. The dragonfolk required only meat, while he, following their dietary preferences, still needed some vegetables and fruits. Setting up the fire pit for dinner, Raphael emerged just as she had finished changing her attire. Yet she could only don the coarse fabric of a simple garment, as the dress Fisher had given her had become soiled. She had just washed and rinsed it, and it would soon be ready for use again. For the dragonfolk's bodies were quite warm. Covering the sleeping Lar with the garment would dry it in no time. "What are you doing?" Raphael inquired, glancing at the pot in front of Fisher, where a vegetable soup was simmering. For some reason, she instinctively furrowed her brow, as if detecting the aroma of vegetables in the air. "I am preparing soup. Vegetables can provide essential nutrients for humans, though I am uncertain whether they are necessary for your kind," Fisher replied, stirring the pot. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he addressed Raphael. "By the way, how is your progress with the Nayli language?" Raphael sat beside the fire pit, hugging her knees, and cleared her throat before speaking. "Esteemed Mr. Fisher, might I have the honor of requesting you to dance? Your exquisite form reminds me of the lotus flowers by the pond, gracefully swaying in the moonlight." "So elegant, so beautiful." Fisher cast a sidelong glance at the proud Raphael, then continued to stir the soup. "Pronunciation, 6 points. Vocabulary, 9 points. Grammar, 8 points. Common sense, 0 points." What? That phrase is typically used by males when inviting females to dance. You are a female. Therefore it is incorrect. Who knows why you humans dance? During our feasts, we prefer to challenge one another to duels. It is a custom. Please show some respect. Although his words were blunt, he could not help but be astonished by Raphael's remarkable aptitude for learning. Within just over a month, she had gradually mastered a language, earning his admiration. "Keep up the good work. You are learning swiftly. I can understand your writing now, but some pronunciations are still quite peculiar, and I struggle to speak." A slight smile played at the corners of Fisher's mouth as he recognized her desire to prove herself. Just as he was about to speak, he sensed something, and Raphael turned her gaze in the same direction as he did. "Who?" In that direction, all was quiet, save for the faint rustling of grass. Raphael sprang to her feet and leaped toward that area. As she dove into the thicket, cries echoed through the air. Moments later, Raphael emerged, holding a boy with fluffy white hair and a pair of spiraled horns atop his head. Her expression was peculiar as she addressed Fisher. "It is a child of the sheepfolk." The boy, sensing the height from which he was suspended, appeared frightened. His wide eyes landed on Fisher beside the fire pit, and he caught a whiff of the aromatic soup simmering in the pot, which made his throat bob. Yet he quickly averted his gaze, overwhelmed by fear. Raphael gently set him down, and he immediately prostrated himself on the ground, timidly stammering toward Fisher. I apologize. Please spare me." The language he spoke seemed foreign to the sheepfolk, his pronunciation clumsy. While Raphael could not comprehend his words, Fisher understood and looked back at her, explaining, "He speaks the language of the Shwali. He is likely one of the subhumans who fled after the lords of Shwali declared war." Observing the boy's bright, expressive eyes, Fisher suddenly recalled an intriguing fact. Many male nobles in Shwali were rumored to have tendencies toward pederasty. It was said that numerous nobles kept young boys as companions. During the years of expansion on the southern continent, many slave traders discovered that the young she-folk boys, when sheared, appeared quite charming, resulting in a significant trade of she-folk boys to Shwali. It turned out that these traders struck gold, and soon, sheepfolk boys became a fashionable trend among the nobles there, with each Shwali male noble keeping one, sometimes gathering for parties. All humans in the western continent looked down upon the subhumans, viewing them as mere livestock. Even in the female support institutions, female subhumans were rarely seen, often relegated to servitude. However, the nobles of Shwali had single-handedly shattered this prejudice. leaving Fisher unsure whether to commend or critique their actions. He simply ladled another bowl of soup, turning to the boy and asking in Schwali, "Where do you come from? Who is with you?" Yet the boy merely stared blankly at Fisher, paralyzed with fear. His hind legs trembling uncontrollably. It seemed he had only learned a few phrases of human language in a desperate bid for survival. Fisher ladled another bowl of soup and placed it before him. At first, the sheepfolk boy remained wary, but his hunger soon overcame his trepidation. He glanced at Fisher, then embraced the bowl and drank voraciously, even scalding his mouth, determined not to let a single drop go to waste. The subhumans have been defeated in war. It appears that many are now migrating this way. That we should depart at dawn tomorrow and continue northward, Raphael remarked, observing the boy, who was now hunched over and devouring the vegetable leaves. She then lifted her gaze toward the fading sun, where flocks of startled birds took flight, leaving one to ponder what transpired at the heart of the battlefield. Chapter 56. The answer. As Fisher continued to simmer the vegetable soup, contemplating how to handle the little lamb before him, the thicket where they had first spotted the sheepfolk stirred once more. Moments later, a sheepfolk female, her body covered in fluffy white hair, emerged in a flurry. Her eyes darted first to Fisher, then to the child ravenously devouring soup. "Child!" she exclaimed in a state of panic, rushing to the trembling boy and embracing him tightly. The female sheepfolk's hair was thick and fluffy, leaving her dirt-streaked face exposed. It was evident that she had not eaten in quite some time. Her clothing was tattered, and a strong scent of milk emanated from her. After confirming the child's safety, she glanced at the bowl in his hands, her throat bobbing as she swallowed. Fisher's gaze shifted from the quaking sheepfolk to Raphael, whose brow furrowed in concern. Before Fisher could speak, she leaped into action, heading toward the forest behind them. Upon witnessing Raphael's sudden movement, the mother and child became frantic, trembling uncontrollably. The mother clutched her son tightly, fearing that Fisher had discerned their presence and would take action against them. However, Fisher simply continued ladling soup, tasting its flavor absent-mindedly. Crash! Ah no! Roar! Shortly after Raphael departed, distant roars and gunfire echoed from the forest, followed by the sound of several trees crashing down, sending birds fluttering into the air. Then, silence enveloped the area. Moments later, Raphael returned from the direction the mother and child had come, her expression cold as she carried several firearms. Her coarse clothing stained with blood, she exhaled a steamy breath, discarding the firearms onto the ground. "Who was it?" Fisher inquired. As Raphael settled back beside him, he ladled her a bowl of soup, but she wrinkled her nose at the scent, showing no interest. Her eyes flickered with complexity as she regarded the bloodied firearms before she took a sip and remarked, "It was the sheepfolk. I dealt with them all. You are progressing rapidly. This time you acted with restraint, and your observational skills have improved. How did you come to that conclusion?" Raphael glanced at the two trembling sheepfolk, noting their emaciated bodies due to hunger. Even in times of famine, the sheepfolk should not be reduced to this state. They could survive by foraging for edible plants in the forest. Under normal circumstances, they would not be so starved. There is only one explanation. They have been imprisoned, forced to go without food. She then turned her gaze to the pale-faced mother. The female sheepfolk carries the scent of having been violated. Typically, humans do not sully the females of subhumans, yet she bears such signs. This can only imply that their captors are also subhumans, most likely from their own kind. It seems that following the defeat of the subhumans at the front, some within their tribes have taken the opportunity to plunder women and children, along with their wealth. It is undoubtedly their intention to rob their fellow kin or any passers-by, thus luring this mother and child into a false sense of security. As Raphael spoke, she cast a sorrowful glance at the mother and child, momentarily at a loss for words. This is the plight of the subhumans, not only subjected to the bullying of humans, but also failing to recognize their own dire circumstances. With short-sighted subhumans preying upon the weak for their selfish gains. After speaking at length without receiving a response from Fisher, she turned to look at him, only to find a rare, gentle smile gracing his usually stern visage. Under the warmth of his unusual gaze, Raphael felt her cheeks flush, instinctively averting her eyes from his. "Your analysis is commendable. I award you full marks this time." Raphael's tail gave a slight wag, and even the unpalatable vegetable soup seemed more palatable, as if it had transformed into something sweet at that moment. "Fisher, I heard gunshots. Did you hunt something? Ral wants to eat meat." "Oh, lamb. Ral rubbed her eyes and stumbled out of the carriage, only to see the scene outside. Still half asleep, she leaned unsteadily towards Fisher, but halfway there she was intercepted by Raphael, who enveloped her in her embrace. "Ral, come drink some soup." "W, what is this?" "No. Ral hates green foods the most. It's beneficial for your health." Like a demon, Raphael forced several spoonfuls of the soup into the dazed Ral. Only releasing her once, she confirmed Ral had swallowed it. Instantly, Ral ran to the riverbank, rinsing her mouth with the stream, as if something unclean had entered. "I will tell Sister Mill. Lord Raphael bullied me and covered me with worn clothes. Ral is angry, boo-hoo." Watching Ral dash back to the carriage while shouting, Raphael crossed her arms, appearing unconcerned at a jest, if her parents within the tribe could not discipline her. How could a little Ral? Noting Fisher's silence, Raphael scooped a bit of soup for the mother and child to taste, then indicated a direction for them to leave promptly. Thank you. As it became apparent that Raphael truly intended to let them go, the mother of the sheepfolk could no longer contain her tears as she embraced her child. Comforted by her child, she took the firearm Raphael had given them and made her way southward. As dusk approached, Raphael perched atop the tallest tree, watching the pair grow increasingly distant until they disappeared into the wilderness. With her keen eyesight, she discerned a group of migrating sheepfolk tribes in that direction. It seemed opportune for the mother and child to depart now, ensuring they could join them. For the moment, this was all she could do. The location was near the northern shore, and Raphael could occasionally hear the sound of waves crashing against the coast, as well as see the soaring seagulls dancing freely in the sky at night. The echoes of monstrous roars, reminiscent of ancient beasts, would resonate across the sea's surface. Earlier at dinner, Fisher had mentioned that it was the sound of ships created by humans. Thus, in Raphael's mind, those vessels morphed into colossal, roaring monsters laden with humans, crossing the ocean as if devouring them whole. Yet, she was uncertain what sustenance allowed such creatures to grow, as beings capable of holding so many and producing such tremendous sounds must consume vast quantities of meat. The sound of the ship's whistle faded, leaving the southern continent's wilderness steeped in silence, merely reminding Raphael that they were nearing the destination Fisher had spoken of. The thought instilled in her a peculiar blend of curiosity and trepidation. She yearned to understand the place where Fisher lived, to uncover his past and his family, to share in his life. However, reason cautioned her that such aspirations were undeniably absurd, at least in her present circumstances. Fisher resided in a land teeming with humans, where, as Mill had described, disdain for subhumans was rampant. Even if he was different, she could not fathom accepting such a reality. Raphael had obligations to fulfill. Just as she had witnessed throughout her journey, she must return her companions to their homeland, reuniting them with their families. She wished to rescue those subhumans who were continually losing their lives. Allowing them to return home, she aspired to attain an equal status with Fisher, enabling her to stand beside him without facing ridicule. Yet, these ambitions could not be realized if Fisher returned to his homeland. Lowering her gaze towards the distant sky, her emerald eyes occasionally clouded with confusion, but ultimately, determination prevailed. She had already found the answers she sought. Chapter 57. Desert. The night had deepened, and Fisher observed the magical sigils etched into the flickering campfire beginning to wane. Ordinary magical sigils dissipate after a single use. To employ them repeatedly, one must inscribe an additional perpetual cycle upon the ring, a technique of magical advancement, allowing the sigil to remain operational as long as the perpetual cycle endures. He had added approximately 3 cycles to the fire, and now the last one was about to fade, though after reaching Critport, he would likely have no further need for it. Once he arrived in Sanari, the most prosperous city acknowledged in the western continent and Fisher's hometown, he could return directly. "Lord Fisher, is this the right way to do it?" At that moment, above the fire, Mill was brewing a pot of natural tree sap beverage. Earlier that evening, Fisher had discovered a honey fruit tree, secreting sap rich and sugared. In his youth, he often witnessed vendors selling this natural drink. This was Mill's first time using human cooking utensils, and she was quite enamored with the various iron spoons and spatulas. According to her, most iron tools in the tribe were weapons, with few used for cooking. This seems about ready to drink. Take it to Ral and the others for a taste." "All right. Won't you have some, Lord Fisher?" "No need. I have an alternative." Fisher raised the iron flask he held, which he had purchased in Philoan City, a bustling place where even rum from the western continent was available. Allowing him to indulge in a taste during his travels, Gentlemen from Sanari had their own tastes. They greatly enjoyed fine tobacco, exquisite wines, and lovely ladies. The Western continent boasted 4 of the 7 most renowned distilleries. Showcasing their passion for such pleasures. As Mill carried the pot of sap to find Rao and the others playing with water, Raphael gracefully descended from the trees, approaching Fisher's side. I haven't seen anyone else coming this way. And it seems the distant gunfire and cannon fire have ceased. It likely means that skirmish is over. Both Fisher and Raphael understood the outcome of the conflict, and Fisher merely nodded to acknowledge her words. Now that you are of age, would you like to try some human-brewed wine? Even without reaching adulthood, dragonfolk can drink. Alcohol is merely an ordinary beverage for us. Raphael leaned closer to Fisher, inhaling the aroma of the liquid in the flask. Then teasingly remarked, this concentration of alcohol would likely be considered water among dragonfolk. If given the chance, I must let you try our fire wine. After consuming it, I would breathe fire with every exhale. I often competed with my brothers to see who could spit flames higher. Despite her words, she accepted the cup from Fisher and drank half of it as if it were water, showing no reaction whatsoever. I've shared many tales about our tribe. Now it's your turn to share about your life. I'm quite curious about where you come from. Now you're curious about me. Fisher took the flask from her, maintaining his impassive expression. Lest I be accused of arrogance by someone. Fisher pondered for a moment, then began speaking in the Sanari language. As some terms were cumbersome to explain in dragon tongue, and with Raphael's current proficiency in Sanari, she should be able to understand if he spoke slowly. I grew up as an orphan in an orphanage in Sanari. An orphanage is a place that takes in many children who have lost their parents, and I studied at a church school for several years. The churches, as he spoke, he patiently explained to her the unfamiliar human societal terms, which she had seen before, but did not know were related to humans. The dragonfolk solely relied on their parents for education, thus were unaware of what a school entailed. Fisher gradually taught her with care. And who was Rennie? Raphael inquired casually, seemingly recalling the incident when they were attacked and abducted in the cave, when the bird had mentioned delivering a message to Rennie. Even a fool like Raphael could deduce that it was a female name. Fisher opened his mouth, momentarily speechless, and this peculiar reaction shifted Raphael's casual inquiry into something more intentional, her cerulean gaze fixated on the man beside her, unaware of the dangerous shift in her demeanor. Fisher simply struggled to articulate his thoughts about Rennie. She is a sorceress, a unique subhuman of the Western continent. I taught her a portion of magical theory. Many spells on my staff were completed with her assistance. She is a woman of a rather unpleasant disposition, deriving amusement from tormenting others. Yet, one must concede that even among witches, her magical aptitude is undeniably exceptional. Raphael gazed intently at Fisher's profile for a considerable time before diverting his gaze and remarking, "Oh, I see." Fisher's catchphrase was momentarily pilfered by Raphael. Even the expression of impassiveness upon his face was seemingly stolen. Raphael suddenly felt a twinge of regret for inquiring about Fisher's opinions on other women. For it appeared that regardless of how reasonable Fisher's evaluations might be, any praise he bestowed upon other women would invariably displease her. Although she was undeniably curious about who this Rennie was, she found herself in a state of contradiction. So, are all the other humans similar to those we encountered in the southern continent? In the next moment, Raphael awkwardly shifted the conversation. Not all, but most are. Theoretically, there are no humans with official backgrounds here. Those affiliated with the authorities tend to be even more malevolent than the locals. You truly are a peculiar human, to speak so candidly about your own kind. I merely speak the truth. My affection for you does not compel me to disparage them, nor does my humanity necessitate their elevation. Fisher set down the wine jug. The modest amount of wine he had consumed had not dulled his senses, and he exhaled deeply. In any case, the truth will not easily change due to my mere words. You are not blind, and can see it quite plainly. Love? Love? Raphael was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks gradually flushing a hue akin to the glow of a roaring fire, her tail swaying with an exuberance that suggested she was thoroughly elated. This human. It seemed this was indeed the first time he had so openly expressed his feelings. Could it be the effect of the alcohol? Raphael discreetly glanced at his composed demeanor, and upon confirming his lucidity, her complexion reddened further. How could someone utter such earnest words with such seriousness? And why did she find this earnest confession all the more moving? Lord Raphael, Lord Fisher, Lal and the others are feeling a bit tired. I shall escort them back to rest now. Just as Raphael was about to speak, Mil's voice resonated from behind, causing Raphael's tail to anxiously perk up. Turning to the front of the carriage, she beheld Mil cradling the yawning Lal, with Koshir and Fashir trailing behind. Lal opened her gaping maw to yawn and then rubbed her eyes, leaning against Mil's embrace. "Good night, Fisher, Lord Raphael. I'm so sleepy." Fisher nodded, and only then did they enter the carriage. "Let us also take a rest." He extinguished the fire before him, and Raphael tidied her surroundings. Once Fisher had set up the protective magic, he walked towards his room, with Raphael silently following suit. When he realized something and turned to look at the door, he found that Raphael had quietly closed it, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, her gaze lost in contemplation. After several seconds of waiting, she finally turned her beautiful, blush-stained face towards him, brushing aside a strand of red hair that had fallen across her forehead to reveal her elongated ear. "You were speaking of loving me, correct?" She reached out, grasping Fisher's shirt, and then tilted her head to meet his gaze with her emerald eyes. "Prove it to me. I still have injuries." Fisher had just prepared to remove his white shirt. The bandages still wrapped around him. Given Raphael's fervent nature, it was likely they would soon come undone. Yet, this pale excuse seemed negligible before the determined dragoness, who desired him above all else. Thus, in the next moment, Raphael disregarded his words, her gaze ablaze as she pushed against his bandaged chest, relentlessly driving him backward until he found himself seated on the edge of the bed. Boldly, she leaned against him, her scorching scales igniting her very spirit, and she exhaled a breath scented with sweetness that brushed against Fisher's neck. Holding him by the chest, Raphael inhaled his scent, her tail coiling around his waist to ensure he could not escape or resist. Only when she confirmed his immobility did she lick her lips, akin to a lady about to savor an afternoon delight, her emerald eyes shimmering with excitement. "Isn't this preferable?" Chapter 58, Port of Crit. In truth, by the previous night, Fisher's wounds had nearly healed. His mention of them was merely a tactic to draw Raphael in. Intending to ensnare her once she realized the ruse. One cannot deny the formidable physical enhancements and reproductive capabilities bestowed upon demi-humans, as evidenced by the events of the previous night. The carriage was imbued with spatial magic, providing excellent soundproofing. Otherwise, the expressions of Mil, Lal, and the others in the morning would not have appeared so natural, even from a room away. With the following day as preparations nearing completion, Fisher readied himself to depart for the northern port of Crit. The carriage, having rested for a day, surged forth with vigor, entering the wilderness after emerging from the forest. Within a mere half-day's journey, Fisher discerned the remnants of the war between Shwali and the demi-humans in the distance. Shwali, often referred to as the Land of the Sun, excelled in close-quarter combat prior to the technological revolution. Centuries ago, during the wars against Nayli, they besieged the capital thrice, an event now etched in history as the Shame of Gedlin. Gedlin refers to the royal family of Nayli, a surname conferred upon the ancient, peak-era emperor of Nayli after he advanced eastward to Kardu, requesting the local high priest to bestow upon him a name signifying God's mandate, symbolizing his authority over the continent. However, centuries later, his descendants were repeatedly driven to the coastal fringes by Shwali's Sun Knights, engaging in a game of cat and mouse on their own soil, forsaking wives and children in their flight, illustrating the ferocity of Shwali at that time. Consequently, Shwali has cultivated a culture that venerates martial prowess and authority, resulting in a unique autocratic political system where the parliament holds little power, and authority is primarily wielded by the king and several noble clans. And this may also be the origin of their aristocratic penchant for male favoritism, Fisher speculated, fearing backlash from Shwali's scholars should he publish his findings. Since the technological revolution, Shwali has embarked upon an irreversible path of explosive research. Their artillery is the most formidable in the Western continent, with specialized bombs tailored for various structures and groups. While their research into firearms and naval vessels pales in comparison, they leverage their ancestral superiority in close combat, unleashing a barrage upon enemy positions before organizing their soldiers to advance in melee combat when the enemy formation falters. Sometimes, their own artillery would still be firing as soldiers charged forward, providing no opportunity for the enemy to react. This tactic was mirrored in their recent engagements against demi-humans, although not an official army. Their operational strategy remained largely unchanged, explaining why Raphael had heard such intense cannon fire that night. The desolate landscape before him was dotted with deep craters exceeding 2 meters in depth, with numerous goblins, centaurs, and satyrs lying in various states of decay, all having lost their lives. Occasionally, one might glimpse a soldier in red Shwali attire, yet they too were often surrounded by the corpses of demi-humans. The outcome was immediately apparent. The demi-humans had suffered defeat. The door behind Fisher swung open, and Raphael silently observed the scene from within, even catching a whiff of the lingering scent of gunpowder. Yet her expression remained unchanged, as she silently committed the sights to memory. Fortunately, this appeared to be the final battlefield between demi-humans and humans, as Shwali's soldiers retreated into the forest after vanquishing the remaining forces, seemingly in pursuit of a gold mine in that direction. Thus, Fisher and his companions encountered no humans along the way, nor any surviving demi-humans, allowing them to traverse this stretch of wilderness unscathed. Another day's journey later, they found themselves in a region that could no longer be strictly classified as wilderness, for the grass had been trampled into a path by the passage of numerous carriages, indicating frequent human traffic. Continuing forward, Fisher encountered several passing carriages, 2 from Nayli and 1 from Shwali, evidently travelers newly arrived in the southern continent. Fisher reined in the horses as a vast expanse of lavender fields lay ahead. The lavender, towering to half a person's height, swayed gracefully in the breeze, growing along the hillside, creating a splendid vista. The sea breeze, mingling with the faint aroma of lavender, accompanied by the sounds of crashing waves and distant steam whistles, filled the air. From this vantage point, the landscape unfolded before them, revealing iron and brick structures lining the continental shore, with several massive steamships docked at the quay, emitting plumes of black smoke from their chimneys. They had arrived at the port of Crit. Fisher's gaze flickered momentarily, but he did not press forward. Instead, he halted the carriage at the edge of the lavender field, then opened the carriage door and stepped inside. Raphael sat beside the steps, observing the interior of the carriage, while Lal nibbled on bread next to Mill, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Fisher enter. Fashir and Koshir maintained their usual antics, though lacking any wary glances, merely reluctant to engage in conversation with Fisher. "I'm stepping out for some fresh air." As soon as Fisher entered the room, Raphael spoke up, then opened the carriage door and exited. "Fashir, I have devoured your bread, hee. Help yourself." Fashir gently patted her head, then turned to Mir. "I haven't locked the 4th door. The supplies are inside, and you are already acquainted with the tableware." Mir instinctively nodded, yet was baffled as to why Fashir suddenly divulged this information. "You may rest here for a while." After saying this, Fashir retreated to his room and closed the door. A few minutes later, he emerged wielding a meat saw and ventured into the wilderness. Lar opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to follow, but was restrained by Kexir and Fahir behind her. "Lar, don't go, stay here." "But, Lar, I said stay here." "Fine." Lar looked at Fashir, who was departing with a weapon, feeling somewhat aggrieved, and lost her appetite for bread, leaning against Mir's embrace instead. Outside, the fragrant scent of lavender wafted in the breeze, and Fashir inhaled deeply as he stepped down from the carriage, discarding the meat saw into the field. Before him, Raphael stood atop a lavender hill, gazing distantly at the magnificent port of Crete. "Is that the steamship you mentioned?" "Indeed," Fashir replied as he lit a cigarette. "It does not appear to be alive." "I never claimed it was alive." Raphael fell silent, her gaze fixated on the colossal vessel in the distance, watching as it emitted a sound before being propelled away from the port by a tremendous force, heading towards the boundless ocean. Carriage after carriage transported humans into this wilderness, hailing from various nations, Nayli, Shwali, Kardu, and even some smaller realms. They stood there for quite some time, and then Fashir patted her shoulder. "I promised to show you a steamship. Have you seen it now?" Raphael withdrew her emerald eyes and turned to the man beside her, inhaling deeply, her expression gradually shifting to one of seriousness. "I still have one last opportunity for assassination, correct?" Fashir, smoking, calmly nodded. "Yes." Raphael merely stared at him, the scales on her body rising, her crimson horns emitting a fierce glow, steam beginning to swirl around her, gently stirring the surrounding lavender. "Your magic has been exhausted in Fei Luoin City. Even if you have inscribed some in the past few days, it will surely be far less than before. But this time, I will still give it my all." Fashia extinguished his cigarette and silently approached the edge of the carriage, picking up the folded meat saw. His expression was serene, reverting to the cold demeanor he had displayed when they first met, his gentlemanly attire from Nayli enhancing his striking handsomeness. Indeed, Human clothing only looked good on him, Raphael mused. However, Fay was evidently unaware of her thoughts. He merely unfurled the meat saw, revealing a glimmering silver pattern, magic he had hastily inscribed over the past few days. The wind rustled through the lavender fields, carrying his voice. Come, Raphael. Chapter 59. The final assassination. The scent of lavender filled the air, and even from a distance, Fay could sense the wave of steam crashing over him like a heat wave. The beautiful dragon woman before him grew increasingly serious, her demeanor transforming from that of an alluring female to that of a formidable warrior. Her claws extended, aimed squarely at the impassive Fay. This time, Fay refrained from initiating the attack, instead stepping back slightly from the carriage, standing still to await Raphael's approach. A test. Then, Raphael inhaled deeply, then forcefully stomped the ground, creating a significant depression in the lavender field. Her form darting like lightning through the swaying blossoms as she lunged at Fay. Her outstretched claws met his calm gaze, a familiar sensation surging within her. I in the next moment, her movements abruptly halted as she skidded to a stop before Fay. Yet this time, no myriad of bright threads surged forth. No traps set. Fay seized the opportunity presented by her psychological hesitation, wielding the meat saw to strike at her head with a powerful swing. Raphael sidestepped, but a few strands of her hair were severed by the blade. Her steam erupted, yet she still did not unleash her full power. Instead, she pivoted in place, launching her claws at Fay with a fierce kick that crashed against his raised meat saw, emitting a series of sharp, resonant sounds akin to a hammer striking an anvil. Fay proved remarkably robust. Even under such a vigorous assault, he merely bent slightly, all the while observing Raphael's movements as he defended himself. Sure enough, in the next moment, he seized the brief lull in her attack, suddenly abandoning his defense to sidestep, catching Raphael off guard as her kick narrowly missed him. The human man then firmly grasped her tail, flinging her away. The tremendous force sent Raphael rolling far across the lavender field, yet she emerged unscathed, gritting her teeth to regain her balance. As she looked up, she found Fay approaching with the blade, a palpable pressure emanating from him. Clang, clang, clang. Fay raised his blade, expressionless, hacking at Raphael with relentless strikes. Her claws, sharp and poised, transformed into a hand blade to parry his weapon, the resounding impacts echoing until Fay felt a numbing ache in his arms. Realizing his blade was riddled with cracks from Raphael's claws, the claws of the dragonkin were exceedingly sharp. If she were to unleash her full might, she could easily rend him apart. As the apex predator of the southern continent, Fay afforded her no openings, continuously pressing the attack. All the while the patterns on his blade grew increasingly luminous, gathering magic in the intervals of their clash. Roar. Yet this time, Raphael had become aware of Fay's intentions. Her emerald eyes narrowed into slits as an immense surge of steam, scalding hot, erupted around her. Fay raised his blade to block, yet was still hurled backward. The converging dance of bees was unleashed into the air, though its trajectory was uncertain due to its angle. Not only did she nullify my attack, but she also dispelled my magic. Fay gazed at the sky as he remained airborne, his head unmoving as he suddenly swung his blade downward. Having heard the sound of Raphael's approach, the strike met her defenses, propelling Fay away from her. This distance was sufficient. This moment, the dragon-like patterns at the end of his meat saw flared brilliantly, signifying the full manifestation of dragonkin magic, its power exponentially greater than before. As he wielded the weapon, flames danced in tandem, and because Raphael was still aloft, the fire did not reach the lavender fields below. The flames surged forth like a tangible fire dragon, ready to engulf Raphael entirely. But at that moment, the scales covering Raphael glimmered with intensity. She was ready to unleash her full strength. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated, her speed reaching unparalleled heights, even piercing through the fire dragon like a shooting star. Her form surrounded by a tempest of steam as she charged at Fay. Unable to evade, he braced himself for her strike, the impact silencing the crisp clang of their weapons, replaced by a dull, mournful wail as if his weapon were on the verge of breaking. If this continued, he would soon lose his grip. But at that instant, countless threads ensnared Raphael's body, binding her as they had in their previous duel. However, this time, she was only beginning to tap into her full potential. Roar! With a furious bellow, Raphael surged forth, tugging at the threads that bound her, yanking a massive clump of earth from the ground towards the sky. She reversed her grip on the threads, using them as chains to hurl the soil at Fay. Thud! Fei Xie cleaved through the airborne earth while simultaneously charging toward Raphael, who raised her claws to strike him down. One claw, two claws, countless claws collided with violent intensity, the sound echoing like the rhythmic hammering of a blacksmith's forge as the burning soul, radiating like the sun, was gradually tempered. I detest having my words interrupted. Thus I am compelled to resort to such measures. Decide for yourself. Will this assassination be a success or a failure? If the so-called dragon and warrior is merely a little dragon dancing to her emotions, then it seems you have been captured without any injustice. This cannot be deemed a punishment, can it? Arrogance is humanity's original sin. It appears that dragonkin are not exempt from it either. Are that, to undertake any endeavor, even with a heart brimming with fervor, one must remain composed and deliberate, for only through contemplation can one manifest action. It is undeniably harsh, for he is merely human. Yet his wisdom and teachings. This is why Raphael yearns to understand more. Why he treats her so, why he stands apart from others, why he stirs such emotion within her. Strength is not the answer. Rather, it is that profound yet benevolent soul that holds the key. Fisher, amidst the fierce onslaught, Raphael's dual horns suddenly erupted with a brilliance akin to the sun. Every word he had spoken, his grave demeanor, his silhouette flooding her mind, coalescing into the most tangible and condensed force that ignited Raphael's very spirit. In but a fleeting moment, an immense power blossomed upon Raphael's form, her entire being radiating a luminescence akin to scales. As gusts of wind surged from the mountains and oceans toward her, the lavender along the way bowing down in layers, ultimately prostrating at her feet. Such beauty and strength left even Fisher momentarily spellbound. Perhaps it was not merely because she was nearing the foretold prophecy of the Crimson Dragon Queen, but rather the glistening tears that drifted gently from the corners of her verdant eyes. Mingling with the steam, Raphael, cease. At that instant, Fisher's expression shifted to one of panic, as if he had grown wary of Raphael's impending might, wishing to halt her advance. Yet, with a flicker of her gaze, Raphael's body did not falter. She executed a somersault through the air, gracefully passing before him, for in the next heartbeat, Fisher's right hand swung the blade toward her original position, as if any moment of hesitation would result in his being struck, without a moment's pause. Raphael executed a flawless flip mid-air, landing lightly behind Fisher like a dancer, her claw-like grip resting against his back, poised to pierce him with but a step forward. The lavender field swayed gently in the breeze. Yet the world fell eerily silent, as though only the sound of their breaths remained. The panic on Fisher's face gradually faded. As he felt the girl's claws pressing into him, he regained his composure. This is the final trial. Raphael, you have not wavered because of me, completing this assassination flawlessly. Raphael's grip on his back was both a threat of assassination and an intimate embrace, yet within her gaze, she could only see Fisher's silhouette. Unable to decipher his expression, your acting is far too contrived. Even if you were alarmed, you wouldn't display such a demeanor. If you were to utter those words with a blank expression, I would relent. Pain coursed through Fisher as he suffered from his wounds, which had reopened from the recent battle, Raphael's swiftness having prevented him from blocking all of her strikes, resulting in new injuries on his left leg, right hand, and abdomen. This also indicates you possess a certain understanding of your adversary, making the correct judgment in the heat of the moment. His tone was light, yet the pain still caused a fluctuation in his voice. Why treat me this way? Raphael's hand remained against him, her face now resting upon his back. Fisher chuckled softly but offered no reply, bowing his head as if the loss of blood was weighing heavily upon him. Though surely a faint smile lingered upon his face. I made a promise to you. I would not allow you to harm any other human until the game concludes. And now, you have emerged victorious. In Raphael's embrace, his body grew increasingly limp, until at last, he uttered his final praise for her. Well done, Raphael. Fisher collapsed into the fragrant lavender field, the surrounding wind hushed, while warm tears dripped onto the soil beside him. Yet it was a pity that in this moment, he remained oblivious, with only the ancient, tranquil land of the southern continent to bear witness to his fate. Chapter 68 Letter Bang. The carriage door swung open, and Laurel sprang from Mill's arms, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the entrance, only to find Raphael, wearied from battle, as if all her energy had been depleted. Lady Raphael, Mill regarded Raphael with concern, unable to restrain herself. Lady Raphael, where is Fisher? Laurel cast a glance at the lavender fields outside, but the familiar figure of the human male was nowhere to be seen. Mere moments ago, the slave marks upon them had completely vanished, and Mill and the others understood what had transpired. their gazes laden with complexity as they looked at Raphael. Meeting Laurel's anxious eyes, Raphael gently closed the door behind her, shutting her eyes for a second or two before reopening her verdant gaze. Addressing Kashir and Fashir, "You will drive the carriage. We shall turn toward the tribe. First, head south, and once I have examined Fisher's map, I will take the reins. Mill, keep a close watch on Laurel." "Yes." Mill bowed her head in acknowledgement. Cradling little Laurel in her arms, Raphael cast a glance at her companions and the surroundings before proceeding toward the first door on the left, which belonged to Fisher. The decor and items within remained largely untouched, with numerous human books neatly arranged, silently observing Raphael as she entered. Just as she intended to turn and retrieve the map of the southern continent hanging on the wall, her peripheral vision caught sight of a pale yellow envelope resting atop his desk, beneath which lay a roll of ancient parchment. Raphael reached for the envelope, discovering it was inscribed in Fisher's signature Naily flower script, "To Raphael." A letter. Raphael opened the envelope to find a folded sheet of paper within, pinned in Fisher's handwriting. "To dear Raphael. The fact that you can see the contents of this letter signifies your victory in our game. First and foremost, congratulations to you and your companions on your newfound freedom. This also indicates that our paths will diverge here, heading in different directions until we either converge once more or journey to separate ends. Your excellence and strength have often led me to contemplate your elimination. Yet the clarity of independent thought allowed me to recognize the innate kindness and warmth of your draconic heritage, and I have come to cherish the fervent soul that is you. Thus, after much hesitation, I have resolved to set you free. Your stage is not in the dark, oppressive confines of humanity, nor within my modest abode. The vast wilderness of the southern continent is your future. At the same time, I hope you will always maintain your independent thought, contemplating thoroughly before undertaking any action, as this will aid you in your decisions and path. The parchment beneath this letter contains clues to the ruins of the draconic lineage of Firmabadra, offered as a parting gift. Should you wish to return the favor, do so when we meet again. May your future path be filled with radiant blessings. Fisher Benavides. P.S. You still owe me a punishment. Remember to repay it upon our next encounter. Raphael clutched the thin envelope. Lingering on Fisher's final signature for what felt like an eternity, she bowed her head in silence, pressing the envelope to her forehead as her crimson, ethereal dragon horn pierced through it. Curiously, though that human bore no horns, and the material world could not touch the horns of draconic kind. In this moment, Raphael felt ripples of her very soul awaken, as if resonating with his spirit. After what seemed like an eternity, when she finally opened her eyes, her verdant gaze appeared as deep and unfathomable as a tranquil pond. Yet concealed within those depths lay countless flames burning fiercely, radiating a blinding light akin to the sun. It was time for her to embark, to accomplish what she had long desired. Under the scorching midday sun of the southern continent, a carriage set forth from the north, just as it had upon its arrival. Yet, at this moment, the reins were no longer held by the gentleman of Naily, but by a dragonkin maiden, radiant as the dawn's first light. The Crimson Dragon Queen was rising. Chapter 61. The Sorceress. The sea breeze danced up the hillside, mingling with the fragrance of lavender to create a lullaby that was profoundly soothing. Fisher seemed to have slumbered in such tranquility for an eternity. And as he groggily opened his eyes, he first sensed his head resting upon something soft. His vision was still unfocused, revealing only a blur, yet as he inhaled, he caught a hint of delicate feminine perfume. Accompanied by cascading black curls, his sight sharpened. He beheld a young woman of exquisite beauty and grace, her skin pale and supple, lips adorned with a touch of the rouge favored by Naily ladies, enhancing her alluring charm. However, what captivated him most were her deep, starry purple eyes, which now seemed to harbor a hint of sorrow as they gazed upon him. It was only then that Fisher realized his clothing had been removed, exposing the crimson-stained bandages beneath. Renee. Fisher rubbed his temples and found himself resting on her soft thighs. The delicate fragrance wafted over, prompting him to somewhat awkwardly raise his head. Renee beside him did not stop his movement. The sorrow in her eyes gradually receded and was replaced by a captivating teasing look, much like the charm of black mamba liquor. "Good morning, Fisher. Why are you here? Didn't you send Hart to tell me that you were going further south to Kadu?" Unbeknownst to them, the surrounding lavender fields were filled with larks with purple feathers. At the edge of the forest in the distance, under the azure sky, larks shaking their heads were everywhere, all staring at the just awakened Fisher. "Hee hee. I don't know why I suddenly appeared here. Could it be because I missed you so much that the Mother Goddess answered my prayer? Thanks to the Mother Goddess. She clasped her hands together in front of her body wrapped in a loose black dress and pretended to perform an informal prayer. However, there was a mischievous smile on her lips. She closed one eye and opened the other as she looked at the speechless Fisher before her. Then, even she knew that such nonsense couldn't deceive Fisher. So, her praying gesture instantly changed to a victory sign, which she placed in front of her eyes, attempting to get away with her beauty. You followed me. Facing Fisher's expressionless face, Renee loudly protested her innocence. I just happened to send Hart to deliver a message. Unexpectedly, I saw you lying on the ground, so I came to find you. Please, I flew across half a continent and an ocean to come here. Instead of thanking me, Lord Fisher is even accusing me. She weakly covered her face with her hands and pretended to sob. Woo, so sad, I must get a kiss from Fisher to cheer up. Fisher ignored her and just turned to look at the south of the continent, as if he saw a departing carriage in the wilderness. Without a doubt, there should be a young red dragon girl sitting on it. Renee spread her fingers covering her face a little. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw that Fisher was ignoring her. Her beautiful face, which looked like Fisher's elder sister, puffed up in an uncharacteristic way for her age. Then, she effortlessly floated up, wrapped her arms around Fisher in front of her, and together with him, her purple, intoxicating eyes like a galaxy looked south. Do you want me to chase the carriage back? My clothes are still on it. I can sense. Fisher reached out and pushed the witch beside him away a bit. He seemed to have a headache. Dealing with Renee. That Renee's personality was definitely the most atrocious one Fisher had ever seen. Not only was she atrocious, but she was also shameless. No matter what you said, she wouldn't change. You could say whatever you wanted, and she wouldn't budge. Forget it. Let her go. I failed. Let's go. I'm going to take a ship back to St. Nayli. Oh. Failed. Being pushed away by Fisher, Renee wasn't annoyed at all. She just put one finger on her red lips and tilted her head in confusion like an innocent child. Or did you deliberately let that child go? No. As Fisher was buttoning up his clothes, he found that all the wounds on his body were emitting a faint purple glow, and the blood had stopped seeping out under the light and was on the way to healing. Renee had treated his wounds. Yes. If Teacher Fisher says so, how can I, his student, refute? Renee patted her head and mumbled in a low voice. It's just a pity that all your belongings are on that carriage. There should be no more property in the house in St. Nayli, as you've used it all to buy supplies and weapons. You just gave them all to that little dragon girl. If only you could be so generous to me someday. I'll marry you. How about it? Thank goodness. Let's forget it. Aren't you going straight back to the Western continent? Oh, I don't have enough magic power. I can't cast the spell to go back to the Western continent anymore. It seems I have to go back with you. What a pity. We'll have to take the ship together for such a long time. As Fisher walked forward, Renee followed him with her hands behind her back. But upon closer inspection, her fair feet were bare and not touching the ground at all. She was floating in the air and following Fisher leisurely. The nature of witches, a kind of subhumans, was very strange. Also, because their numbers were too few, humans knew very little about them. The only thing known was that they were all female, had good magic power and magic talent, and each witch had a unique characteristic. Renee's characteristic was very simple. Her magic power circuit was constantly growing infinitely, although it could be described in one sentence. It was very fantastical in reality. Her magic power circuit was so complex that almost her entire body was filled with it. After replenishing knowledge from the Soul Completion Manual, Fisher found that this made the boundary between her body and soul very blurred. Her physical body had begun to show the nature of a soul, which was why she could float now and sometimes even become intangible to a certain extent, reducing physical contact, depending on her willingness to be touched. Even though her body was full of magic power circuits many times more than that of humans, it was still not enough. All those larks were formed by the magic power circuits that escaped from her body. And they all had simple consciousness. Their names were given by Fisher, and they were all called Heart. Previously, Fisher wanted to study the nature of Heart, since Heart was the escape of Renee's magic power circuit. Was it possible for her to transfer her consciousness to these birds? However, Renee denied this conjecture. She said she couldn't do it, so Fisher had to give up. Usually, these birds always followed Renee. They could engrave and release magic on their own, and were very powerful companions. Now, the number of hearts around them was less than 1/10 of the total. He didn't know where she had called the other hearts. Fisher, I'm so tired. Will you carry me on your back? Renee floated over in a short while. Her seemingly elder sister, like face, always deliberately said such young and cute words. but don't be deceived by her appearance. You could see this guy's true thoughts from her deep purple pupils full of teasing. Don't float around randomly when we go to buy tickets later. If you're discovered and can't board the ship, you can fly back on your own. If you don't answer me, I'll take it as your agreement. Renee completely ignored Fisher's words. She just put her hands on Fisher's shoulders and pretended to be carried by him while floating. In fact, Fisher didn't feel any weight at all. Fisher sighed and was too lazy to care about Renee, who was causing trouble behind him, but it was definitely a correct decision to drive her away in the Western continent at that time. After not seeing each other for so long, he should have at least a bit of longing. However, within just a few minutes, this little bit of longing was dispelled by her teasing that as they walked down the hillside. Many larks behind them also took off into the air and flew in the same direction as them. You're too heavy. Get off by yourself. Liar, that I didn't put any weight on you. Since you didn't put any weight on me, why do you want me to carry you? Just as Fisher finished asking, Renee didn't answer. Instead, she somehow took out a cane inlaid with silver on a mahogany body, with a griffin carved on the top, and placed it in front of Fisher, blocking the rest of his words in his throat. A souvenir, she mischievously sized up Fisher's expression. She liked to see the thrifty Fisher rendered speechless by her expensive gifts. After a moment of silence, Fisher reached out and took the cane. This cane was more exquisitely made and lighter than his previous one, and it must have cost a fortune. Thank you. You're welcome. Renee yawned and then floated up, holding Fisher's shoulders with both hands. They both tacitly didn't mention the matter of her getting off his shoulders. Chapter 62. Magic Proof. Welcome all passengers to board the passenger cruise of Naley Exploration Company. This is the captain's office of the Jack. Type Lauren. We extend our warmest welcome to all passengers on board. This journey will last about 35 days. If you have any questions, please contact the cabin service staff immediately. The destination of this route is St. Naley. Please make sure you have prepared all the necessary verification materials and documents for entering St. Naley. The captain's office of this cruise has the right to make emergency decisions in times of danger. In case of emergencies such as storms, tsunamis, and pirates, please always follow the instructions of the captain's office to avoid accidents. Thank you very much for your cooperation. We will set sail soon. Please enjoy this sea voyage to the fullest. The passengers' cabins were independent of each other. Generally, they consisted of a small living room, a washroom, and other rooms. For example, Fisher and Renee's cabin had 2 rooms. So, since you can go directly back to the Western continent, why are you mooching off my ship ticket? After leaving the perilous South continent, Fisher's tense nerves could finally rest for a short while. This moment, he was sitting with his legs crossed, enjoying the coffee provided by the cabin service by the window. Opposite him sat the beautiful woman in a black dress. Renee, isn't it worth spending 1,500 euros on a ship ticket to have a wonderful time with a beautiful young lady? Renee's black tulle skirt swayed gently as she gazed out the window, unaware that a row of larks had gathered above, preening their feathers. The cleaning crew, visibly distressed, watched the dense congregation of birds, resigned to the necessity of tending to other areas since the avian assembly showed no signs of dispersing. Speaking of which, many young women in Sanaliri have recently taken to wearing socks of this particular style. Would you like to see? Renee playfully tapped her lips with her finger before rising, lifting her long skirt slightly to reveal her black, semi-transparent lace stockings. She appeared innocently eager to share her newfound fashion discovery. If one could overlook the mischievous glint in her eyes, Fisher, without casting a glance her way, spread a sheet of paper before him, dipping his quill into ink, seemingly lost in thought. Hey, Fisher, come over and take a look. Be quiet. Renee floated silently, cradling her face in her hands as she observed the title of the article he was writing. The playful banter began to fade, giving way to a more profound seriousness. In a place unseen by Fisher, her eyes, deep as the night sky, sparkled with surprise. How could this child have learned so much from a mere journey to the southern continent? The title on the paper read, The Theory and Proof of the Source of Magical Souls, Fisher Benavides. Fisher tapped his fingers on the table, extracting a cigarette from his pocket to light. Much had already been written in Caleb's soul theory regarding the nature and origins of souls, yet the anthropological community remained embroiled in debate. Fisher had been pondering how to substantiate his thoughts. After much contemplation, he concluded that nothing could serve as a simpler proof than creating magic capable of touching the soul. However, the typical resonance of magic generally provokes a response from the world, manifesting effects as anomalies within reality. To craft magic that penetrates the soul, 2 pathways present themselves. The first is straightforward, altering the direction of the ring head within the design of the magical emblem to focus on the soul. The ring head constitutes the core of a magical emblem, with different designs dictating the nature of the magic, such as the gravity ring head, crafted by the master of magical theory, Myers, during the early technological revolution, thus categorizing gravity-related magic as a modern development. The second method involves utilizing other forms of magic, such as healing magic, which simultaneously repairs both the magical circuit and the body, inherently affecting the soul. One need only emphasize the aspect that touches the soul. With this clarity, Fisher took out another sheet of paper, using his quill to sketch the ring head of healing magic. This form of magic traces back to ancient times, to the earliest days of the church, when people were but swaddled in cloth. No, that was a flawed line of thought. Suddenly, Fisher realized that since all magical energy originates from the soul, and to engrave an emblem one must invoke the power of the soul. There must be a common rune for invoking the soul embedded within the emblem. Otherwise, even the simplest act of writing would disturb the soul, which seemed implausible. Thus, there was no need to seek out magic that affects the soul. One simply needed to identify the shared element present in all forms of magic. Regardless of the number of rings, their structures remain identical. First, the ring head determines the nature of the magic, defining which aspect resonates with the world. Next, the main ring decides the specific effects of the magic, dictating how the world's resonance is manipulated. Then comes the sub-ring, which determines the magic's intensity and nuances. Well-crafted sub-rings can render magic remarkably agile, distinguishing the adept from the novice. Finally, the ringtail defines the target of the magic in reality. Generally, the ringtail is the most arbitrary since the release of magic can be controlled through human intervention, as demonstrated by Fisher's use of the dance of bees, simply aimed at the adversary for effect. Yet, why is the ringtail indispensable? Academia primarily posits that it ensures the integrity of the magic, but Fisher suddenly felt that the ringtail serves more than merely structural completeness. It also appears as a recurring element at the ends of other components. Fisher had an epiphany, recalling the structure of dragonfolk magic, which featured tooth-like designs that began with 3 or 4 strokes akin to the human ringtail. In a wonder, the dragonfolk's magic would illuminate the emblem from the outset. They placed the structure for invoking the soul at the beginning, while humans tended to position this structure at the end of each section. With newfound insight, Fisher eagerly sketched that element on the paper, then casually inscribed a magical design using a general emblem template, attempting to create a ring head specifically for the soul. However, upon completion, his magical patterns illuminated, yet failed to produce any effect, causing Fisher to furrow his brow. This indicated he had misengraved the ring head, invoking magical energy without stirring the world's resonance. A futile endeavor. Was this incorrect? Fisher's thoughts momentarily stagnated, and after considerable time without resolution, he crumpled the unsatisfactory magical emblem into a ball. Meanwhile, Renee floated nearby, engrossed in reading a newspaper from Naley, her delightful fragrance permeating the room. At that moment, a sudden realization struck Fisher. He hurriedly unfolded the paper, feeling that his designed ring head bore a striking resemblance to something else, featuring arcs akin to parentheses at both the top and bottom, with a simple dot in the center. This object resembled a peculiar eye, albeit with an oddly shaped upper and lower section, reminiscent of lips. Astonished, he etched a complex circular pattern at the position of the ring head, encompassing that, transforming the design into an emblematic structure resembling the massive eye he had encountered on the southern continent. At the instant of engraving, his entire magical circuit flared with light, and the magical emblem on the paper radiated a profound glow. Chapter 63. Her malicious deeds. Just as the emblem was completed, Fisher felt an unexpected lightness envelop his body, his vision consumed by a heavy darkness. Yet he could vaguely discern various substances flowing slowly around him, akin to entering a deep water zone, where all sounds gradually faded away. This sensation was profoundly uncomfortable and peculiar, akin to an infant's first observation of the world, everything appearing alien and disconcerting. That Fisher's breathing quickened involuntarily as he looked down at his form, only to find it had entirely vanished, replaced by a trunk exuding a milky luminescence, resembling branched veins. His magical circuit, in that moment, his magical circuit had temporarily liberated itself from the constraints of the body. Becoming free, yet any further distance from the body caused the light to dissipate rapidly. As if the body exerted a strong gravitational pull, he had entered the realm of the soul. Just as this realization dawned in Fisher's mind, he suddenly sensed a presence watching him, eliciting a chill that coursed through both his body and soul that he instinctively turned his gaze to identify the source of the disturbance, only to find his soul ensnared by an unseen force. The surrounding darkness erupted into vibrant colors, restoring his senses and breath, bringing him back to normal perception. However, he felt a chill run through him, entirely unaccustomed to the previous perspective, or rather, to the entity that seemed to be observing him from afar. Beside him, Renee's concerned violet eyes regarded him, her palm cradling his cold cheek, her touch interrupting Fisher's soul vision. "Are you all right? Your complexion turned pale so suddenly." Taking a deep breath, Fisher sought to alleviate the pressure that the magic had instilled. He indeed sensed something lurking in the soul's perspective, fixated on him. Reflecting on it now, it seemed foolish to have turned to gaze at the entity while in that state. It could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thankfully, Renee had interrupted him. Otherwise, he could not ascertain what might have transpired had he confronted that entity directly in his soul state. "I'm fine. This method of proof is viable." Renee pouted but, seeing him unharmed, resumed her floating. Fisher exhaled with relief. The success of this magic would provide undeniable evidence of the soul's existence to anthropologists, as the general magic emblem he had sketched was designed to ensure beginners correctly aligned the ringhead's direction during engraving, simply demonstrating the resonant effects of a specific type of magic. Now, the pressing question remained: what was that entity that had been watching him in the state of the soul, for reasons unknown? He once again recalled the enormous eye he had encountered on the southern continent. Ugh, the massive cruise ship emitted a thin plume of black smoke from its top, accompanied by an ear-piercing horn. As Fisher felt himself slowly departing the shore, he turned to gaze out the window at the port of Crit, or more accurately, the southern continent behind it. It was time to bid a temporary farewell to this place. So boring, so boring, so boring, Fisher, I'm so bored. Ah, Ren-E, that fellow, who claimed he would accompany me back to the western continent by boat, has already begun to drift aimlessly around the cabin, murmuring about the boredom of it all by the third day. He could have returned directly, yet chose to spend over 30 days on this vessel with me. He should refrain from complaining about his own decision. That's not true. What I envisioned for the 30 days was us two sharing sweet nothings in the cabin, not watching you scribble away at your articles all day. Ren-E was on the verge of being utterly bored. She had already perused the newspapers provided in the cabin 2 or 3 times, and even floating about could not quell her restlessness. Fisher began to worry that she might soon fly out of the cabin to prank the other passengers. Outside, the sea was calm, yet Fisher found himself growing increasingly agitated. Not from boredom like Ren-E, but because of her. "Do you honestly think I would indulge in such frivolities with you? Fisher, look at me." "What for?" Ren-E's teasing tone suddenly turned serious, leading Fisher to believe she was angry, prompting him to turn and find her pulling at her black dress to accentuate her figure, then earnestly asking, "Do I look good?" Fisher turned away, uninterested in engaging with her, returning to his paper. His indifference caused her cheeks to puff in frustration, and she angrily approached him, delivering a light punch to his head. "Enough!" Fisher resignedly caught her feeble fist with his hand, feeling weary after long hours of writing. He put down his quill. "Earlier, when you had Hart bring a message, I didn't inquire closely. Did you not find your previous family in Cardew?" "Huh." Ren-E was taken aback by Fisher's sudden question, and with a furrowed brow she confessed, "I was too young when I left, only possessing a vague impression of where I lived. Even if I passed by that place now, it may have changed beyond recognition. It's only natural I wouldn't be able to find it." Fisher had discovered Ren-E at the border of Schwali and Cardew. Shortly after he had unveiled the remarkable nature of the Half-Demon Handbook. He had never heard of the prophesied child of the sea or god of the sky, and since the Dragonkin were unique to the southern continent, he had to start his search with the witches known to the western continent, the most distinctive trait of the undead, which was, presumably, her so-called immortality, in any conceivable sense of the term. It implied that she could not die or could continuously reincarnate. However, Ren-E did not match any of those criteria. Her abilities were rather lackluster. Her vast magical power did not translate into skillful spellcasting. And the Heartbirds, while useful for messages, served little other purpose, leading Fisher to abandon the notion entirely. Upon learning that Fisher was searching for the undead witch, she deceitfully claimed to have information about her. insisting he take her across the Schwali border before revealing anything to at the time. Schwali and Cardew were diplomatically hostile, rife with tension. Fisher risked taking her across the border, but when a scuffle broke out, she fled in terror, only to return wounded and tearfully claim that the witch had already departed from Cardew. Even a fool could see she was lying, and under Fisher's relentless questioning, she pitifully admitted that her original intention was to have Fisher help her return to Cardew to find the family she had left behind in her childhood. Naturally, they found nothing, and Ren-E clung to Fisher, asserting that she could not perform magic but would assist him in inscribing magical runes once she learned, as a means of repaying his life-saving grace. However, after inscribing magic onto the staff, she grew fatigued and shamelessly suggested meat compensation. Consequently, she was expelled by an irate Fisher at that time. Fisher was still quite young and naive to the world's harsh realities, which allowed Ren-E to deceive him multiple times. Thus, thereafter, Ren-E became imprinted in Fisher's mind as a witch of exceedingly vile character, a paragon of scum among witches, singularly diminishing their reputation in his eyes and solidifying his belief in the reliability of the apocalyptic prophecy. I believe you might find some rewards if you venture southward to the small nations of Cardew. Those places have yet to be swept up by the tides of development, preserving their authentic customs and culture. That makes sense. Wait a moment, you just want to get rid of me, don't you? Ren-E's perceptive nature shone through as her eyes sparkled with intelligence, adopting a smug expression of "I've caught you red-handed." The mention of leaving seemed to invigorate her, and she stood there, arms crossed in defiance, refusing to budge. TCH. Fisher emitted a sound of discontent, just as he reached into his pocket for a cigarette only to discover it was empty. Resigned, he stood up, sidestepping the unmoving Ren-E, and opened the door to step outside. Hey, you're not actually planning to jump overboard, are you? Fisher waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in her antics. Chapter 64. The Iceberg Queen. The corridor outside was adorned with numerous glass windows, allowing one to glimpse the activities on the deck upon entering the room. At that moment, the sun shone brightly, though it seemed the sea breeze was rather strong, resulting in few souls on the deck. While several passengers engaged in conversation along the corridor, for instance, couples cradling children conversing with the service staff, elderly individuals chatting, and ship girls soliciting customers, Fisher scanned the passengers in the corridor without pausing, unsure if there were vendors selling goods, and decided to check the restaurant below. Sir, please wait a moment. At first, when the voice called out from behind, Fisher thought it was not directed at him. But upon hearing the hurried tone and feeling a hand pat his shoulder, he turned to see a middle-aged man with a small mustache and a hat, panting heavily. What is it? Finally caught up to you. If I'm not mistaken, you're looking for a place that sells cigarettes, right? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Leba, a merchant, and I happen to have some for sale. Would you like to take a look? As he spoke, he opened his coat and pulled out several packs of fashionable St. Nayli cigarettes from the inner pocket. Saintly brand, exclusive to the royal family, and also Barnabas brand. This one is new, with a robust flavor, made using some local specialties from the southern continent. It's fresh stock. How did you know I was looking for cigarettes? He smiled while promoting his goods, but upon catching Fisher's wary gaze, he realized his approach was rather abrupt and awkwardly explained, it's just business. How many gentlemen in Nayli enjoy cigarettes? 80%? Or perhaps even 90 or more? They seem far more eager to find cigarettes than you are. Though there are certainly some calm like yourself, but not paying any attention to those around and only moving forward, either searching for a restroom or a cigarette. Leba's observations were indeed accurate. The gentlemen of St. Nayli had such habits, with a fondness for such items pervasive throughout society. Even the king indulged in them daily when in good health, though recently, due to health issues, the royal physician had strictly forbidden it. Fisher was among the few who used them sparingly, only occasionally indulging while working on his writing. But he gestured to the saintly brand cigarettes in his possession and took out his wallet. How much? 75 euros, which is 10 euros more than retail in St. Nayli, accounting for transportation costs. Leba rubbed his hands together, accepted the payment, and placed the pack of saintly cigarettes in a Fisher's palm, adding a box of matches as a complimentary gift. Thank you. No, I ought to thank you for your business. The wind outside has calmed a bit. Would you care to join me outside for some fresh air? It's stifling in the cabin. I can feel it. Leba glanced at the sunny sky outside, smiling as he invited Fisher to step out and breathe. As the corridor was thick with smoke and the sounds of merchants and customers bickering over prices, Fisher nodded in agreement, primarily wishing to avoid returning to the cabin and encountering Rennie again. It was a perfect opportunity to clear his head. His article was nearly complete, and he intended to refine it further tonight to avoid any oversights. Scholars from St. Nailey were notorious for their meticulousness. Any ambiguous or unclear statement could be scrutinized and dissected in their papers, leading to a frustrating cycle of explanations and counterarguments. Are you conducting business in the southern continent? Once they stepped outside, the two began to engage in casual conversation, Fisher glancing at Leba's heavily wrapped coat as he inquired. Indeed, I deal in cigarettes and fine wines. The people of the southern continent lack nothing, yet they crave this particular indulgence from St. Nailey. At times, I must scour the wilderness to find even a single cigarette or drop of wine, which can be quite maddening. My role is to transport these fine goods from St. Nailey and engage in some wholesale. Leba then smiled at Fisher, and occasionally retail, with so many lords in the southern continent. How do you sell your goods? Surely you don't visit each store individually to sell them. How could that be possible? It would be far too laborious, and I certainly wouldn't dare to roam about in the wilderness of the southern continent. I've heard that it's teeming with man-eating goblins. In short, it is filled with various subhumans that resemble monsters. My sole responsibility is to transport goods from Nailey. How they are sold is the concern of the intermediaries here. Earning a bit less is a minor issue. But the safety is unparalleled, and I need not deal with the taxes of various cities. Let me tell you, sir, the southern continent is perilous. Just a few days ago, at Crit Port, as I stepped outside the enclosure after unloading, I encountered a red dragon man, slightly taller than me, who spoke to me in Nailey about a gentleman injured on a distant hillside. My goodness, Nailey. That dragon man spoke Nailey. He animatedly gestured with his hands to indicate a height even greater than his own, and then exclaimed with considerable excitement, "By the Mother Goddess's grace." When I arrived with the port guards to that hillside, there was nothing there. I was drenched in cold sweat. It must have been a trap set by that dragon man. I've heard that the lords of Schwali are currently at war with the subhumans. They must be seeking revenge against humanity. Foolish subhumans. Why not go after that bunch of homosexuals in Schwali? Fisher's expression momentarily faltered, as if he had come to a realization, nodding slightly to that moment. Raphael must have informed the humans of Critport to attend to the injured self, only to be discovered and taken away by Renee midway. Renee would hide herself, and others would be oblivious. The sea breeze blew briskly. The air outside was indeed far fresher than that indoors. Standing here, stretching lazily and gazing at the tranquil sea surface, he felt as if all the fatigue in his body had been washed away, as a merchant frequently traversing the sea between two continents. Leba possessed extensive knowledge and often regaled Fisher with tales of the extraordinary or legendary, including colossal sea monsters lurking beneath the waves and cursed treasures of gold scattered across islands in the ocean. However, most of these were mere legends, more likely concocted tales designed to captivate. So, are you a scholar? I had suspected as much. Only the most intelligent among the saints of Nailey possess such an aura. What do you study? Subhuman species. Subhuman species. My goodness, there are studies on such things. In truth, he also researched magic and social sciences, but Fisher saw no need to divulge everything. So, are there subhumans in the sea as well? Leba, puffing on his cigarette, lowered his gaze to the vast, azure ocean, suddenly curious. Uncertain. We have yet to find any subhuman species from the ocean. They either do not exist, or they are hiding too deeply for humanity to discover. Yet, in reality, Fisher speculated that they did exist. After all, the completion manual had clearly stated that there was a subhuman species called mysterious children of the sea that had once brought destruction to human civilization. That is indeed a possibility. However, the most fearsome entities at sea are not those elusive subhumans or sea monsters, but rather the pirates that have left several governments in disarray. Just imagine a band of desperados sailing an elusive ship, a skull emblazoned on their flag, armed with several cannons stolen from Schwali, plundering across the ocean. It's utterly terrifying. If there were a ship, large in size, its hull a deep green, with a solid blue flag displaying an inverted hammer, and the front adorned with something resembling a giant spear, alongside an array of cannons, would that be a pirate ship? Upon hearing Fisher's inquiry, Leba paused, momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise, "You're familiar with the legend of the four great pirates? What you described must be the Iceberg Queen, hailing from the northern realm. The giant spear at the front is used for breaking ice in the cold seas of the north, manned entirely by those robust women from the north. However, I've heard they only plunder Schwali. How could they? While Leba spoke excitedly, his peripheral vision suddenly aligned with Fisher's, both gazing toward the distant sea. There, on the calm surface, a colossal ship, akin to a sea beast, emerged as if rising from the waves, steadily making its way toward them. The deep blue flag fluttering in the wind matched Fisher's description perfectly, while the massive cannons on either side of the ship gleamed ominously, casting a chilling aura as the vessel surged forward at full speed towards Fisher and the other's cruise ship. The Iceberg Queen. Leba's lips trembled, seemingly lacking even the strength to hold onto his cigarette. The half-smoked cigarette slipped from his lips and fell overboard, sinking into the icy depths, serving as a grim reminder that they had caught the attention of a colossal pirate ship. Chapter 65 Alagina. The sight of the looming behemoth on the distant sea did not only cause panic among the passengers aboard. The captain on the bridge, peering through his telescope, was the most frantic of all. As the captain of a passenger cruise, he bore the responsibility to the Navy Development Company above and to the safety of the hundreds of passengers below. Any damage to the vessel or passengers could lead to dire consequences for him. Yet, the four great pirates were the most unreasonable entities in the oceans. Governments had little recourse against them, let alone this cruise ship that bore no significant weaponry. It's the Iceberg Queen. Those crazy women are supposed to be prowling the northern seas of Schwali. How could they suddenly appear in the Southern Ocean? The first mate, lacking binoculars, squinted his eyes with hands cupped before his face, trying to discern the approaching giant ship. Captain, they're signaling with flags. They want aboard. What should we do, Captain? The captain opened his mouth and then set down the telescope, gritting his teeth as he replied, have the engine room reduce the throttle. We'll allow them to board. But what if they come aboard to rob us? What else can we do? Either we deny them entry and risk having our cruise ship blasted apart by their cannons, sending us all into the sea to feed the fish, or we gamble that they aren't here to rob us. I've heard they only target Schwali's ships. Even if we're unfortunate enough to be robbed, at least we might retain our lives to return to St. Nayli. Hurry and relay the order. Don T. Dawdle. Yes. The first mate, upon receiving the command, hurriedly dashed off the bridge to inform the engine room below. Before long, the entire ship's speed began to decrease, and the distant deep green vessel gradually matched their pace. Iron chains wrapping around the railings of the Loren's deck, tethering the two ships together. Attention all passengers. The cruise is now entering an emergency situation. All passengers must return to their cabins immediately. Do not wander. Follow the captain's orders and return to your rooms at once. With the captain's announcement echoing throughout the ship, all passengers on the deck and in the corridors hurried back to their cabins. And the once lively yacht fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the rumbling sounds generated by the friction of the massive ship drawing near. Captain, they've boarded. They saw a multitude of tall, muscular women with long hair leaping onto the deck of the Loren, producing a cacophony of thuds as they landed. Once aboard, they did not move chaotically but instead lined up neatly on the deck. Among them, a plump woman dressed as a first mate surveyed the scene and then shouted towards the ship, Captain, all clear. Following her declaration, a woman on the edge of the Iceberg Queen's deck leapt down silently onto the deck. She stood tall, approximately 1.9 meters. Her jet black captain's hat concealing a mane of hair as white as snow, distinctly different from the other women pirates, whose physiques varied. Her figure was well proportioned, clad in a sleek black leather coat. Her features strikingly elegant, resembling a noble gentleman more than a traditional female. Yet, her gaze was icy, her expression devoid of emotion, evoking a sense of the most distant and frigid northern realm that in fact. These pirates indeed hailed from the north, a land close to the western continent. Before the age of great geographical discoveries, the north was long considered part of the western continent, and its nations frequently interacted with it. Particularly Schwali, as it was the closest nation to the north. Among the countries of the north, the kingdom of Sardinia was renowned for its might. This nation was quite peculiar, as all women there were taller and stronger than their male counterparts, leading to a culture that revered females. Naturally, women there also bore considerable obligations. Notably, the men were known for their delicate elegance, frail bodies, and fair skin, adhering to conservative values and emphasizing chastity. For some unknown reason, this trait found its way into the aristocracy of Schwali, igniting a fervent desire among them. Where there is demand, there is supply. It was unexpected that Schwali's slave-capturing teams dared to venture into the Kingdom of Sardinia to capture local men, inciting nationwide outrage among all the women of the kingdom. Their cultural disposition dictates that women must protect men. The humiliation of a nation's males is a disgrace to the entire ethnicity. Consequently, in every conceivable arena, be it political, military, or academic, the collective has risen in opposition to Shivali, rendering the officials of Shivali speechless and unable to justify their actions, particularly since they are well aware of who harbors such demands. The crew of the Iceberg Queen hails entirely from the matriarchal nation of Sardinia. Even though they themselves are being pursued by the Sardinian authorities, they exclusively target Shivali vessels, exemplifying a remarkable detachment. You pursue your targets, and I shall plunder mine with no interference. At the helm of this formidable maritime vessel is Captain Alagina, known as the Iceberg Queen, for whom a bounty of 7.5 million Nerio has been placed, aligning her with 3 other infamous pirates under the moniker of the Great Pirates. As the strikingly beautiful and cold-eyed Alagina scanned the area, a bead of cold sweat involuntarily trickled down the foreheads of the captain and first mate of the Lauren, as if they were under immense pressure. After a brief pause, the captain hesitantly spoke. We are unaware of what brings Captain Alagina to halt our vessel. We are merely a passenger cruise operated by the Nerio Exploration Company, transporting passengers between the southern and western continents, and possess no valuable cargo on board. No, we intend to rob you. Alagina's expression remained unchanged as she spoke in a somewhat awkward Nerio, while the portly female first mate cast a glance at the exceedingly young male crew member behind her, inadvertently revealing a hint of amusement. However, duty called, and she spoke on behalf of the captain. Our ship has been robbed, and we are in pursuit of the thief. Rob. The captain and first mate exchanged glances, then surveyed the seemingly endless ocean surrounding them, momentarily at a loss for words. This is not the streets of St. Nerio. Do you really think a thief could be apprehended at the corner? We are in the South Ocean, the second largest in the world. There isn't a soul around. Why come to us instead of searching your own ship for the thief? Could you be more specific? Nonetheless, aware that the weapon was in their hands, the captain maintained a tone of civility and politeness. The pirate first mate shot a flirtatious glance at the crew member behind, her plump, greasy visage causing him to pale and retreat into the captain's quarters. She chuckled, seemingly unperturbed, and continued. That individual jumped overboard and swam towards you. We have been in pursuit for some time and only spotted your ship in this direction. The stolen items are of considerable value. Hence we wish to search your passengers for our treasures. If none are found, we shall depart immediately. Wait, are you saying that your ship is pursuing a live thief at full speed and has yet to catch up? The first mate of the Lauren struggled to contain his laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes, his smile almost breaking through, forcing him to pull his facial muscles down into a grimace that resembled a cry more than a laugh. If he were to laugh, he was certain his head would explode. However, the moment that statement hung in the air, an awkward silence enveloped the scene, until the first mate, sensing the unfriendly demeanor of the pirates, attempted to clarify. Perhaps it was a magical artifact or a mechanical device. I've heard that the Royal Research Institute of St. Nerio has many such innovations. The captain coughed, turning his gaze towards the densely packed armed pirates behind Alagina. The rough women surveying the ship's layout, their firearms and weapons capable of wreaking havoc upon the heads of the tourists. He nodded and addressed the frigid Alagina. I will instruct my crew to comply with your search, but you must ensure that neither the passengers nor the vessel suffer any harm. Alagina nodded, her icy demeanor unyielding, merely stating, search, regardless of whether we find anything or not, we will depart. It seemed she had lost something of great significance. Chapter 66. The Flower has an owner. Upon sighting the massive pirate ship, Fisher and the merchant Leba hurriedly made their way down the corridor towards their rooms, the captain's voice echoing through the ship's intercom, warning all passengers to return to their quarters. What do we do? What do we do? Just when I finally earned some money, I encounter pirates. Aren't those madwomen supposed to be in the Northern Sea? Why are they suddenly here? Leba lamented, his face a portrait of despair, even lamenting his misfortune as he began scanning for places to hide his cigarettes and money from the marauding pirates. After toiling for so long to earn a small fortune, he had no desire to return to the western continent empty-handed. Fisher, however, remained composed as he observed the approaching pirate ship, although he was unaware of the notorious reputation of the major pirates. He had just heard Leba recount the exploits of the crew of the Iceberg Queen, and given that they exclusively targeted Chevalier vessels, Fisher felt the likelihood of them attacking the ship was slim. Due to the regular underhanded dealings between nations, Alagina's choice to only raid Chevalier cargo ships in the Northern Sea was surely motivated by some underlying reason. Fisher did not believe a mere pirate could contend with Chevalier's military using only a few stolen cannons. Excluding a handful of minor nations, there were 3 countries neighboring the Northern Sea. First, there was the matriarchal nation of Sardinia, which was actively pursuing Alagina, making it improbable for them to provide her with supplies. Next was Chevalier, which had been driven to fury by her actions, necessitating monthly naval patrols to deter pirates. Thus it was unlikely they would allow merchants to secretly supply her. And the final neighboring nation? Yes, it was Nerio. Therefore, upon hearing about the Iceberg Queen, Fisher, who possessed considerable knowledge of Nerio's political landscape, immediately conjectured that there must be individuals within Nerio supporting this pirate ship. Regardless of the nature of that support, he surmised that the provision of supplies was the most probable scenario. As selling weapons to pirates was implausible, supplying provisions could easily be attributed to the actions of private merchants. Something they could not control. Watching the pirates plunder Chevalier's shipping in the Northern Sea, one might wonder why they would not benefit from it. I shall take my leave now. Do take care. Oh, you too. May the Mother Goddess watch over you. After bidding farewell to Leba at his door, Fisher walked a short distance to his own door, only to find that Renee was not in the room. Instead, she stood by the window in the corridor, cupping her face in her hands, gazing at the pirate ship that was drawing ever closer. You're back. A ship is approaching. Is it pirates? Fisher nodded, pulling Renee back into their room. Calm down. Pirates are driven by profit. If they discover you are a witch, they might capture you and sell you to the Witch Research Society, making a fortune. The Witch Research Society, a religious organization founded in Cardew, is regarded as a cult in both Chevalier and Nerio, believing that witches harbor secrets close to the Mother Goddess and frantically seeking to capture them for research. Renee allowed him to guide her into the room, her other hand playfully tapping her lips. Will you protect me? Fisher replied without turning his head. I'll split the money with you. Consider it compensation for your previous losses. Drop dead. The door slammed shut, and the deck outside echoed with the sound of chains being thrown down by the pirate ship, ensnaring the railing TOB on the safe side. Fisher stashed his unfinished paper in a concealed location to prevent his hard work from being in vain. He wondered how the captain of this cruise liner and the pirates aboard the Iceberg Queen were faring in their negotiations. As the cabin door swung open, the pirates began to file in, causing many passengers to panic. Ladies and gentlemen, Captain Alagina is merely here to search for a thief. Please do not resist. They will not harm you. Once again, I emphasize, they will not jeopardize the safety of the passengers. The captain's repeated warnings echoed throughout the ship. Fisher sat calmly in a chair, legs crossed, reading a newspaper, while distant sounds of conversations and doors opening could be heard, signaling that it would not be long before they arrived at his cabin. Renee appeared unconcerned, idly drawing circles on the table with her finger, dipping it in coffee. The larks outside fluttered about, some alighting and others taking flight, curiously observing the interior of the cruise liner. Bang! Before long, the door was roughly shoved open, revealing the rather portly and unfriendly-looking pirate first mate. She scanned the room, taking note of Renee and Fisher, then beckoned the other pirates forward while addressing Fisher and his companion. You too. Please stand up. We will search this area for our belongings. Fisher and Renee reluctantly stood, and it was only then that Fisher caught sight of Alagina standing at the door, her captain's hat removed to reveal her long, silvery hair. Unlike the other pirates, whose faces were grimy and greasy, hers appeared clean, suggesting she often attended to her appearance, making her resemble a noblewoman more than a pirate. Fisher appraised her briefly before following the other pirates as they moved deeper into the room, where they insisted on a search, separating men and women remaining inside while men were ushered outside. With only a box of cigarettes and 2 manuals in his possession, Fisher was not concerned about the manuals being discovered, and thus allowed them to search freely. As he exited the room, a nearby female pirate seemed inclined to approach and conduct a search. However, Alagina raised her hand to interrupt the other's actions. The tall figure, surpassing Fisher in height, approached him personally and extended her hand. Pardon me, I must conduct a search. Her fair hands reached out, first probing the pockets of Fisher's shirt, upon encountering the shape of his cigarette case. She paused momentarily before swiftly moving on. Fisher's trousers lacked pockets, so she did not bother to explore further. After a cursory inspection, Alagina's hand lingered at Fisher's lower abdomen. Refusing to withdraw, she silently closed her eyes. Her breathing gradually becoming more rapid. Fisher began to sense something was amiss, his expression transforming into one of vacant bewilderment. He had forgotten that these women hailed from the kingdom of Sardinia. Just as he was about to make a move, he heard the woman behind him take a breath, snapping out of her previous state, and address Fisher. That frail and diminutive woman, is she your wife? She cast a glance at Renee and sighed, seemingly disdainful of such a woman. Yet her expression was inscrutable, revealing little of her emotional undertone, merely expressing her puzzlement towards Fisher. Having lived for 28 years, Fisher was experiencing harassment from a woman for the first time, leaving him momentarily speechless. Due to geographical constraints, the Kingdom of Sardinia had limited interaction with Nayli, and previously, while at the Royal Academy, Fisher had received letters from their school that appeared quite ordinary. He never anticipated that his first encounter with a Sardinian woman would unfold in such a manner. Yes, in an effort to extricate himself from the peculiar woman's advances, Fisher reluctantly lied to Alagina, which, as expected, caused a crack in her previously placid demeanor upon hearing that Fisher was married. She stepped back a short distance, no longer encroaching upon his personal space. Sardinian men were notably conservative, and their women were not much different. They were warriors of pure love, staunchly believing in the unmatched power of fidelity and love, and would certainly not engage in any form of betrayal. Although this man was quite handsome, unlike the frail men of her homeland, and his impassive expression aligned with her taste, stirring some feelings within her, it was unfortunate that he was already taken. The pirate behind had completed her search and shook her head at the plump first mate, indicating nothing was found. Observing that his captain had nonchalantly stepped away, the first mate cleared his throat and said, "Then let us proceed to search the next room. My apologies for the disturbance." Alagina cast one last glance at Fisher, suddenly pointing at his chest. Before he could react, she had placed the captain's hat upon her own head and walked towards the next room. Watching her retreating figure, Fisher reached into his own pocket only to discover an unfamiliar object. Upon extracting it, he found it to be a softly glowing pearl. This was a gift from Alagina, symbolizing her fondness for Fisher. Chapter 67. Provocation on the deck. Having searched in vain, Alagina leaned against the railing, gazing silently at the endless sea. She had found nothing aboard this ship. The lost item was the last relic left by her father. A necklace intended as a token for her future husband, adorned with a deep blue ice crystal, exquisitely crafted. Although the recent discovery of many ice crystal mines in the Kingdom of Sardinia had significantly lowered their market value, this necklace, handmade by her father, held immense sentimental value for her. Could it be that the thief had plunged into the ocean? She stared into the azure depths ahead, as if hoping to uncover something beneath the surface. Yet her prolonged silence cast a heavy pall over those around her, particularly the captain and first mate of the Lauren, who feared this silent, cold woman might suddenly erupt and command the massacre of everyone aboard. "Captain, shall we continue searching in this direction?" The plump first mate, knowing how precious that necklace was to her, recalled that she seldom wore it, opting instead to hang it above her bed in her quarters. Who could have stealthily boarded her ship, especially at sea? Alagina paused for a moment before shaking her head. "No need. Change course, that we have a mission to fulfill." "Understood," the first mate acknowledged, signaling to the nearby pirates. "Let us board." "Aye." As the crew climbed aboard the towering iceberg Queen, the captain and first mate sighed in relief. Alagina cast one last glance at the crew's ship, seemingly recalling the man she had just encountered. Alas, he was already married. Shaking her head to dismiss the thought, she grasped the last iron chain and was pulled back to her own vessel. The engines of the ship roared to life, and the deep green iceberg Queen slowly distanced itself from the Lauren. Heading in another direction to the bow, clad in black leather and holding a nautical chart, Alagina pointed towards a direction, directing the ship's advance. Anyone familiar with geography would notice that the iceberg Queen was now heading in a direction opposite to that of the Lauren, with its destination set for the distant southern continent. The plump first mate rubbed his hands together and approached Alagina, casting a puzzled glance at his captain. "Captain, what exactly is our task? Surely you can share the details now." Traveling such a long distance from the North Sea to the South Sea for so much gold. Alagina remained silent for a moment before calmly replying. A client simply wishes to know the cause of death of a lord named Firin in the southern continent. Once we ascertain the situation there, we can return. Is that all? I expected we might engage in naval combat with the local lord, that we merely need to observe the situation to receive such a substantial amount of gold. Has the clientele taken a liking to philanthropy? Alagina did not respond, instead unfurling a small leather scroll revealing a map of the southern continent, with a red circle drawn around the location of Firin City in the northern part of the continent. The band of ruthless pirates seemed merely a fleeting interlude. As the massive iceberg queen vanished from the captain of the Loren's view, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and instructed the engine room to proceed. Meanwhile, in Fisher's cabin, Renee clutched her chest, her gaze filled with sorrow. Her violet eyes were fixed upon the pearl resting on the table, as if it were evidence of betrayal. She mournfully wiped away non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my husband has accepted a gift from another woman." Clearly, she had overheard the earlier conversation between Fisher and Alagina. Upon his return, she seized the pearl, peppering him with questions, her demeanor akin to that of a wronged wife. Yet, less than 3 seconds later, her sense of grievance gave way to uncontrollable laughter. "Ha! Fisher, you were actually teased by a woman." Fisher's face darkened, and Renee's laughter echoed through the room like the cackle of a demon from hell, prompting him to grasp her ankle amidst her startled cries, yanking her down from the air, where she landed softly on the nearby couch. Without allowing her a moment to breathe, Fisher swiftly leaned over her, gripping her left forearm with his right hand while his left held her shoulder. The precariousness of their positions rendered the air thick with her intoxicating fragrance. His gaze darkened considerably as he met her mischievous smirk. Renee's left hand gently brushed his cheek, sending an electrifying thrill across his skin. She relished teasing Fisher, as if it brought her endless joy. When he finally became incensed and attempted to restrain her, she remained unperturbed. Instead, she leaned closer, her hand tugging at his shirt, her face mere inches from his, exhaling a sweet scent. "Oh dear, what is this naughty boy planning to do to me? Let me take a wild guess." Fisher bit a strand of her flowing black hair. Though he held a poor opinion of Renee, he could not deny that she was a temptress, as alluring as the finest wine, impossible to resist. "You want to kiss me, don't you?" Her finger traced along his Adam's apple, gently caressing it as if innocently guessing, utterly oblivious to the impending storm brewing within him. "Renee, cease this. But you don't want to let me go at all." She showed no intention of heeding Fisher's advice. Her fingers traced down his shirt. That instant movement was like lighting a fire in Fisher. When he lowered his head to claim her, he suddenly found nothing in his embrace. The delicate woman in his arms instantly dissipated like the stars in the sky. When she coalesced again, she was sitting on the nearby table, holding the paper Fisher had just written. A blush tinged Renee's cheeks, making Fisher yearn to taste the lipstick on her lips. She waved the manuscript in her hand and pointed to the lipstick on her lips at Fisher. "The paper or me?" Fisher silently reached out his hand. Meeting her expectant gaze, it seemed as if he was going to grasp Renee's skin the next second. However, just before touching her, he snatched the manuscript from her hand. "The paper," Fisher replied calmly. Hearing this, Renee, who was sitting on the table beside him, was slightly stunned. Then she puffed up her cheeks angrily, floated back to her room, looking as if she didn't want to talk to Fisher. Fisher exhaled a puff of hot air, tidied his somewhat disheveled shirt, and sat back on the edge of the bed. His choice was correct. Given Renee's extremely bad-tempered nature, even if he chose her, she would never allow Fisher to do anything. She just enjoyed teasing Fisher, wanting to see him yearn for her, but not get her, and then become even more eager for her. Fisher had long seen through this girl's thoughts and would not follow her wishes. However, he had to admit that he had indeed been out of control due to Renee's allure just now, at least for that moment. Fisher really wanted to devour Renee. That girl actually likes black? For some unknown reason, Fisher suddenly thought so. Then he patted his head speechlessly and drove this inappropriate thought out of his mind. Sure enough, traveling with Renee was sheer torture, comparable to a kind of cruel punishment. After returning to St. Neri, he'd find an excuse to send her away. The setting sun was reflected on the sea outside the window. The heart birds on the railing flapped their beautiful wings, chirping noisily at Fisher, who was drinking coffee inside the window. They seemed to empathize with Renee. However, just like their mistress, Fisher ignored them expressionlessly. He glanced at the pearl on the table, picked it up, and stroked it. He found that the pearl was quite large, a rare one among pearls. Thanks to the female captain's generosity, she was able to give such an expensive gift just at their first meeting. Fisher hesitated for a moment and didn't put it away, he just left it on the table in the guest room for the time being. Chapter 68. The Crab Girl. The night was deep. On the Lauren cruise ship, most people had fallen into a deep slumber except for a few crew members still on duty. The ocean, coated with darkness, was so calm. The sea breeze howled under the night sky, and a shadow fell from either the sea or the sky. The shadow landed silently on the deck, moved its body quickly against the strong sea breeze on the deck, and slipped into the passenger cabins of the cruise ship. The lights in the corridor of the cabins were already out, except for a few rooms with lights on or faint conversations coming from them. The rest of the people were sleeping soundly. The shadow walked silently through the corridor. Under the illumination of the emergency lights, it left a huge crab-like shadow on the wall behind. The figure curiously surveyed the closed doors of the guest rooms around, as if it wanted to see the layout and situation inside the rooms. However, there was a thick curtain hanging inside each room, and only the light situation inside could be faintly seen. The cruise ship tilted slightly due to the wind and waves, but the figure stood there firmly like a mountain and stopped in front of a certain room. The figure's body trembled, seemingly trying to breathe hard, as if it had smelled something delicious. It was the smell of the pearl. The shadow leaned against the door of the dark room that it tried several times to see the precious pearl inside through the thick curtain, but couldn't succeed because it didn't have the superpower of clairvoyance. The next second, the doorknob was turned, and the dim light of the emergency lamp outside shone in. The shadow slipped in silently through the crack of the door. First, it smelled the sweet fragrance like a flower filling the room. The shadow covered its nose uncomfortably, afraid that it would sneeze the next moment and wake up the sleeping tenant inside. Soon, the shadow saw the pearl on the table, shining like the moon. It was a treasure, a shiny treasure. It must be very valuable. The shadow quietly reached out its hand and grabbed the small pearl in its palm. The cold pearl made her love it so much that she wanted to hold it up under the moonlight to check its quality. However, when she held up the pearl, what she saw in front of her was not the bright moonlight but a Fisher with a blank face like a shadow. It's a sea ghost. The figure let out a scream composed of a strange language that Fisher couldn't understand at all. The petite body instantly went limp and fell to the ground. The pearl in her hand rolled out on the floor and hit the wall. The moment the pearl touched the wall, the small figure rushed backward. The speed of her escape was so fast that it exceeded Fisher's imagination. In the blink of an eye, she was almost at the door. But Fisher didn't chase after her because the next moment, a hazy purple figure appeared at the door somehow and easily subdued that figure. Let me go. Fisher, look, it's a subhuman. Don't let her escape. The light came on. Only then did Fisher, wearing a white shirt at this moment, see Renee in a lace pajamas holding a petite human-like girl. This human-like creature was about the size of a 7 or 8-year-old human child. However, instead of a human-like back, she had a complete crab-like carapace on her back. The clothes the child wore were very peculiar, as if they were woven from the leaves of some aquatic plants. They didn't feel like they were made of silk threads at all, but they were extremely exquisite and beautiful, making the child look like a lovely doll. At this moment, she was struggling constantly in Renee's hands. Due to her petite size and her limbs hanging in the air, her struggles were just in vain. Fisher also noticed at this time that her left hand was clamping a leather bag, which was bulging with many things. Yes, you heard it right. It was clamping a leather bag. The subhuman in front of him had a complete crab claw on her left hand, while her right hand was like a human's, with round little hands and web-like structures between her fingers. This made Fisher, who had studied subhumans for a long time, think that the appearance of this subhuman in front of him was very strange. Renee turned the child over with a smile, showing the pink-haired child in her arms, who was struggling fiercely with an angry look. Her face was a bit chubby, and her body was wet, but her skin didn't peel at all, seemingly because her skin structure was very different from that of humans. After seeing the expressionless Fisher, she puffed up her cheeks in a panic. The next moment, countless bubbles came out of her mouth, as if she was threatening Fisher not to get close. Look, she's spitting bubbles. Be careful. Those bubbles might be poisonous. However, this action, which had no threat at all, made Renee laugh. She curiously poked the face of the subhuman in her arms, making her spit out more bubbles in a hurry. Renee didn't touch the bubbles she spat out, and just kept poking her face. Renee always felt that her cheeks were more elastic than human skin and were very soft and pleasant to pinch. This subhuman walked without making any sound at all. She didn't even make a single noise when opening the door if Fisher hadn't been naturally vigilant and set up a warning spell at the door of the room. They really wouldn't have noticed this subhuman coming in. Let me go, let me go. The child was babbling something that Fisher had never heard anyone say before, but soon, she seemed to realize something. Holding the bag clamped by her left crab claw, she shouted at Fisher frantically. Is she going to use something in the bag? Facing Renee's doubt, Fisher was silent for a moment. He turned around and first closed the door behind him. Then activated the protective spell. The protective spell could protect from both the inside and the outside, and no matter what, this creature couldn't escape. All right, put her down and see what she wants to do. After confirming that the child in front of them didn't carry any weapons or items except for the leather bag on her back, Fisher asked Renee to put this creature down first. The crab, like subhuman, quickly landed on the ground and hurriedly rummaged through the leather bag on her back, revealing many shiny items inside. There were human items, such as brooches, necklaces, and rings, as well as some handicrafts that Fisher had never seen before. Those things were exquisitely made, no less beautiful than human creations. However, their shapes were so strange that humans couldn't appreciate them at all. The child in front of him groped for a long time and finally took out a small conch from the bag. The conch was quite heavy and needed the crab girl to hold it with both hands. That on closer inspection, it was filled with a kind of blue viscous liquid, which was sealed by some invisible force and didn't pour out. Suddenly, she thrust the conch against her mouth and took a long suck. The icy liquid gradually slid down her throat, just as Fisher, on high alert, thought she was about to attack or flee and was ready to smash her head with his walking stick. The liquid slowly spread through her veins and reached her brain. Even her eyes began to emit a faint glow. When she spoke again, her strange language seemed to be transformed by some mysterious power into Nayli. A language that Fisher and Renee could understand. It was similar to what had happened when they encountered the brain demon seeds in the southern continent, except that this time the speaker had to consume a strange liquid first. Bold humans, I am Lingnai, the Ocean Emperor, a member of the royal family of the sea, with endless lifespan and a massive companion sea beast at my command. I can simply wave my hand and have my companion sea beast devour whatever you're on. Be sensible and release me at once, and hand over that pearl as well. She planted her hands on her hips, and her child-like, clear voice reached Fisher and Renee's ears, standing upright. She seemed to possess an air of superiority, oblivious to the limitations of her petite frame. It was Fisher's first encounter with an oceanic sub-species, and he was immediately captivated by the several strange terms that tumbled out of her mouth. Lost in thought, he scrutinized the petite pink-haired girl before him. She was less than 1.4 meters tall, and her fair feet were encased in a transparent cover, standing on the ground. She left no footprints or water stains. Fisher had no idea what the cover was made of. Seeing that her words had seemingly intimidated them, the girl who called herself Lingnai grinned wickedly and waved her hand magnanimously. Considering that this is your first time beholding my splendor, I'll reluctantly overlook your rudeness. Next time, be more careful to keep your distance from the nobility of the sea. Well, I'm leaving. As she spoke, she walked towards the pearl. However, a mahogany walking stick suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her path and causing her body to stiffen slightly. Behind her, Fisher, with a devilish and expressionless face, spoke calmly. Do you think we'd be deceived by such a flimsy lie? Yes. This human right here has a soft spot for cute sub-species girls like you. He'll definitely gobble you up, Renee whispered in her ear while pinching the increasingly pale face of the crab girl, enjoying the drama. The crab girl watched as Fisher's walking stick inched closer. For some reason, she trembled all over. She tried to push away Renee, who was constantly pinching her face, but to no avail. She opened her mouth again, seemingly at a loss for words. Her big, moist eyes glanced at Fisher, and then she feebly blew bubbles at him. Ignoring her, Fisher reached out and snatched the leather bag she was holding. Amidst her panicked cries, he held the bag high and opened it. The interior was larger than he had expected. Inside were various handicrafts, as well as shimmering pearls, shells, sea urchins, and even several lively fish. Give it back, it's mine. Didn't you steal all these things? How can they be yours? Fisher paid no heed to Lingnai, who was jumping up and down trying to reclaim her bag. He suddenly suspected that Lingnai, this oceanic sub-species, might have been responsible for the theft on Alagina's ship, given her ability to sneak in silently and escape quickly. It wouldn't be easy for an ordinary person to catch her. Besides, who would have thought that a thief would sneak onto a ship in the middle of the vast sea, upon hearing the word steal from Fisher. Ling Nai's face flushed with embarrassment and shyness. She pouted her small mouth and stammered. You're in cahoots with that female human. She left the things on the wall. Taking them isn't stealing. Even she herself couldn't be convinced by such fallacious reasoning. Fisher sat down on the nearby sofa, still holding her bag. Fact, he didn't care about the pearl. He had simply developed a strong interest in this oceanic species he had never encountered before. The intense thirst for knowledge welled up within him, and his fingers drummed restlessly on the table as he seemed to be deep in thought. Only Renee, who knew Fisher well, was aware that he was up to no good again. He was probably scheming how to trick this subspecies girl into his hands for a thorough study. Do you want this bag? Ling Nai nodded. After a moment of hesitation, she said, I don't want the pearl anymore. I'll return the human's things to you. Just give me my bag. No, you can have the pearl, and I'll return the bag. But in exchange, I want to know some basic information about you that I hope we can be honest with each other. Ling Nai wasn't sure if it was a threat or a deal. She glanced at the shining pearl and then at the bag in his hand. The pearl was truly beautiful. The touch of greed and a measure of compromise led her straight into Fisher's trap. Chapter 69. The God of 100 Aspects. Name? Ling Nai. How old are you? Fisher held a scroll of paper and looked at Ling Nai sitting on the sofa. Renee beside him was having fun peeling candies for her. At first, Ling Nai suspected that these humans were trying to poison her, but after having one, she couldn't stop. That it seemed that such treats were rare in her habitat. She paused mid-chew and then averted her eyes. 8 years old. This was a far cry from her earlier claim of having an endless lifespan. She probably knew that her improvised lie wouldn't deceive Fisher. Fisher had examined her body earlier and found that all the crab-like organs were intact on her body. The crab shell on her back, which resembled an ornament, was firmly attached to her back. According to her, the carapace was very light, and she didn't feel any weight when in the sea. After learning a bit about her physical characteristics, Fisher was more eager to know what the oceanic subspecies settlements were like. Oceanic subspecies rarely appeared in human sight. In Naley, he occasionally heard news from fishermen near the shore about sightings of sea monsters or mermaids. This would attract a large number of reporters and newspaper staff who would take the train there, only to come back with black and white photos of a calm sea and a plethora of interviews with no substantial information, now that he had finally encountered a real speaking oceanic subspecies. He was determined to gather as much information as possible, although Fisher had no intention of taking her back to Naley, as the current technological level in Naley couldn't reach the subspecies settlements on the seabed. And even if they did, it would likely end up like the incident in the southern continent. This research was merely to satisfy his own curiosity, and the information he recorded would not be disclosed. Most importantly, Fisher wanted to learn more about the sons of the sea. Among the 4 apocalyptic prophecies, the description of the sons of the sea was the most vague, using the word mysterious, which gave him no clue at all. So you're only 8 years old. No wonder you're so cute. Renee peeled another candy and fed it to Ling Nai, making her cheeks puff out. Before she could finish chewing, she opened her mouth, signaling Renee to give her another one. With her mouth full, it was impossible for her to answer Fisher's questions. Fisher tapped his fingers on the table and looked at Renee reproachfully, as if blaming her for interrupting his research. Renee looked at him innocently. Renee, okay, but Fisher, I really love kids. If we had a child, it would definitely be cuter than this one. She emphasized the words our as she spoke. Her star-like eyes swept over Fisher, as if trying to arouse his desires. Could anyone really refuse such a sweet-looking girl's request for a cute child? Fisher glanced at her expectant eyes that moment. Renee was like a wife who had been with him for years, longing for a child of their own. Just one look from her was enough to make him feel a surge of desire. However, Fisher knew better than anyone that this was just Renee's trick. With great difficulty, he shifted his gaze, suppressing his carnal desires and focusing on his thirst for knowledge. Then he looked at Ling Nai and asked, "Why did you come here to steal things? Is this place close to your home?" He didn't directly ask about the subspecies tribe where Ling Nai lived, fearing that such a direct question would arouse the subspecies suspicion and lead her to give false or incomplete information. Yes, it turned out Ling Nai seemed to be just a young subspecies. This question seemed to open the floodgates, and she started talking non-stop. "I didn't steal anything. I just wanted to take a look at what was up there, but there was nothing. I heard from the old folks in the city that there are many creatures up there that look like us, like you humans and the sea sirens, that I almost got hit by that big thing you were on. I wanted to get an explanation, And then I saw a shiny gemstone necklace. I just wanted to borrow it to take a look. Reyna stubbornly refused to admit the act of theft, insisting that she had merely borrowed the items for a look, yet the manner of returning them remained undecided. Then what was the situation regarding the royalty you mentioned earlier? Are there humans of a higher rank than you there? Since there is a royalty, the social system there should be relatively stable, having at least formed a social structure similar to that of humans. Moreover, according to Reyna, it was a very long swim from her dwelling to the water surface. She swam for a long time before faintly seeing the sunlight above. Fisher speculated that the human settlement should be on the seabed plain of the Southern Ocean, but the exact depth was incalculable. Based on the study of the body structure of this crab, like human just now, her resistance to water pressure exceeded Fisher's imagination. Meanwhile, she had a structure that could rapidly respond to pressure changes. Otherwise, she couldn't have stayed on the water surface unscathed. Although her overall appearance was somewhat strange, all her biological features seemed to be perfectly applicable in reality, almost like some ineffable creation of the gods, making Fisher the grandeur of nature. Oh, those guys. When it came to the royalty Fisher mentioned, Reyna embarrassedly scratched her head and whispered, "Actually, I've never seen them. They stay in a trench very far away from us. My father said the royalty is very conservative and won't leave the trench easily. And it's too dark in that trench, so I'm too scared to go there. Moreover, ordinary people would be crushed if they went deeper. Only the royalty can enter and leave there freely." I see. Fisher used his quill pen to write down the word royalty on the paper. For the marine humans, the royalty seemed to be an extremely special existence. According to Reyna's family, the marine royalty was unique, referring to the race living under the huge trench. Fisher squeezed out all the remaining knowledge in Reyna's little head. He even learned about the kids in her settlement riding fish and dragging her around. Thanks to Renee's skill of coaxing with treats, she unconsciously spilled a lot of things. Are you not lying? After recording this information, Fisher looked at Reyna with puffed out cheeks. She nervously raised her pincers and innocently exclaimed, "I swear to you in the name of my faith in Ramastia, I'm not lying, or else I'll vomit out all these delicious things I've eaten." As she spoke, as if to prove the severity of the oath, she quickly swallowed the delicious candies in her mouth. Ramastia? What is it? Fisher keenly caught the strange word from her mouth. This word she pronounced was very peculiar. Due to the strange translation liquid she had drunk just now, all the sounds Fisher heard from her were like some kind of stream of consciousness translations. Only this word was pronounced intact. "Ah, so you don't believe in the great Ramastia." She annoyedly hit her head with her pincer, seemingly thinking about how to explain the meaning of Ramastia to Fisher and the others. "My father told me that all our lives are given by Ramastia. Every year, we have to go and worship it. We throw a lot of fish and handicrafts into the trench, although I don't know if they'll hit the heads of those royalty." Wait, are you saying that those royalty and the god you worship live together? Yes. Well, doesn't the god you believe in, similar to Ramastia, exist? Then why do you believe in it? This question stumped Fisher, although Fisher knew that the mother goddess was just a means for humans to explain the world. More like a primitive belief or faith. He just didn't expect that the marine humans would truly believe in a real entity. That is, the god they believed in really existed in this world, lying in a trench in the Southern Ocean at this very moment. Have you seen that god? No, but every time I pray, I can feel its response, although I don't understand it. Seeing the human in front of her lost in thought and not knowing how to explain. Reyna stretched out her pincers, put her hands and forearms together, making a gesture she had done many times before, similar to a human's prayer. Only this prayer gesture was a bit strange to humans. She closed her eyes, her voice solemn and pious, and softly chanted, "Guardian of the ocean, origin of life, God of 100 aspects, Ramastia, I pray to you, hoping that I can eat such delicious food every day from now on." Well, it's probably like this. My father and I do this every day before meals. I can't feel Ramastia's voice here. Maybe it's too far away and it can't hear me. Sometimes when I'm bullied by other friends at night, I'll tell it and pray that it can ask their parents to spank there, but I don't know if it has agreed. I see. Fisher looked out at the boundless sea. His quill pen, which had been paused for a long time, wrote down the last note at the end of the manuscript. God of 100 aspects. Chapter 70. The necklace. The sky outside the ship was just beginning to lighten. Reyna and Renee in the room were all asleep. Only Fisher was still scribbling on the paper with his quill pen, integrating the information he got from Reyna. He also drew a scaled, down full body portrait of the crab, like human and studied the strange clothes she was wearing. According to Reyna, the clothes on her were made by a kind of sub-human called jellyfish. Those jellyfish lived at the top of the ocean whirlpool, and their whole bodies were transparent. The clothes they made were both beautiful and durable. There were many sub-human races below, but the information Fisher got from Reyna was only this much for the time being, and no more could be obtained. Fisher rubbed his temples but didn't feel very tired. According to the ecological description of the seabed sub-humans by Reyna, there were no sub-human races with strong offensive capabilities there. The only relatively special one was the royalty. She mentioned, was it possible that Son of the Sea was one of the seabed royalty? What still intrigued Fisher now might be the existence named Ramastia that the marine sub-humans believed in. What kind of creature could be called a god by these creatures? Was it some kind of high-level life form? For some reason, Fisher thought again of the huge eye he saw on the southern continent. That existence was closely related to the souls of life, but there were no more thoughts for the time being. Fisher slumped onto the seat behind him and just happened to see Renee walking out of the room. Good morning. You didn't sleep all night again? Yesterday, Reyna got sleepy while talking. Originally, Fisher still wanted to ask some more questions, but she had fallen asleep defenselessly in Renee's arms, looking just like a child. Well, I sorted out the information I got yesterday. It's the first time I've met a marine sub-human, so I recorded a lot. Renee walked to Fisher's side. This time, she didn't tease him. Instead, she gently massaged the area around Fisher's temples with her soft hand. As expected of you. You're never tired of things you want to explore. I really admire this about you. In fact, I admire everything about you. Unable to tell if she was teasing or being sincere, Fisher closed his eyes contentedly. Enjoying Renee's massage, the gentle and charming fragrance on her body made Fisher, who wasn't tired at all, suddenly feel like taking a rest and just staying in her arms. What are you going to do with that child? I'll let her go later and give her the pearl I promised. Anyway, it was given by that female captain. How heartless. Someone gave you a gift out of kindness. You're actually quite happy that I gave that pearl to Reyna, right? Renee didn't like the gift the captain gave to Fisher from the beginning. Even though she didn't show it, Fisher noticed. After all, they had spent a lot of time together, and he at least knew Renee to some extent. But faced with Fisher's straightforward words, Renee just mischievously pointed at her lips with her finger and didn't answer. Am I really that happy? After another moment of silence, Fisher guessed that she was quite happy because she kept massaging him. In this seemingly frozen time, a small figure quietly walked out of Renee's room. She carried a small leather bag and sneaked along the wall towards the door. Nervously looking at Fisher by the window, just as she was about to reach the doorknob, Fisher's calm voice came. Where are you going? Wah, I want to eat something. I'm so hungry. Seeing that her escape was discovered. The crab, like sub-human named Reyna, nervously waved her pincers. Her innocent look made Renee find it very funny. Stay and have breakfast first. I won't go back on my word. I promise to let you go, and I will. Fisher stood up from Renee's gentle embrace that if he stayed in her arms any longer, he might be charmed by this witch and be reluctant to let her leave his side. He got up and went outside to call the waiter to bring some breakfast, planning to let Reyna have breakfast before leaving. Lenai once again recalled the delicious food she had eaten the previous night. Unconsciously, her throat twitched a few times, yet she still pretended to be nonchalant and put her hands on her hips. Fine then, I'll reluctantly stay and have something to eat. Truly a simpleton, being easily retained by just some food. She seemed to lack any principles at all. At the dinner table, Renee casually sipped some milk and then cupped her cheeks as she watched Lenai devour her food. She looked as kind as a mother observing her child growing healthily. Which made Fisher wonder if what she said last night about wanting a child was true. Here, take this, Fisher said, handing Lenai the pearl from the previous day as payment for the information they had exchanged. Lenai seemed surprised that this human would actually give her the pearl. She took it and stared blankly for a long time before putting it into her pocket. It seemed that humans were generally kind. However, Fisher seemed to have seen through her thoughts. Picking up the newspaper beside him without looking up, he said, as a piece of advice, it's best you come up to the surface less often. If you're caught by other humans, you won't be treated as well as you are here. Being locked up for life would be the best case scenario. More likely, they'll dissect you piece by piece for research. And if they can't figure you out, they'll sell the cut off parts in the seafood market. These extremely terrifying words turned Lenai's face pale. Renee beside her also smiled and nodded, patting her fair head. By the way, why did you swim so far up to the surface? Just to see what's up here? Actually, I want to become a merchant. A merchant? Both Renee and Fisher shifted their gazes to the petite crab, like sub-species in front of them. Embarrassed, she held up the bag in her hand. I plan to collect a lot of things that can't be found in the sea and sell them to others, like Hitsao or Bailu. Then I can earn a lot of money to buy delicious food. Hitsao and Bailu were probably her friends, both sub-species living in the sea. This little girl unexpectedly had a head for business. If she weren't a sub-species, St. Nallis would perhaps be her best destination, as the whole of Nallis was now reeking of money. Your goods shouldn't come from stealing, that you'll get spanked if you're caught, Fisher said. Well, I don't have any capital, Lina replied sheepishly, but it seemed she had taken Fisher's advice to heart. I know that I won't steal from others anymore. Fisher nodded. Seeing that she had almost finished eating, he turned to look out at the ocean. Figuring out how to send her back was still a problem. He supposed he'd have to trouble Renee to do it discreetly so that other humans wouldn't notice. Little Lina, how will you go back? Swim. I've called a friend to pick me up. IT should be here soon. A friend? Fisher turned to look at the sea beside the cruise ship. Somehow, a huge blue crab had appeared, floating on the water with only its large shell visible. Looking towards Fisher's room. What a huge crab! That IT must taste great. You're not allowed to eat Haru. That it's our family's friend. If it gets eaten, my dad will beat me to death. Then there'll be no one to pick him up and drop him off at work. So this kind of thing could be used as a means of transportation. Fisher was quite enlightened. It seemed the sub-species settlement in the ocean had many things that Lina hadn't told him, but considering her 8-year-old intellect, she had already said quite a lot last night. One couldn't be too demanding. The 8-year-old kids in St. Nallis were still lying by the roadside playing marbles every day. All right, that's all I have to say. Off you go. Remember to have less contact with humans. It's for your own good. I forgot to ask your names. Fisher. My name is Renee, Renee said, stroking Lina's head, which made her close her eyes in comfort. Hee, Fisher and Renee. I'm glad to have met you. The Ocean Empress Lina is going back. Goodbye. After bidding farewell to Fisher and Renee, Lina was sent to the surface by Renee. They saw her petite figure, carrying a huge leather bag, bounce onto the giant floating crab. She tied a strap on the crab's back around herself to secure herself, then waved at Fisher's room. The crab then inverted itself and quickly sank below the surface. Disappearing from Fisher's sight, Fisher took a sip of his coffee. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed a necklace made of blue crystal on the table, judging from the exquisite craftsmanship. It should be a human creation. Wait, could this be something she stole from Alagina? Did she think he and Alagina were in cahoots and then, to repay the delicious food she had eaten last night, return the stolen necklace to him? Fisher stared at the necklace, hesitated for a moment, and before Renee returned, he slipped it into his pocket, lest she start asking questions and repeat the story of when he was given the pearl. It was just for safety's sake. The cruise ship continued to sail in the remaining 10-odd days. Apart from the ocean, they often encountered other cargo ships and warships. The journey was no longer as peaceful as before. As they were about to reach St. Nallis, the jewel of human civilization,